I have a feeling I was genetically engineered to make factories, because I was dropped off at this alien planet and now all I want to do is exploit its natural resources in order to appease my corporate overlords. I must automate increasingly complex items towards completing the assembly of this big thing in the sky. I'll diplomatically engage with many strange creatures. I probably won't die, that would be embarrassing. I might accidentally flood my world with radioactive waste. I'll purchase a glorious nut, and I'll knock over all 44 Steam achievements. I'll also be designing and decorating every factory, trying my best to make my world look as delicious as possible. This video is over a year in the making. My playthrough lasted 347 hours, and this might just be my favorite game. Welcome to 100% of Satisfactory. I can't believe this game's finally out. I've been hyped about this game for a long time. They say enormous nuts. This has so many hours on it. Did I really play that much? My old file names were quite mature, and I kept that energy. As I named my 1.0 world, Floydson is handsome. And so it begins in a drop pod.
Attention, Pioneer. I am Ada, your personal instance of the artificial directory and assistant.
Ada the AI hit me with the 3 pillars of the job I had before me. Construct, automate, and explore plus exploit.
Stay within your designated.
Uh-oh.
And that is why the world is counting on pioneers like
Purple
you.
turd.
Fix it. Short-term solutions to long-term problems.
Short-term solutions to... Wait,
Initiating planetfall.
Planetfall began, and fall I did, towards the planet. I don't think it went very smoothly.
Deploying backup parachute. Skipping parachute. Landing phase begun. Activating retro propulsion.
Thankfully, the retro propulsion was effective at providing me a safe landing, and soon I glimpsed the green of the grass fields out the window.
Omni-situational exploration suit nominal. Pioneer. Acceptable.
Acceptable? How dare you. Handsome. Handsome is the word you're looking for. Hell yeah. Yeah, get that thing. Get that thing so you can tase some aliens. Oh, look at that view.
Congratulations. You are the 3rd in your region.
The 3rd in my region.
Planetfall. Welcome to Massage 2, A, B, B, in the binary system of Akicha.
Since when is it called massage? I'd had a choice of 4 starter biomes, and I'd chosen this one because it's a lovely shade of green, and it's beginner friendly, with plenty of resources and space to construct, automate, and exploit. Don't worry though, I'll definitely also be exploiting the other biomes later. Spoiler alert, this map is absolutely massive. I began by grabbing leaves, because I knew these would be handy as biofuel, and I equipped my Xeno Zapper. Come here. Come here, big idiot. I know Kibitz calls these things beans. Come here. But the official name is Space Giraffe Tick Penguin Whale Thing. Yeah, run. You big turd. He ran so far. I'm sorry. The glorious flying ray. Alright, down to business. I whipped out my build gun, gave it a spin, and used it to dismantle the drop pod. Ada then had me use my resource scanner to scout out any nearby iron nodes. There were a lot nearby. They pinged willy-nilly, and my compass at the top filled with iron ore markers. There's iron everywhere here, dude. Where should I build? I have played a lot, but I don't remember anything. It had been about 4 years since I'd last played, but all I really remembered was that abusing alien animals is mandatory. Sorry, fella. That was unnecessarily violent. I don't know what kind of mood I was in, but I am quite shocked at my callous behavior. These nuts? As Ada rambled about the potential nutritional value of those nuts, I laid eyes on some iron deposits. Just nearby, I found my first blue power slug. Gather a power slug. First achievement. This seemed like a decent spot, but I wasn't convinced. I wandered off and hand collected some Caterium ore, and I found a limestone resource deposit right next to a bunch of iron. This is so open. Ah! Get out of here, dude. This headbutting hog lunatic was rather territorial, but after being bonked by a few of its charges, I managed to zap it dead, and I picked up the hog remains. Once I mined up my first bit of iron ore, I was on to the next objective, and it was time to build my hub. I pulled out my build gun once more and placed it down. Alright, this'll do for now. Don't overthink it. Iron ingots. I handcrafted a bunch of iron ingots at the hub's crafting bench, and I checked out the milestone computer. Tier 0. Hub upgrade. Tier 0 all the way up to 9. I had some work to do. I returned to the crafting bench and used 10 ingots to make 10 iron rods, which I shoved into the milestone thingo. Put that in there. Upgrade hub. That added a big frame to it, and now the second hub upgrade was on the milestone menu. In this tutorial section, you do quite a bit of handcrafting, but after building an equipment workshop, I was at the first step of automation already, as I made a portable miner using the iron plates and rods I'd made. I slapped it down on the iron node, which earned another achievement, and after a bunch more handcrafting, a second went down, and I put one over here as well. Go on, buddy, get the limestone. I no longer needed to mine by hand anymore. A good step forward, and I had more than enough iron ore to make what was needed for another milestone. The hub is upgraded. Have I got a toilet
Hub
now?
upgrade 2, power and
No,
shell.
not quite.
Complete.
I guess I needed to poop. Each milestone unlocks all sorts of stuff. New buildings, new parts, and new scannable resources. With that particular upgrade, copper was now scannable. And roughly 200 meters away up this natural ramp, I found my nearest copper resource deposit. It had a moose defending it, which went tumbling like crazy after it tried to headbutt me. But soon 3 portable miners were down collecting copper ore. I mined a few by hand while waiting for the miners to do their thing, and I soon ran back to my hub with a couple hundred copper ore on me. I was still obsessed with scooping up leaves. As I scooped, I spotted a cave in the cliffside. It's a spooky cave. What's that noise? Oh. That is a little stinger. The stingers caused me to feel a visceral repulsion because they are not unlike spiders. They skidded around so quickly it was hard to hit them with my Xeno Zapper, so I actually fell down to half health, but I eventually took them out. Stop moving so fast, bro. I ate a berry, which restored 1 cube of health. I see something glorious. This cave did indeed hold what is probably the most valuable resource in the entire game. I picked up some mycelia first, but it's this pink Mobius strip of summer sloop that I'm talking about. Grabbing it earned me another achievement.
The Summer Sloop was named after Marie Somerville, co-founder of Fixit and head of its R&D department. The planet you are on was found and named during a planet spotting event Marie hosted called Marie's Awesome Scientific Search of the Avant-Garde Exoplanets.
Okay. So that's why this planet's called Massage. That makes perfect sense. I stored the strange alien summer sloop for later and got busy turning some of the copper ore into ingots, and some of those ingots into wire. Boom, boom, boom. Hub upgrade 3. The hub was now furnished, complete with character customization. What? Why? You know what they say about big heads? Big dingus. Let's put in some nuclear waste on my trinket. I also made my helmet golden, and then I dropped a log in the toilet. That flush was a bit rambunctious and made the entire room wet. Anyway, what was I doing? 75 plates, 20 cables, and 10 concrete. I now had constructors, smelters, power lines, and power poles on the menu, so it was time for the next level of automation. To place these buildings, you need the composite parts available in your inventory, so I had to craft more iron rods and wires before I could place my first smelter, which costs 5 of the former and 8 of the latter. You can of course use the smelter to smelt ore into ingots. I set this one to make iron ingots and shoved a stack of iron ore in there, but it of course needs power to operate, and to make a power line I needed cables, which are made out of wire, and so the first mildly complicated production line was introduced. As copper ore became copper ingots, the ingots became wire, and the wire became cables. The cables allowed me to connect a power line from the smelter to this biomass burner that had been added to the side of my hub. But this meant the power line was clipping straight through my hub, and I did not like that. I dismantled the hub, placed it again facing the opposite direction, and connected it back up without the clipping. That's your first glimpse of my somewhat pedantic approach to this game, although I think that one was fair enough. In order for this biomass burner to produce power, it needed to burn something, so I placed 500 of those leaves I've been hoarding, and it began producing 20 megawatts of power. The smelter used up 4 megawatts. Yeah. We're making ingots automatically. Good. And I can build a constructor now, right? Reinforced iron plates, 12 screws. Okay, so I gotta do a bunch of handcrafting. I made screws out of rods, and the plates and screws combined to make reinforced iron plates, which combined with some cables allowed me to build a constructor. Holding control while placing it allowed me to snap it to go down directly in front of the smelter. I also made some concrete out of limestone so that I could make a pole. Power pole here. Gotta delete this. Gonna run a cable from here to the power pole. Then from the power pole to both machines. Boom. Constructors also use 4 megawatts of power, and I'd put iron ingots in there and set it to craft iron plates. I wasn't done handcrafting just yet, but again, good progress. I soon had a second constructor, I placed another power pole, daisy chained a line over from the first pole, and now I was drawing 12 megawatts of power total. And let's have this doing wire. I got a second smelter down to make copper ingots, and I placed a third constructor to turn limestone into concrete for me. So my max consumption is already 20, which is my capacity, so I need more power already. But at least a decent stock of a few parts was beginning to pile up, as I hand-fed and collected from the machines. Oh. What? How did I blow a fuse? Oh. I ran out of plant matter, probably? Yeah, no power. The first 500 leaves had been burnt and the biomass burner was empty, so I had to put another stack in there. Turn it back on. Alright, we're back in action. Great news. That earned me the achievement for fixing a blown fuse. The achievement was appropriately titled New Fear Unlocked. Very true. The fear of my power network blowing up did indeed follow me for my entire playthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Upgrade the hub again.
Due to past incidents, I have been asked to issue a clarification. Portable miners, obviously, do not have a connection for conveyor belts. There is nothing to suggest, visually or functionally, that they can be connected to portable miners.
I believe Ada may have just roasted a few people from the forums. Conveyors cannot be connected to portable miners, but the smelter output can connect the constructor input, no worries. And so another layer of automation was introduced as the ingots were now sent straight into the constructors. I switched the one making iron plates over to iron rods because I needed those for the next milestone. And thanks to the automation, this next upgrade came way quicker. I was now able to make a miner Mark 1, so I got rid of the portables and this big honkin' thing snapped right onto the resource node. I did my best to point its output at the iron smelter, but I wasn't happy with how it lined up. So these got torn down and rebuilt so that the conveyor belt had a straight line in.
There's 2 biomass things here. What the hell? Since when? Dude, I'm gonna have to go pick up leaves. Presumably the wood burns slower than the leaves. But I've actually got 2 here, so my power capacity is higher than I thought.
I didn't think I was going to be able to power the miner yet, but a second burner had miraculously appeared, so I now had 40 megawatts available, enough to accommodate the 5 megawatts drawn by the miner. These resource nodes are infinite, by the way, so this miner was set to poop out iron ore forever. The ore began making its way into the smelter.
Wait, so this only produces 30 per minute, and this uses 45. Okay, well, that's not efficient. That is actually outrageous.
That is an impure limestone node. So the Mark 1 miner can only get 30 limestone per minute from it, which is not enough to fully supply one constructor making concrete. I didn't really need to be too worried about peak efficiency yet, but I guess I was offended.
Bro, this is the crappiest limestone node. Maybe I should have started somewhere else.
The iron nodes over here, on the other hand, were of normal quality. So my iron miner was collecting 60 iron ore per minute, double what the impure nodes can generate. I was constantly reactive managing my inventory, going to grab more building materials every time I ran out. But with Odoo's inventory app and its smart replenishment strategies, I wouldn't have had to be reactive. Odoo would have kept track and triggered automatic stock refills for me before I even knew I was running low. Big thanks to Odoo for sponsoring this video. Odoo is an all-in-one management software that provides entrepreneurs a range of applications from invoicing to accounting to project management to website creation, and the list goes on. The inventory app transforms stock management into a seamless and intuitive experience, helping to optimize your business's supply chain. With real-time tracking, you can avoid any stock shortages or excesses, as the inventory application tracks all the stock level info you could possibly need, helping you make informed decisions. And as I mentioned, it even allows you to automate purchase orders and vendor follow-ups. You can use the inventory app to organize shelves, aisles, and racks effortlessly, with automated product routing and smart storage rules to ensure peak efficiency when it comes to navigating the warehouse. You can also get a real-time valuation of your inventory, understanding your inventory costs at a glance. You can trace products from purchase to sale, ensuring full transparency along the length of the supply chain. And with barcode scanning, you can reduce errors and pick up the speed of daily operations. Any business looking to manage its stock effectively and adaptively will find Odoo's inventory app to be a comprehensive solution. And the best part, your first Odoo app is completely free for life for unlimited users. So click the link below and try Odoo today. Okay friends, back to the glory of Satisfactory. Minimal handcrafting was required to knock over the 6th milestone of the tutorial, earning the patronizing achievement, do you want a medal?
Complete the onboarding process.
Landing platform hydraulics completed. Freighter landing initialized.
Wait, what?
Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer.
Absolute minimum skill level? Come on, bro.
Looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you.
Tier 1 and 2 milestones were now available, and crucially, I could now scale my power freely by making more biomass burners.
Oh, and these generate 30 megawatts.
I went on a plant yoinking spree, collecting a crazy amount of leaves and a bit of wood.
So wood is 12 per minute, leaves uses up 80 per minute, so yeah, wood is much more efficient. I think I should probably set up iron rod production first.
I put a miner on the second iron node, and I'd soon chained it into a smelter, and the smelter into a constructor. I tried to place the power poles neatly. I set this one to make iron rods, as its neighbor was grinding away making iron plates. The location of this copper node presented my first logistical problem in my quest towards automation, because I had to get power over here, and if I wanted to take the ore back towards my hub, some serious conveyor silly willies were required. As I was fiddling around, I ran out of leaves and my entire factory shut down again. But I was determined to take my time and make this as neat as possible. I managed to get it down to the lower ground before getting distracted picking up sticks.
See how long the power line can be. It can be so long.
The power was promptly connected and then turned back on with the help of more leaves.
Oh, it's so slow. See how long it took for this ore to get down here?
The Mark 1 conveyor belts move at a dignified rate of 60 items per minute. The copper node up there is of normal quality, so it was also outputting 60 ore per minute, hence the completely full belt. Also, I wasn't done handcrafting. I needed to make some stuff out of copper in order to automate copper.
I have no margin for power, so I should really make another biomass burner, right?
Yes, that would be wise. I placed one here, put some leaves in it, and 30 more megawatts became available for use.
But this uses 120 leaves per minute. For goodness sake, dude.
That meant that if I was going to hand feed this burner leaves, I'd have to refill it every 4 minutes or risk blowing a fuse. I couldn't automate reinforced iron plates yet, so I handcrafted a bunch, and that allowed me to set up my copper wire constructor over here.
So this is 1 for 1. Gotcha. This is 1 for 2, so I could split this into 2. Maybe I've made the wrong call here. Let's switch to logistics, because then I can do splitting.
The rods and plates had been piling up for a while, so I put 150 each of those in immediately. But my wire constructor was going to need some time, so I wandered off collecting a bunch more plant matter.
What is with all this fart gas, man?
By the time I returned, my burners had run out of juice again, so I had to fill them up. This power arrangement was a bit of a headache, no doubt.
Maybe my priority should be power. Oh man, tier 2? Obstacle clearing. Oh, solid biofuel. Yeah, this is what I want. I want solid biofuel.
I had neither screws nor cables automated yet, so I had another handcrafting session.
So we can get this done now, right? Good. We're gonna launch the pod. Does it actually launch?
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel.
That took those parts up to the Fix-It mothership or something, and it would soon return, at which point I'd be able to think about knocking over another milestone. But for now, better power solutions were on the menu.
So now I can make biomass out of leaves and wood, and then turn that into solid biofuel.
I hand-fed leaves into a constructor and got some biomass going, and I connected it straight into the biomass burner. 120 leaves make 60 biomass, and 10 biomass are burned per minute, making power. So turning the leaves into biomass made burning them 6 times more efficient.
I want to unlock platforms because it's kind of hard to build.
And so I changed my mind again, away from a logistics upgrade towards unlocking foundations. Foundations cost a lot of concrete, so I set up another concrete factory over here on a second impure limestone node. A fair bit of biomass had piled up, so I broke the stack and used it to fuel the hub's burners too.
I've discovered the love heart. Beautiful.
I soon completed the logistics milestone, and Ada had some words of motivation.
Breathe in. Visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes.
What is
Breathe
going
out.
on?
Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
She was trying to motivate me by claiming that what I was doing was going to save humanity or something.
You silly big dingus, can you get out of here?
That logistics milestone gave me access to splitters. This can be used to split one conveyor belt into 2 or 3. This copper smelter was producing 30 ingots per minute, so I split that onto 2 belts, each moving 15 ingots per minute. Wire constructors only use 15 ingots per minute, so now this setup distributed them perfectly and 60 wires per minute were being produced. I climbed a rock and began placing foundations, because I wanted to elevate things a little. I built a ramp down for convenience. But before I got too carried away, I needed to make sure my power situation would keep me going, and crafting a chainsaw was going to help massively with that. I also had to handcraft a few solid biofuel to power the chainsaw, but soon I was unleashing my spinning blade upon every tree in sight. Once I had a couple hundred wood, I returned and expanded my platform. And the beauty of foundations is that you can snap machines onto the perfectly flat surface, which helps to keep things neat and manageable. I made my first storage containers, which I plugged into constructor inputs.
The solid biofuel need? It just needs 120.
I put wood in one of the containers and leaves in the other.
This is going to produce really fast.
I had both the wood and leaf biomass constructors plug into their own constructors.
And how much is this going to produce per minute? Solid biofuel, 60 per minute. Solid biofuel, 60 per minute.
I failed to catch that my belts couldn't actually move the 120 biomass per minute needed to make the 60 biofuel per minute, since, as I mentioned, Mark 1 belts move at most 60 per minute. So that was going to bottleneck the biomass input, and I'd only be able to make 30 solid biofuel at each constructor. But that was still a respectable 60 total.
So I don't know if I'm doing too much too soon here, but oh well.
Solid biofuel burns at a rate of 4 per minute, so 60 per minute was enough for 15 biomass burners. I started with just 5. I made a merger, which does the opposite of a splitter. 2 or 3 conveyor belts can be merged into one. In this case, I merged the 2 solid biofuel constructors onto one belt, which I then plugged into splitters that sent some off into the burners, and the rest continued down the line. This is a manifold setup, where the one conveyor splits off into many machine inputs, and it's not perfectly efficient at first, because it relies on the earlier machines filling up completely before the bulk of the input materials can overflow to the later machines. Basically, this kind of setup needs some time to get going properly. Once the input overflows, it works just fine, most of the time at least. I set up power poles behind and got everything connected.
I'm gonna disconnect all of this crap for now. We're just gonna do this.
That dedicated the 40 megawatts from these hub burners exclusively to the biofuel factory above, which jump-started it to get to work, which meant the burners up there would now get firing, and then I could reconnect everything without risk of blowing a fuse.
Give me these so I can chop down more trees.
As the solid biofuel made its way to each burner, a set of stairs appeared on the power graph as my megawatts available went up. So I plugged in the rest of the factory down below and everything kicked back into gear, with 150 megawatts available at max. I had enough wood here to make 500 solid biofuel, enough to keep all 5 of those burners burners going for 25 minutes. So not only had I tripled the power available, it was also going to last way longer before requiring human intervention. But 25 minutes in this game is gone before you know it. Also, I'd need to make more burners to raise my power cap before long, which would of course increase the rate of fuel consumption. What I'm trying to say is that it was a decent plan to stock up on more wood and leaves.
This is quite the violation to the environment, but I need wood, so what do you want from me?
I'd started my journey on Planet Massage by zapping a bean and murdering a bird, and now it was time to destroy some trees. These trees here were lucky though because I ran out of chainsaw fuel. I dumped thousands of leaves and about 800 wood into the containers, and it appeared this conveyor was failing to merge. I dismantled and rebuilt it, and that fixed the problem. That was the first of many little factory issues I had to fix in this playthrough. But now I had much more stable power, and it was time to get to work.
I don't know how to be smart. This is the question that I've been wondering about my entire life. How do I be smart?
That question remains unanswered to this day, but I tried my best to proceed in a vaguely intelligent fashion. I began by connecting one of my wire constructors into a cable constructor, adding cables to my list of automated parts.
There's a bunch more limestone over that way. I can see it. That's not too bad. I'm definitely going to need more power very quickly, so I'm going to change this complete setup.
I made a new line of 5 more biomass burners, and stopped merging the 2 solid biofuel lines, and instead had one constructor feeding 5 burners each. As I mentioned earlier, this biofuel factory wasn't very efficient because I wasn't paying attention to belt bottlenecks, but at this point it didn't really matter either way. I'd created 150 more megawatts, and now it was actually time to get to work. I began by expanding my smelting operation. I was still getting a feel for the game, so this was a lot of trial and error to get things placed how I wanted it. And even though I took my time, it was still a bit of a mess.
60 ore from this going into 2 smelters, which will use 30 each per minute and put out 60 iron ingots per minute, which I'll merge and send up on one belt here, I guess.
Now we're talking. As I was working, the hub got in the way, so it had to go. I made a new spot for it a few meters over.
The hub's still clipping. What am I doing?
Maybe not enough meters over. I put it on the grass and tried to calm down. The logistics milestone had also unlocked conveyor lifts, and it was time to put them to work. They brought that line of 60 iron ingots up here.
Let's just do our best, and we can learn and iterate upon like what a quality factory looks like next time. For now, we don't want to overthink it.
This recording is from over a year ago, so I'd completely forgotten about the stress that I apparently had. It seems I was very keen to make a well-designed factory, which was giving me some indecision paralysis. But as I said, I just had to give it a crack and accept that maybe my early factories were going to be a bit wacky. Splitters helped me plug my line of ingots into both machine inputs using the same manifold design as the biomass burners, and a merger combined the outputs of both machines onto a single belt. I plugged that merged line into a storage container so that the final part could be stockpiled, and the last piece of the puzzle was connecting power.
Now we are producing iron plates, 40 a minute, straight into there. Cool. I can get rid of the storage and just extend that later if I want to. We'll do the exact same thing for this second node, but we're going to do iron rods this time.
That sparked a bit of shuffling around downstairs, but I'd soon placed down 2 more smelters to smelt the 60 iron ore from the second node. Soon enough, another conveyor lift was sending more iron ingots up.
Alright, what's our maths now with the iron rods? So the iron rods only use 15 per minute.
The iron plates use 30 iron ingots per minute, therefore I had made 2 constructors to fully use up 60 ingots. Obviously, I was going to need 4 constructors making iron rods in order to use up this second line of 60. By the way, when I say 60, I don't mean 60 full stop, I mean 60 per minute. You get the idea.
Now we have a splitter going into storage.
This setup ended up sending 50 iron rods per minute into storage, and 10 per minute went towards making 40 screws per minute, which also went into storage. The goal here was to stockpile every early game part possible, and those were the only 3 iron items I could automate thus far. I was apparently too impatient to wait for the automated screws though, because I churned out a bunch of handmade ones and hit another milestone.
Field research. Alright, we got the man, baby. So, what are we going to want to work towards? I have no idea.
This unlocked the molecular analysis machine, the MAM, and I was now able to analyze a whole bunch of stuff. I first analyzed some meat I stole off a hog, and that blew the alien megafauna research tree wide open. I analyzed some stinger remains too, so I could now make delicious protein out of various creatures. I analyzed the summer sloop I'd found.
Summer sloops are somewhere between battery and conduit, harvesting energy from pockets of space with complete disregard for the rules of the space-time continuum.
So that can give me production amplification and power augmentation later on. That's crazy.
I analyzed Caterium ore to get the ball rolling in that tree. I analyzed nuts and berries, and I analyzed a blue slug. I did this in quick succession, which didn't allow Ada to give her spiel for each thing, so she got annoyed.
I wonder, is it that you're eager to please, impatient, or very efficient? I have my theory.
Alright, what should I unlock next? Part assembly, I guess.
It was nice to see my iron parts were piling up nicely, which meant the next milestone was reachable as soon as the pod came back.
This gets me the assembler. That's what I need. I need the assembler.
The assembler machine, and 4 new parts that can be made in the assembler.
Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
I placed a miner on the 3rd normal iron node available here, and built the exact same smelting setup yet again. I was getting into a bit of a rhythm. I then deposited a whole bunch of goodies to hit yet another milestone. This one allowed me to build this big awesome sink, into which items can be sunk, which consumes the item in exchange for points towards printable coupons. I connected my iron plates in and began sinking those in order to begin accruing points.
Let's have a look. What can I actually get?
The coupons can be spent at this awesome shop, which has many useful blueprints for sale, both decorative and functional.
Oh, you can get like paint finishes? Ladder would be good. Catwalks, pillars. Oh, I got a coupon already.
That earned me an achievement, and I spent that coupon unlocking conveyor lift floor holes. I elevated the final 60 iron ingots from the 3rd miner and began building another row of constructors, with which I began making more iron plates since I was sinking the other ones. And I already had a few more coupons, so I bought the factory ladder schematic. I was beginning to run sort of low on wood and leaves, so I had a chopping spree.
Oh! Hey! That is very rude behavior.
That horse headbutting me caused a minor disruption, but my hunger for delicious deforestation wasn't going to be sated that easily. I found more iron nodes not that far away, and another entrance to that cave from earlier. In it were more stingers, and I was already at half health from that time a rhinoceros knocked me off a cliff, so I fled.
Leave me alone, dudes.
The dudes would not leave me alone, so I fought valiantly and vanquished them with only 1 health remaining. I was completely done with the tier 1 milestones, by the way. These early tiers go quickly as you're getting all the basic things unlocked, but the final 2 tier 2 milestones required some assembler parts. I expanded the 3rd constructor lineup from 2 up to 4 and changed it to make iron rods. And I claimed 3 more coupons, but decided to put them in this chest for now because I wasn't sure what to purchase.
Go away. I just got an achievement for bouncing on the bean. Stop. Go away, bean. Go away, you silly sausage.
And here I go, finally putting down an assembler. These are bigger than constructors, as they have 2 inputs. I plugged the line of iron rods in there and set it to craft rotors by combining those rods with screws.
There's actually enough iron rods for it, but nowhere near enough screws.
100 screws required per minute boggled my mind. I plugged the 40 that I was making in, and at least rotors would slowly start piling up.
I think there's an alternate screw recipe that is less annoying. Should I try for that? Oh, I've got a map now. I've got a map.
I expanded my gravity-defiant platform some more, and I redid this concrete setup so that the constructor was up on the foundations. And because these tier 1 power poles can only have 4 connections, I had to build them all over the place. I also moved the hub up, plus a MAM and equipment workshop. I bought some barriers and railings from the awesome shop, and I freed the bean from his inability to crouch. He galloped off to get stuck somewhere else. I also made an object scanner, and then I wandered off on another collecting spree. I was beelining for the bigger trees because they of course give more wood and leaves, and I found a bit of sulfur. I also unlocked walls at the awesome shop, which helped me connect my factory down there up to the top of the cliff, where I'd claimed some more iron nodes. I dragged a conveyor belt over, built a lift and a ladder, I collected a power line up here, and soon these 2 resource nodes were tapped.
This is actually a disgraceful setup.
I was offended by the zigzagging belt looking like an angry piece of spaghetti, but again, I needed to calm down. You kinda just gotta go with the flow a bit in the early game.
Out of sight, out of mind, is that the play?
Those 2 iron nodes up there were both impure, so between them, they were providing 60 more iron ore per minute. And this time, I made a line of 3 constructors. The plan was to use this iron to make a mixture of plates and rods.
Oh, I'm not smelting. Dude, I'm so dumb.
Yeah, you can't just shove the iron ore into the constructors. You need to make ingots first. I began making space down here for 2 more smelters, and ladders began connecting the lower and upper areas of the starter factory. I analyzed sulfur at the MAM, which began my journey towards explosives, and I decided the awesome sink wasn't allowed to steal my iron plates anymore. But it had produced another 5 coupons already, so that was decent. Every consecutive coupon requires more points though, and low tier items don't get that many points, so the coupons were gonna slow down massively before long. And down went 2 more smelters. I kind of didn't leave enough room, but I made it work. And I took the opportunity to use one of these conveyor floor holes. That led to some conveyor silly willies up near the ceiling, but soon I had the iron ingots shooting straight up through the floor. This was 1 constructor making iron plates, 2 making iron rods, and a 4th turning those rods into screws.
I got inefficient automation of reinforced iron plates.
Add that to my inefficient automation of rotors, and I had now inefficiently automated 2 assembler items. Clearly, this was an absolutely glorious factory. To celebrate, I climbed a big rock spire. It wasn't easy as I struggled to jump from ledge to ledge, but I eventually managed to slay the spire. Up the top, I beheld a lovely view of the surrounding area, and I found a tasty purple treat.
Oh, Mercer-sphere.
The astrobiologist Dr. D.M. Mercer was the first to recognize the presence and probable nature of these alien artifacts. These chain-melted state spheres are named in his honor.
Another alien something rather to play with. Very nice.
See, my factory doesn't look very big from over here.
It was about time this noodly copper setup received some attention. I vaguely cleaned up the conveyor belts, and yet another 2 smelter setup went in. Except this one was obviously making copper ingots. I set up 4 constructors to make wire.
Yeah, 36 of these things. Woo!
All up, they were outputting 120 wire, and I tried to put all of that onto one belt. Now, we've been over this. A Mark 1 belt can only move 60 items per minute. So I had once again bottlenecked my production line. I had half the wire go into storage and half go into another constructor making cables. And that was another inefficient setup.
Alien technology, Mercer sphere, here we go.
I scanned the purple orb, and Mercer spheres were now trackable on my object scanner.
Mercer spheres can also transmit data between specific...
Witness our scripture, witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us a song.
Arguing the existence of intelligent alien life.
I believe an alien voice just told me to sing a song. I knocked over another milestone, unlocking jump pads. These things launch you a short distance, saving you a little bit of time navigating around the factory floor. I built precisely one of these, and I immediately went for the Logistics Mark II milestone.
Yeah, because the other thing is I need the space. Oh, that's right. To get to the next tier, I gotta launch scrap in the space elevator. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that is the core objective of the game. However, the space elevator was too massive to fit anywhere near my base.
I'm just gonna whack it here for now. Oh, that's a big boy. I need 50 smart plating. So we'll just leave that there for now, that's fine. 1 reinforced plate and 1 rotor. That's not hard.
Project assembly initialized. Congratulations, Pioneer. The space elevator will now automatically connect with the Project Assembly orbital platform. Project assembly is divided into phases, each of which require the delivery of project parts, such as smart plating, via the space elevator. It is time to be honest. This project is part of the Save the Day program, the largest united undertaking in human history, destined to save us all. Earth is in peril and only Fix-It pioneers offer hope for survival.
What? Really?
Fix-It is counting on you. Humanity is counting on you. Do not let Fix-It down.
Well, good luck everyone, because I'm an absolute dingus.
I had managed to accidentally disconnect my reinforced iron plate setup, somehow, so none had stockpiled. I resorted to more handcrafting.
2 Mark II conveyor belts now, which transport 120 resources per minute. What I could do is I could put 2 miners worth onto 1 belt now. But when I get miner Mark II, all of the outputs on these is going to double, which means I'll need to use the Mark II belts, because that's going to double, which means I can double the smelters, which means I'll double the amount of ingots being produced, which means I can double the length of this and just produce way more stuff.
Did someone say double? For now, I plonked down an assembler and connected both the rotors and reinforced iron plates into it.
Why are my rotors so far away? What the hell did I do?
For some reason, I decided to move the entire rotor setup. Who knows why, since I could have just pulled a long conveyor belt over, but I set this assembler to make smart plating, the first project assembly part that I needed to send up the giant space elevator. Project assembly parts cannot be handcrafted, so I was going to have to let this machine cook.
2 per minute. It's going to take 25 minutes. Somehow, I haven't hit my power max yet.
My current consumption was about 200 megawatts, but some machines were inactive, so my max consumption, if those machines turned back on, was 268 megawatts. I still had a bit of power margin, so I decided to make a second smart plating assembler, which I hand-fed parts to speed things up. You heard me ramble about doubling everything just before, and I was keen on that concept, so I began doubling all the smelter setups in preparation.
Now I feel like at least I did something smart. I'm going to be able to double up all of this instantly. Problem is I'm going to need a big spike of power as well, so I should upgrade my power too.
I had soon added another 10 smelters down here.
Once I upgrade the miners to Mark II and the conveyors to Mark II, it'll all double.
I hadn't even unlocked Mark II miners yet, so I may have been getting ahead of myself.
Now my max consumption is 315, so that's too high.
It's quite unwise to allow your max power consumption to exceed your power capacity, but luckily all my machines weren't turned on right now, and that gave me a chance to extend my biomass burner line. I added 7 more to the side being made out of wood, since the wood is obviously more efficient, and the splitters clipped into the rock a bit. This offended me, but I didn't intend for this to be here permanently, so I put up with it.
We're just going to ignore it.
As the solid biofuel made its way down the line, 210 megawatts was added to my power capacity.
These 2 monstrosities will have done their thing by now. There's 28. There's 35. We've got too many even.
I got rid of those assemblers immediately, and wandered over to put 50 smart plating into the space elevator.
Cargo loaded. Okay. Let's seal. Securing container.
Congratulations, the Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub.
Delicious progress. But I should emphasize, I'd barely even scratched the surface of the game yet.
Okay. Complete Phase 1. Oh yeah. That's sick. Just broke the sound barrier.
Those 50 smart plating were used very efficiently up there, creating the massive distribution platform Ada had talked about.
It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and or puppies. Continue the work
I
for
guess
their
so.
sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is
Alright,
time to
you've
start the
convinced
work
me.
on phase 2 of Project
You've convinced me,
Assembly.
alright. Settle down. Are those flying cars moving around? What's going on? I need 1,000 smart plates for the next year, and 1,000 of something else, and 100 of something else. Oh gosh. We just gotta scale up, baby. Coal power is priority here because biomass is just mildly annoying.
I had a look-see at what the tier 3 and 4 milestones would get me.
Blueprints. That's gonna be very useful, actually. Mark 3 logistics. 270 resources per minute. Oh, there's the miner Mark 2. So it's gonna be a while until I can get the miner Mark 2, man. I'm gonna have to work off these crappy miners for ages. Bro, I doubled my smelting for no reason. I'm not gonna be able to use the double smelting for so long. I've got 13 smart plating left over. Just chuck them in there. Boom. Pretty much done.
The double smelters were officially way too early, as I needed to start making steel products before I could even unlock Mark II miners. But there were more iron nodes over here above my base, so if I wanted more stuff, I could just mine more nodes.
I can get 30 iron plates per minute from 45 iron ore, 60 screws per minute from...
Doing a bit of maths there made me realize my original factory was more than a bit dodgy.
At least it's easy for me to see where the hell my base is now. See, here's the thing. I think I'm not using these very efficiently. Yeah, I'm producing 60 iron rods here, and I'm only using 10 of them to create 40 screws per minute. What happened to my mathematics? Because even if I do 2 more, it's only going to use... Wait, dude, what was I thinking?
With the addition of some constructors, I was suddenly making 120 screws per minute. And I also made my reinforced iron plate setup more efficient. This process led me to crafting something out of the blue slugs I'd found.
Yes, make a power shard. Because I stuffed this up and I can't be bothered rebuilding it at the moment, I'm just going to shove a power shard in there and overclock it. Oh, I can't even use them yet? What? How do I unlock power shards usage?
Oh, never mind. I'll explain how the power shards work once I can actually use them. With that fail, I was forced to just shove more machines in there.
What do I do here? I gotta do some of these ones.
Because I was low on space, I was forced to get a little creative with the conveyor belts.
No wonder I was so stressed about making these. I felt like I couldn't make them at full efficiency, but I could. So you can make 4 rotors per minute with 50 iron ingots per minute. And you can make 5 reinforced iron plates per minute with exactly 60 ingots.
It's probably important that I say this. If I was having trouble with some of the most basic factory maths in the game, it did not bode well for the significantly more complicated recipes in the future.
This messy factory and this messy factory.
They're making the rotors and reinforced iron plates.
And then I've got copper over here getting wire and cables. This is iron rods and screws, but I'm way underproducing the screws. This is 40 iron plates per minute. Over there we've got the limestone into concrete constructor happening. Like, I thought I literally couldn't make enough screws, but it's because I'm an idiot.
I also decided to use up more rods to make more screws as an end product. And then I finally clocked on about my biomass bottleneck.
This is one belt that I need to upgrade. I've just realized.
And so I made the belt into a Mark II.
It's actually getting 120 through. So now my wood biomass can sustain 15 machines.
The deadly biomass bottleneck was gone. Good news. I'd managed to save up 150 reinforced iron plates and 50 rotors, so I unlocked coal power.
To test if something is water, try touching it. If it is not solid and does not corrode your suit, it is probably water.
So there's coal like 1 kilometer away those directions, 600 meters away this way. Oh, it's on my map. There's a heap of coal over there. There's one there. Oh, it's pure? Oh, it tells you what purity.
As Ada helpfully highlighted, I needed water to turn into steam in my coal-powered generators. So I was looking for a spot with both coal and water available. And then I discovered another bottleneck.
Wait, this isn't at max efficiency? It's not getting enough screws still? Oh, it's not getting enough screws because I don't have a fast enough belt. So if I make that tier 2, that tier 2, and this tier 2. Yeah, now I can actually move all 120 at the right speed. This needs an improved conveyor belt too. See, I thought I had no real use for the conveyor belt yet, but I do.
So that was 3 examples of me combining too many items onto a belt without realizing. Thankfully, the Mark II belts came to the rescue and now everything was working properly. By this point, I'd made a dump container into which I put anything I had too much of, and it was all being sunk for more coupon points. They were coming through very slowly now. I spent 6 coupons to unlock some new railings and the concrete foundation style. I pulled out my customizer and I was quite pleased.
I feel like that looks way nicer. Does it not?
I put the concrete style under my machines and threw up some barriers too. That was my first little experiment in factory design. I soon tore the barriers down though. I spent a few minutes collecting wood and leaves, I found my first bit of raw quartz, and I ran into my first spitter.
Oi! Oi! No lava. Ow! No lava.
Another hostile alien for me to poke with my taser.
That's a spicy boy.
I also finally thought to actually use my object scanner.
Scanning for summer sloop. Oh. Scanning for Mercer Sphere. Summer sloop, there's one over here. Can scan for nuts as well.
This thing only detects stuff in the immediate vicinity, so apparently there were multiple goodies close. The sloop was way up on a big rock, so I gave up on that, but I did find a crash site.
What are we looking at? Oh, there's some freebies.
The drop pods from these crash sites can be opened if you have the right stuff with you.
One rotor. Oh. It just wants one rotor. Hell yeah. Hard drive. Boom.
And that was my first hard drive, ready for analysis in the MAM.
Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your fix-it designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
Yeah, why are there so many crashed ships, man? Alright, I found some steel pipe and a bunch of extra rotors. That's a different biome up there. Ah! Oh, is that a bigger one? That's a bigger one, isn't it?
Yeah, that hippopotamus is definitely bigger than the ones I fought earlier, and it had some rather fearsome tusks. This was not a favorable fight.
Dude, I can't. What do I do?
You die a painful death. That's what you do.
How rude. Oh, I dropped all my stuff.
I retrieved my fallen loot and decided not to try get the summer sloop that the wildebeest was guarding. I analyzed the spitter remains in the MAM. I made some alien protein out of various remains and used that to research bioorganic properties, which taught me how to turn the protein into alien DNA or biomass.
We're actually stockpiling a decent amount of reinforced plates.
I claimed 6 more inventory slots from MAM research. I used up a power shard to finally unlock overclocking, and I researched slug scanning, meaning I could now detect power slugs using the object scanner. I also researched the protein inhaler and that quartz I'd found.
Lovely, lovely. Alright, so we unlocked a bunch of crap. So yeah, I can now overclock. So if I put a power shard in, which I made out of a slug, I can push the efficiency up to 150. And so it changes it, so now this needs 90 wood per minute, but it can produce 450 per minute.
The drawback is that it makes the machine draw proportionally more power. In this case, overclocking at 50% made it draw not 50% more power, but 70%. But the massive upside is that you can of course use fewer machines to get the job done, saving space, time, and effort when building factories. Power shards became incredibly useful before long.
We gotta go for the hard drive scan. This takes 10 minutes. All right, we'll check back in 10 minutes. Lovely jubbly.
Coal power was definitely the priority now, because coal power can be fully automated, unlike the biopower, which required me to constantly collect biomass material. However, I knew building the coal power plant was going to take ages, so I wanted heaps of reinforced iron plates to pile up while I was busy, as the reinforced iron plates are used to make Mark II conveyor belts, so I was going to need heaps. I claimed the 4 impure iron nodes from over here, and combined them all onto one Mark II belt, providing me with 120 ore. I pulled that over here, just next to my biomass burners. But then I had some planning to do. It's not the most complicated factory, but if I wasn't careful with my planning, I'd probably still make lots of mistakes. And so I pulled up this app, which is called Obsidian if you're interested, and I planned it out. This helped me get the maths right, and to visually plan out all the required machines. I then got to work, and all that planning made it go smoothly. Long story short, 120 iron ore was refined into ingots, which were constructed into 2 individual parts that were combined into a final product in the 2 assemblers at the end of the line. And all of that
will be 100% efficient, producing 10 reinforced plates per minute.
Each coal power generator costs 20 reinforced iron plates to build, so this was timely for that reason too. I bought a bunch of useful logistics schematics from the awesome shop.
I kind of built that in a random spot, you know? Like, I don't know why. Oh, the hard drive scan, I forgot. I totally forgot. I don't know much about good alternate recipes. This isn't crazy exciting. It's probably a good recipe.
You can get 1 rescan per hard drive, which presents you with 2 different options. I chose to use it.
Why did I not get this before I made that factory, for goodness sake?
Yeah, the cast screws alternate recipe lets you make screws straight out of iron ingots, completely skipping the need to make rods, which massively reduces the amount of constructors required. And it ultimately uses up the same amount of ingots as the default recipe, so there's no downside whatsoever.
Alright, well that's great, because, oh bro, screws are so flaming annoying. Let's get this enhanced asset security.
The zapper kind of electrocutes things. The basher straight up smacks stuff, while also electrocuting. Unquote.
Modular frames is going to be the next. Going to have to use reinforced iron plates, which I just spent a billion years creating 10 of those.
For now, I handcrafted a few so that I could make the Xeno basher.
Yeah, we got the big slapper. hell yeah, that's sick.
I also had enough alien protein to make 4 inhalers. These can be used to fully heal you. I then realized that water extractors require 20 copper sheets to build, and pipes are made out of copper sheet too. I went for the lazy option, and just changed a couple of the constructors already being fed copper ingots to make copper sheets instead of wire. And I guess I love exploring, because off I went again, claiming slugs and whipping out my Xenobasher to destroy an angry pig that was defending a Mercer sphere, which I of course grabbed too.
The effigy has no song, only echoes, but it is part of a river. Why does the effigy avoid the windows?
Attention. Your brain's operations are outside typical parameters.
Oh dear.
Time spent daydreaming will be deducted from your sustenance budget.
I wasn't daydreaming, I was being attacked by an alien.
I'd wandered pretty far away, so I threw out some scans to see if I could spot any more resources.
Get some. Get some.
My new weapon was quite effective. I was following the beeps of my scanner, and I began using ramps to navigate the cliffs. And I saw some cracks in the ground that were apparently a water source, which I decided to mark on the map. I also marked this copper node on the map. I climbed up to another Mercer, and I found more quartz while I was out and about, so I knocked over another research. And then I finally headed off in the direction of what seemed like the most promising coal source. I dragged power with me as I went. I soon looked down upon a nice body of water, and the coal I was after was on the other side of it somewhere. On the right was a natural ramp that I followed all the way down, so that was convenient, and I soon zeroed in on one of the coal nodes, here among the trees.
No, that's one of my coal nodes, dude. I need that.
That rock can only be removed using explosives, so at least one of my coal deposits wasn't going to be usable yet. There was some riffraff to dispense with, but that was easy thanks to my giant stick, and none of the other 3 coal nodes down here were blocked, so that was good. I began conveying 120 coal down towards the water. But then between play sessions, something happened, and I totally changed my approach. I think I must have watched someone like Total Eclipse, who makes great Satisfactory videos, and learned that you can put foundations on top of nodes, and then the miner on top of the foundations. This of course allows you to make a much neater and flatter path on which to run the belts. I suppose if I were to describe this phase of my Satisfactory journey, it was one of pedantic design. Not good design necessarily, although I was trying to make things look good, but I wanted neat. I wanted my belts straight, making right angles when they turn. I wanted everything to be perfectly lined up. So far so good, because this is definitely a much neater and nicer way to bring the coal here, compared to placing the conveyors straight down on the sand.
Now comes the question, how big is a big boy? Big boy. I'm out of cables? What happened to all my cables? Alright, we got 120 coal over there, 60 coal, like, just about over there. So we got 180 coal coming in. The coal's gonna go underneath, and then I'll feed it up through the floor and then into coal generators. And I'm gonna need water. There's lots of water.
I found some bacon agaric, which earned me the achievement for collecting all 3 edible flora. And I found even more bacon in this cave, along with a purple prize. As I emerged from the cave, I admired the logistics highway I'd made, and I was feeling good. The messiness of my starter factory had really bothered me, and this more methodical approach was calming the angry monkey in my brain. I ran back to the hub, filling up on biomass as I went.
See, I tried to be sort of neat with this one, but it's just not really, is it?
I analyzed the bacon, and it's just as well I'd received quite a few inventory size upgrades, thanks to the milestones and the MAM, because I needed to stock up on enough stuff to make an entire coal power plant. Soon I was back at the water, and it was down to business. These coal-powered generators burn 15 coal per minute, to make steam out of 45 cubic meters of water per minute to produce 75 megawatts of power. I had 180 coal available, although if I'd thought to go find more slugs, I could have used power shards to overclock the miners to double, and collected 360 per minute. But we'll just ignore the fact that I never thought of that. 180 divided by 15 is 12, so I needed to make 12 coal power generators in order to use up all the coal. 6 on each side.
So if I have like a floor hole right there.
Right there will work just fine.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
This conveyor on the left was going to move 60 coal per minute, so it needed to feed 4 machines.
Build 5 kilometers of conveyor belts. Woo! Let me do this. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Another thing that I didn't think of is that I could have used splitters and mergers to balance the belts to have 90 on each, which would have meant that one belt could look after each side.
What? What have I done? No. Oh wait, why is that an output? I don't want that to be an output.
Yeah, at first I made the conveyor lifts going the wrong way, which confused the crap out of me for a bit. Lesson learned, pay attention to the big orange and blue arrows and get the inputs and outputs correct. The second belt was going to move 120 coal, so it needed to feed 8 machines. 6 on one side, and then I wrapped it around to feed 2 more on the other. And then it was time to build some water extractors. I was doing a lot of iterating making this factory, building and ripping down and rebuilding, trying to figure out how best to do it. Also, I think I may have had a habit of overcomplicating things.
These produce 120 per minute. Yeah, the pipes can only have 300 per minute. Wait, how the hell do I do this? So I need 3 pipes, I guess.
That inspired yet another rebuild.
Dude, I'm confused.
I needed 540 cubic meters of water per minute for this coal power plant, and each water extractor pumps 120 per minute. So I only needed 4.5 extractors worth of output. But these Mark 1 pipes max out at a throughput of 300 cubic meters per minute, so I needed at least 2 pipes. I somehow ended up with 6 extractors producing 720 water per minute, 2 extractors per pipe, meaning I had 3 pipes of 240. More than enough is better than too little, I guess. But it would have been smarter to have 2 pipes of 300.
No. Oh dear. Don't drown. I'm not sure if I need these things, but I'm going to assume I do.
The extractors do provide a bit of head lift, I think about 10 meters, but these pumps would guarantee the water could defy gravity to get up to the generators. I then began connecting the pipes in. Since I somehow had 3 pipes total, I wanted each pipe to serve 4 generators. As I said, I really could have done this with 2 pipes, but I was still learning.
So that's the pipe setup. Wait, how does that work?
I made a little bit of a bendy pipe and now it lacked symmetry. Unacceptable. I moved on to a little decorating / safety planning, and I'd bought the schematic for wall power outlets from the awesome shop. So I used those to neatly pull the power underneath here so I could get the water pumps powered up and the extractors too.
The head lift is like 9 meters, that's plenty, right?
One pump provides a head lift of 20 meters, so 9 meters was certainly all good.
Alright, so the water's working.
I then ran some power poles on my logistics platform road thingo, and finally powered up the coal miners, and so the coal got on the move. The generators themselves, of course, needed to be connected to the power network, so a pole behind each one got them all connected. As I was doing that, some of the generators started being rather loud.
Here we go. We're moving now. Power is fluctuating all over the place. Like, as you can see, the lights shifting colors. Red means it's not getting coal at the moment. Green means it's actually working properly. I think yellow means it's like suboptimal. Almost all of them are getting coal finally.
With this manifold setup, the earlier generators needed to fill up with a full stack of 100 coal in them before the line could overflow, at which point the earlier machine would stop being greedy, taking more than it actually needed, and begin only taking exactly what it did need. That would allow the coal to begin making its way reliably to the later machines, and given some time, all the machines except for the ones right at the end of the line would be pretty much full, and they'd all be getting exactly the 15 coal required per minute. And so the 900 megawatts produced by this power plant would come in steady.
I love the neat power on the walls, so good.
I toyed with the idea of using these pillars, but ended up using pillars of foundations as the supports.
See how this looks kind of skinny? Maybe I should use this thicker one. That'd be pretty thick though.
The coal was being supplied nicely, and I'd oversupplied the power plant with water, so there were no issues there. And the power grid was showing a lovely flat line of power capacity, except the production was only 450 megawatts. I forgot to connect half of the machines.
There we go. It's still fluctuating a lot.
Okay, so maybe the coal wasn't being supplied nicely.
If this doesn't get me to like a solid 900 at some point, I'll have to go check if there's something wrong. But for now, I think
I'll just leave it and hope the coal balances out over time. And 900 megawatts didn't seem like enough. It was amazing that it was automated, but I had a feeling I was going to have to keep my bio burner set up on standby as a backup, so I continued giving my chainsaw a workout. After building such an orderly power plant, the chaos of my sprawling starter factory was a bit of a shock to come back to, and I immediately made it even more chaotic. I ran some rather silly conveyor belts, using lifts to raise them above the mess, and I managed to pull some reinforced iron plates and rods to a new assembler.
Okay, so this big boy is making modular frames for me.
Inefficiently, I think, but at least I'd start making a pile.
I got like 3 of these things full of screws now. I've shoved one of the screw constructors into the awesome sink. It gets very, very slowly, but it's better than nothing. And I think when I get my Miner Mark IIs, I'm just gonna rebuild literally everything. Kind of changed my thinking. I was trying to be like really strategic with this, and then I quickly realized, you know, it was a nice try, but it's a big fail. It's not laid out very well. I learned a lot of lessons, and in principle, a lot of the stuff I did was okay, but I just needed to kind of finesse the whole thing.
That took the pressure off. I'd initially been thinking my starter factory was forever, but now I was treating it as dispensable, which meant who cares if it's a bit funky.
Okay, I've got 1,000 rotors there. Let's make the smart plating we need, because I need 1,000. I might as well get it crafting and try and get ahead a little bit.
I connected in reinforced iron plates too, from the lovely stockpile that had been forming.
Actually, honestly, I can just shove it in, right?
The space elevator does indeed have conveyor inputs, so I connected the smart plating assembler output straight in there.
My rotors are automated over there somewhere, but I've just brought 1,000 and chucked them in this storage chest.
By the way, this rather unceremonious space elevator location was temporary. I did build a majestic platform for it later, and now you can keep an eye on my smart plating progress in the top right there. That number will slowly go up. How satisfying. A pathetic 18 modular frames had piled up during that time, so I did some handcrafting to make 32 more. That was the 50 I needed for the basic steel production milestone. But then I discovered the downside to stealing all my rotors for the smart plating, as I had to steal back a few so that I could shove 150 in here.
Steel production.
Coal and iron can be combined in the foundry to start start steel production.
This milestone gave me the versatile framework recipe, another project assembly part, and it meant I could now make steel, and steel beams and pipes out of that steel. So it was time to find a good spot to combine iron ore and coal in order to make that steel. But I got distracted tickling slugs on the way. I got there eventually.
Yeah, coal right there. And I believe it's pure, so that's very juicy.
I got distracted by more weird alien stuff. Here's an FYI on the weird alien stuff. The summer sloop is the rarest.
The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. He is shy. Notes shall be taken and played.
If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
The Mercer spheres are more common, but still pretty rare, and the slugs are much more common. All three are extremely useful, so they were definitely worth grabbing. The yellow power slugs tend to be in trickier to reach places, because they produce 3 power shards compared to the blue slugs, which only produce 1.
Oh, hello. He just went flying. Did he die? No? He's good.
These crash sites are pretty rare too, maybe just a bit more common than the summer sloops.
Good, I brought enough copper plates. That's why I try and keep like a little bit of everything with me. Okay, there's a hard drive. You just build a man wherever I am and do it.
It is wise to analyze on the go, because it starts the 10-minute hard drive scan timer, and you can just dismantle the MAM straight away. I'd finally made my way over to the coal, where I slapped a spitter, and I think this was the first pure quality resource deposit I'd found so far. Mark 1 miners produce 120 per minute on pure nodes. Give me that sloop. Alright big fella, get to work. By the time I'd managed to elevate the coal conveyor about 2 meters, I got a MAM notification.
Been 10 minutes already, are you serious? Maybe this is good for beams? I have no idea. I'm just gonna get this.
I made a bridge over the drop below, and ran the conveyor back to the mainland, where there was some iron not too far off. All the while, I continued getting distracted by delicious loot. When I picked up sloops or Mercers, the alien voice kept calling me an effigy, and seemed annoyed by my lack of response.
Scripture is needed. Consume.
I ended up all the way over here at another coal node, and I was considering using this one too. The land was giving way to a new biome with giant purple leaves, and I spotted a sulfur node over here too. I marked them on the map, but ultimately decided that second coal node was too far away. Steel is made in a foundry, using equal parts iron ore and coal, so I needed 120 iron ore. I chose to grab these 2 normal nodes. I merged their output onto one Mark II belt, and as you can see, I maintained my new discipline of building the miners on foundations, and running the belts along foundations too. I was all about the concrete, if you haven't noticed. I'd completely rejected the default foundation style. Using foundations for the conveyors had the added benefit of providing a neat way to daisy chain the power poles. I used some pillars to make the whole thing look slightly less gravity defiant.
So the iron and the copper will meet and then go off this way, and I'll do something steely.
I got distracted exploring again, and I bashed many stingers as I somehow ended up in a massive cave. Sadly, there was an impenetrable stink cloud.
It's all stinky.
I left a marker on the map saying to bring a gas mask next time. Anyway, what was I doing? I plonked down a constructor to investigate steel beams and pipes, and I whacked down a foundry to confirm that 45 iron ore plus 45 coal equals 45 steel. I soon had some machines down.
So I should be getting like 22.5 beams per minute. And I'll get 20 steel pipes per minute using this.
I found another Mercer, and the alien rambled about effigies and blood and songs again.
Pattern analysis continuing. New instruction. Repeat pioneer exposure to alien artifacts. Brain damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form.
Ada had finally figured out what was going on with the alien voice in my head, and she was excited to use me as a guinea pig. Excellent. I decided I was going to run the steel beam and pipe outputs all the way back to my hub, so I made a giant foundation road. The foundations met up perfectly with my original base, which wasn't a fluke. This entire time, I'd been using the control key to snap my foundations to the world grid. This meant that no matter where I built, everything would be perfectly spaced and parallel. And look at that, I actually had a couple of hundred modular frames. I chained power lines all the way here, so the steel factory officially received power.
Alright, so I've made this kind of proper looking.
By that I meant it was neat and it wasn't floating magically. Now that things were powered up, the coal and iron were almost here, and soon enough...
There we go, steel has been produced, baby.
Except I'd only made 1 foundry for some reason. I needed 2 more to use up all the iron and coal. But this introduced me to a new logistical problem. When machines have 2 inputs, things get a bit busy. The coal generators had 2 inputs, and I'd kept things neat there by having the coal come up through the floor so the splitters didn't get in the way. But I hadn't built this little steel factory with an underfloor, so I'd created a bit of a puzzle for myself. I soon worked out that the minimum height for a conveyor lift is 3 splitters high, so I ended up with 1 row of splitters on the floor and the others up above. This allowed space for all the conveyors to get where they needed to go, iron below and coal up above.
How much do the foundries use power-wise?
They used 16 megawatts. That seemed like a lot, but it was working. Steel beams and pipes were pointing off in the direction of home. I'd used Mark II belts to get the iron ore and coal to the foundries, but I stuck with Mark I belts to bring the pipes and beams home, since they didn't need to move faster than 60 per minute. The Mark I belts use iron plates, of which I had over 1,000, mind, whereas the Mark IIs use reinforced iron plates. I wanted to conserve those where possible. Once it gets here, we're officially storing steel pipes and steel plates. Finally. Steel beams, not plates, but whatever. I dedicated 90 steel ingots to make 22.5 steel beams a minute, and 30 to make 20 steel pipes a minute. That's actually a pretty good flow of beams and pipes. Here we go, we got the 100 pipes. Let's go advanced steel production. Boom. We gotta get encased industrial beams happening. I need the encased industrial beams just to make a minor Mark II, but this will double what I get from every single node I have. Yeah, remember that time I got obsessed with doubling? The doubling was almost here. That unlocked 4 new assembler parts, including automated wiring, the final phase 2 project assembly part. And maybe I didn't have to be so conservative with the reinforced iron plates, because look how many had piled up. Can't believe I have this many of these things. I handcrafted some encased industrial beams, basically wrapping steel beams in concrete, and that allowed me to make my first minor upgrade. Okay, minor Mark II. Finally getting a whopping 60 from this impure node. Yeah, the doubling isn't that exciting when you start at a measly 30 from an impure node, but it is still double. I'm gonna overclock this to use the full 60 limestone. Suddenly, I remembered overclocking was a thing, because I couldn't be bothered making a second concrete constructor. I plugged that newly improved flow of concrete and my steel beams into an assembler, and set it to make encased industrial beams. These required 36 concrete per minute, so I wasn't making enough concrete anyway, but I underclocked this assembler to ensure it didn't use up too many of the steel beams coming in. I only wanted to use up about half of our beams. That way, both the beams and encased beams could stockpile over time. By the way, check out the smart plating number, up to almost 300. Might as well do vehicular transport. That unlocked the tractor and truck station, and I wish I'd made one immediately and done some sick jumps or something, but no, I wandered off down this way. I was getting the lay of the land in a new direction, trying to figure out what resources were available. Yeah, well, there's quartz up there somewhere, which just doesn't feel very convenient. But this was more than just a scouting expedition. Quartz was my main mission, even if it meant making many ridiculous ramps and ladders. Well, maybe the quartz is in the cave. That groan was in anticipation of stingers, and I was indeed forced to slap some of those on my way through this big cave. Judging by the slope, I was going up, up, up. I collected as I went, and I found something a peculiar shade of green. This has got to be uranium, right? It's radioactive. I feel like the radioactivity should have been my cue to move away, but instead I decided to mine uranium by hand. That of course sent the radiation levels through the roof, and I began dying rather quickly, until I managed to delete the offending material. Except then more stingers showed up. That was one of the dumbest things ever. After some wild swings, I just barely survived on a sliver of health. Oh, that's a big boy. Come on, big boy. Yeah, there are big stingers. Fortunately, this one died pretty quickly. Also, I should mention there are only 5 uranium nodes on the entire map. And for reference, I'd explored probably less than 5% of the world so far. And that is my first purple power slug, and the achievement for gathering all 3 slug varieties. The purple slugs can be turned into 5 power shards. This cave kind of just kept going, but finally I saw some light at the end of the tunnel. That's a big spitter. I ignored the big spitter and beelined for the quartz. No, don't tell me this quartz is protected by farts. I used the power of ramps to circumvent the farts, but the quartz node was being protected by one of those big spitters, and I really should have healed up to full before trying to bash it up. It did not die very quickly, and it was spitting fire into my face point blank. I may die here. Please die. Please die, big fella. No! Yeah, that's a long run back. So I decided to fire up an autosave from halfway up the cave. No big chonkers. Said no big chonkers. Oh gosh. Yeah, it was very dangerous up here. I ran out of healing items and died again. Never mind trying to go up there, that was a terrible plan. I needed way better weaponry and more of those inhalers before attempting that. And then it turned out there was some quartz in the purple leaf biome anyway. Way closer and way safer. What the hell is that? Finally, some delicious quartz, free to be mined without suffering abuse. The entire reason for this ridiculous expedition was to get some silica, which I handcrafted out of the raw quartz I collected. With that, I was able to unlock blade runners using the MAM.
Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
After a bit more faffing about, I made a pair.
This is how I run now. Pretty ponderous. And, oh yeah, that's much better. You can hear it in my jumps now too. Boy, oh, what's this?
This is a hatcher, the 4th and final enemy category in the game. It spawns angry insects that blow up on you. And yes, that rather long journey was all about getting 50% faster run speed, 100% higher jumps, and dampened fall damage. Absolutely worth it. With more speed and maneuverability, I was motivated to explore this funky biome. So I whipped out my scanner and many ramps and ladders.
Oh no, not a big farter. Can I destroy it?
Those things fart if you go near them. And no, they can't be destroyed with a mere Xenobasher. I waited for it to calm down and had a mad dash.
Oh, I bought 15 of these. Hell yeah.
Another hard drive secured, and I barely even inhaled any of the fart.
I'm so fast. So fast.
I kept at it for quite a while as I was accosted by enemies, and plenty of loot went into my belly. And I fear I may have left a ridiculous trail of ladders and ramps behind me, although I did try to dismantle most of it, otherwise I was going to run out of materials. I ended up making enormous bridges from high place to high place, because a lot of the high places seem to have loot. I found a SAM node, a rather delicious looking purple substance. I began collecting a bunch.
The strange alien matter, colloquially known as SAM, seems to be in its dormant crystalline state, meaning it won't break down your body into its base atomic components on touch. This living matter is extremely versatile and has countless applications.
I was quite pleased that my body was not broken down into its base atomic components. A hard drive was done scanning, so I had a look-see and chose this alternate wire recipe for no particular reason. And then I analyzed the SAM.
Reanimated Sam.
I continued chipping away at the purple stuff, and I was soon able to unlock reanimated Sam. I was also now able to scan for Sam, and I discovered there was some back in the grass field somewhere, relatively close to my hub. Also, the alien weirdo kept chiming in.
Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
Our bones are more beautiful than yours. How dare you?
I had actually been on the hunt for Sam, precisely because I wanted to unlock all that research. Because I had an inkling as to what the Mercer Spheres and Summer Sloop can do, and I needed Sam in order to unlock their full potential.
What achievement did I get? Survivor fall on 1 health, yeah. True.
Good thing I was finding lots of bacon to keep me healthy, despite my unwise choice to make ridiculous jumps. This crash site required 100 megawatts of power to open, so I created a ridiculous biomass burner setup, shoved wood into all of them, and managed to supply the required electricity. I was very keen to hoard some hard drives.
Can't see any hard drives. It's making me sad. Come on, man. Oh, dude. Where did you come from? Dude, this map is enormous. Oh, yes, there is a crash. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm back in my own territory now.
This pod required absolutely nothing, so that was a free hard drive, but I wasn't done. I ended up back over where I'd climbed into that cave towards death earlier, except this time I wasn't climbing for quartz. Give me hard drives. I doggedly climbed to almost the highest peak, just to get a good view, and to kill some bees and tickle a purple slug. I was rewarded when I spotted a crash site just over here. All the while, the man was scanning hard drives in the background.
Steel rotor is one of the ones I think I want. Yeah, I can make rotors without using, screws.
This steel rotor alternate recipe was one that I used for literally the entire playthrough. More on that later. I bridged over to the crash site, where I was attacked by the biggest buffalo I'd encountered yet. It was absolutely relentless. I tried to avoid fighting it by getting on top of the pod, but it was too clever for that.
Oh, he's throwing rocks at me? What? Since when?
You know when those dudes have red rags and they get the bull to charge but then zip out of the way at the last second? I did some of those silly willies with this idiot, while also trying to not get knocked off a massive cliff, while also ultimately failing and dying again. Say hello to more save scumming, except the save scum took me back to before I'd gotten the steel rotor recipe.
I mean the mam's not going to give me the same thing again? No, it looks like it's the same. It's not the same. What?
I was scummed by the save scum. I lost the recipe that I wanted, for now. That just meant I needed more hard drives. If you get enough hard drives, you can unlock all the recipes. I managed to quickly yoink this one before the beast could headbutt me, and I luckily had just enough steel beams to open it. I once again bridged hundreds of meters, and this hard drive was surrounded by a foul stench, so I saved before attempting to grab it.
Quick. Oh. Boom. Snaked it. Hell yeah.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
What?
Hey look, another crashed pod, somehow magically perched up high, and another hard drive.
Please don't die.
I was developing a theory that you cannot die from fall damage. This fall looked very deadly, and yet I survived on a tiny bit of health.
Oh dear, I left 2 floating things again though.
I got in a rumble with another massive donkey, but it got stuck, which helped. And this was another one that required some power, so a cheeky biomass burner went down. Another scan complete, and more recipes that I didn't really want. You can probably tell, judging by how many times I died, I wasn't really ready for this kind of exploration yet. But thanks to some perseverance, it had been quite a successful expedition. I discovered that even though the encased industrial beam assembler should only be using up less than half of the steel beams, I somehow had barely any beams stockpiled. But I at least had enough to unlock Logistics Mark III, which gave me the Conveyor Belt and Lift Mark III, which are made out of steel beams and can transport items at a rate of 270 per minute. That is a big jump up from 120. I wanted more coupons, and the screws were not getting many points at all, so I shoved some excess reinforced plates in there and that got things moving. After another hard drive rescan, I found a very juicy encased industrial beam alternate recipe, but I did not realize it was juicy, and I chose the other option, dingus. I analyzed some mycelia and opened up this tree, and I used some biomass to unlock fabric. I also analyzed a purple slug. The final unlock in the slug tree was synthetic power shards, for which you need time crystals. What the heck? I wandered off towards the massive natural arch, where I got in a fight with a ferocious cow, and this is where the Sam I'd seen on the map was. Except it wasn't just below the arch, it was way below, in a massive hole. The massive hole also had farting plants, so not only did I have to contend with treacherous gravity, but gas too. I died while trying to spy a way down, but I'd saved in preparation for that, so it was all good. On my next attempt, gravity got me, and I did not survive on a tiny bit of health this time, so that was sad. So my quest to mine Sam was a failure. I needed some more upgrades first. Another hard drive was done, and the encased industrial beam alternate recipe showed up again, and this time I took it, purely accidentally. And then I went on to use it for the rest of the playthrough. I also managed to unlock the rebar gun.
Your ingenuity towards preservation of fix-it property has been noted. You earned a micro break. And welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed.
The rebar gun only shoots one rebar before reloading is required, but it was nice to finally have a ranged weapon.
Wait a minute. Something is wrong.
Both of these belts should be completely full with 120 items per minute, but these are clearly only half full. This is when I learned that I should always go back once my factories had been running for a while, to see if I made any silly mistakes. I'd made a Mark 1 conveyor here that was a bottleneck to the coal, and I'd just completely forgotten to power up one of the iron ore miners, which is why that belt had only been half full. Well, that's a big whoops, but it explained why the steel beams had piled up so slowly. There was not enough steel to make them, but with that fixed, they'd come in strong now, as intended.
How can I be so stupid?
After a few minutes had passed, steel seemed to be flowing nicely. I used the coal I'd collected, plus some fabric I handcrafted to unlock gas masks. I used coal and sulfur to unlock black powder, and I hit the hypertube milestone too.
So I've learned that apparently you don't have to take the hard drives. No, there's a hard drive library. I believe if you leave it in your library, it means it's not going to offer you those two again. All right, so this is now creating versatile frameworks extremely slowly, because I still want a bunch of steel beams to pile up. I should make a couple hundred of those while I'm running around.
The last hard drive I had left was done being scanned, and this time I didn't choose one. I just left that in the library for later to keep those two recipes out of the pool.
I get a little bit paralyzed going, oh man, like, what's the right way to approach this? Oh, I kind of don't know what to do, and then I just sit there for ages. But what's made it even worse now, what's made it worse is that I looked at Satisfactory YouTube videos, and I learned that there's all these awesome alternate recipes that I want. And now it's like, I can't be bothered starting the factory unless I have the right recipes, because I want to do it right the first time and I'm scared to do it wrong. And so now I'm just like running around like an idiot.
Usually I try to avoid outside help in my playthroughs, but with Satisfactory I couldn't resist. I returned to where I'd found some sulfur and coal earlier and got busy setting up mining and logistics. And I was wowed by the numbers a Mark II miner could pull on a pure node.
240 per minute feels so crazy. So I'm going to be using Mark III belts for the first time.
I used a similar approach to what I did with the coal and iron ore over at the steel factory, moving the conveyors across foundations. And I eventually brought both resources down to the low ground, where all that effort went into making a tiny factory.
Which only uses 15 of each per minute. I could make so much black powder. I've got 30 explosive powder being made per minute from that coal node, and then there's a sulfur node over there. The infrastructure is ready to use that coal and sulfur for whatever else.
I headed back to the hub, where I used 50 black powder to unlock the Nobelisk detonator. I made a detonator and handcrafted about 40 Nobelisks using the powder and pipes, and I gave it a test.
How do I detonate? Oh, like so. Okay, cool, we're good to go.
Go where, you ask? Why, in this crevice, you silly goose. I must blow up the constipation rocks and open up many holes to explore. This one led to lots of bacon and a Mercer-sphere. After collecting that one, Ada managed to tune in to listen to the alien.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, "Eureka!" But that seems entirely too dramatic.
And here's another reason why I wanted these explosives.
Yep, see you later, nerd. Did you give me any loot? It's kind of got a face.
I was keen to get rid of the fart plants plaguing this hole. Who needs a gas mask when you can just blow them up? Clearing them out allowed me to jump and drop from shelf to shelf, and I managed to make my way down safely. Once down, I realized this was the cave I'd discovered earlier, the one where the fart rocks had stopped me. And after fighting a few spiders and blowing up some more plants, I claimed a sloop and it was time to mine the Sam. This required me to get power down here and belt up rather far to the surface, so it took a bit of work and a really big ladder. A single conveyor lift couldn't reach that high, so I had to chain 3 lifts together, which was a little janky, but it was going to be hidden in a hole, so I put up with it. I ran out of iron rods, of all things, so I had to head back to base. On the way, I blew up the fart rocks here and claimed a yellow slug, and on my way back, I fought my way to claim another sphere.
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
You sing.
Noted.
Okay, now Ada is talking to the alien something. That took me way longer than it should have, man. It was such a serious circus. Finally got the Sam all sorted. It's making reanimated Sam.
I ran to grab the black powder that had piled up, and to carry it all, I had to delete some crap. By the time I returned to the reanimated Sam factory, a bit of a stack had formed, allowing me to handcraft Sam fluctuators.
I've got 11 Sam fluctuators, dimensional depot. Hell yeah.
This was a momentous thing to unlock.
SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the dimensional depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
Huh. Dude, you have to find so many Mercer spheres. I think I've got like 10 back at base.
Each dimensional depot uses up one Mercer sphere.
Uploads only 15 per minute.
If you connect a conveyor into this majestic purple input, 15 items per minute will be uploaded to the dimensional cloud. I connected some cables in to test it out, and sure enough, some cables appeared in cloud storage. This dimensional storage can be accessed straight out of your inventory, anywhere in the world. I now had explosives, and my storage solution had evolved to multi-dimensional levels, but I wanted more Mercer spheres to ensure I could make plenty of depots.
The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical.
The alien was confused about Ada, because she's an AI with skinless ripples, I guess. And as for my part, I was on the move once again, exploring and looting. For a factory game, I certainly did manage to front load my playthrough with a lot of not factory stuff, but collecting all this stuff was important groundwork. I traveled west from my hub, where I found a Caterium node, so I stocked up. I was of course looking to grab as many hard drives as possible, and I used some of that Caterium to progress in the MAM. Soon a whole new tree had opened up to me. I headed north and laid eyes on the western coast of the map. I whipped out my rebar to take on this big spitter, because being at a distance made it much easier to avoid its projectiles. And as time passed, I began knocking over hard drive scans in the background. My newly acquired Nobelisks allowed me to kill fart plants so that I could get slugs, and remove rocks so that I could get sloops. I crafted on the go to make alien protein out of the alien remains I'd been collecting, which I combined with some nuts to make medicinal inhalers. And there were certain things that I decided to avoid, like this massive hatcher that spawned about 300 bees. But as I pushed north, my stash of loot grew nicely. Meanwhile, the two idiots in my head were getting to know each other.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
Stop calling me an effigy. My hard drive library grew, as whipping out the MAM on the go was very convenient, and I began constructing enormous ramps and bridges when things got vertical. Before long, I was pretty far north, and I found some hard drives with rather fearsome foes protecting them. This one also had higher tier items than I'd ever seen before: cooling systems, crystal oscillators, and computers. And I sadly could not open the pod because I needed crystal quartz. I marked any crash sites I couldn't open yet on the map, and kept on the move. I found some bauxite up here. I had no idea what the heck that was for, but I marked it on the map as well. And I climbed up to this funky red biome. I managed to snag a sphere surrounded by chunks of uranium, but then I backtracked to look upon the northwestern corner of the map, and the rocky desert. This is one of the other starting areas, so the enemies and crash site requirements were a little more at my level. I built an absolutely massive ramp up to this crash, but between the big spitters and uranium, I decided to give it a miss. But now that I'd gotten this high, I didn't want to lose altitude, so I bridged over to a different hard drive, and this one was a bit easier to get into. I then began heading back south, except up high this time instead of down low on the beach. I encountered a massive irradiated hog, which I managed to kill with about 10 bombs, but I couldn't open up this pod either. But then at the next hard drive I found silica, which is what I needed, so I backtracked, and thankfully the nuclear cow had not respawned yet. This all took several hours, by the way, but I was determined. I wanted to equip myself before committing to any major factory builds. I even managed to blow up 2 massive irradiated stingers, absolutely terrifying nuclear spiders.
That one went flying. What the heck?
Not gonna stop me from getting a hard drive. This particular crash site had me placing down about 15 biomass burners in order to open it. I couldn't believe I had 0 copper sheets on me to open this one. What a fumble. Meanwhile, the hard drive library grew even bigger still. I'd soon doubled back all the way south, past my coal power generators for a triumphant return to the grassfields biome. And the 1000 smart plates for the space elevator were well and truly done by this point. 372 versatile frameworks had piled up, so I popped them into the space elevator.
I don't think I want either of these, so I'm gonna rescan this one. Yes! Yes! Stitched iron plate, baby.
Things were beginning to come together. I grabbed heaps of reanimated SAM and crafted SAM fluctuators, with which I unlocked alien energy harvesting.
I managed to find 50 computers in my running around like an idiot. I managed to find 50 circuit boards as well, which means I'm a lucky man. Oh, I need my summer sploops. Can unlock the power augmenter. Who knows how hard it's going to be to build? but I can unlock it.
The alien power augmenter is rather large, but sadly I couldn't make it yet.
Evidently, I need 4 more summer sloops.
I also needed some motors, but I wasn't too far off automating those.
Alien power matrix. What the hell is that? Singularity cell. But I can do this as well. Now this, I think, is crazy. I think this is just crazy.
These buildings can now have a summer sloop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
This is the other use for the sloops, and it is indeed absolutely insanely good. You put them into a machine to multiply output. When you overclock a machine, you need more inputs to make it work. But with summer sloops, the inputs can stay the same, and yet the output just magically doubles. So essentially, you double the size of your entire factory without having to do anything.
So I'll leave that in there for now and just knock over the versatile framework way quicker. 50 of these will create 200 versatile frameworks now.
I wasn't exactly making the modular frames very quickly, so this was a massive help. The only downside, which is a downside worth paying attention to, is that it makes the machine draw 4 times the power.
This is why you should not handcraft power shards out of slugs, because you can do this and get double. Probably be doing the same thing with these alien DNA things. Make it double, because since they're kind of annoying to farm, but who cares?
I researched hostile organism detection and the nutritional inhaler, which makes medicine out of the 3 edible plants, and that was my first MAM research tree completed, earning an achievement. It also made it easier to stock up on healing, and I'd found 4 or 5 purple, 7 yellow, and 29 blue slugs, so the power shards were flowing nicely. At this point, I was completely ready to rip up my existing factory, so I placed some containers to store all the parts I'd made so far. The starter factory I'd worked so hard to make over so many hours disappeared in about 10 minutes. Before long, it was looking empty, and the row of containers over here were looking full. I considered keeping these smelters as is, but ultimately decided they had to go too. You may look at me undoing all my hard work and say, what the heck is wrong with you? But it had to be done. That factory was ugly and inefficient, and I now had better miners and belts, juicy alternate recipes, some nice design schematics, and I also knew what I was doing now, slightly more than earlier. Not much more, but slightly. I hit the blueprint milestone, and slapped down one of these enormous blueprint designer thingos. And theoretically, this was actually my most powerful tool towards making better factories. But to be honest, I was kind of intimidated by it. Ideally, it can be used to make tileable blueprints, meaning you can connect them together easily to quickly scale up builds. But I was a bit overwhelmed trying to figure out how to do that. I did manage to design a 4 smelter setup, with the splitting and merging logistics happening underneath. I also made one that was just a bunch of concrete foundations 4x4, so that I could quickly make floors. And this is what it looks like to build using a blueprint. Everything I'd put together inside the blueprint designer was now placeable with the click of one button. So instead of placing all of the smelters, the splitters, the conveyors, etc., one by one, it was done instantly. This is, of course, amazingly convenient. Although something I didn't realize is that you can delete entire blueprints using the blueprint mode of the dismantler. Because I failed to realize this, it was a bit finicky getting rid of it all when I placed it incorrectly. But so began my process of planning out my first permanent factory. I decided the smelting would happen here below, and the construction of the parts up above. And this proves that I was not confident with blueprints. I chose to just place the constructors the old-fashioned way. I didn't need that many machines though, so it was pretty quick regardless. I whipped out some pillars and beams that I bought from the Awesome Shop and began tinkering with the design. And I set up the storage that would be the final destination for the parts.
This rock displeases me. I'm upset about this rock. This is all the wrong way.
Yeah, I placed the smelter blueprint so that the ore input was on the wrong side. I just fixed it manually. The second set of smelters also had issues, so I tried fixing the blueprint such that the input was facing the opposite direction of the output, which suited what I was trying to achieve here. But ultimately, this was all just a neater recreation of my early game iron part factories, using 120 iron ore from the first 2 normal nodes here. I could have overclocked to 240 or even 270, but I opted not to.
So it's 6 constructors providing me screws, iron plates, and iron rods. That's it. This factory is complete. It's going to provide me these 3 materials forever.
I connected those up to storage below, to both fill the dimensional cloud so that those parts would always be available to me, even if they weren't in my normal inventory, but also to stockpile in a storage container, ready to refill the cloud immediately. I used up the next 120 ore to make reinforced iron plates, and this was my opportunity to use some of my prized alternate recipes. I had the stitched iron plate recipe, so I could use wire instead of screws, and I had the iron wire recipe, so I didn't need copper to make that wire. I used my flowchart thingo again to plan this one out, and soon I had some assemblers down. All the while, the overall factory design kept evolving.
I've put some power shards and done some like finagling, because the ratios are so weird on these. I've put a power shard in this, so we're getting slightly more iron plates. I've underclocked this, so we're getting less wire.
If I did my maths right, that meant I was squeezing as many reinforced iron plates out of the 120 ore as possible. I have no idea if the maths was actually right though. I added walkways and ramps, and I had one more normal iron node, from which I wanted to use 120 iron ore. And the final iron product I had in mind was modular frames. I decided to use the steeled frame alternate recipe, which uses steel pipes instead of iron rods, except I used an alternate pipe recipe, iron pipes. So I made pipes out of rods, steel pipes, but they were made out of iron. This all sounds ridiculous, but I believe it does make the iron ore go a little further. It was definitely totally unnecessary though. Also, some overclocking and underclocking was involved.
While I'm fluffing around, I might just put 2 in there, so we get 6 per minute instead of 3. So we're producing with the summer sloop 12 per minute of the modular frames for now.
Once I removed the sloop, that'd be 6 modular frames. I then turned my attention to building my new factory, some squat little legs.
These pillars are definitely more interesting than the big fatties. I got incredibly fat supports on the bottom, and then these piddly skinny ones at the top, but that's okay. I've been pretty flaming finicky with this design. I'm gonna just resist going too crazy. I think that's looking pretty good.
Now to place the 5-dimensional depots down so that I'd never want for iron rods, plates, screws, reinforced plates, or modular frames ever again. I also spent 3 Mercer spheres buying the depot expansion upgrade, making it so 2 stacks of each item would fit in cloud storage instead of just 1 stack. I could have knocked this expanded power milestone over ages ago, but I'd been a little distracted. Oh, and look at that. 1,000 versatile frameworks had been sent to the space elevator while I was busy, too. Along with massive power towers, that milestone unlocked the zip line. It lets you zip around on power lines. Seems safe. I was yet to properly automate a single project assembly part, and that was not about to change, as I set up one more temporary assembler.
This is going to get us the 100 automated wiring we need to get to the next tier, or the next phase rather.
I don't even know where I got those stators from. Either I found them at a crash site or handcrafted them. I adjusted this limestone into concrete setup a little, and got some concrete plugged into cloud storage at a rate of 20 per minute. And I tidied up this hub area to match the vibe of the iron factories next door. I also plugged the steel pipes and beams into cloud storage, by the way. And it was about time I plonked down a proper copper factory. As I worked on the plan for this one, the zipline tool was a massive help getting up and down the cliff. And this time there were no fancy alternate recipes on display.
So the copper sheets use 45 and the wires use 75. And some of those wires get turned into cables.
This factory followed the exact same design as the iron factories, and soon those 3 basic copper parts were flowing into cloud storage. I now had at least 10 dimensional depots down, so the majority of the Mercer spheres I'd collected so far were already in use. The dodgy automated wiring factory was now long done, producing the final 100 parts needed to complete phase 2, so it was time to put the space elevator back to work. Apparently this was going to help add the construction dock to the thingo floating up there.
After completion of phase 2, the technologies of tiers
Oil,
5 and 6
railway,
will become available
jetpack.
in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent.
I did indeed find oil production and train logistics extremely intimidating, but you've just got to put one foot in front of the other. And before you know it, you'll have spilt millions of liters of oil into the sea, and you'll be single-handedly responsible for 37 train derailments. Wait, what?
Yeah, send that bad boy up.
Up went the bad boy, and I watched the construction dock materialize before me. Good progress. It was mildly alarming to see phase 3 required a whopping 2,500 versatile frames, but good progress, no doubt.
Now these look serious. Holy crap. Look at all this. Look at all the crap for oil processing.
I flicked through the tier 5 and 6 milestones and spied many exciting upgrades, but I also spied a lot of scary, complicated stuff. It's all good, one step at a time and all that. I yoinked some sloops back from one of the modular frames assemblers, because I wanted to double the amount of fabric I could get out of the 91 mycelia I'd managed to collect. And I used some of that fabric to unlock more inventory space and the parachute.
Fixit appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties.
I think I'm a bit slow to the party with the parachute. Oh, that's why I didn't bother researching it, because I assumed it was one-time use. But it is not one-time use. That's actually very useful. Do I have 17 computers? I have 22 computers. I have enough computers. Okay, sick.
I researched manual depot uploader, which gave me the ability to upload stuff to the cloud straight from my inventory. I just needed to drag the items over to the left.
Yeah, sick. I can keep my power shards in here, and I can just drag them out whenever I want. Oh, yes. Okay, this is very useful. It means I can keep them on me without literally keeping them on me.
This dimensional storage is one of the most glorious quality of life features in any game ever. As you saw, it requires a bit of time spent unlocking certain things to make you combat ready and exploration ready, and you also have to find and exploit the relatively rare SAM, so it does take some diligent effort to get, but that just makes it all the more rewarding. And the fact that I was able to get it this early on in my playthrough was a dream. Anyway, enough gushing about Mercer spheres. I was visiting the coal plant pondering whether I should try to double its output.
Easily double the power they generate. Boom. Doubles the coal they use, and it doubles the water they use. Coal, I can easily double by just upgrading the miners. The water though, I'd have to redo the whole water system.
Even if I overclocked the water extractors, I'd still have to muck around with the pipes, since I still only had Mark 1 pipes with the 300 cubic meters of fluid limit. I decided that sounded like too much work. On the way home, I ripped down the reinforced iron plate factory from earlier, because I had those automated over at the new iron factory. And fair enough, I couldn't be bothered upgrading the coal power plant, but I needed to do something. My current consumption was less than 500 megawatts, but my max consumption was almost exceeding the 900 produced by the coal setup. The max consumption number tells you what you'll draw if literally every machine turns on at once. I wanted to keep that number below my actual capacity to ensure the power network would never blow up in my face. But I had a lot of work to do before oil-based power was going to be possible, so by the time I made all the plastic, rubber, and motors needed to even unlock fuel-powered generators, I would probably have blown past my 900 megawatt limit. I still had the biomass burner set up on standby, ready to supplement things with another 500 or so megawatts, so maybe that could keep things going long enough. Well, I sure hope so, because here I go planning out a big steel factory.
I'm gonna use this recipe. So the first thing I need to do is smelt the iron. Ingots combined with the coal and we get 50% extra steel out of it, which is huge.
The default steel recipe uses unsmelted iron ore. So this recipe adds an extra iron smelting step, but it also gets you 50% extra steel out of your iron and coal. And I must say, I was absolutely hopeless at placing blueprints. But I got there eventually, managing to place 2 smelter blueprints side by side. I placed the steel foundries down the old-fashioned way.
Because these are gonna produce 360 steel ingots total. The tier 3 belts are the fastest I have and they only do 270. I have to split it up. We'll put 180 on each.
To get enough resources for this operation, I needed to upgrade these belts to Mark 3 and upgrade the iron and coal miners to Mark 2.
Oh, I don't have industrial beams? Oh dear.
I hijacked the fabric setup and stole the sloops back from the other modular frame assembler. And though it was a dodgy temporary factory, it was set to shove several hundred encased industrial beams into cloud storage. With this new steel factory, I once again stuck to a similar design, but bigger and more complicated. The iron and steel refinement was going to happen downstairs and the part assembly upstairs. But I also needed some concrete. Thankfully, there was 120 limestone to grab from nearby. This factory required way more machines than anything I'd done before.
150 wire there for the rotors, 180 wire there for the stators, 173 pipes there for the stators and rotors. We'll have to split them up. And then some excess steel will go over here. And we've got some steel plates and steel pipes, which will just go into storage. We've got 40 concrete being made below as well.
Okay, that's the constructors. Time for the assemblers. By the way, assemblers use 15 megawatts of power, so hopefully I had enough. Also, by the way, I was using alternate encased pipes and steel rotor recipes, meaning instead of iron rods and screws, my rotors could be made of pipes and wire, which is exactly what the default stator recipe requires. And my encased industrial beams could be made with steel pipes instead of steel beams. Using these alternate recipes, I could just make a ridiculous amount of pipes and wire, plus a little concrete, instead of pipes plus wires plus rods plus screws plus beams plus concrete. In other words, these recipes halved the amount of base parts I had to muck around with, massively simplifying the project. 2 assemblers went down to make the encased industrial beams, 5 went down to make stators, and 5 for the rotors. I was stacking splitters willy-nilly and placing conveyor lifts so that I could neatly connect to the double inputs of the assemblers. And there were no blueprints in sight after the smelters. It was all built manually. This was good practice though, building up muscle memory and getting used to the intricacies of making a bigger factory work logistically.
Okay, so this belt work is getting messy. I gotta run this wire over there somehow. You know what I wish? I wish I'd done a subfloor and I could have done all the belts and stuff below.
I sound so relaxed, big chillin', satisfied playing Satisfactory. I was not satisfied with this belt work though, and even though I didn't have the subfloor, I decided to run some belts below anyway. 2 more assemblers went down to make motors by combining stators and rotors.
All of this for 7.5 motors. No, that's not true. We're also producing 10 rotors and 10 stators that'll be going down, 8 encased industrial beams, and like 20 steel pipes and 20 steel plates.
By steel plates, I mean steel beams. And yes, those were the final products of this factory. Obviously, a lot of pipes were also being used up to make other parts, and I was actually making 25 stators and rotors total, but 15 of each of those were being used up making motors. But what I listed were indeed the final products going into storage. I figured out where everything needed to descend from and put together the storage area, complete with dimensional depots, of course. This required some ceiling belt shenanigans, and I mentioned I would have liked a subfloor to hide all these belts, but I actually ended up quite liking them being exposed on the ceiling.
Believe everything is ready. Oh, I need to do power.
Yeah, power is important. Also, not everything was ready. Some random conveyors were missing.
So the refinement level is all powered up now. 180 copper ingots, 240 iron ingots, 360 steel ingots.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, this factory also required copper ore, which I was going to use to make all of the wire. And I should mention, I had built all of the stuff for this factory using mostly material straight out of dimensional storage. I never once had to run and refill my inventory. Long live dimensional storage. For downstairs, I used power outlets attached to the roof to connect power, but upstairs of course had no roof. So I tried to place power poles neatly through the factory. The iron ore and coal was already connected, because I'd set up logistics for that when I made my temporary steel factory earlier, but I still hadn't brought the limestone and copper ore over. Also, with this all plugged in, I now had an alarmingly high max power consumption, but I knew it should be okay thanks to the biomass burners on standby. But yeah, the steel factory was going to consume over 600 megawatts. Anyway, here goes the limestone, all plugged in. Let's go get the copper ore. I experimented changing the colors of this wall. A bit of black maybe? I needed 180 copper ore from these two impure nodes, so I overclocked one of the miners to double using a couple of power shards. And with that, I had teed up logistics for all the raw resources my steel factory was hungry for.
Now, the final thing to do is to rip down this.
Goodbye, old little steel factory. And let's get all those resources plugged in at the back here. I placed a power tower, and thanks to the wonders of dimensional storage, I didn't need to send any belts back to my hub now. So this bridge was now redundant. I set up another power tower on the cliff next to my hub, connected that over, and that meant I could get rid of these silly floating power poles too.
Oh, everything's powered up. Why is the coal not moving? Why is the iron not moving? Oh no. The iron ingots are not coming through.
Because when I placed the two smelter blueprints side by side, I hadn't connected the conveyors. At least that was an easy fix. And I did the same for the copper smelters.
The blueprint had the slower belts. We're gonna need the faster belts. So we're dealing with more than 120.
I'd also forgot to upgrade my blueprint, so the belts weren't up to scratch. All good, another easy fix.
That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. The iron's going... I sent the iron into the foundries because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I accidentally flooded the foundry belts with iron ore, which is not supposed to go there. I had to dismantle a bunch of belts to get rid of all the ore. The smelter mergers were facing the wrong way, which is what had confused me and caused that mistake. So I had to rebuild all of those. These were not such easy fixes.
Wait, what? There's still iron on here. No iron ore. Oh, these are connected. How did you get connected, you silly sausage?
This was my first big project, okay? Give me a break. I only made like 47 mistakes.
Why are they not doing anything?
That was 2 instances of accidentally flooding the wrong belts with iron ore because I connected splitters to the wrong mergers. Obviously, I needed to clear the iron ore blockage. Again.
Now it's a matter of iron ingot throughput to just get it all filled up. The refinement floor is theoretically working. There's copper ore in this one as well. For goodness sake. I don't need to plug it in there. I need to plug it in the middle. What have I done?
I was gonna say, hopefully there'd be no more mistakes, but copper ore also infected the wrong belt somehow, and I built my conveyor lift in completely the wrong place too. Because this smelter blueprint had the mergers and splitters so ridiculously close to each other, it was very easy to accidentally connect belts into the wrong input. So easy that I did it twice. But that wasn't the end of it. I also accidentally got some copper ingots on the wire belts, so those were clogging up the operation too. And I have no excuse for that one, I'm just a goose.
Yeah, look at it all backed up. I guarantee. Yeah, there you go. I had a Mark 1 lift, bottlenecking everything like a silly dingus. That explains why the stators were backed up. I had a Mark 1 lift.
I was troubleshooting quite an impressive range of issues for quite a while. But finally, it seemed everything was working and the storage below was beginning to fill. I added 3 more dimensional depots to welcome the stators, rotors, and motors, and I admired my other factories from a distance.
That factory over there looks kind of silly.
And then it was time to finish off this one.
You can still see 1 stator and 1 rotor machine are not getting enough wire. Flaming wire. Hurry up, bro.
But yes, this is what the steel factory ended up looking like. And then I realized some of the pipes weren't even connected into the assemblers.
What? Oh.
Also, I accidentally built 1 too few wire constructors, but thankfully there was room to squeeze in another. I think that brings up the tally of mistakes to 347,000. I'd maintained a habit of dumping random excess stuff into the awesome sink, so the coupons had kept flowing. I spent 12 to buy some new foundation shape options.
I hate this rock. Get out of here, rock.
And now that I had motors flowing into my dimensional backpack, I was able to hit the jetpack milestone.
The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
I discovered solid biofuel works to fuel the jetpack, though it provided a rather unimpressive upward thrust. It didn't last for very long.
If you do like a tap, use it way slower. Oh, you can get some pretty good height.
Quickly tapping the spacebar used up the fuel slower, and yes, that was more respectable. I stole a bunch of solid biofuel from the bio burner setup to keep on me for jetpack fuel. By the way, my actual power consumption remained less than 900 megawatts, so it seemed the coal power was going to keep things covered for now. When the pod came back, I knocked over the oil processing milestone.
Crude oil can now be extracted and refined to produce various industrially beneficial parts.
The age of oil had arrived. I plonked down a big old refinery and had a look at all the stuff I could make using it.
Okay, so if you turn the crude oil straight into rubber or plastic, you get heavy oil residue. If you turn the crude oil straight into fuel, you get polymer resin. The resin can be turned back into plastic. Heavy oil residue can be turned into fuel. So you can kind of just make fuel and then have a bunch of plastic.
Either way, refining crude oil produces byproducts, which can then be refined further. I began prepping for more exploration, as I made some temporary setups shooting solid biofuel and rebar ammo into dimensional storage. And it's always wise to go back and double, triple, quadruple check to see if the factory actually works.
Oh my gosh, this one was blocked up. You silly sausage. I thought I saw a sea of green. This one was yellow, I didn't even notice it. There was a copper ingot in here.
I struck out west again, chaining power towers along behind me as I went. When I reached the southwest corner of the map, I jumped over to mine this Caterium node. I placed a smelter to make ingots out of the ore, and a constructor to make quickwire out of the ingots.
I genuinely don't know what my long-term plan is. Like, what do I do to get the quickwire into somewhere convenient?
At some point, a factory was going to demand quickwire, but for now, automating some to go into dimensional storage was all I wanted to do.
I feel like I should probably go do the same thing with quartz.
Automating quartz crystal and silica might be handy. True. For now though, more exploring and looting. I'd made heaps of dimensional depots, so I'd used up most of the 20 odd spheres I'd collected earlier. I was of course keen for more slugs and sloop too. I fought many foes as I wandered about just a bit inland from the coast in the western forest biome. But I didn't keep at it for too long. When I returned to the hub, I unlocked Mark II power poles and AI limiters. The Mark II poles require quickwire to build, so just as well I had some automated, and it can have 7 power lines attached, up from the Mark I's 4. I then headed east, once again pulling power along with the help of some big power towers. And I have no idea how I never found this hard drive. It was right near my copper factory. I wandered over to the purple leaf biome. This is where I'd come to hand mine some quartz earlier, but now I was here to automate. Before long, I had quartz crystal and silica being made out of the raw quartz and of course plugged into dimensional storage, powered up by the power tower that I'd perched on the natural bridge above. Both of these basic quartz products are necessary to build stuff like signs and glass walls, so it was nice to get them flowing into the cloud.
Quartz crystal, silica. I think the goal now is to find at least a few more summer sloop.
I wanted at least 10 summer sloops so I could make an alien power augmenter to prop up my somewhat dodgy power arrangement and give me the megawatt margin to proceed towards rubber, plastic, and eventually fuel power. Even with the honestly pretty crap solid biofuel, the jetpack massively simplified my exploration efforts. And I was of course not loyal to just the sloop. I wanted all the good stuff. I tried to be thorough as I scoured the southern forest, and it's actually a relatively small biome, but it offered up a pretty juicy bounty nonetheless. Once some quartz products had piled up, I unlocked the crystal oscillator recipe and yet more inventory space from the MAM, and I got back to it, taking the opportunity to stock up on mycelia too. I soon pushed far enough east to lay eyes on a new biome, the edge of the Stinky Crater Lake area. I definitely wasn't grabbing every slug, but I doubt I missed many spheres or sloops because I was doggedly hunting those down with the help of my object scanner. And when you're checking out a new biome, it's wise to throw out some resource scans.
A bunch of oil and coal over here. Well, there's a lot of oil over here.
This biome was certainly a vibe change, and once I followed the slope down, I got a good look at the titular lake. I should also mention once again to drive it home, I was killing a lot of alien fauna. By this point, I'd collected hundreds of the various species remains. Many of the crash sites I found wanted items I didn't have yet, which was rude, and I was at the southern edge of the map, with nothing but an abyss below. I scoured much of the western edge of the Crater Lake biome, and then I judged that I had enough, so to home I headed. On the way, I added a dimensional depot to the black powder setup to get some of that powder into the cloud. I handcrafted a bunch more SAM fluctuators, and I'd collected enough sloops for this big honkin' thing. An alien power augmenter in all its glory. It added 640 megawatts to my power production, 500 flat to bring my base power production up to 1400 megawatts, and a further 140 megawatts thanks to the 10% circuit boosting powers of the summer sloop.
And I can just destroy it to get all my summer sloop back if I want to.
It also looks amazing.
But now our baseline is 1540. We got a bunch more margin. My max consumption is still actually not that far off it.
I invested 3 Mercer spheres to improve the cloud storage upload speed to 30 items a minute.
Loop the veins, use the flow, make a curve out of a line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty rebels.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
God forbid someone call your ripples pretty, Ada. One added benefit of my extensive exploration was that I'd found heaps of funky items at various crash sites. I began uploading it all into the dimensional depot so that I'd always have it handy, particularly for opening my way to hard drives. I grabbed some modular frames and steel beams, and continued my streak of using dodgy temporary setups to craft project assembly parts, as I got the ball rolling towards 2500 versatile frameworks. By this point, I'd consumed a fair few Satisfactory videos, and I'd noticed guys like I'm Kibitz, Bits, and Total Eclipse always get glorious cinematic shots. I, on the other hand, had collected 0 glorious cinematic shots. So I opened up my save in creative mode and flew around capturing what I'd built so far from some new angles. It was a nice opportunity to enjoy what I'd achieved so far. Now that I'd unlocked more stuff, funky higher tier alternate recipes were showing up on the hard drives, and obviously it was time to go dig up some oil. I had a choice between the oil I'd spotted at the Crater Lake and oil that I'd spotted up here on the west coast, in what is known as the Gold Coast biome. As you can see, I'd made my choice. I was going to leave the crater oil for later.
Dude, what is wrong with your head? What are you doing? How dare you do that? That was ridiculous behavior, you flower-faced idiot. But how much rubber do I want? Do I really need that much rubber? How much rubber do you need? I don't flaming know. I think the play is to use this to make as much power as possible, which means I should turn it into fuel, even though I don't have the fuel generators yet.
And so my plan became to make fuel for the future generators, and to use the polymer resin byproduct to automate plastic and rubber. After some planning, I got to work, placing down miners on 3 of the 4 oil deposits available here. I'm not sure what my thinking was exactly, but I decided I just wanted to work with 480 crude oil and leave it at that. 2 of the nodes here are pure, and 2 are normal. And even a fully overclocked Mark II miner on a normal node could have gotten 300 crude oil per minute. So if I wanted to, I could have overclocked all the nodes and made use of up to 1200 crude oil, since each Mark I pipe can fit 300.
Why does that look like more oil? It is more oil. Why wasn't it telling me that was there? It's pure as well. Oh my gosh.
Well, that explains why I hadn't shown any interest in the 4th oil node. This was one of the pure ones, so even without overclocking, it added 240 more crude oil to the equation, which is what I decided to use. I guess I was allergic to overclocking miners, because it seems I didn't even consider it. As you can see, I painted all these pipes black. Black because crude oil seems reasonable. And finally, it was time for the refineries to go down. These massive things have 2 inputs, 1 conveyor, 1 pipe, and 2 outputs, 1 conveyor and 1 pipe. Not every recipe necessarily uses all inputs and outputs though, but I changed my mind about the placement, and when I dismantled them, I believe something went funny.
What happened? That actually looks kind of sick.
I rebuilt with a little more room for logistics, and the plan was to have all the oil come in from below, which meant a bunch of pipeline junctions went down just below the pipe floor holes for each refinery's input. And then it was time to connect the pipes. I'd set up each pipe to have 240 crude oil per minute pumped through it, so the pure nodes had 1 pipe each, and the 3rd pipe combined the output from the 2 normal crude oil nodes. I was planning to use the default fuel recipe, so each refinery wanted 60 crude oil, which would be turned into 40 fuel and 30 polymer resin. But for now, I used 2 of these refineries to turn some of the crude oil straight into plastic and rubber. When you make those the primary product, heavy oil residue is produced as a byproduct. So I had these fluid buffers down to collect that so the machines didn't get clogged. After putting quite a few versatile frameworks into the space elevator, I used some of that plastic and rubber to unlock the petroleum power milestone. I was now able to build fuel-powered generators, and these are quite large. I had a look and saw they burn 20 cubic meters of fuel per minute, and my current plan was to produce 480 fuel.
So I should be able to make 24 of these. Really?
Burning 20 fuel per minute produces 250 megawatts.
6,000 megawatts.
Yeah, it seemed this was going to be a massively more effective power plant compared to my little coal setup.
Can I just do a bunch of holes in the floor? I can send the resin down here somewhere.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so we're going to connect 6 of these up, and then the other 6 up, and that'll be 240 fuel and 240 fuel. They'll go into 12 fuel power plants each. And the power plug for these is there. I'm kind of inclined to do something.
It was time to experiment with a more aesthetically pleasing way to serve power to these machines, rather than just placing a million power poles and having power lines going all over the place. I was iterating on the design for this thing for quite a while. The building system in this game is quite excellent overall, but it does have some peculiarities that require a bit of know-how in order to get the designs looking exactly how you want. This was an opportunity for me to learn some of those quirks, to learn by doing. The goal of this big thingo was to have the power very neatly connected from above. I used up quite a few coupons buying some fancy paint varieties varieties. And this power distribution structure of metal pillars was looking alright, but I wondered just how I would get it connected to my power network. I came up with a plan to try and completely hide the power line inside the pillars, as it brought the power up from the underfloor. I worked out that if I made the double-sided wall power outlets, then removed the pillars, I could connect the power line up and then rebuild the pillars to cover it all. But that meant I had a pillar going straight through a pipe, so I did some fancy pipe work around the pillar. That's probably a little more building detail than you need, but I wanted to give you a little insight into the particular building and design process that came into play, as I attempted to make my factories well laid out. I could have got it operational way quicker if I just plonked down stuff willy-nilly, but I wanted stuff to be as perfect as I could manage. I worked to get the other crude oil miners' power up, with all the power running between wall sockets in the underfloor, and I began placing down the fuel power generators. I placed 12 initially, 6 plus 6 back to back, which meant I could get another power pillar set up in between to get them all connected into the network.
It's not centered on the platforms, and I'm sick of it. I'm getting rid of everything.
Oh dear.
I wonder if I should be overclocking these. If I overclock these, I could get so much oil.
So I finally realized overclocking was an option. I decided not to though. And yes, I rebuilt the whole thing. Just slightly moved over like half a centimeter to make sure it was centered on the foundations. No one would have ever noticed that it wasn't centered, but I knew it wasn't centered, and apparently I was not able to tolerate that. I took the reset as an opportunity to finesse my metal power pillar design, and I figured out how to manipulate the build gun such that all the vertical and horizontal pillars lined up perfectly. The pipes began to fill with crude oil, and I was in business. But I added a second pump to each pipe just to make sure gravity didn't spoil my throughput. But part of the pumps were clipping into the wall, so I did yet more redesigning.
I was annoyed about those clipping, so we're doing this.
Soon the 24 fuel generators were down as well, and the dimensional depot fed me all the materials I needed to make these, including motors and quickwire. And they cost rubber too, which of course wasn't automated yet, but I'd allowed over 1,000 to stockpile before ripping down that temporary rubber setup earlier, so I had plenty.
Oh, this is actually kind of crazy, you know? I haven't given myself enough room under here.
I was learning many design lessons, and logistics lessons too, as I attempted to cobble together this power plant.
So these belts have 30 resin. We want 210 of those for plastic and 150 for rubber. So we want to split 7 of these onto one belt and the other 5 onto another.
I got busy placing splitters and belts, and soon these belts were flooded with a bunch of blue candy. Then it was time for some pipe work.
So this pipe here is 6 refineries worth of fuel connected in, and we're going to put that into 12 of these bad boys upstairs.
There were pipes flying everywhere, and pipeline junctions went down to peel off some of the fuel to the generators above.
Alright, well that's 12 generators plugged in.
And then the other 6 refineries' fuel output had to go into the remaining 12 generators. I rebuilt yet more metal pillar power distribution arches of glory, and fiddled around downstairs to get all that connected up with hidden wires.
Boom, the fuel power is going nuts. Is it going to get backed up though? Because
I wasn't getting rid of the polymer resin? Yes, it was going to get backed up. Whenever you've got a machine outputting 2 products, if either one of them gets backed up, the entire machine shuts down. I didn't have space to run the conveyor belts through this underfloor area, so I went under the underfloor as I pulled the belts to the southern end of the factory. I also got distracted adding some details to the decorative side of the build. Meanwhile, a peek at the power graph indicated my fuel generators weren't exactly working steady. Could that be in part because I'd forgotten to reconnect the pipe from one of the crude oil miners? Yes, that may have been a contributing factor. At least it was shaping up to look pretty impressive when viewed from a distance.
So let's make a rubber and plastic factory, I guess.
I painted these foundations with the chrome finish, and I set up 4 refineries for rubber and 4 for plastic. And I once again planned out an underfloor to feed the polymer resin and water into this factory.
This needs 150 water. Residual plastic will need, yes, just 70.
This was built right above water, so it wasn't much work to get a few extractors down and some pipes running up.
Water can go straight up like that. That'll work.
I just had to do a little more pipe work under the underfloor. This was quite finicky as I tried to get everything lined up perfectly. And I stuck with the same power pillar design, except I used concrete pillars painted with metallic paint so that they looked like metal pillars. In other words, I used metal pillars with extra steps for some reason. The power line silly willies got extra complicated as I tried to get a power line down to the water extractors and pumps, but I did my best to keep it neat. The output was definitely the simple part, as I simply merged all the plastic and rubber onto one belt. Since I needed to use up all the polymer resin, I was producing 75 rubber per minute, and I needed to ensure that that rubber never filled up, because if it did, that would cause the polymer resin to not be used up, and then that would back up, which would stop the fuel from flowing, and that would blow up my power supply. An awesome sink helped solve that problem.
37.5 will go into storage per minute, and then the rest, the other half, are going to go into this.
I did the exact same on the plastic side of the factory.
This is 70 plastic a minute, and the same thing is happening.
This way, even once the rubber and plastic storage was full, all of the output would just overflow into the sink.
That means all the resin is being used up, which means all of these should be working. This one is not.
It was then time to hunt down any issues. This refinery wasn't working for some reason, and I felt like the fuel wasn't getting to the generators properly, which had me worrying that putting pipes through the underfloor was a bad idea because it meant gravity was working against me. So I placed a bunch of pumps hoping that would get things moving.
I'm a bit annoyed it's clipping, but we'll survive.
I continued decorating and I was pretty happy.
No power poles. I didn't use a single power pole in either of these factories. Beautiful. I love it.
It was a hugely impactful build, increasing my power capacity 5 times over and automating rubber and plastic, crucial parts for progress. And I wasn't quite done decorating, but I was already pretty happy with how it looked.
If we look at my power grid, okay, it's still not stable. That's not good. Why is it not stable yet, dude? What's the problem? There's only a few meters of head lift. Like, what's the problem?
I'd felt competent troubleshooting the many issues at my steel factory earlier, but I was kind of lost here. The fluid and the pipes made me uncertain. I added another pump somewhere down below and ran around checking fuel levels. But remember when I mentioned a broken refinery? I'd never fixed that one. The fuel pipe wasn't actually connected. Well, that might explain why some of the fuel generators kept running out of fuel. I then grabbed some glorious shots to show off what I'd built. Lovely. Check out the bird's eye view. And so, 720 crude oil became 6,000 megawatts of power, 70 plastic per minute, and 75 rubber per minute. Very nice. But was it working properly yet? Doesn't look like it. Let's try moving the pumps around. I wanted to close off the underfloor now, so I began experimenting with how to do that. I felt the plain, shiny metal walls were a bit too bland, so I got slightly carried away adding beams in an attempt to spice it up. I added some detail to where the crude oil entered the factory, and I ended up with this. But this was just one side, so I had a lot more work to do. Also, the fuel generators were still having issues, which made me realize I accidentally deleted a pipe. With that fixed, I decided to call it a day. I didn't finish decorating just yet because I'd already spent many hours on that factory, and I decided I'd come back to it later. I also still wasn't 100% sure the fuel generators would actually work, but I needed to give them time. Versatile frameworks had continued piling up back at the hub, so I was over halfway done with those for phase 3, and my steel products had completely filled their containers, so I did some dodgy splitting work to get the overflow to earn coupon points. And it appears motors, stators, and rotors earn way more points than rubber and plastic. Meanwhile, my power seemed to have actually stabilized, a miracle, meaning my new upper limit was 8,140 megawatts. That gave me confidence to rip down the old biomass burner setup, because having just a few hundred megawatts backup power was no longer meaningful. And it was time to unlock stuff now that I had plenty of rubber and plastic handy.
Logistics Mark IV.
I felt like I'd barely made use of my Mark III belts, and suddenly I had Mark IV, which are made out of encased industrial beams, but they move up to 480 items per minute.
Fluid packaging.
This milestone gave me the packager machine, which you can use to package fluids.
I want to make packaged liquid biofuel. I've been watching some Satisfactory creators on and off, and they've been using this, and it lasts way longer than just normal solid biofuel.
To make liquid biofuel, you just mix water with solid biofuel.
Very happy to have finished tier 5. This is going to take it all to another level. The manufacturer can have 4 inputs. It's absolutely bonkers. Computers, heavy modular frames, all of these evidently are made with 3 or 4 components, so that's going to get so complicated.
There was a little pond near my hub, so I decided that could be my water source and got busy setting up a little packaged biofuel factory. I should mention, by now I was using exclusively the highest tier belts available to me. Earlier, I'd been selective based on required throughput in order to conserve parts, but I had automated encased industrial beams, and an entire industrial storage container was already full of them, ready to replenish my dimensional storage. I would have to build a heck of a lot of conveyor belts in a short time frame to even have a chance of running out.
If I feed this wood, leaves, and plastic, it'll poop out the good stuff.
I had to make empty canisters out of plastic in a constructor, and since I had to hand feed this setup biomatter already, I hand fed the plastic too. So this wasn't fully automated, but I piled it up with heaps of wood, leaves, and plastic, and it was going to make thousands of packaged biofuel for me.
Dude, why am I so dumb? Why am I so dumb?
But I forgot to make a constructor to make the empty canisters out of the plastic. Once I corrected that minor oversight, everything was working nicely and packaged liquid biofuel began shooting into dimensional storage. You can see in the bottom left which fuel my jetpack was using. I'd officially upgraded, and the liquid biofuel seemed to have a similar amount of thrust as the solid, so it didn't exactly make you zoom upwards, but it did last way longer. I could get myself all the way over to the steel factory using up only a quarter of a canister. Time to hit the industrial manufacturing milestone.
The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of phase 3 of project assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
All of that for one per minute.
I spent some time staring at the manufacturer recipes, completely mind-boggled at how complicated these were compared to anything I'd automated thus far. I only had 8 industrial beams per minute automated over in the steel factory, and to make just 2 heavy modular frames per minute, I needed 10 of those, plus 3 other items on top of that. Computers and crystal oscillators were now on the menu too.
Suddenly, 6,000 megawatts of power margin doesn't feel like much.
I never bothered playing around with hypertubes earlier, but now it was time for a hypertube cannon. I'd seen other people make these, but I didn't really know what I was doing. I just fiddled around until I figured it out. I made a dodgy one near my base and then accidentally got myself sucked into it, and it shot me off towards my fuel power plant. Once there, I made an improved hypertube cannon. The standard use for hypertubes would be to make a giant tube that sucks you along it to your destination. But some clever people worked out that the hypertube entrance gives you a little speed boost. So if you chain several entrances and exits one after the other, you get sucked through them all, you pick up heaps of speed, and you can shoot yourself across the map. With a jetpack on, you can control your descent and safely cover vast distances pretty quickly. Although when I tried to improve the cannon at my base, I think I got the angles wrong because it shot me straight up in the air. When I corrected that, it almost shot me straight into a big rock, but that was good enough. Fast travel to the coast was established. I then shoved a huge amount of steel products into the milestone pod.
Monorail train.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo mother.
Excuse me?
The thought of setting up a train logistics network intimidated me, but I knew I'd have to figure it out eventually in order to transport large quantities of stuff long distances. I unlocked smokeless powder in the sulfur mam tree. I had way more than enough versatile frameworks piled up, so that was all 2,500 in there towards phase 3, and I had lots of alien remains, so I set up constructors with summer sloop to produce heaps of alien protein, and to make heaps of alien DNA capsules out of that protein. It seemed my next project needed to be an electronics factory, making circuit boards and computers and all that good stuff. So I began figuring out a reasonable spot to build it based on what resources were available on the map. And I was turning so many alien remains into DNA, getting extreme value out of it due to the summer sloop doubling. I mainly needed deuterium, copper, and oil for an electronics factory, so I was feeling like the Gold Coast seemed like a decent spot, since there was still oil to spare here. And after scouting that out, I got distracted collecting stuff again. Who can resist all these delicious goodies? Escargot, anyone? With packaged biofuel in my jetpack, I was more maneuverable than ever. It was a bit slow to gain vertical height, but across horizontal distances it was incredible, especially if I did a butt slide to pick up speed. That little collecting spree pushed me back up to 17 Mercer spheres on hand, so I figured I could spare 7 to get the next upload speed upgrade, doubling it to 60 items per minute.
1,385 of these things. I'm gonna chuck them all in there and see how much we get. Oh, it's getting so many points. Oh my gosh. Holy crap.
DNA points are different to standard points, and this was the first time I'd put any DNA in there, so I was raking in a rather large quantity of coupons.
I'm gonna be able to buy a lot of stuff, that's for sure.
I slooped some more power shard constructors too, and I had 108 coupons after all the DNA was sunk, so I put together an impressive shopping list of new decorative options. From new walls, to new materials, to new paints, to new lighting. I unlocked signs too.
I can make signs that say "You big donut" now, that's good news.
I spent quite a while investigating the new options available to me, which was a lot. I'd spent most of my earlier coupons getting functional stuff like floor holes, but this purchase was purely about the decorative. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I had a dodgy Nobelisk setup, sending quite a stock of explosives into cloud storage. I considered properly automating these, but surely 1,000 plus was more than I'd ever need. And I think I may have been procrastinating, pushing back having to start the daunting electronics project, because I put up some power towers over to the coal factory so that I could get rid of all the power poles previously connecting it. I cleaned up this mess because I no longer needed this iron ore, and I set up power towers over to the little black powder setup too. I also spent a rather long time handcrafting SAM fluctuators. I could have automated these now that I had manufacturers available, but I wasn't inclined to do that just yet. I used some to get another dimensional stack increase upgrade, so now 3 stacks of each item could pile up in there. Radio signal scanning was a crucial MAM upgrade to get, because it meant I could now use my object scanner to detect hard drive crash sites. I also restocked my medicinal inhaler supply. And what do you know, more procrastinating. I was supposed to save decorating this until later. I ran into some trouble figuring out how to get my chunky beam facade to work with these ramps in the way, and I ended up rebuilding them away from the wall to make space. I overclocked this crude oil miner and yoinked some oil for it to feed a temporary factory here making smokeless powder, which I used to unlock some stuff in the sulfur mam tree. Most notably, the rifle.
Here we go, we got a rifle. Oh, I need rifle ammo. That makes a lot of sense.
I handcrafted a bunch of different rebar ammo and some rifle ammo too, and I had a little play with these new toys. The rifle rapidly shoots 15 bullets before requiring a reload, so that was a big improvement over the rebar gun. But there were some pretty cool rebar ammo options.
Oh, here we go. Explosive rebar. Hell yeah.
There's also a stun rebar, which I don't think was the right option against a hatcher, and the shatter rebar, which sprayed projectiles out a bit like a shotgun, I guess. I also tried out a cluster Nobelisk, which was pretty cool, but I didn't really need all this fancy weaponry. A rifle with lots of ammo was what I was after. I extended the dodgy smokeless powder production line so that it plugged into an assembler, and I hand-fed some copper sheets in there too.
Another janky setup for the rifle ammo coming in here.
I continued working on the fuel factory design, using one of these doors for the entrance to the underfloor, which I think came out looking pretty decent. I then veered off course and tried a different design for this section.
Yeah, is all this just overkill? I could have done something like this. Maybe, but I didn't have all this stuff unlocked before.
I really needed to stick to the script though. It's just the design I'd come up with was rather laborious to implement. So I once again paused decorating this factory. When I hypertube cannoned back towards the hub, I saw an opportunity to befriend the Ray.
Go. Oh no. It's too fast. Hey, it's got little friends. Come back.
Maybe next time. More coupons had amassed, and this time I used 6 of them to buy a stack of 50 computers. Because yes, you can indeed use coupons to buy parts. I could have just handcrafted those computers, but I guess I forgot about that. It let me unlock 6 more inventory slots. I don't know why I was so desperate for more space, but fair enough.
Give me these juicy pipes.
This milestone cost 50 heavy modular frames, which I believe I found at crash sites, and a whopping 1,000 rubber and plastic. But now I had Mark II pipes, which can move 600 cubic meters of fluid per minute, doubling the throughput of Mark I pipes.
I have no idea how I completely forgot blueprints are a thing, but
this had the potential to speed up the completion of the fuel power plant. Except I found it a little hard to get it placed where it needed to go. You can press H to hold the hologram of a build in place, and then nudge it around with the arrow keys for precision, but I don't think I knew that at this point. And the 1.1 update wasn't out yet, so vertical nudging wasn't a thing anyway. I tried putting various guide beams in place, hoping it'd snap to those, but nah.
Why is it refusing to line up? No, dude.
I fiddled with the blueprint, adjusting where all the beams sit by a meter or two, and suddenly it was happy to go in the right spot, so long as I had a guide beam placed beneath for it to snap to. I also worked out there's a dismantle mode for deleting entire blueprint chunks at once, which helped with getting rid of any mistakes. I fiddled with the Fix-It factory swatch, which by default is set to the iconic orange, but when you adjust the colors, it retroactively affects every building you've placed using that swatch. Suddenly, all my machines were black and white. I changed the railings to have a shiny copper finish. I made all the pipes copper too, which was quite a process. And I changed all the fuel generators to have a carbon steel finish.
Just experimenting, getting a feel for how it all works, and I'll try and be more creative.
And then I got back to putting my wall blueprint on the underfloor.
This big stinking thing is done.
I'd made it way darker and more metallic.
Yeah, I feel like it looks pretty cool. And my base over here is all gonna be, it is all white now.
That was a bit much, so I reset the Fix-It swatch to default, and I decided I'd custom color things on a factory by factory basis. My early factories could keep the Satisfactory orange. All the stuff I'd custom painted over here didn't change with the swatch adjustment, but I hadn't painted things like conveyors and splitters, so I had some more customizing to do. When I zoomed back to the hub once more, I saw a golden opportunity, and I gently landed on top of my good friend Flappy McWhiskers.
Hello? Wait, you can pet it? Pet the flying mantle. Hello, little guy. Hello, little guy.
Alright, I think that is enough procrastinating. Electronics, anyone? I officially decided I'd build 5 electronic products on the Gold Coast, but I needed to bring over Caterium and copper ore from the high cliffs of the neighboring forest biome. I started with this impure copper node, placing down foundations and a miner. I used power towers to bring electricity up, and at this point I took to using this shiny concrete foundation style. Thanks to my long-lasting liquid biofuel, I was able to adopt a ridiculous floating combat style, as I hovered about, shooting at my foes, which led to amusing results when fighting stingers at these heights. And while I was up here, I obviously couldn't resist grabbing any loot that I'd somehow missed earlier. This pure Caterium miner was soon powered up too, and I tried to figure out what recipes to use to best utilize the resources here. I had 2 impure copper nodes to work with, which I fully overclocked so they'd give me 150 copper ore each. All the jetpack shenanigans required to navigate these heights was using up a lot of fuel, so I made sure to pull some out of the cloud to ensure I didn't run out. And the question of how to bring 300 copper ore down from such a great height caused me a fair bit of trouble. Obviously, conveyor lifts were part of the answer, but just one lift wasn't long enough to reach down that far. But I knew of a trick. If you set up 2 conveyor floor holes, it doesn't matter how far apart they are. The conveyor lift will defy the rules and stretch its long neck to make it work. And then you can connect another lift on the other side of the floor hole and you're in business. Although this didn't appear to be meeting up properly. But we'll just ignore that, because once I connected the copper ore in, it worked. I ended up with the bottom of it looking like this, as I used various frame pieces to house the lift. The Caterium node was a bit further away from where I wanted the belts to run. More glossy bridges, please. Before long, it was just across from where the copper ore lift lift was. And after more conveyor floor hole tricks, all the raw materials were down from the cliffs. I adjusted the base of the lifts a little, and this all took ages as I was being very particular with it, but it turned out great. I then turned my attention to designing a logistics blueprint, with the goal being to create a neat and aesthetically pleasing way to run 2 stacked conveyors. After a few iterations, I ended up with this. I wanted to bring the belts all the way down this slope to the beach. It was a nightmare getting everything placed properly, as I had to place foundations all over the place as a guide so that the belt stayed straight and level. But somehow I figured it out. This was actually a great training ground for learning how to build in this game. I even managed to get the belts turning around corners to avoid the cliff face. And then I randomly decided the foundations up above needed some copper wall adornments. Trying to get all of this in place taught me some new tricks too.
I mean, that'll do, right?
These design details may have been overkill, because this was just some random logistics up on some random cliffs where I'd probably never visit again. But sometimes you've just got to follow your dreams.
My concern is it's too orange. Yeah, I feel like from far away it doesn't look as good.
Close up, the copper metal texture looks great, but far away it kind of turns into a blob due to graphics settings.
You know, the answer could be that I just like it better bare. Anyway, I just got distracted for way too long doing that. That's just stupid.
Okay, more finicky nonsense. Before long I had the ore roughly where I needed it.
So I'll leave that there until I'm ready to input. Cool cave, man. Is there a slumber poop in here? Or a murkacheer?
No such treasures were in the cool cave. That is the groan of a man who has concerns about his mathematical prowess.
If this is all correct, I can get this many per second. 3.75 high-speed connectors, 5 computers, 7.5 circuit boards, 5 AI limiters, and 60 quick wire, all per second.
I meant per minute, and that wasn't even going to use up all the ore I had available. But at this point, I decided to lean on some help from Satisfactory tools. You can use this website to plug in the items you want, how many per minute you want, and how many resources you have available with which to make those items. And it works out your options for you, down to the number of machines required. I used this to figure out what I'd be able to make if I consumed every last bit of ore I brought down from the cliffs. 7.5 AI limiters, 7.5 computers, 7.5 high-speed connectors, 7.5 circuit boards, and 117.5 quickwire per minute would be the final products of this factory. The quickwire was a rather random number because it was just going to use up all of the excess Caterium ore. I made a new 6 smelter blueprint, similar to the old smelter blueprint but with glossy concrete and a copper finish. And obviously there were 2 more smelters as well. After using barely any blueprints for the steel factory and absolutely 0 blueprints for the fuel, plastic, and rubber setup, I was trying to embrace them now. I needed to learn how to use them as soon as possible because the factories were only going to get bigger and bigger. I made a 3 smelter blueprint too, because I wanted 9 smelters total here.
It took me like 500 years. Oh man, Satisfactory just like is its biggest time sink ever.
I placed down 9 more smelters on the other side, but with the belts pointing in opposite directions.
Ore can come down from here, go in there, and then the ingots will come out there and there. I can send them to the constructors.
It was time to whip up a constructor blueprint on which I fit 4 constructors, and I did a 2 constructor variant as well.
Caterium ingots into quickwire over there. Here will be copper ingots into copper plates. 90 copper plates. It's like 600 or 700 quickwire. And we're kind of at the edge of our factory there because we've got a big old whatever the hell that is.
The default Caterium ingot recipe uses 45 ore to make 15 ingots, a 3:1 ratio, much less efficient than the iron or copper smelting ratio, which is 1:1. So the 9 Caterium smelters here used a bit of power shard overclocking to turn the 480 Caterium ore from the overclocked pure node up on the cliffs into 160 ingots. And as you can see, I was trying to decorate this one as I went. I enjoyed building this factory quite a lot more than the previous ones, because the Satisfactory Tools factory planning secured the mathematical side of things for me. There was no uncertainty about whether I had enough raw materials or how many machines I needed. That left me to focus on the logistical and design concerns of actually getting stuff where it needed to go and fitting in all the machines nicely.
This will be wire and cables, and that's it for the constructors. We've got 30 total, I believe. 12, and then 8. Hang on, that's not 30, that's 32. I have to do all the mergers and stuff. No.
I'd left the underfloor logistics out of my constructor blueprints because I was worried the splitters and mergers would face the wrong way once I rotated the blueprints into place. I wanted it so the input would receive materials in the center and the output would deliver the product back to the center. So the mergers and splitters needed to point in opposite directions, which is fine, but the problem was those directions differ depending on if the constructors are on the left side or the right side of the factory. Long story short, I was overthinking it. But anyway, then I realized something.
I'm so bad. I'm so dumb, dude. All my constructors are slightly too far forward. Bro, I'm so dumb. How can this possibly be?
My constructor blueprint was made off-center, and therefore all of my constructors were off-center. This was unacceptable.
That's better. Fortunately, because I used blueprints, it's pretty quick.
And so I replaced all of the constructor blueprints centered nicely this time. I expanded the foundations further out over the water because it was time for the plastic refineries to go down. I'm not sure if refineries even fit in a Mark 1 blueprint designer. I think they probably only just do, but I opted not to bother trying to make a blueprint anyway. And then my girl arrived to attack me.
Hey! Don't slap me, man.
And this factory ended up requiring some fuel power generators.
Back down there's all the constructors. I explained that already. This is plastic. This is using the heavy oil residue byproduct from the plastic to turn it into fuel, going into 5 power generators. I've done an above ground pipe system for this with a bunch of right angles. I'm gonna kind of fanned out like this, and this one's centered, and then the path goes all the way through all the other factories. I don't know, is that cool? I guess so.
I think the symmetry was quite glorious.
It's crazy the constructors look so little next to the giant refineries.
But guess what? I still had not done any of the underfloor logistics, so off I went. Not only is this a lot of work, but placing so many objects provides countless opportunities for mistakes to be made. But surely I wouldn't accidentally misplace a belt or anything like that.
How fast I can do this? I'm so fast. No, that's not right. Yes, so fast. I really should have made the blueprint have those included. I don't know why I didn't. I think I got stressed out that I would have to change it.
Honestly, what a massive goose. I made a 4x4 shiny foundation blueprint because I hadn't even placed the floor of the underfloor for the rest of the factory yet. And I did the refinery belts down below, but decided to do the pipes up above.
So everything is ready. So that's my 2.5 refineries, 125%. 125%. I'm using up a lot of power shards, but I have 180, and I can just go slug hunting. I think I got plenty of power shards. I don't need to worry about power shards. How many refineries am I supposed to have for plastic? 15.
I'd only built 14, so I needed to overclock a little. But I also did some underclocking to control how much plastic was going where. In fact, that was a theme of this factory. I'd built the amount of machines based on how it would look with symmetry in mind, and then overclocked or underclocked to get my desired output from those machines. In previous factories, I just built the exact amount of machines needed and mostly ignored the glory of overclocking.
Okay, so this side will produce 180, this side will produce 120. And that is because I need 120 to go straight to the computers, and I need 180 to go straight to the circuit boards. Rather than trying to like balance belts like a maniac, I'm just going to send 2 belts.
I then got distracted working on the design a little, figuring out what I wanted the facade of the foundations to look like.
No. It's not symmetrical, dude.
Except I did the little fancy bit off center. I was not doing very well with my centering efforts. I brought the ore belts down a little further until they at last met up with the underfloor of the factory, but the way I'd stacked the belts was confounding me.
Wait, can I just do that? Oh, I can just do that. A solution.
Yeah, that'll do, I guess. And so the smelters received their ore.
I lost a bunch of footage, my last recording, but as you can see, I figured out some power solutions. My eventual plan is to have this suspended, like lowered from the roof. I've got all the power lines running inside, so this is all powered up. Making the quick wire, baby. These don't have anything plugged onto the power. How can they be powered up? And I used a very sneaky tactic. I just pulled the power line up and connected it, and I'm pretty sure it's like almost completely. You can see a tiny bit of the power cord, but basically it's like they're getting power from below. I also made this little hatch, this little hatchy hatch. Oh yeah, and I also use these things. I made little lights, which I think will look really cool. It's just these label signs, which you can put text and stuff on, but if you go into the settings, select so there's no icon, and get rid of the text, and it's just basically a light. I'm also gonna have to get rid of this random power line, but at least the quick wire is done. I considered doing the power coming up from below as well for the constructors, but it would not have been hidden just because of the way the building looks. I kind of love how these just look like they're wireless.
And then it was time to use up the copper ingots.
I got one of them overclocked to 175%, 12.75 copper sheet constructors.
Also, it was now the Christmas season of 2024, and Fixmas, the Satisfactory Christmas event, had showed up.
Don't forget to check the calendar or the map to see what you can do with these gifts. Or do forget, I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't really care about Fixmas either. I'd made a blueprint of that Fandangle constructor power plus lighting thingo, so I placed another above the copper sheet constructors, which took quite a lot of mucking around to get it in the right place.
I don't know, I don't think I'm very good at using blueprints. Alright, that's the copper sheets finally coming in.
They were making 127.5 copper sheets total, and the Caterium constructors were making 687.5 quick wire per minute, by the way. And to make the wire, things got a little finicky.
3 normal wire constructors and 1 Caterium wire, which uses Caterium ingots to make so much wire. So all up, this setup is making 270 wire, and 180 of that is coming from the Caterium.
This is where the Satisfactory tools planner had come in clutch, helping me work out that I could use 22.5 Caterium ingots with my Caterium wire alternate recipe to supplement my limited copper supply in order to make the wire that I needed.
I can't be bothered doing another power setup, so then we're going to do that. These will be the 4.5 cable constructors. As you can see, this one is overclocked 150%. All I need to do is plug in the wire.
I'd been extremely pedantic about the layout of this underfloor, and it kind of paid off. It was pretty neat down here.
My pedanticness has gotten out of hand. The whole point is the subfloor is supposed to be like, it doesn't matter if it's a bit messy, right? But I've got a subfloor for my subfloor now. And to be fair, it makes it really neat. It means there's no random conveyor crossing this kind of pathway. And now I kind of want to put these in the subfloor too.
Pedanticness isn't a word. Pedantry is. And here's some more pedantry on display, as I did indeed decide to send those ingot belts underneath. Honestly, totally worth it.
Got a subfloor? I can't believe I've got a subfloor. Dude, so many Christmas presents. One day I'll have a subfloor for my subfloor's subfloor. That'll be great. Now, the other raw materials I need to take care of are the oil into plastic.
All my copper and Caterium basic products were sorted, and it was time to bring some oil over.
Yeah, I think I just steal this oil for that factory. That should be fine.
To make this possible, I overclocked the pure crude oil miner to double, and I had to upgrade every single pipe in the factory to Mark II, doubling their potential throughput to 600 per minute, and I adjusted the pipe work a tiny bit. I was stealing 240 crude oil away from the power plant, so this rearranged things to get that 240 from elsewhere. I needed 450 crude oil to make the plastic at the electronics factory, so I set this to produce 458.4 and figured that would do. And I'd never dealt with fluid logistics over a distance before, so I wasn't quite sure how to design this.
And I've created a bit of a hideous oil pipeline, but you just gotta love it.
I soon had it pumping the crude oil up to the refineries.
Alright, this is quite a mission, piping everything up, but we're getting there. How am I doing power for this entire side?
How about some more powerful metal pillars?
Doing some of these ones. Doing some of these ones.
I dragged the power lines through the underfloor to power up the oil pump, and over here to where I built a massive support for my metal pillar arch.
Suddenly, the plastic is being produced.
To connect the fuel power generators, I also fed power from below, straight up into power poles so the power line was completely hidden inside of it.
Finally, the entire lower area is powered up. Heavy oil residue is the byproduct. It's coming over here to these refineries to be turned into actual fuel.
And that 100 fuel was going to add another 1,250 megawatts to the power network. Not a bad little bonus.
Okay, now we need to decide what we're doing with the top level.
I needed to send all the basic parts I'd made down here upstairs to be further assembled into more complex parts. As always, it began by placing some foundations.
These power setups are no longer just floating in the air. They're dangling nicely. They're dangling from a platform that's mostly floating in the air, but we'll ignore that.
Now I just had to hope all the machines would actually fit up here. I began placing assemblers and manufacturers to check. Thankfully, yes.
Or is it snowing?
It's snowing. It is the height of summer at Christmas time. Why on earth would it snow? The underfloor once again came in clutch as I ran the belts down there near the water, and I tried to make these lifts a bit of a feature, reaching upwards symmetrically.
Alright, we've officially got the quick wire, the cables, the plastic, and the copper sheets. All upstairs.
The copper sheets didn't really need to be on two belts, but I did it like this to maintain that lovely belt symmetry. I had almost 700 quick wire, so those did need to be on two belts, as my Mark IV belts could only move 480 per minute. And imagine if I was smart enough to make decent blueprints. I wouldn't have to muck around connecting every single belt by hand. But the actual hard part here was figuring out how to move all the items to the right inputs, because a lot of splitting was required and I hadn't really left myself much room.
I built myself into a corner like an idiot. I think I snookered myself. I barely had to build with assemblers and I've never had to build with manufacturers before. But when you gotta do 3 inputs, it's kind of tricky.
Time for some mass dismantling. I rebuilt the assemblers an entire foundation width further back so that I had more room for logistics. But even this felt impossible.
I think what I need to do is I need to establish a new strategy where I have subfloors for my subfloors.
What I needed was a bigger subfloor. This was only 4 meters of space. I should have been making these twice as high so that I could easily fit belts above and under each other. Instead, I just literally made another subfloor.
I got a subfloor for my subfloor. That's good though, it's a good learning experience. I'm gonna have to be even more ridiculous with my planning, or else I just build myself into a corner and it's like, crap.
For symmetry's sake, I used double conveyor hole walls. And because I only had 6 belts, that meant there were 2 random open conveyor holes.
Quick wire. And these cables, I can send them straight into the underfloor.
The double underfloor shenanigans worked nicely, as belts went under and over each other.
Okay, so it took me about 500 years, but I finally plugged in the stuff for the AI limiters. and the circuit boards made at these assemblers here. So I have 6 assemblers making circuit boards and 1 making AI limiters. The AI limiters have some of these copper sheets going into it, and these quick wire. The circuit boards have the plastic and copper sheets.
It was then the manufacturer's turn. These beasts use 55 megawatts of power, but thankfully I didn't need to make too many.
2 of the inputs from 2 below, and then have them go shooting up through the roof. And then 2 of the inputs from 1 below, and have them also shooting up. In this case, we've only got 1 going from this level because there's only 3 inputs total. But imagine we had this 4th one here filled, then you'd feed 2 in on this level. Imagine I wanted to put another one of these ones here and here. It'd be nice in theory, except these belts would be in the way.
In other words, it's hard to get stuff plugged into manufacturers.
Okay, I think everything's actually plugged in. The subfloor 1 with a bunch of logistics going on, and over here is where the outputs will be, and they'll shoot up into storage. And then subfloor 2, fair bit of logistics going on too, not as much. As you can see, it's a bit quieter down here. Even with 2 floors, this nonsense here is like a little bit messy, but it's a subfloor, so.
Now I had to get power up here somehow. That sparked a massive power rework because I currently had power lines running straight through my new factory, and I needed yet another level up top on which to put the storage. So a roof went on, which allowed me to serve these machines power a little more neatly.
What? I plugged quick wire in down here. Damn it. There were a lot of mistakes. I hadn't even plugged in this plastic at all. That was one thing I forgot to do, and then half the other stuff was plugged in wrong. I had quick wire going in where plastic should go. Okay, I'm finally, after many, many years, pulling up the final products, the 5 final products of this factory, this electronics factory.
I got to work on a storage level up top and used some of the first AI limiters I made to unlock smart splitters in the MAM. These allow you to tell the splitter to shoot the items in one direction and only use the other outputs if that first direction is completely full. My goal with these was to set it up so that storage filled up first, and once it was completely full, the overflow items would then be sent into the awesome sink. I experimented with some lighting, and I realized these high-speed connector manufacturers weren't getting enough quick wire. This led to a little rework underneath, where I made use of smart splitters again to help prioritize where the quick wire went to first, as I hoped that would help each machine get served appropriately. I also did some funky merging business. Honestly, I'm not really sure what I did because in-game me was a bit quiet and didn't explain, so I hope it helped. I then realized I'd built the smart splitters up top in the wrong spot. It was on the far side of the storage containers, and therefore the awesome sink was stealing all of my items.
That's better. I've now got the smart splitters in an actual smart spot. So now these containers have to fill up, and then once this is completely full, then the overflow will go into the sink.
And I began discovering more mistakes further back down the production line. For example, this plastic belt wasn't connected to anything. I turned my attention to a bit of creative design as I left the factory to get up and running, hopefully smoothly. I used copper walls and beams as the accent color. I replicated the very funky support beams I'd prototyped earlier. I put in little 1-meter copper wall railings. I decided these pillars were too piddly, and I shoved a thick one on there instead. By the way, you can't usually place pillars at this angle, but if you snap them to a diagonal beam, you can. I learned that trick from one of the Satisfactory creators I mentioned earlier. Who knows which one. I used glass down at water level because I thought it looked cool.
How do you get so smart for a 4-year-old, huh? Have you been cheating?
Huh?
Have you been cheating?
No.
And I experimented with signs that said electronics, but it looked unbelievably stupid.
And to show you how long I've been decorating, we've got a fair bit piled up.
Other than the quick wire, I was only producing 7.5 of these items per minute, so you can do the maths if you want. But yes, this is what it looked like once I was done. I don't think I properly explained the manufacturer products, so I'll clarify that while showing you around. 2 of the manufacturers were overclocked a little to make 7.5 computers a minute out of 30 circuit boards, 60 cables, and 120 plastic. The other 2 were using 7.5 circuit boards, 75 cables, and a whopping 480 quick wire to make 7.5 high-speed connectors per minute. So this electronics factory was actually making 45 circuit boards total, but 37.5 of them were being eaten by my manufacturers.
Well, there it is in all its glory. It looks so small. It took me like 10 hours. There's the resources for it, by the way.
From when I first began mining the resources up on those cliffs until now, it had actually been about 16 hours. Yeah, this one took stupidly long. But I had learned so many lessons about cross-country logistics, underfloor logistics, power logistics, and of course I made some progress with my blueprints. And there were some creative design lessons too.
I've got high-speed connectors now so I can get Power Pole Mark 3.
This thing connects 10 power lines, up from the Mark II's 7. I also unlocked the power switch and priority power switch, which can be used to split up your power network into manageable sections in order to mitigate against total power failure. And I unlocked homing rifle ammo and geothermal generators. In other words, I researched almost the entire Caterium tree.
Oh, look at that thing. It's huge. Bro, this thing is sick. I forgot. I haven't played for like months.
Between unlocking the geothermal generator and admiring my Gold Coast factories, there was a 3-month gap where I did not touch the game at all. It was now February of 2025, so let's hope I can pick up where I left off without too much of the shambles showing up. One thing I did notice immediately is that I must have ran out of Mercer spheres setting up the electronics factory, because the quickwire wasn't actually going into dimensional storage. I'd automated quickwire at the new electronics factory, so this little quickwire setup was now redundant. I was able to steal that sphere back at least, but it was definitely time to scour the map once more. I had a jetpack now, so exploring vertically wouldn't require any more ridiculous ramps. I had plenty of medicinal inhalers, and I had a big old rifle and thousands of ammo thanks to my dodgy rifle ammunition factory. Compared to the last time I had a big exploring session, I was a super soldier. I realized there was a lizard doggo nest in this cave.
B374 helmet. What?
They stole my dead friend's helmet. That's cute. And by now, you know the drill when it comes to Satisfactory loot rampages. I wanted summer sloops, Mercer spheres, power slugs, crash site hard drives, and I was keen to grab alien remains to convert into DNA coupon points too. I also didn't say no to any edible plants, which were handy to turn into medicinal inhalers. My rifle plus jetpack worked wonderfully to make me quite an elusive combatant, and this hard drive had me placing down about 300 biomass burners in order to open it up. The red jungle featured many fearsome foes, but I wasn't so fearful compared to the last time I visited, and the rocky desert isn't anywhere near as scary. I'd barely explored this massive biome yet, so it offered up many treasures. Dimensional storage came in clutch to deliver me what I needed to open many crash site pods, and the hard drive library filled up as I went. Oh, and the two voices in my head kept rambling as I picked up alien artifacts.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my end. The last note is yours to play.
Your symphony resonates. Your mimic tapestry patterns beautifully.
Thank you. I worked very hard. I am organically transmitting the data package now. Any adverse effects on my blood will not corrupt its contents.
We hear this learning song.
See you on the other side.
It is time to tango.
What are these two conspiring? I feel like I'm gonna get squished.
I have no idea what that was about, but I guess Ada and the alien were now best friends. The next crash site I found that demanded power prompted me to make a biomass burner blueprint that I could slap down purely in the case of electricity-hungry pods.
What is this? Nitrogen.
I went deep into caves, and to literally the highest height.
Reached the highest cliff in the world. Oh, this is the highest in the world? I suppose it is.
I eventually headed east out of the rocky desert and found myself on the Spire coast, where the northern edge of the map meets the sea. There were indeed many spires, so I wouldn't recommend exploring here without a jetpack. Sometimes you need so many flaming bombs to get to the summer sloop. Sometimes the Mercer sphere perches neatly atop a seaside rock. Sometimes you kill the radioactive stinger before it even gets a chance to react. And the purple slugs, they tend to be up really flamin' high. Also, I enjoyed finding random goodies near these crash sites. They helped me to open up other crash sites. I didn't really intend for this exploring session to last several hours, but once I got going, I just couldn't seem to stop. I never did make any gas masks, by the way, because I just blew up any and all fart plants and fart rocks in my way. What the heck is this weird egg, and why is there a sloop on it? Why is this sloop circled by glorious blue mushrooms? And have I mentioned, this world is absolutely enormous, and it's quite beautiful too. I must commend the very cool world design. The lush greenery of the Spire coast gave way to red, as I began exploring the cliffs and caves on my way to eventually arriving in the Dune Desert proper. But first...
Hunt down boombox tape. Hunt down a boombox tape. No way. I had no idea there were boombox. They got me an achievement. Find and gather a boombox tape in the wild. I also visited each starting area. Started all the way down this way. I can't even move my map for some reason. Going wee. This area is sick, dude. This is like the northern reaches of the map.
I sounded so congested. And yes, I obviously started in the grass fields. I'd fairly thoroughly scoured the rocky desert. I barely visited the northern forest, but I guess it registered that I went there. And I was now in the Dune Desert, the fourth and final starting area. And having visited all four, I'd earned that achievement. By this point, I'd already been exploring for about 6 hours. And being able to upload stuff straight from my inventory to the dimensional cloud was incredibly handy. This journey was securing me enough alien stuff to last pretty much my entire playthrough. And almost enough hard drives too. I'm showing you only a tiny snippet of the looting rampage, as my object scanner led me on a wild and merry chase. Near the east coast, off the Dune Desert, I earned a momentous achievement.
Gather 50 summer sloops. Holy dooly. Come a long way, huh? I'm pretty sure about 35 of them have been just from this trip.
That was 4 achievements so far from this exploration extravaganza, and about 15 minutes later, I secured another.
Gather 150 Mercer spheres. I'm getting all the achievements, bro. Popping off.
I headed south of the desert and visited what I believe some call the Titan Forest, as it features these these enormous trees. When I descended into this stinky swamp area, I finally met a challenge I wasn't interested in taking on, as there was radiation and about 7 big enemies defending this crash site. I was a little more selective with my looting in the treacherous swamp because I'd never seen this many enemies before.
Some of the testicles in here are very toxic. Testicles back in that zone are quite beautiful, but these ones are just oil slick testicles. I'm not a big fan of these ones.
I stuck to a sneaky approach in this biome, quickly dropping into loot and fleeing before too much trouble caught up with me. But why is there a radioactive stinger on that oil slick testicle? And I don't know what this lovely biome is called, but I had traveled a long way south on the eastern edge of the map.
Who are you calling chicken nugget head, chicken nugget head? You! Oi!
Looking back, it is absolutely ridiculous how long I spent exploring. And I didn't even cover the entire map. Most of it, but certainly not all. I stopped bothering to get every slug, by the way, because that was a big part of why it had been taking so long. There were just so many. But Mercers, sloops, and hard drives weren't to be ignored. I looped back up to the Titan Forest and deeper into the Red Forest, which is pretty much in the center of the map. And I eventually traveled all the way back west to the Gold Coast, where I observed that thanks to my overflowing electronics going into the Awesome Sink, I had 45 coupons piled up. To celebrate a ridiculously long journey around almost the entire map, I finished off the Caterium tree as I unlocked programmable splitters. With these you can filter specific items to go out specific outputs. I then went and grabbed some sulfur from the Black Powder Factory and used one of my 43 hard drives to unlock compacted coal, a more efficient fuel made by combining coal and sulfur. And yes, I now had 42 hard drives left. I actually collected way more than that, but I scanned a lot of them while I was exploring. I also had 148 Mercer spheres and 69 Summer Sloop, along with hundreds of variegated slugs.
Alright, so I've overclocked this and now I'm getting 300 of the SAM per minute.
It was now time to at last return to the art of factory building. I made use of my to-do list, planning out a few things to knock over.
Before I move on to making like heavy modular frames and crystal oscillators, all that good business, I got these shorter term goals of automating portable miner, add some batteries, automate SAM fluctuators, create like a permanent slug and also alien parts processing kind of factory so I can just dump those items in.
But first up, it was time to automate SAM fluctuators. I grabbed some iron ore from nearby, an overclocked impure node providing 150 per minute, and my little reanimated SAM factory was only using up 60 SAM, so I had 240 more to work with. 2 constructors was all it took to use that up, as 120 SAM turns into 30 reanimated SAM. So I had 60 reanimated SAM to contribute towards the SAM fluctuators. I did a little factory design work as I went, but kept this all pretty simple. Although I did get a little carried away trying to figure out a cool way to support the iron ore conveyor. I was feeling like I should move away from paving foundations underneath belts and moving towards using support pillars instead. I made a quick rounded pillar blueprint, which I thought looked okay. These helped bring the reanimated SAM and iron ore together. I hadn't played around with these rounded foundation pieces yet, but now I was on a roll, as I thought they made my miner setups look a lot better. That led to another blueprint to make placing these much quicker. I of course had to smelt the iron ore, and you might have noticed that all the machines I placed now had the copper finish. I'd set that as the new default, away from the iconic orange, so every building was destined to be coppery. This was just a simple 4 smelter setup, but I gave it pretty extravagant housing. All of my factories so far had been open air, and this still wasn't completely enclosed, but it was nice to experiment with walls and roofing. One benefit of a roof is you don't have to build a funky metal pillar in order to feed power to the machines above. You can just whack the plugs on the ceiling. I printed out some coupons and had a bit of a shopping spree, buying even more decorative options and also this thing.
Hell yeah, it seems very safe to me. Whoa, how did I? I'm coming for you, big fella. I'm coming for you. Get some. Okay, he seems mostly unbothered.
I'd unlocked a bunch of pattern customization options that you can put onto foundations, so I placed some of these factory lines, just to make sure any visitors understood that this is a factory. And then a bunch of machines went down, along with more factory lines. The final machine required was a manufacturer, and I also placed an awesome sink down, because my new standard was to ensure that once I had full storage containers, automated parts would then overflow to get sunk to earn me coupons, because I needed about 1,500 more coupons. A little bit of cheeky underfloor beltage was needed, but this was a pretty simple setup, and I was focused on trying to make it look cool more than anything else, which led to some creative results for the supports in particular, as many frame floors were stacked high.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
The iron ore was making steel pipes using the iron pipe alternate recipe, and wire using the iron wire recipe. So I was making iron to make a steel part and a copper part. How good are alternate recipes? Both of these recipes became staples for me from now on, since iron ore is so common on the map. The iron pipe recipe in particular is insane, because combined with other alternate recipes, it completely removes the need to forge any steel whatsoever. More on that later.
Alright, we successfully got the SAM fluctuators coming in strong, and it might be my nicest factory yet. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
But then I decided I was obliged to replicate my funky diagonal support design on all sides, so I had a bit more work to do. Now that 10 SAM fluctuators per minute were automated, I guess it was time to randomly discover Fixit Productive Packer Deluxe on my computer in the hub. I was not very good at this game.
The upload speed? Boom.
With the flow of SAM fluctuators and almost 150 Mercer spheres, I was free to upgrade my dimensional storage some more.
Grow shift the body chord flow cycle song of the 5-layered shallow state.
I'm working on it, but are you saying there is another layer? Is it a sensor limitation?
Deepen.
My daughter was trying to tell me to sleep in the game, but you can't.
I don't know, mate. I just can't go to bed, ever. Because I gotta work. I gotta work or my boss will get angry. Why aren't you working? No, I can't. Mama will smack me.
Just go to bed.
I actually can't. It doesn't work.
It does work. You're just tricking.
No, I can't. I'm tricking about Mama being my boss and smacking me, but I can't go to bed in this game. Boing. 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 Boing.
The SAM fluctuators were a bit slow though, so I popped some sloops in there and killed time paying the Gold Coast a visit, because some of these new fuel generators weren't working steady.
Seem to have plenty of crude oil. Maybe is my maths wrong for this thing?
I really did make the underfloors of the electronics factory look pretty flamin' cool. Look at this. By this point, it had been months since I made this, so the troubleshooting was a little shaky as I couldn't really remember what the heck was going on. I ended up overclocking a couple of machines a little bit more, but in the process of doing that, I added more plastic to the factory, so there was a chance everything would just clog up eventually. Oh well, that'll do. I can show you the world. Remember this place? This is my first power factory. Look how small it is. Boom! What is this? Railway signaling. The final upload to 240. Holy dooly, that's a lot. It costs so many of those, but that's fine. I think I've got plenty. We'll do the size of the stacks as well. Up to 4 stacks.
The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand. Seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
I need to upgrade all of these so I make most of the 240 speed, because now I can upload at 240, so I need to make sure the belt is faster than that. I think these old stinky belts are not. Still gonna have like 74 Mercer spheres left over, so that's plenty I think. But this is gonna make it maxed out depots.
And then I finally decided to check out a truck. I fueled it up with liquid biofuel.
Come here, big fella. I got an achievement for that. Oi, come back. He's running.
What a big floppy dingus. I also chased a lizard doggo around trying to feed it a berry, but I was unsuccessful. I next set up a factory where I could dump all my slugs and alien remains.
I'll just be able to go up to here and go purple slugs, boom. I got so many spitter remains for some reason. Why do I have so many spitter remains? Look how many spitter remains I have.
Yeah, I suppose I killed a lot of angry animals while out and about earlier. With the storage dump set up, complete with signs, it was time to set up the constructors that would process all the slugs into power shards and the remains into alien protein, and then the alien protein into alien DNA.
Alright, so this will be where I make shards out of slugs. And I'm gonna leave summer sloops in there to guarantee I get as much bang for my buck as possible. And that should be pretty juicy. And I'll do the same thing here. I can get as much protein out of my remains as possible.
Once again, I was keen to try and do something unique with the design of this little factory.
How the hell am I gonna get all this stuff upstairs? I just realized I'm making 1 million DNA capsules. For what?
Yeah, those don't need to go into dimensional storage. Shove those into an awesome sink, please. The power shards, on the other hand, send those into storage.
So I'm getting lots of shards, that's for sure.
And I was set to earn a crazy amount of coupons from the alien DNA being produced.
Kind of a weird building, isn't it? It's a bit random. That's a permanent alien parts into protein setup. Done. Take it off the list. That's a permanent slug into power shard setup. Shut up.
This factory was using up 8 summer sloops, which was expensive, but to double the value of all that loot, it was definitely worth it, and I could always steal those sloops back later. Down below my hub, I set up what was left of the Nobelisks I'd made to shoot into dimensional storage. I finally cleaned up this random crap, and this random crap too. Much of the temporary structures were gone, and almost everything left was actually permanent.
Alright, so this is the clean version of the hub setup, without all the random crap around anymore.
Does that mean I was out of the early game now? Debatable.
All these buildings are completely parallel to each other. It's a bit awkward. It's because they're on the grid, which means they're perfectly spaced out, but like nothing being on an angle to each other is a bit weird.
This was my first sign of any anti-grid sentiment. These buildings were just too parallel, too perpendicular.
Alright, so I've just overclocked this, so it's doing double. So that's looking after 2 of these factories. Previously, this miner was looking after this factory, but I'm going to steal its 120. I only need 110, but I'll take the for 120, I guess. I'm gonna make a little factory over here.
Change of plans. Let's make the little factory up atop the cliff here.
This is gonna split the 120 iron ingots into 3, so it'll be 40, 40, and 40. This only needs 30, but it'll have 40, whatever. We combine the 40 line and the 40 line into an 80 line, and then that'll serve the pipes, the steel pipes.
The iron pipe alternate recipe had showed up again to help with this factory, and once again, I was trying to be a little bit creative with my design here. Push the boundaries just a little on every factory. Flex those creative muscles.
I feel like I've gotten lazy with just making just boring power lines now. I'm only making iron pipes these days. I can't be bothered processing steel, I guess. Give me them iron pipes, baby. And now we're making 5 portable miners per minute.
That is way more portable miners than necessary, but I did need to automate them because these are used to craft the automatic miners. So up until this point, I'd occasionally had to handcraft these. Never again.
I'm up to 97 coupons. Holy dooly.
The alien DNA had popped off big time, but the standard points weren't moving particularly fast at this point. But that was another job off my list, and I was pleased that this factory wasn't just a box. It had tiers and angles to make it a little more visually striking.
2 more things on my to-do list. Add batteries?
By batteries, I meant these power storage thingos. These store excess power as backup for if power consumption exceeds power production. I decided I couldn't be bothered placing these. If my power wanted to blow up, so be it.
So pretty much the only things left on the list to automate are heavy modular frames and crystal oscillators. If I go for 10 heavy modular frames, I'm gonna need 900 limestone, 2400 iron ore, and 900 coal. Are you serious? Just for 10?
Yeah, these are serious business, but I did have an alternate recipe handy.
Could do like a pipe heavy modular frame shenanigans.
This factory required some serious planning, as I figured out which alternate recipes to use and which resource nodes to mine.
I'm doing a bunch of little fiddly factories that I can do the maths in my own head easily. Suddenly I'm gonna do some complex stuff, bro. I'm scared. Maybe I use this as an opportunity to try and learn how to do train networks. Because if I set up a train station here, how do I do it? I have no idea. I've never tried this. I don't really want to use trucks though.
Trucks of course require fuel, and I didn't want to have to muck around automating a way to ensure they never ran out of fuel. But I did at this point play around a little, experimenting with making a path for the truck's autopilot.
Come on, bro. Whoa! It teleported. Yeah, so now it's using the path.
By setting up these paths to go between truck stations where items can be loaded and unloaded, trucks can be a great logistical tool, but trains are powered by electricity, which runs along the tracks. As opposed to constantly supplying a fuel source, you've just got to connect train stations to the power network. I placed down a station and began experimenting. This was all completely new to me, so I had a lot to learn. I was keen to design some railway supports.
Does that look like sufficient support for an entire railway?
By the way, look how many alternate recipes I had piled up in the hard drive library.
Oh, I can get the pure iron ingot. You get almost double the iron out just by adding water in.
Anyway, back to fiddling around with rails.
Alright, so this will do, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Freight platform. A freight platform is where the freight carriage of your trains can stop to either load up or unload items. Yeah, I'm collecting 900 iron, and these belts do 480, and there's 2 inputs, so I can do just 1 platform, right?
Yeah, considering there are 2 inputs and outputs on freight platforms, my current throughput limit for one of these was 960.
I'd say what I need to do is make a track, like a 2-sided track blueprint. So the train will come in this way, go around, pick up, head back. There'll be another train station over there, and it'll loop back. I think that's the plan.
The next hard drive only offered me 1 option, meaning there were no new alternate recipes for me to find, until I progressed through the game a little more. But I still had 38 hard drives left to scan.
Yeah, I got enough heavy modular frames. Okay, yeah. I can do it because I collected a lot of heavy modular frames from the world. That's why I can afford it. Let's send that off.
That was the Blueprint Mark II milestone, giving me access to this bigger blueprint designer, which was 5 foundations wide, up from 4. I used this to try and come up with a design for 2-way tracks. Initially, I was thinking the entire rail would be supported by foundations.
I just realized I wasn't recording, but I've been doing some blueprint stuff. Made this fancy rail support. Look at it, it's like sci-fi. Look how funky it is. So funky. But I don't understand how you would use it.
I decided having foundations under the entire train line wasn't the way to go, and these support pillars were supposed to have the rails run between them. However, I wasn't sure how to do this cleanly. I then decided those pillars were too dark and over the top, so I simplified back to the plain concrete, and I made a 4 meter, 8 meter, and 12 meter support pillar variant of the blueprint. I also made this double rails blueprint, designed to neatly sit on top of those support pillars.
Connect on where I want you to connect on, you stupid dingus.
Except I still really sucked at placing blueprints. They simply refused to go where I wanted them to go.
Dude, it's half a foundation below where I want it to be. What are you doing?
I also made a single rail variation for when I needed to split off single tracks.
No way. You're not gonna let me connect that. The track is too long. Really? This is gonna be how it connects up to this train station, I guess. The tracks are floating with supports every so-and-so. Is that acceptable?
I was worried it might not appear particularly structurally sound, but I decided to stick with it.
Yeah, I think I should just build the whole thing higher. I think it looks a lot better when it's straight. I'll give it that.
Thankfully, with my pillar blueprints, it was easy for me to stack up the rail supports to whatever height.
Yeah, I feel like the straight section with that kind of a gap is fine.
But to build the supports at the right height, I was placing these foundation guides to help me out, when I could have done this much more easily. Alas, I was still very much a noob when it came to blueprints, and an even bigger noob when it came to rails.
I think my rails need to be high-ish, so it feels like there's good reason for them to have supports. I'll figure out how to do a nice turn somewhere in there. Run it all the way over here. Yeah, so if I build my track, it's gonna be like at that level, so I'm gonna have to get it up somehow. Oh man.
My train ambition was growing, and I wanted these rails to go a rather long distance around the map.
I feel like this exercise with the trains is kind of making me realize how small the world is. Like all of this stuff is kind of annoyingly spread out in a way. But if I just had a train station here, funneled all this crap in and have it go wherever.
The problem was, my current method of rail placement was painfully slow, but at least I managed to make a nice smooth turn. But then I got annoyed about how the turn out of the train station was kind of wonky, so I spent ages fixing that.
Okay, but I think that's a successful mission. I think this is how I will approach railways for my world.
This led to a bit of a crisis though. I had the urge to put every resource on the planet onto trains so I could send it all to a giant factory to produce infinite items. I lost sight of my immediate goal and started massively overthinking. I eventually placed a locomotive onto my unfinished track, and I fiddled around with the train timetable menu for a bit, and I also placed some of these block signals.
So if there was a train on this green section, then this signal would be red and it would stop any other trains here.
I then made a junction with perfectly spaced supports creating perfect rail turns.
So that means this junction would go off to a train station over here, and then the train line could continue around the world that way.
I set up 2 stations over this way, and my vague intention was to fill them up with iron ore and limestone to use for some massive project. I think I was considering automating all the project assembly parts. I also spent ages completely confused by the signals at the junction, because they did not appear to be happy. I was trying to use path signals, which apparently is a variation on block signals meant to be good at managing junctions, but I didn't, and honestly still don't really understand how they work.
I don't know what I'm doing with these signals, not gonna lie.
I paused the train track disaster show and spent some time designing the platform below this station. I got it looking pretty snazzy. When I began prepping to mine all the resources that I wanted to go onto the train, I managed to evolve the look of these miner foundations.
Yeah, I don't mind this for a new standard for paving miners.
I also tried to come up with a new way to support conveyor belts, using a different type of pillar to keep things orderly. I guess I got over the round ones pretty quickly. But I will say, where possible, avoid having belts hanging through the air weirdly.
Yeah, that's much neater. There we go. That's what we like to see.
I placed some miners on this side of the station too, and a bunch of fiddly belt nonsense followed.
3 going in 1 merger, so this is 450 iron ore, and this will be another 450 once I get those fired up.
Before long, both freight platforms were filling up, the first with iron ore and the second with limestone. My daughter was once again watching me play at this point, and she told me this station should be called Tay-Tay, as you command.
Hey, set up a train schedule. Hardly. Alright, now let's go to our other station and see what happens.
A train was officially moving on some tracks, very promising.
Oh, he went crazy.
I tried to set up this train's timetable to go from Tay-Tay station to Addy station, which my daughter also named, and I just wanted it to load at Tay-Tay and unload at Addy.
So this should load up with a bunch of stuff, right?
Despite Mr. Bean's best efforts to get in the way, the freight was indeed loaded onto the train at Tay-Tay. So far so good.
So we should automatically go?
We did indeed automatically go, but we had a stowaway.
What a silly goose. Alright, now we're here. It should unload all our stuff.
But the train did not want to unload all the stuff at Addy station, and I could not figure out why, so I set up a little loop between 2 stations so I could troubleshoot quickly.
This is what I needed to do. I can configure the freight platforms to unload.
By default, freight platforms are set to load, so all I had to do was flick this over to unload. The next time the train arrived, everything finally worked as intended, and both the iron ore and limestone was unloaded. But so what? Why did I move a bunch of iron ore and limestone? Not even that far, just across the grass fields biome.
If I'm gonna do 5 heavy modular frames, which is fine for just a distinct factory, all that factory does is plug heavy modular frames into the cloud storage. I only need 480 iron ore, 180 limestone, and 425 water. I literally do not need this. Now, does that mean this project was an absolute waste of time?
Yeah, sort of, but ultimately no, because I'd figured out a lot about my approach to trains. Also, I could always use those resources later. But for now, as you heard, I'd decided 5 heavy modular frames a minute was plenty, and I was going to use the pure iron ingot recipe and the wet concrete recipe, which mix iron ore and limestone respectively with water, resulting in way better efficiency, which meant I needed way less raw materials. Both of those alternate recipes were used in refineries, so I spent some time cooking up a refinery blueprint.
Let's try some of this. This looks good.
As was often the case, this blueprint went through a couple of iterations, but soon it was time to build. The refineries went down where the space elevator had been plonked earlier, and one other benefit of the train tracks was that they became a nice feature in the overall design of my world. In this case, I placed the refinery building parallel to the tracks. This was the first time I'd built something without snapping it to the world grid. So for once, this factory was not going to be perfectly parallel to all of my other buildings. I needed exactly 480 iron ore, and with some overclocking and splitting, I could get that out of these iron nodes. These original nodes, the very first iron I ever mined, was still coming in clutch.
I only need 1.5 refineries for wet concrete, but I want to use a quarter of the area because it just makes the most sense. 25%, a 50%, a 50%, and another 25%. It makes 1.5 refineries total out of 4.
I needed 13.75 refineries to make the pure iron ingots, so a little bit of overclocking meant the other 12 refineries here would get that done for me. You can see why I wanted to use the iron ore from near my hub. It was very close to where I was building, and after a bit of belt work underneath, the iron ore was connected over. As for limestone, there was a node here from which I could use overclocking to get a cheeky 90 limestone, and an impure node over this way that could supply 150 max. Between those two sources, I claimed the 180 I needed. I went to the effort of elevating the belt from this second node to the exact height of the splitter, so that once it met up over at the factory, it could shoot straight in neatly. And I really needed to make a proper conveyor blueprint because building these pillars by hand every time was a lot.
Alright, I like that. It's kind of a ridiculous but beautiful way of getting the materials in. And from there, it doesn't matter what happens. So it's a bit of a mess through here. In you go, mate. Clipping through the floor, all that kind of nonsense. Who cares? Alright. The limestone is connected.
That happened on the 19th of April 2025. When next I played, it was the 26th of June.
That's right, I'm doing this massive factory. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, there are a number of new things. Conveyor wall hole, yeah, that's what I needed. It tells you the throughput of the conveyor it's attached to. We've got the personnel elevator, extra beams, some cables. Ooh.
The 1.1 update had come out, and a bunch of new schematics were available to buy at the awesome shop. I, of course, bought them all. I tried out the conveyor throughput monitor.
It says 0 because it's not moving at the moment. That's fair.
The conveyor wall hole came in handy immediately, as these can be put wherever you like.
Oh dude, it's so silly.
Okay, maybe not exactly wherever you like. Although you can hold control to do a half nudge, but I hadn't learnt that by this point, so maybe I could have actually got this in the right spot. Anyway, it'll do. I built here especially because I needed a water source, and the same pond providing water to my liquid biofuel factory was going to get the job done for me, with 2 partially overclocked water extractors providing the 425 cubic meters of water per minute that I needed.
That'll all be hidden, so it doesn't matter that it's ugly underneath.
I began setting all the refineries, and I slapped the roof on so that I could run power down from the ceiling.
The tricky part though is how the hell do I move this crap up?
Only 480 iron ore was going into these refineries, but about 894 iron ingots were coming out. That was not going to fit on one belt.
Alright, the refinement level's actually done. And then up here, we just gotta actually... Oh no. That's a problem. I can't build where he clips through. There's no way.
I'd been planning to build the factory vertically, but now I realized that would interfere with the path of the glorious manta ray. Unacceptable.
I think I just built it up here then.
I then randomly got distracted trying out this technique, where you build a beam at a funky angle and then snap foundations to it so that they build on a funky angle. And suddenly you have something other than perfect right angles.
I like that. It's adding some shape, you know what I mean?
I built a path over the tracks, across which I plan to send the iron ingots and concrete. I also built one of the elevators, because I figured I should try make some of my factories walkable, like a real factory would be, with some kind of way for humans to access the areas by foot. I don't actually know if real factories are like that. I haven't really been to many.
Elevator. Sick. Complete with elevator music. That's what you like to see.
Also, I put some big lights on the ceiling. More foundations went down, and it was time to place down some constructors. I made use of the blueprints I'd made back at the electronics factory. I had to get this tree out of the way, and I discovered that in 1.1 they added some new tree falling glory.
Very impressive new tree animations, man. Iron pipes, iron wire, iron plates, iron rods, I don't know which one will be which, but it's fine. We'll figure it out.
The iron pipes alternate recipe was once again gonna shine here, and I was using the iron wire alternate too, which completely cut the need for any copper ore out of this build. The default heavy modular frame recipe requires tons of screws, but I'd cut them out of the build too, because I was using the heavy encased frame recipe, which relies on concrete instead of screws. I'd also cut out the need for steel beams by once again planning to use the encased industrial pipes alternate recipe.
I'm honestly kind of regretting doing a bunch of copper stuff. I don't think I like it. I think I like the original factory color.
I think I may have been prone to changing my mind a lot. I was now unhappy with the copper finish on these machines. Something about the default Satisfactory orange was beckoning me back. Anyway, I was decorating this one as I went. I tried to give it an entrance room, but I initially made it too glass heavy, so I scaled back to a simpler style.
Yeah, I've just spent like an hour fiddling around, dude.
An hour well spent, clearly. I made a 4-splitter blueprint to at least speed up the belt work, but I really should have just built a blueprint complete with the machines, the belts, and the power all done. I did do this eventually, but I really had to warm up to it, apparently. I began toying with an idea for the design of this roof, and I was still trying to figure out what to do for the walls, too. Much like the refinery, the interior was set to have glossy concrete floors with carbon steel paint, some factory lines down, and railings to ensure any visitors didn't get their big toes stuck in the machines.
So for some reason I tried to jam 640 iron ore onto one belt, but I can only have a max of 480 on one belt at the moment, so I don't know what the heck I was smoking.
By iron ore, I meant iron ingots, and yeah, that was a dodgy effort. To fix it, I just split that 640 belt into two.
That'll do. That seems good.
640 of the 894 iron ingots were needed for iron pipes, which is why I'd tried to put 640 on one belt.
This is 80 pipes from these three and 80 pipes from these three, and I gotta split the input.
Easily done. The remaining 350 or so ingots were split into the other constructor lines to make iron wire, iron rods, and iron plates. And then I continued with my funky roof design.
My logistics floor has crap clipping into each other.
I guess I forgot that underfloors should be taller than this, so clipping was inevitable. I don't know what was wrong with me, but I decided to put up with it because I figured that floor was going to be hidden anyway. And here go my 4 iron products up to the floor above. I then made a dangly light blueprint.
I don't think they illuminate very well. You know what I need that I forgot? Oh, for goodness sake. I need the concrete. I forgot about the concrete. Yeah, it's officially a mess down here, you know what I mean? But what are you going to do?
To maintain symmetry without having to redo the other belts, I shot the concrete upwards, centered in front of the iron items.
Using the conveyors as a feature where possible is kind of cool.
And then it was time for some assemblers up above. I started with 4 to make encased industrial beams using the pipes and concrete, and 4 making reinforced iron plates using wire and plates. But then I needed yet more assemblers for the next level up, so I decided to have another crack at using the blueprint designer.
I think I need to evolve my blueprints so that they're just like placed in and it's done. I can't be fiddling around. 3 assemblers piece 2 and piece 1, which should just line up. So that's a half piece and that's a half piece, but they're switched around so that you can line it up perfectly. And so that can just be modular, keep going on forever. The next step would be to add power to the blueprint, like power connections, so that all I would have to do is just plug it in.
I whipped up something that looked a little bit like this. This meant 6 more assemblers were added in record time. These ones were going to be making modular frames out of the reinforced iron plates plus iron rods.
The blueprint is not connected underneath. There's always something that I do wrong, right?
Yeah, you know what else I got wrong? I somehow placed them off center at first, so I had to do that one again. I shot more materials up, and the final machines required for this factory were 2 manufacturers to make the final product, the heavy modular frames. I decided to sloop these up in advance, so that my initial stockpile of this important item would come in double time.
You know what's crazy? I've got all these conveyors clipping through each other and I don't care anymore. I think earlier I would have been like, this is unacceptable, but this is just a logistics flaw.
In retrospect, I am offended by the clipping, but this marked the beginning of a trend towards a bit more chaos in my playthrough. And this chaos got worse before it got better.
I think everything's actually working properly. I think the asymmetry will make it look way more interesting from far away. For some reason, that floor is overhanging. I don't know why. I don't know how.
And the final piece of the puzzle was for the heavy modular frames to head into storage, at long last. An awesome sink went down too to eat up any overflow. Then it was time for the classic experience of discovering you made your factory with 37 mistakes.
I didn't have water going into these, so I was a bit low on iron ingots and I was a bit low on concrete.
This turned out to be an issue with the refinery blueprint, because one refinery in each of the sets of 4 presented with the same weird pipe problem. I'd built pretty much exclusively open air factories by this point, and I was determined to change that. But I must say, I found this difficult. It's hard to make walls look good. If you're not careful, it can end up looking like a big old flat boring nothing, and then your factory can end up looking like a smelly box. I find with an open air approach, the machines themselves add so much to the visual dynamic. So with this enclosed build, I at least wanted to use a fair bit of glass, so that the machines could still contribute to the aesthetic a little.
That's just the refinery for the heavy modular frames. It's a big old building, a little bit brutalist, like a angry office building.
Maybe the best thing about this build was how the refinery connected over to the rest of the factory, with the bridge over the rails. And now it was time to figure out the rest of this design.
Alright, I think I'm done.
As you can see, I added an elevator to this building too, and the weird shape of it kinda saved me. I'd been pretty lazy with just a whole bunch of flat walls, but because the levels were different sizes, everything met up, resulting in funky shapes, ensuring there was no offensive boxiness. Inside, all the machines appeared to be working properly, though it seemed I had too much wire somehow.
In all my decorating, I've already got a good stockpile.
A job complete, and a hugely important item now automated forevermore.
It's just ridiculous that this massive thing is all for heavy modular frames, and that is literally it.
I know I've harped on about this, but the fact that this build was not parallel to my other builds really helped to add to the grass field's dynamic. But here's something that I hadn't thought about for a while.
If I make one more massive factory, I'm going to be close to my limit, aren't I?
The heavy modular frame factory was drawing about 850 megawatts at minimum, but actually more than that due to the summer sloops. And yes, you can be sure I was going to need way more wattage in order to build the upcoming factories this game was going to demand of me. I still wanted to automate crystal oscillators, but I decided that could wait for now. I knew of some crude oil nodes over near a stinky pond.
I think I should turn all of this oil into power somehow.
I then realized there was a geothermal crack bubbling up here, on which I was able to slap down a geothermal generator.
That's actually so sick. It goes do 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 do. Ready? Ready? Ready?
Geothermal power is not steady. This one provided at minimum 200 and at most 600, so it could only really be relied on for 200 megawatts, which is better than nothing. There are a bunch of ways you can get more power out of crude oil, using various recipes that complicate the oil refining process. I just needed to figure out what my best option was. But first, I set up yet another dodgy project assembly part factory.
So now we've got a nice little setup here with all the juice you could possibly want to make it go as fast as possible.
This was a hand-fed factory, obviously, and it was set to shoot modular engines and adaptive control units straight into the space elevator, which I had plonked down here in another random spot. But it turns out these were very hungry for many parts, so I had to restock them quite a few times.
I think these are the first of these ones I've ever made. Look at these things. Off they go.
I swear I will properly automate some project assembly parts eventually, but not today. What power margin I had right now needed to go towards creating the fuel for another power expansion. And this power plant was gonna be big.
300 from the normals, 150 from the impures, 600 from the pures.
Thanks to Mark II pipes, I was able to drill for 100% of the possible crude oil here already.
Alright, so 2550 oil will be at my disposal.
By the way, it was now September of 2025, and my playtime in this world was now at almost 115 hours. This was around the time when I got a bit more committed to this playthrough and actually finishing off the game, but I had a long way to go.
What the hell? What the hell? It's September 12 now, 2025. This came out about a year ago, I guess.
Happy birthday, Satisfactory 1.0. The game had been out for over a year now, and I still had not completed Phase 3. I added a couple of Southern Forest geothermal generators to the power network, because why not? And that dodgy project assembly setup was actually drawing a crazy amount of power, because it had multiple fully overclocked and summer slooped manufacturers. I didn't realize this at the time, but the increased power consumption from these is multiplicative, and the sloops make machines draw 4 times the watts. So a fully overclocked and slooped manufacturer draws 13.341 times its base power usage. Those temporary manufacturers were drawing a ridiculous 738 megawatts each. Luckily, I somehow did not blow up my power network doing this, because I was genuinely oblivious. And luckily, those machines did not stay active for too long. I plan to grab sulfur for my upcoming build from here, and there happened to be yet more geothermal thingos. And then it was time for yet another change in the Floydson Satisfactory journey. No more foundations on the resource nodes.
Yeah, because it looks kind of cool anyway, to have it all kind of just straight on there. This is better in some ways. I don't know if my tastes have changed or what.
I guess I had been working on this for over a year by this point, and that is plenty of time for preferences to evolve. There was a pure node here, which fully overclocked would give me 600 sulfur. Unfortunately, my Mark IV belts could only move 480, so I couldn't yet fully benefit from its bounty.
But for the coal down there, they're all normal. So this is gonna be 300, 300, 300, 300, so I'm gonna have 1200 total here. This is gonna give me 930 sulfur. I need even coal and sulfur input for the compacted coal.
I discovered another pure sulfur node, and there was more coal available too. My limiting factor was sulfur. Either way, that would be enough to help generate tens of thousands of megawatts. I then began collecting the sulfur here, and I'd grown much more relaxed with the belts too. Look at this mess. Following the clipping belts in the heavy modular frame factory, this marked the official beginning of another phase for me. The phase of highly offensive belts. This was an overreaction in response to my earlier pedantry. I'd been a little too uptight earlier, and now I was too loose. Although those sulfur belts weren't actually that bad. It got much worse soon enough. I whipped out the stacked conveyor blueprint I used back at the electronics factory for this one, and I allowed the way the belt snaked over the land to be a little more fluid. I didn't insist on right angles only, curves were allowed. This helped me to learn that I wasn't an absolute hater of curves. Curves within reason, I say. I also officially switched back to the original fix-it swatch. Begone copper finish, give me the iconic orange. I had this to say in defense of my conveyors.
I feel like it's kind of dignified because it's at least above ground a little bit. You know what I mean? Somehow above ground means dignity, clearly.
Too bad if you're dead and buried. No dignity for you.
Look at this big dingus. Oh, the coal's like here, dude. Okay. Some of the coal's here. I got like 930 sulfur coming down from there. I can get 1200 coal from right here. And I need sulfur from all the way over here. I feel like I should use trains, man. I feel like trains is exciting.
Uh-oh, trains could be dangerous. I properly connected this geothermal generator into the network, and between the 5 of these I'd placed, I was getting at least 600 megawatts to work with, so that was pretty decent. I made a hypertube cannon blueprint and used it to set up fast travel back to the hub, which was handy immediately because my project assembly mess over here needed more input parts plugged in.
Since belts are the limiting factor on my new turbo fuel plant that I'm planning, I kind of want to plan ahead. If I build it to the scale to make use of the next tier of conveyor belt, then I'll be able to immediately upgrade it, right?
That is true. It essentially meant making more machines than I could actually use right now, so that once I was able to pull more coal and sulfur out of the ground, I could immediately make use of it. But I was getting ahead of myself. I hadn't even started mining all the relevant nodes yet.
So what kind of coal is this? There's more pure coal. There's so much coal.
I'd had a different coal node in mind, but since this one was right next to the sulfur I wanted, I figured I might as well just grab it and put it on the train too. I used those famous train support pillars to support the station. All the train prep from earlier was paying off, although clearly I still had some things to learn.
That's a problem. I think I'm trying to build in too tight a space, right?
It was a bit awkward building here, up on a natural bridge with limited space, and I soon concluded I had to move the entire station.
Yeah, I think I want to do it right-hand drive. Even though I'm Australian and that goes against all my religion.
We drive on the left side of the road down under, but in my Satisfactory world, the trains drive on the right. Blasphemy. Also, part of the solution to not having enough space is to just make obscenely tall rail supports down to the ground far below.
Guess got some big old pillars, no one can deny. Alright, so the train station's set up.
I just needed to plug the resources in. Coal went in the front carriage and sulfur in the back.
There's enough room for the train to go through, right? Does this just look better with a curve? Yeah, I don't mind the curve for this one.
Let's just say I built this train station way quicker than the last one. Now I needed to lay tracks back to the other coal and sulfur. This biome had lots of natural bridges spanning this upper area, and down below was solid land. I perched the tracks along this bridge, and my more relaxed approach to the belts also carried over to these tracks. I wasn't insisting on having all the supports at exactly the same height, for example.
What is the best way to build this train track? Do we go up?
No, do not go up. Go down, my friend. You can make single rail train routes. You just have to use a train with a locomotive on each end so it pushes and pulls along the one track. But if you want more than one train on a network, it's got to be a loop. Hence the double rails. Once I got down towards the stinky pond biome, I threaded the track through a gap, and I tested with a locomotive to make sure the train would fit without hitting one of the weird mushrooms. It was gonna fit, no worries.
This is real tricky. How the hell do I get down there?
Rails can't be very steep, but I had to get a fair bit lower, so I made each support as low as it would let me.
Oh, by the way, Phase 3 is just complete. My janky factory did its work. I gotta say, this train track is actually sick.
Looks more like a roller coaster. And look at that support perched on the weird mushroom plant over there. Beautiful. Back at base, I plugged the alien DNA into cloud storage because I needed some for MAM unlocks. I observed 50 purple slugs backed up in the constructor, meaning I had well over 1,000 power shards available all up, and I figured it was time to knock over Phase 3. 100 adaptive control units and 500 modular engines had joined the 2500 versatile frameworks, and it was time to load, seal, and send.
You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to tiers 7 and 8 in the hub.
Hoverpack?
In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts.
Oh my gosh, nuclear
Instead,
pasta.
I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day?
The project assembly parts shot up the space elevator, and the main body of that thingo up there was built. What is that thingo? I don't know.
Assembly director system, magnetic field generator, thermal propulsion rocket, nuclear pasta?
It was a big mission for me to automate heavy modular frames, but things were about to get a whole lot more complicated than that. The next hurdle appeared to be aluminium, and beyond that, blenders and supercomputers and sulfuric acid.
Drones and drone ports, nuclear power, fused modular frames. I'm gonna have to make even more complicated modular frames. Particle accelerator. Okay, dude, this is gonna get crazy, man. I'm scared.
One step at a time, and the first step was bauxite refinement, which I was able to knock over immediately with the phase 3 items I'd already automated.
If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
I could now scan for bauxite, which can be refined into aluminium, which can obviously make aluminium products. But before worrying about any of that, I wanted to complete this power plant project.
This is feeling good. I feel like the rate of construction is much improved.
I connected power towers over to power up the train station, and I named it Smelly Pond Station before taking a joyride on my roller coaster. Now that this train network was powered up, I was able to pull power from the station to this power pole, which powered up the miners. Before long, coal and sulfur was filling up the freight platforms. I named this Natural Bridge Station. I set up a timetable for the train and set it to autopilot, and off it went. Positive signs. Maybe this would actually just work without a hitch.
It's kind of a bumpy ride.
The train pulled into Smelly Pond Station, but here's a hitch for you. It had been months since I last played around with trains, and I had forgotten that I needed to set the freight platforms at this station to unload.
Hey, but you didn't unload. You didn't unload, dude. Oh, I need to turn this to unload. I always forget. I did that at the last one as well. At the moment, it's just 1410, but it will be 1650. If I do that divided by 25, I need 66 assemblers. I could overclock the assemblers.
According to my calculations, I would need 66 assemblers to use up all the coal and sulfur once I'd upgraded my belts to increase throughput. That's without overclocking any of the machines. I decided I'd just make more assemblers than I need, and later on I could always overclock them if necessary.
Alright, so that's 8 assemblers all connected in. We got janky logistics work, and then I want to do the exact same on top. Will it fit?
Somehow it did fit.
Alright, so this is very janky, right? I've got stuff clipping willy-nilly. That'll send the merger up to there, into there. Alright, so that should all be linked up.
I used a little beam connector piece to connect a wall plug up here, and all the power was sorted too.
Look at this thing. This is huge. A huge monstrosity. And I can just plug the coal and sulfur into this.
I wasn't quite sure where to build, so I focused on getting all the resources mined first. And this is where my new chaotic approach to belt work got truly out of hand.
300 has been split into 3. Then 200 is going back into this merger, and then it'll come out of here, and I can send it over there. And 100 is going over there to join with the 300 there, so this output here will be 400. 400 coal coming out of there, 400 coal coming out of there, 400 coal coming out of there.
As ridiculous as this all was, it actually did merge 4 miners, producing 300 each into 3 lines of 400 coal per minute.
Over here, how much did I put on each belt? I don't remember. Okay, so the bottom one is 450, the top one is 480. I gotta try to remember that. I don't know if the train throughput is good enough to maintain 480. This says 307 items per minute. So I think I need to put another train.
I didn't pull the trigger on another train just yet, but instead got working building the actual factory.
Is that cool or is that stupid? I think it might be stupid.
I tweaked it a little, and I built the blueprint so that the coal and sulfur inputs were right next to each other over here. So obviously I needed to keep that in mind as I pieced everything together.
I think I'm just gonna make a big old tower, bro. I've changed my mind. I was gonna try to do some cool tiered thing, but...
The concept of a tiered factory stayed with me, and I did try it out to good effect later. But for now, it was indeed tower time. It was easy to stack these. I just had to remove the walkway from the top, and then they fit together perfectly. Except I had a problem.
It costs more materials than I have in storage. That's crazy. Oh.
This blueprint used 566 encased industrial beams, but the dimensional cloud maxed out at 500 of those. To circumvent the limit, I just pulled 500 into my inventory, and the cloud soon refilled, so that between it and my inventory, I had enough to get the job done.
Because all the inputs are going to be one above the other. How am I going to do that? I don't know.
I'd stacked the blueprint 4 times, so this was 64 assemblers total. When all of the machines were fully overclocked by 250%, it could effectively become 160 assemblers, capable of using up 4,000 sulfur and coal to produce 4,000 compacted coal. I was definitely not planning on going anywhere near that crazy, but it was good to have plenty of overclocking margin to work with for potential upgrades later.
It's funny how my taste has just completely changed. I now love the spaghetti.
Not true. I was in a state of delirium, insanity, delusion, deep-seated trauma, death. Do not listen to my lies. Because it didn't take long before I came to thoroughly detest the mess that I made here. But for now, I was still in that strange chaotic phase. It only got worse once I brought the sulfur over.
Oh wait, I need to mix these.
I've been able to put exactly 400 coal into each of the bottom 3 levels, which would perfectly feed the 16 assemblers inside. But the sulfur conveyors had 450 and 480 on them, plus 480 more from the train. Those are kind of weird numbers to try and balance into 400 per level.
This beautiful monstrosity.
Look how flamin' ridiculous these conveyor lifts are. This was just the only way I could think of to get to the stacked inputs and outputs. Absolute insanity. I began pulling the resources over from the train too, and this coal headed up to the top level.
It's got this massive mess here, but no one's gonna look at the mess. People are just gonna look at the beautiful tower. It's fine.
Everyone is looking at the mess, you fool. Okay, now how the heck do I split up these 3 sulfur lines? I wanted 400 for each of the 3 lower levels and 210 to go at the top. There was no way to easily do that, so I procrastinated by working on the tower's design.
Look at its squat little legs.
I eventually bit the bullet and played around with the sulfur belts. And this mess here was not a perfect split like the coal, but it theoretically should all overflow to ultimately send the correct amount of sulfur to each floor.
How the heck do people do logistics of this scale neatly, man?
You can hear in my voice, I was already beginning to loathe the hideous mess I'd made.
I feel like I'm beginning to regret what I've just done.
See, it really didn't take long at all. I really should have set up the machines with the compacted coal recipe inside the blueprint, but I had not. And now I had to copy and paste a bunch in order to tell these machines to make compacted coal. The top level needed a bit of underclocking because it was only going to have 210 sulfur available, limiting its output. But soon the tower was ready to produce 1,410 compacted coal total. To celebrate, more design work. I went with a bunch of frame walls and ramps and upside down ramps to adorn the sides where I'd placed the funky foundations sticking out. I used glass walls on the front and back, and I began getting power served up the tower while I was at it.
Problem is, this is my output. Dang it, man. I have not planned. How do you plan out the logistics better for a big build, man? How the heck do I even get them to my next factory? I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even know where I was going to build the refineries that the compacted coal needed to go to. But if in doubt, procrastinate by continuing to work on the tower design. The top level needed some kind of roof, and I figured the tower could use an elevator. There is absolutely no room at all to walk around inside, but why not have an elevator?
I like the building. I do, but I feel like I dropped the ball on logistics.
I keep whinging about my logistical efforts, and fair enough, but I did actually fix this all up wonderfully later on. For now, I did my best to simply get it all functional.
It seems my blueprint is fine, because all the machines are working. Because they're all the blueprint, I know there's definitely no mistakes. I haven't changed anything.
I was confident the machines were all plugged in properly, but that didn't mean my coal and sulfur allocation was actually done right. Is that foreshadowing? Anyway, looks like I was committed to decorating this bad boy. I even whipped out the dangly light blueprint from the heavy modular frame factory.
I believe it is complete. There it is, the big honka chonka. You know what I need? I need photo mode. Where's that? How do you do photo mode again?
Photo mode was added in 1.1, so it was now much easier for me to capture top tier cinematic glory.
Check out these shots. Ooh, beautiful.
It was now time to figure out if my train's throughput was managing to move the 480 items per minute that I needed. The problem was, because the factory wasn't in full swing, it was kind of impossible to know. A lot of these materials were backed up because they simply weren't being used. In other words, I had no clue. I pretty much needed to finish this project before I'd be able to reliably tell.
But now we gotta work on the refineries.
I needed refineries to turn the crude oil into heavy oil residue, and I needed yet more refineries to mix that heavy oil residue with compacted coal to make turbo fuel.
Hey you, what are you doing on here?
I began by tweaking the refinery blueprint I'd made for the wet concrete and pure iron ingots earlier, adjusting the inputs and outputs to suit my current needs. I revised my maths from earlier and tried to drill down, figuring out how many refineries I needed, and I also began drilling down to collect crude oil.
Alright, we got tons of oil here. I need 1560, I think that's correct, and I've got 1350, so I need 210 more here.
I had way more crude oil and coal available, so sulfur was definitely my limiting factor.
This is going to take so much space. You see how big refineries are? I need over 100 refineries.
If you couldn't tell judging from this giant tower, this was indeed an ambitious project. I wanted to produce as much power as I possibly could, with hopes it would last me deep into the late game. I'd originally built my power sockets right in the center, in the way of where these output conveyors needed to go, but now I'd moved those over, and it was time to bring down the compacted coal. I shot off a foundation bridge this way so that I could determine at what height I wanted to build the refineries, and it was about time I made a decent conveyor blueprint with which to standardize the way I moved materials around the world.
Basically, after the logistics disaster of this build, I want to move into a new approach to logistics.
This was 9 belts and a power pole on top.
I feel like I'm getting organized now. I feel like I'm thinking smart stuff, you know what I mean?
I made variations of this blueprint with varying numbers of belts on there, and even variations without power poles on the top. I then spent some time creating categories and subcategories for my blueprints. And I'm not sure how many times I forgot to record while grinding out this playthrough, but it seems to have been a few times.
Oh dang, I somehow wasn't recording, but I've done a fair bit. We got some refinery business going along here. I had to make a new blueprint that only had fluid intake, because of course these are going to be making heavy oil residue plus polymer resin, and all I need to go in is crude oil. So as you can see, I've lined up 15 here, but 15 will put out exactly 600 heavy oil residue, which is the limit for a pipe's throughput, the max flow rate. I also made this barrier with a light in it, which I think is kind of cool.
Making these light barriers is quite finicky. I had to look up a tutorial in order to learn how to get the light in the right spot.
I believe I did this in my previous recording, all these conveyor options. I did the exact same for the pipes. So this is the logistics upgrade I needed in terms of blueprints available so that I can do a better job than I did at the base of that hideous mess tower down there. But the reason I built them like this, and I hope this works, there is a mode, auto connect. Yeah, I wanted to be able to go further than that. That's sad. Oh, I press. Okay, yeah, so once you do that, then you can stretch it out to its limit.
This blueprint auto connect building mode was also added in 1.1, and it was incredibly handy. For example, with this 9 pipe blueprint, it was saving me having to manually connect all the pipes. And it also helped me determine how far away the blueprint should be by showing me the pipe length limit. I was finally growing in confidence with these blueprints, and it was crazy how quickly another 30 refineries went down.
We got the 60 down. Here's an interesting question though.
What do I do with the ridiculous amount of polymer resin byproduct that I'll be producing? I was thinking I would make a large quantity of plastic or rubber, and then I realized something about my refineries.
Dude, I should have put the power solution in the blueprint.
This sparked a bit of a rework, adding power to the blueprint and those light barrier thingos too.
I'm missing iron plate. Oh, I'm using blueprints so fast. I'm running out of iron plate in the cloud storage. That's crazy.
And so I replaced all 60 refineries with a new and improved blueprint. Except the blueprint had 4 refineries in it, so once I'd lined up 4 blueprints in a row, there were 16 refineries. And I only wanted 15, so I had to delete the last one in each line.
Here's my question. This is gonna take 30 times 60. It's gonna take 1800 megawatts.
I had concerns I wouldn't have enough power to turn on this factory.
15 times 16 times 4. So this is another 960. These are going to use 50.4. Oh crap, they use a lot. And I've got 4 here. About another 500 for the miners. It's already going to use over 3000 megawatts as soon as I turn it on. And then I've got to add more refineries.
By the look of it, based on current consumption, I might actually have enough margin. With that confident assessment, I got back to work as I began connecting these refineries to the underfloor and powering up the crude oil miners. It was then time to give the pipe blueprints a workout and to blow up any random coral rock thingos that were in my way. Some of the chaos had left my system, and these logistics blueprints were helping to bring some order. I even made sure to keep the pipe supports at the same height. Whenever the supports were off the ground, I quickly shoved more of these frame foundations and the orange beam in there to get it looking tidy. And if any random bushes dared clip into my pipes, they got exploded. The pure nodes were up a little higher, so I had to pull those down, and I set up an entry point where the pipes would plug into the factory. But the tricky part was figuring out how to pull all 6 pipes together nicely without creating too much mess. I haven't really talked about it much, but there are different build modes for pipes and conveyors. Pipes in particular have heaps of options, from straight mode to curved mode to horizontal to vertical mode. I was trying all of the options, but I had trouble with some of the pipes clipping. Eventually, I ended up with this. At least it's neater than the bottom of the compacted coal tower. And at this point, I implemented another smart organizational tool. I placed these signs here to label each pipe, which was of massive help to future me as I tried to keep track of what the heck was going on at this factory.
There's nothing coming in there, but there is a potential of 600 because it's connected to a pure spot. This is 210, this is 150, 300, 600, 300, and that gives me my 1410 total. But I want 400 to go into each of these, and I have no idea how to split up. Like, how the heck do I...
Considering my pipes had random amounts of oil, I didn't know how to ensure exactly 400 got into each line of refineries.
Because that's sending 300 and 150 into here, so that's 400. I've got to keep the extra 50 going along, right? The extra 50 needs to be used down the line.
Yeah, basically I plugged more than enough oil into each input, and then connected an overflow pipe to take any extra oil down the line. Fluid can obviously flow both ways in a pipe though, so I wasn't really sure if this would work in practice, but it made sense in theory. And then I realized something.
I just realized I want exactly 450. I want 450 in each one, not 400. Alright, so I can get rid of that immediately, because this is perfectly 450. That's a 300 and a 150 going to there. Boom, done.
I'm glad I realized that pretty quickly, and it was actually easier to split these pipes up in multiples of 150, so that was a bonus. I placed pumps on all of the pipes to ensure they had enough head lift, and in theory, that was all the crude oil sorted. The pipes up top were certainly full, so that was a good sign. I only needed 52 of these refineries running initially, so I turned 8 of them off. But once I was able to get more sulfur into the mix, I'd actually need more than 60 refineries. When that time came, I could of course just overclock the existing refineries, but that would force me to rework a lot of the pipes, so I decided to simply only add 30 more refineries to have on standby.
At this point, maybe I should have overclocked because then I would have only needed like 40 instead of 60 billion, but it is what it is. I like this. This is future-proof.
One benefit of avoiding overclocking is that the power consumption would ultimately be a lot lower. Also, it meant this factory was going to be impressively massive. I ended up doing some of that future pipe work in advance, and I popped a valve on there to stop any oil going that way for now.
So the second refinery on all of these blueprints is not connected properly.
That was not a fun thing to discover, as I had to fix a lot of pipes, and I don't even know what the problem was. I think it was some pipe-specific bug. But other than that, things seemed to be working as I began powering up each line of refineries. Connecting power lines between each blueprint section was a bit of a mission, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
I also need 90 refineries for turbo fuel, so I think I might as well just mirror this.
If later on I managed to use up all 2,550 crude oil to make heavy oil residue, then I would need 91 turbo fuel refineries. 90 will do, with one overclocked to double.
It is a different blueprint though, right? This one only has a liquid input, the crude oil, whereas this one's gonna have two inputs, the heavy oil residue and the compact coal coming from over there. All of my resources that I've got have a buffer, but I'm curious how drained the buffer's getting.
I decided to go have a look.
Haven't made much of a dent. Oh, my concrete buffer's actually kind of struggling.
I also paid a visit to my heavy modular frame factory and discovered it was chugging away happily. Great news for my coupon collecting. Anyway, what was I doing? Before long, 90 more refineries were down.
And now I just gotta figure out how I want to connect everything. I can have the oil residue coming straight in this side, right? Boom, from over there to here. Although I don't think the ratios are necessary, right? So I'm going to have to do some pipe work underneath, but that's fine. The compacted coal is obviously coming from the tower over there. So I want it to come in that way, which is why the input is not here. The input is at the other end. They only need 7.5 per min, 362 power plants. Let's call it 363. If I divide that by 2.5, I need 145 fully overclocked. 145. And do you know how big those things are?
I wasn't going to be able to use all those fuel power generators immediately, but once again, I was trying to future-proof. I set up a bunch of sinks to eat the large quantity of polymer resin the heavy oil residue refineries would pump out as a byproduct. Each full line was producing 300, but the line at the end wasn't producing quite so much.
We've got 2180 heavy oil residue available right now. Each line needs 562.5.
I actually had 2,080 available, but I was right about how much each line of 15 turbo fuel refineries needed. I once again didn't really know what I was doing when it came to these pipes, but I followed the same plan that I'd had with the crude oil. Just plug it in and connect overflow pipes to make sure any leftovers get sent down the line.
So I think this will work, right? Like 600 comes out of there and then goes all over the place. It's all going all over the place, and it has to fill up the amount of pipes we have available, and then it only gets used up once it gets to here.
Sounds like a flawless strategy to me.
Yeah, it's in there. Now we just need the compacted coal.
Luckily, I prepared some of that earlier, and now it was just a matter of getting these dodgy conveyor lifts to shoot out their black bounty towards my refineries.
I'm redeeming a little bit of the logistics for this monstrosity.
I curved the belts so that it would line up perfectly with the edge of the refineries over there, and soon it was connected over. Except the belts didn't quite reach the final stretch, so I had to cheat a little.
So we know exactly what we got coming in.
However, I got the height wrong, twice, so I had to redo all of this a couple of times, but I got there eventually.
Alright, finally the compacted coal is connected in.
This was a case where the belt supports needed a serious extension down to the ground far below. These also helped me get power over, with which I powered up the turbo fuel refineries.
I was preparing for 1650 compacted coal, but I only have 1410. Wait, does that mean I got too much oil?
Yeah, I really confused myself because I'd thrown the number 1650 around, which is how much sulfur I would have after getting Mark V belts. But for now, 1410 was actually the number. Fortunately, this didn't do too much damage. It just meant I had to turn a few refineries off. But the point is, this build did my head in, just a little. Trying to figure out how to create belts of 450 compacted coal certainly did my head in. I ended up totally giving up, and I decided to underclock some of the refineries, so that each line of 15 only demanded 400 compacted coal. And I already had 3 belts with 400 on them, so that meant I could just plug it straight in. The exception was the last belt, which only had 210, but I just adjusted the demands of that line of refineries too. Underclocking these machines meant the amount of heavy oil residue they needed also changed, but I just hoped my ridiculous pipe setup would be able to get the job done.
I don't think everything is running, but a lot of it is running, and max consumption has gone up a lot. We haven't blown a fuse yet though, great news.
I didn't have faith in my train's throughput, so I added a second train to help, and I made a fuel-powered generator blueprint, in which I was able to fit 2 of the big machines. I kitted out the blueprint with power connection points and a walkway too. I also made 2 variants of the blueprint, one with the pipe down the middle and one without, so that it could simply connect in on the opposite side. I decided I didn't like my original walkway placement, so I added these walkways going straight through the middle above the pipes, and I got rid of the walkway above the power pillars, and I adjusted the blueprint accordingly so that I could get the remaining generators down more efficiently. Meanwhile, the massive crater lake below me was pretty much entirely covered up by floating foundations.
Oh, it's getting... I feel like there's like kind of weird tech to getting things to connect properly. Okay, if I aim there, then it figures it out. However, they actually need to be a little bit closer than that. Gotcha.
Finally, all my practice with blueprints had helped me figure out the finicky business of getting blueprints to snap together nicely.
Yeah, if I aim at the middle, then it kind of figures out where to connect it properly. I'm sure I have enough rubber stockpiled, but it needs to go into the cloud storage before I can use it. So while I'm waiting, I guess I just do this.
I built these blueprints complete with pipes that met up perfectly, but that meant the ones on the end had unnecessary pipes sticking out, and the blueprints didn't have space for stairs at the end of them, so I had to put these in manually.
I stuffed up the blueprint. Look at this. Look at this. That's on every blueprint. I accidentally made it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to fix that. Well, it's not the worst stuff up. I have to connect these power lines anyway.
So even with the blueprints, I still had quite a lot of busy work to do. Thankfully, my walkways were positioned to make this easy. It took quite a long time to do though. I fixed the blueprint before placing the remainder of the generators. I connected yet more power lines, and finally...
There's 160 fuel generators to go with my 180 refineries.
I built these up a little higher than the refineries, by the way. I'm not entirely sure why. I think I just didn't want the whole thing to be flat.
I shouldn't be doing decorative stuff, man. I said I wasn't going to.
I had declared to myself I needed to hold off decorating factories from now on. I needed to get some momentum towards actually finishing the game, and then I would come back to decorate at the end. But sometimes it was hard to resist. I got busy underneath, dragging pipes full of turbo fuel around, which resulted in some ugly clipping pipes. But soon they were connected over to where the generators were.
Turbo fuel I have coming in at the moment. This is 16 and this is 16, so I can spread 600 across two of those.
But once again, since I had way more machines than I needed, I decided to underclock so that I didn't have to muck around splitting and merging pipes.
So I just underclock this side a bit and fully overclock that side, and now it will perfectly use 400.
I placed a bunch of power poles and got it all connected, and I connected all the pipes in. 3 lines of 32 were demanding exactly 400 turbo fuel, and 1 was demanding exactly 210, while the remaining 2 lines of 32 were just off for now. It appeared to be working. Unbelievably, I was nearing the end of an absolutely enormous project.
I should stabilize it around 58,000, I think. Well, by the look of it, it might be a little higher.
Somehow, I'd managed to avoid blowing up my power in the process of getting here.
Now that all the turbo fuel is correctly plugged in, the question becomes, does my dodgy pipe work for the heavy oil residue work properly?
I definitely needed to wait around and check if there were any mistakes to fix. And there were indeed some mistakes to fix, but for now I was able to simply enjoy the accomplishment. And here's some of that photo mode goodness. Some of the first mistakes I found were missing power lines, but soon the problems became a little more dramatic.
What? Not enough compacted coal? Really?
Some of these compacted coal belts definitely weren't as full as they should be. Long story short, not enough sulfur was getting into the assemblers over here. Also, I discovered one assembler in each blueprint didn't have its output connected. Not ideal. The train said its throughput was only 332, so that was a bottleneck, and all I could think of was to add a third train. Spoiler alert, this was not a good solution.
I could have just been using smart splitters to do the overflow. I must have completely forgot.
Smart splitters make it so that only when the priority belt is completely full will the items overflow into an overflow belt. This allowed me to control which assemblers would take what sulfur source, but I don't really know if this actually helped things. In fact, it might have made things worse. At the end of the day, it was still reliant on overflow, which is never 100% efficient. And then I realized something about trains that should have been obvious.
Oh, it stops going? It stops going when it's being filled? Oh, that's why. Oh, I got too many trains.
When a freight station is loading or unloading, the flow of materials into or out of that station completely pauses, obviously because the freight containers are being moved. It makes perfect sense, but I did not think about that at all. I needed buffer containers, using both outputs from the freight station so that the items could offload twice as fast. In other words, the station now offloaded stuff at a rate of 960 items per minute instead of 480, meaning the output stopping due to a train arrival wouldn't completely ruin the overall throughput. The faster offload speed and the buffer would cover the shortfall, and ensure 480 per minute could always flow on the belt coming out of the buffer container.
This conveyor thingo doesn't really belong in this era of my building career, but you know, we had to fix it up, so it is what it is.
In the short term, this fixed the throughput of the train, and the compacted coal assembler's lights were showing green.
Dude, these things are sick actually. Why aren't I using them more?
These conveyor throughput measurement thingos were the perfect way to ensure the belts had what they were supposed to have. It was nice to see these 3 read 400, and the other one over here read 210. Hang on, why does it say 395 now? Turns out my sulfur overflow system was not working perfectly. I tried rearranging it again. I won't bother trying to explain exactly what I did because honestly, I have no idea. I just shoved belts all over the place.
Bro, this overflow strategy is not working. How the hell do you do it properly?
For now, I slapped a band-aid on. I put 2 summer sloops into one of the assemblers so that it would produce double to make up for my inefficiencies. With that, almost all of the fuel generators were working, but 2 of them were still struggling. I decided to give it time and just hoped that it would all eventually kick into gear.
Oh, this is how you get normal turbo fuel. I didn't even look at this.
I realized the toilet had a lizard doggo cover on the seat for the birthday celebrations. Not sure how I feel about that one. And my power was holding steady at around 63,000, with the only fluctuations seeming to be from geothermal generators. So apparently the turbo fuel power plant was actually working. I scanned a bunch more hard drives, and because I had access to aluminium production now, a bunch of new recipes appeared. And I placed a power tower up here near the bauxite just north of the Gold Coast. After placing a miner down, I scanned the various recipes available to me, and came up with a plan for my aluminium ingot factory.
This just looks too complicated, because I'm gonna have to make petroleum coke out of heavy oil residue. No, this is a headache. I'm not doing that. The sloppy alumina I can get behind.
I whipped out the Satisfactory interactive map website to try and find more bauxite and coal, and I settled on a plan to use this bauxite node relatively close to the pure node on the cliff, and I of course had to get some belts organized to pull all the bauxite together. This was an opportunity to practice using my new belt logistics blueprint over more difficult terrain, and it took a while to get the hang of it, but between blueprint snapping and nudging, it was reasonably quick with tidy results.
Alright, the bauxite's ready. This is currently 960.
Once I improved my belts and miners, I'd be able to get way more bauxite out of these nodes. So much like the turbo fuel power plant, I decided to try and future-proof this build so that I could upgrade it later to increase my output of aluminium ingots. I wasn't really sure how many I'd need, but it was a safe assumption that I would need a lot. And aluminium ingots aren't like iron ingots where you can just smelt them up with barely any effort. So while I was making them, I wanted to make a lot. For the recipes I'd chosen to use, I was going to need bauxite, coal, and water in order to make alumina solution and then alumina scrap that can actually be smelted into the ingots. While I was out securing a couple of coal nodes deep in the funky red biome, I randomly looked at the MAM.
Material resonance screening. Wait, what the hell is that? Priority merger. Oh.
These things are handy to control which resources get used up first. I was also able to research radar tech, which finished off the quartz tree in the MAM, and hostile organism detection, which finished off the megafauna tree. That priority merger research had cost me 50 crystal oscillators. I used some that I'd found near crash sites to afford it. You may recall I'd been intending to automate crystal oscillators. I'd put that on pause for now, because getting aluminium automated would lead to Mark V belts, and I wanted those faster belts ASAP.
I feel like I'm kind of taming this area a little bit.
Earlier in the game, this red area had felt quite scary, but now I was happily destroying it, ensuring no pesky trees got in the way of my conveyor belts.
And I like doing this logistics backwards, right? Because I'm connecting power from the miner towards civilization. It'll turn on as soon as I plug it in, and I'm done. Coal will start arriving. This is so much more time efficient. I've got a plan and I just need to execute. I've got blueprints that help me execute.
I was about 145 hours into my playthrough now, and I finally felt somewhat in the groove. I'd brought the 2 coal nodes together to meet up on the same belt support, and soon the coal met up near the bauxite. I also grabbed 2 limestone nodes from over here for absolutely no reason. I thought I had a good reason to get them, but I did not. I'll explain later. I was absolutely loving using these blueprints, as they helped keep me steadily progressing. But the downside is when you have to build a giant tower to support the blueprint, you sometimes drop into a layer of spiders.
Now that I've built a giant tower here, will they respawn still? There's a summer sloop like right here somewhere. Is it inside this?
No one ever warned me that it's a bad idea to mine uranium by hand. How was I supposed to know?
Okay, that's probably why you shouldn't mine uranium.
Yeah, that was a silly one. Once I collected my stuff, I deemed it wise to leave that summer sloop till later, once I had some way to mitigate the radiation.
Alright, cool. Anyway, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Where am I building this factory? I feel like I should build it down here.
I did my best to get the initial foundations placed directly above the waterfall, and when I claimed a couple of geothermal spots over here, I discovered my turbo fuel plant was having trouble. Power was not coming steady, but it was steady enough for my current needs, so I didn't go see what the problem was just yet.
This is becoming so much simpler as I understand how the game kind of works. How it works, look at this logistics, man. Coming from over there, coming from over there. Bojago, bojago, bojago. 2 inputs, only wet output. Scrap is all 4.
The default alumina solution recipe produces silica as a byproduct, but it gets less alumina out of the bauxite. Sloppy alumina uses more water and produces more alumina solution out of the bauxite, without any silica byproduct. I chose to use sloppy alumina. I had an extensive session making improved refinery blueprints and a bigger smelter blueprint which had 12 smelters total, stacked on top of each other. And then I got busy placing the refineries, 3 lines of 8. A big part of the reason I'd chosen this spot to build is because of the water. I spent some time extracting some and connecting the pipes in, and I figured it would be wise to stick to my practice of labeling the items I was working with.
Limestone, bauxite, got the later amounts, which is what I'll max out this factory at. Technically, once I get Mark 6 conveyors, I can get more than this. This wants way more water than I thought. This makes a lot more sense. I was thinking this would clog it up, but no, that's actually the perfect amount that it wants.
When you combine alumina solution with coal to make alumina scrap, water is produced as a byproduct. My plan was to mix that water with limestone to make wet concrete, thus getting rid of the excess water and turning it into concrete that I could use or sink. But Satisfactory Tools had cooked up a plan to put that water back into the alumina solution refineries, creating a perfectly harmonious setup where no excess water was produced. In other words, I did not need any of that limestone, nor did I need these wet concrete refineries. So I got rid of them and rebuilt 2 lines of 8 nicely centered. In the process of doing that, I realized my conveyor lifts weren't perfectly centered, so I deleted all of those as well and shuffled them over a bit. That meant I also had to move my signs. Meanwhile, I was stressing about whether the water recycling shenanigans would even work.
Like, will it make enough water to get it up and running so that enough water is made to go back into it to make more water and then you get a perfect recycling situation? I don't know. Or am I going to need extra water at the start to jumpstart it?
The water change of plans meant I also needed to change my pipework a little. And then I remembered I had 2 full belts of bauxite, so each belt needed to serve 4 refineries.
My refinery setup was crap, dude.
The blueprints I'd come up with just didn't quite work for what I was trying to do. While this was at a much smaller scale than the turbo fuel beast, it was actually more technically complicated. But soon the bauxite was connected in. But then I had to make even more changes to my inputs. Basically, I was trying to figure out a way to get the right amount of alumina solution and water where it needed to go.
See, the hard part is just getting the inputs. It's so confusing. At least it's centered in the waterfall now, above the waterfall. So I've now got 240, 240, 240, and then 296s combined to give 192 to there. So at least that's one thing sorted.
With those numbers, I was referring to the amount of alumina solution being sent into the aluminium scrap refineries.
The first 4 refineries need 480 coal, so I can just do the 480 line straight in. 480 divided by 4 is 120. Now I'm beginning to realize where I placed my roof thingers is not smart because my conveyor is blocking my signs.
I was clipping belts through each other without a care, by the way. And in this underfloor, there was actually no excuse, because this one was 8 meters high, with plenty of room for belts to go under or over. But I was yet to evolve to my final form, I guess, and I was being lazy.
Well, I think I just do a line of 360, 360, 360, 360, right?
These would be producing a whopping 360 aluminium scrap. So yes, that sounds reasonable.
My power is still not stable. What? I don't know if this will work. If the water will get where it needs to get, you know what I mean?
Bauxite and water was going into the first refineries to make alumina solution. The alumina solution was going into the second set of refineries along with coal to make aluminium scrap and water. The water was going back into the first refineries, and now I needed to smelt the aluminium scrap. The smelter blueprint was a little weird to work with due to the stacking, but some choice conveyor lifts brought it all together.
So that should send 288 to this one. These 4 lines will be sending 360 each, and 6 times 60. They need exactly 360 each. So that actually works really nicely. Oh no, there's a reason to stress. I forgot to connect all these on the blueprint. What a moron, dude.
Once again, sloppy blueprint design resulted in a bunch of busy work, but soon I was zooming about getting the power connected. After running power lines in the underfloor, I brought the power up using double-sided wall sockets, and I did my best to connect these smelter setups in as neatly as possible.
Now we see what happens, I guess. Problem is there's not enough water until this starts producing. I mean, I'm making some aluminium ingots, so that's something. This one's not quite getting the water. Wait, did I connect the water to it? I don't think I connected the water to that one.
I connected some pipes and added that refinery to the ridiculous water pipeline mess down here, and the recycled water from the aluminium scrap byproduct was actually working. I had a closed system of factory equilibrium. Symbiosis.
Should be 360, 360, 360, and like, I think this one's supposed to be 280. Priority merger comes in clutch. This is where I need the priority merger. This is going to take priority merge from there to get that full 360. Then it will accept whatever overflow it can from here. The rest of the overflow from the final set of 5 will go into here to complement that.
In theory, I was going to end up with one line of 480 and one of 384, but I'd let the system back up a little, so it needed some time to balance out. I was syncing these for now to allow the system to run freely.
Wow, they get a lot of points.
And now I had to figure out where I wanted to turn these ingots into the basic aluminium products, alclad sheets and aluminium casings.
So I think my plan would be to go over here and use this copper.
But apparently I was getting ahead of myself.
This is a problem. Why does it drop down? As long as these all say 360 and then 288, that's perfect. The thing slowing it down at the moment is the fact that these are in manifold. We need to get to the point where all of the smelters are full, and it needs to get 500 to fill up. So this is slowly filling up, and it'll get there eventually. It's climbing back up. It'll get there.
My official assessment was the smelters just needed more time for the manifold overflow, and then it would run at capacity. But now it was time to attend to another problem.
Yeah, it's coal. It's all the coal. I thought it was going to be my terrible heavy oil residue shenanigans. 340, 400, 400, 150. What? The train is not doing its job? How is it only 326 items per minute? What the hell?
I never added buffers to the loading train station, so the fact that loading pauses when a train is at the station was completely ruining the overall train throughput. Adding buffers with double belts into the freight station fixed the problem. Given time, the turbo fuel would hopefully get back to 100%. Back over at the aluminium plant, it was time to transport these 864 ingots. I considered a train, but decided belts would do, and before long, the ingots arrived in the rocky desert. For reference, this is where I was on the map. I grabbed some copper ore from over here, and while I was at it, I mined up some iron nodes for no reason. I didn't need iron right now, I just thought maybe I'd use it later. This was pointless. But anyway, the copper was useful.
Super simple factory for the basic aluminium parts.
Alclad sheets out of aluminium and copper ingots, and aluminium casings out of just aluminium ingots. I had them fully overclocked and slooped for now, because I had plenty of spare ingots and I figured I might as well stock up on these quickly.
In keeping with my new approach to factories, I will not do a cool design for this yet. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Yes, decorating later. I was poised to exploit the natural resources of the rocky desert, so it was a good plan to get a hypertube cannon down.
It works. It works.
I don't know why I was worried it wouldn't work, but this bird's eye view should help you get a sense as to where my factories were relative to each other. And with Alclad sheets and aluminium casings automated, some milestones were on the menu.
What are the hover packs? I don't even know, dude. I'm excited though. Boom.
I crafted one immediately.
Oh, no way. This is gonna be so useful.
The hover pack allows you to hover in the air as long as you're near a power source. I can't stress this enough. It revolutionized my experience in this game.
I can hover quite high. Heck yeah.
I then handcrafted 50 gas filters.
I refuse to use the gas masks, by the way. Any farters get the explodey. This is a big one. Logistics Mark 5.
Mark 5 belts transport items at a rate of 780 per minute. A very juicy jump up from 480 per minute. They're made using Alclad sheets, and I was making heaps of those over in the rocky desert, so I was free to build with the Mark 5s from now on. I then used those gas filters to unlock the hazmat suit. I made one and some iodine filters. With these, you can fully block radiation.
Alright, this is a huge one.
The control system development milestone unlocked a rather large volume of new things.
Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts.
Look at this thing. Blender. The blender is nuts, dude. It's got 2 conveyor and 2 pipe inputs. This is how I make batteries.
There was only one recipe in the blender so far, but the supercomputer and radio control unit recipes had showed up in the manufacturer. I began scanning more hard drives, because with a bunch of new parts available to build, I wanted access to all the alternate recipes quickly, so that I could plan out my preferred factory. But that was tier 7 fully unlocked, just like that. All I needed was a bit of aluminium. For the tier 8 stuff, I was going to need radio control units and supercomputers, so now I had a bunch of factories to build. I'd unlocked radar towers a while back, but hadn't thought to use them yet. I placed one up here to see what the deal was.
Yeah, it reached... Dude, this is very useful.
I moved it up a bit higher because apparently it can only detect stuff lower than its peak. But yes, this thing is handy, revealing all the resource nodes in a surprisingly large area of the map. As alternate recipes began to flow, I began coming up with ideas for how to approach my upcoming builds. And I whipped up another hypertube cannon to shoot me back up north. On the way, I stopped on a random rock and slapped down a radar, dragging power lines from my nearby coal belts to get it juiced up.
Alright. These radar towers are great, man.
I placed another a bit further south, closer to the coast, just to get coverage, but before long I was following my aluminium ingots north. As you can see, I also brought the limestone that I'd mined for no reason. I figured if I was mining it for no reason, I might as well bring it to the desert for no reason. I then had an extremely long planning session, trying to figure out how many of the new parts I should automate per minute. I knew, for example, that I was going to need radio control units to make even more complicated stuff in the future, so I wondered if I should make heaps now so that I wouldn't have to make any more later. The same applied to crystal oscillators, and I worked out that I might need as many as 100 of those per minute.
Oh, dude, I came down here because I thought I'd use this quartz, but I need iron as well. Oh, actually, there's iron just there. That'll do. I'm going to use iron wire for the cable. I'll use iron wire for the alternate stitched iron plate. So all I need is iron and then the quartz crystal. I was coming up with some crazy plans, potentially crazy plans. I think I'm just going to simplify at this point. I'll worry about it later. For now, all I want to do is 5 of these per minute.
Ultimately, I wasn't really sure how much of everything I was going to need in the future, so I decided one step at a time was the right approach for now. I decided to make a relatively small crystal oscillator factory, just so I could shoot some interdimensional storage, because they're used to build a few things such as radar towers and conveyor throughput monitors.
Successfully brought the quartz and some power over. How can I... These things are invincible. That's a dampener on my plan. Those things are invincible.
I'd made some constructor designs earlier, but honestly they were all either a bit dodgy or simply incomplete. So it was about time I made an all-purpose constructor blueprint, complete with all the belts and power sorted, designed to be easily tileable so I could chain blueprints together if needed.
So this is splitters feeding in materials to the constructors, but then the middle line actually combines both lines of constructors into one merger. That's a variation with just 8 constructors, and then that's just 4 constructors, which is what I need for this project. Actually.
Suddenly, I had 3 constructor blueprints in the same design style, ready to be used depending on how many constructors were necessary for any given project.
There we go, we're feeding our quartz in.
The 4 constructor blueprint did the job here, using up 150 raw quartz to make 90 quartz crystal per minute. To power these up, I placed a double wall socket and simply connected the power beam thingo I'd built above both lines of constructors. And the other side of that double wall socket connected to the power brought along above the belts. And this roughly marks the beginning of a new phase in my Satisfactory career. I finally had a good flow going. With the hover pack to make building way easier, better blueprints to make things quicker and smoother, and a power and belts logistics system that came together seamlessly. I had indeed figured out a flow that worked for me. And I know I said I wasn't going to decorate, but I guess for this little quartz setup, I could not resist.
The oscillator only needs 3 inputs, so let's do a 4 input blueprint, and then just a nice clean 3 input blueprint. That'll do me. 4 different inputs going into the manufacturer up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can run 2 there, run 2 there. Fine.
I went with the exact same power setup because I guess this was my default style now. And soon I had 2 manufacturer blueprints, both with 2 manufacturers in them, but one had 3 inputs set up and one had 4 inputs set up for use depending on what part I was making.
I need 5 manufacturers, but I'll overclock 1 so that I can do 4. Oh, I need assemblers for the stitch plates as well, don't I?
It was time to make some new assembler blueprints too.
Okay, so this is a blueprint with no foundations because 4 assemblers don't quite fill up 5 foundations. But if you take the foundations out of the equation, and you can just slot these side by side onto foundation.
This was shaping up to be quite a handsome factory, and these new blueprints were making things so easy. My no foundation assembler blueprint worked just fine, because I should mention that vertical nudging was also added in the 1.1 update, so I was now able to nudge the blueprint up and down as well as side by side, perfectly into position to ensure the foundations I'd already placed were in the right spot to accommodate both the machine up top and the underfloor splitters and mergers below. I also whipped up yet another smelter blueprint in the new style, because I had some iron ore to make into ingots.
Alright, this is looking good. I got it walkable. Need to add a little bit more underfloor, but it's close.
Now that the factory had grown a little, I had to rethink power distribution.
Yeah, I just do that. I think I would just daisy chain it from factory to factory. It's totally fine.
I workshopped my plan for power connection over the next few factories I built. But one benefit of this setup was that it was easy to chain power out of the factory to power up the iron ore miners. And then I got an unexpected achievement.
Avoid touching the ground for 30 minutes. There you go.
I guess that one was inevitable now that I was floating around with the hover pack. I connected the iron ore to the underfloor, and it was time to get all the machines connected. One very good thing about my new approach to factory building was I was now once again anti-clipping. I made my underfloors big enough for plenty of over-under belt work, so clipping was outlawed. I was more than happy for belts to fly all over the place willy-nilly down here, as I embraced the puzzle of getting all the parts where they needed to go. But no belt shall be allowed to clip through another. Each belt shall possess its own physical space. Once the iron was all sorted, making its various parts, I just had to connect the quartz crystal. I should mention, this factory was blessedly simple, compared to the monstrosity of the turbo fuel mess and the bamboozlement of the aluminium production line.
Crystal oscillators are finally piling up. As is now my rule, I'll resist decorating it, although I did a little bit.
I immediately went against what I just said. But yes, this was simply iron ore into iron ingots, into wires and plates, into cables and reinforced iron plates. Add in some quartz crystal and the oscillators were ready. And I didn't fully decorate. I soon moved on to this land of funky pink bamboo because I needed some more bauxite.
The radar towers are glorious. You can see where I'm going without having to scan every 2 seconds. Crazy red bamboo going on here. Oh, I just blew up half the forest. And it lagged. My map expands a little bit. The beauty is these things only use like 30 kilowatts. They don't use much power at all. It's fine.
I think they use 30 megawatts, but that reminds me, I should update you. The turbo fuel power plant was working perfectly now that I'd fixed the train's throughput.
You know what I need? Oh, because I have power coming along with me. I can use these things because I'm constantly going to be connecting power. This is beautiful. Oh, this is going to make it so easy.
I was talking about my hover pack. Because I chained power all the way here with the power towers, and now I was going to use my conveyor support blueprint to continue bringing the power with me, that meant my hover pack could stay active, making moving this bauxite so much easier.
I may or may not be destroying this beautiful bamboo forest. But it happens. Oh, no. Where's my power gone? Okay, I need to make sure I don't roam too far from my power source. Okay, connect that in. We're good. We're good. Is this just water? No. What is this? Oh, this is oil. I can't even scan for resource wells yet. Can I use it? Oil extractor. I can't put an oil extractor on it. How do I get the crude oil? I need some kind of resource extractor. Having a bunch of oil here is going to be very useful, I feel like. Anyway, good to know. I do have radiation. Ah! I have radiation resistance because of that filter. Yeah, I've got 10 radiation filters and only one of them's only been used up half, so they last quite a while.
I guess I hadn't been super thorough looting the center of the map, so I got a little distracted for a while.
Do I have some cooling systems that I picked up earlier? I have 9, I need 10. No! I can just connect in like that. Boom. So convenient. I don't even know how much coal I need. I don't need much. I think the sulfur's like the other side of there. So I just need to get in there and then I can use the water like... That water will do.
I was working towards automating batteries, by the way, and I was a massive fan of how easy it was to modify my belt supports to quickly add on an extra belt of resources.
I haven't upgraded these blueprints to Mark 5. I wonder if that's going to come back and bite me.
For now, I was dealing with quantities of much less than 480 per minute, so Mark 4 was just fine.
Let's just have a quick session upgrading some blueprints.
Nonetheless, I went through and loaded up all of the conveyor support blueprints and upgraded all of the belts to Mark 5. Might as well knock that job over sooner rather than later.
So that's the coal and the bauxite we need.
Apparently, I'd barely visited this beautiful biome with the big crater lakes, so it had sloops just lying around for me to scoop up, and hard drives too. I switched back to my liquid biofuel jetpack as I roamed away from my power source, and soon I was at work preparing to mine some sulfur.
I might just go straight out, dude. Why not? Huh? Songs of Conquest boom tape. Look at the pink trees, bro. It's good stuff. All right, what are we doing here? I need... Not much.
I hadn't used Satisfactory tools at all for the turbo fuel factory, and I didn't need Satisfactory tools to make simple stuff like the aluminium casing and sheets. But for even mildly complicated factories, I was still more than happy to benefit from its assistance. This battery factory was so tiny, the blueprints I designed with multiple machines were overkill, so I just built everything here the old-fashioned way. Some refineries, some smelting, some constructing, and a big old blender.
Oh, it bugged out. Ideally, I'd be able to see what the heck's going on.
I reloaded to fix that, and I realized the batteries had a water byproduct. I was going to be doing some more water recycling shenanigans.
It's ready to go. I just need to plug some stuff in. The alumina solution from here needs to be sent 40 into here and 40 straight into the blender. Okay.
This factory also featured some sulfuric acid, made simply by mixing sulfur and water.
That's the aluminium scrap having some water byproduct. Just shove it straight back into the refineries. That's the blender having a water byproduct. Shove that straight back into the refineries. And that gives me 50 total byproduct water, which covers enough for this, and I'm going to draw exactly 66.667 from here.
Initially, I overclocked the water extractor to flood the pipe system with water to make sure everything got jump-started, and then I dialed it back to its equilibrium level. And soon, sulfuric acid plus alumina solution plus aluminium casings were making batteries.
Another item off the list. The batteries begin to fill up. And the blender's pretty sick, by the way. What a beast of a machine.
I zoomed off west towards the rocky desert, where I'd built my little aluminium factory, and it was time to set my sights on radio control units and supercomputers. I stole back my summer sloops, because even without them, these factories were producing at a rapid rate.
We used the alternate recipe, the crystal computer recipe, then we can make extra crystal oscillators. I think I just do small amounts. I'll just do one manufacturer worth of each. I'm only going to need 6.25 crystal oscillators, which is only slightly more than I just made in my current factory. But then I'm going to need a lot more crap on top of that, but that's fine.
The alternate recipe for crystal computers was glorious, as it uses way less plastic than the default computer recipe, and I needed to make crystal oscillators for the radio control units anyway. And since supercomputers also use computers, I decided I would make both of these items in the one location. As I mentioned, the plan was to make just one manufacturer's worth of output for each of these items. Earlier in the game, I'd aimed a little higher than that, but by now I'd realized I simply wasn't going to need that many of most items piling up. Producing a large amount of concrete per minute was wise, because I was placing foundations willy-nilly, but supercomputers and radio control units are only used to build a few select endgame buildings, so even if they only piled up at a rate of 2 per minute, it'd be fine. Because as soon as I got distracted for 4 hours decorating a factory, hundreds would have stockpiled. Though the other consideration was, what if I needed radio control units or supercomputers as a component in an even more complicated part? Well, as I said, one step at a time. When that time came, I would just make more based on what was required. For now, I just wanted to get both of these items into storage. Anyway, as you can see, I'd claimed some iron ore in the center of the rocky desert, and thanks to my blueprints, it didn't take long to get it smelted.
I actually only need 2.6 iron plate constructors, but I don't have a blueprint with less than 4 constructors, so I'm literally just gonna underclock to get 2.6 out of 4 because it's too much rigmarole to build a blah 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 blah. You know what I'm talking about?
This became a common approach. I was building arbitrary amounts of machines based on my blueprints, so I developed a habit of underclocking or overclocking in order to make those machines output what I actually wanted. I erred on the side of making too many machines and then underclocking them, because I was keen to avoid overclocking for now to conserve power, since as mentioned earlier, overclocking draws proportionally more power per item produced. I did have a lot of power margin since the turbo fuel had shot the network up to 63,000 megawatts of production, but I wanted that to last as long as possible, and I had a feeling I was going to be building some power-hungry machines before long. For this factory, I powered things up and connected conveyor belts as I went, so production began firing up behind me, and in no time the basic iron products I needed were ready. I zoomed a few hundred meters this way to claim the Caterium ore I needed. This was a juicy pure node, and it served me very well in this rocky desert. For now I needed 234 ore to make quick wire at my current build, so off went my now famous conveyor support blueprint, moving the gold stuff in style. And it was so easy to slap down some smelters in preparation for the ore's arrival. How good are blueprints? Why wasn't I using these earlier? The Caterium ore was fed in just like that, no worries.
Caterium, how many Caterium smelters do I actually need? 5.2?
You can see by that clip how good Satisfactory Tools was at helping me execute on the plan by feeding me numbers at a glance.
This is so quick with the blueprints, man, I can't believe it. It's like a revolution.
Suddenly, 8 constructors were underclocked a bit to make 390 quickwire. Part of the reason I'd chosen to build here was because there was also a copper node nearby. Just a normal one, but it was able to produce more than enough ore for my needs. I should also mention the approach for this factory was quite loose. Each section of machines was producing one part, and I simply added a 1 foundation border between every section to keep things distinct, and to ensure there was space for walking above and belt work below. But I had absolutely zero plan beyond that. I just cobbled the blueprints together like a maniac and allowed a beautiful sprawling factory to appear before my eyes organically.
I gotta bring aluminium from like down here. I think it might be here actually. It's like here. I'm gonna bring it all the way up. Crap.
Yeah, I sort of forgot about that. In fact, at this point, the logistics of moving items around the map became more complicated than actually building the factories. If you build right next to the copper node, no worries, just noodle that bad boy in.
I need 6.412 copper sheet constructors, and look at this, I got 8. The blueprint said 8, so I had to make 8. What do you want me to do?
But what if you discovered the quartz you wanted to grab from just up the hill was actually not just up the hill? What if it was in fact underground, in a big honkin' cave? That would be quite the logistical conundrum.
I think all the quartz is underground. Wait, what? Dude, how the heck do you get to this quartz? I'm so confused. Look at this. The yellow is a cave system. They're in a massive cave system. How am I going to get them out? For goodness sake, dude.
There are a few entrances to this cave system, but they were all really flamin' far away, so I had no convenient options. I chose to make use of the western entrance, a decent walk away quite close to the sea.
You're kidding, dude. I'm gonna have to bring it all the way over here.
I had a lot of cave to cover, and then I would have to cover a lot of distance above, too. Many long meters would have to be covered. On the plus side, there was also a SAM node down here to scoop up, which I was almost certain I would need before long. And there was way more quartz than I actually needed right now. 3 nodes, 2 pure and 1 normal. That is a rather large quantity of quartz. So while it did take over an hour to get this all neatly belted up, it was a great investment for the future. A big part of why it took so long was because floor hole silly willies were required to make lifts long enough to get up out of the cave entrance. And it's a bit of an art keeping the belts level when they shoot back out of the lifts. Also, I had to figure out how I was going to get power down, which resulted in a very sad random power pole. But eventually the belts moved their way over land.
The silica I need is only going to use like 25 quartz. The quartz crystals using a decent amount.
I pulled one of the quartz lines off the belt bus and used my go-to double wall socket approach to get power to the outside of the factory. That connected the power poles that chained all the way back underground to the quartz and SAM miners.
Go! Yep, the middle bottom one is 300 per minute. These ones are 600 per minute.
I needed less than 300 per minute, so the slower belt went into the factory.
Yeah, so the 2 remaining things I need to bring, I need to bring plastic and I need to bring aluminium ingots. I have a butt ton of polymer resin being produced down here that I could turn into plastic, but then imagine bringing it from there. Maybe I just want to make a giant train track. Should I make a giant train track to bring plastic?
Despite the rather large question of how on earth to move that much plastic across the entire map, it would be silly not to make use of the 1000 plus polymer resin being produced as a byproduct of the turbo fuel factory.
This is like so many different variations now. This is going to get ridiculous. I want the input and output to go the same direction because I want the materials to come in over here and I want the output to go over there so that I can make my train station. Yeah, because I have more than 780 polymer resin, send 780 to the first 6 refineries and then 780, well, whatever's left over to the next 6 refineries. They can all merge onto the same one because it doesn't matter. There's no way there's going to be more than 780 plastic.
My library of refinery blueprints had grown, some with different inputs and outputs, some with above ground logistics and some with below, and some with inputs and outputs shooting opposite directions, and some shooting in the same direction. The refineries were definitely the most thorough I got with my blueprint variety, for some reason. Soon after this build, I stopped caring too much if the outputs were facing an inconvenient way, as all it meant was that I just had to place some extra conveyor length down below. Anyway, here's some smart splitter glory to get the polymer resin ready for the refineries.
See, this is where I'm very grateful I did these labels on the more complicated factories. Yeah, 140 and 300. So that second line is just 440 for now. Ah, I forgot to put the power on the blueprint. That's so sad, dude.
I used my now iconic shelf beam power setup to fix that mistake.
Let's just get that water up. Water up. Water up. Let's just get that water up.
It sounds like I was in a better mood for this recording session on the next day. And I sure did get that water up.
Alright, well that's officially making... how much plastic? I don't even know how much plastic. I should probably work that out. 307. 347 plastic coming out of here. What I'm inclined to do is make another train station like here.
I wanted the soon to be built train track heading west and then north to somehow connect to the track I had going east to grab the sulfur and coal. And by golly, I made it happen.
This will be the main track that continues all the way up forever. This little break off here is dedicated purely to this station. The thing is, I don't even know if I'm ever going to use this. I might as well connect it in, right? There's a universe where it is useful, but I might end up just making another train track if I have to through here. But my suspicion is I'm going to use this side of the map, and then once I get my plastic up here, probably going to move this way and start absorbing this area of the map. So I don't know if I'll ever use this area, but we'll find out.
But then I wondered, if I was going to make a ridiculously long rail network, should I double up the tracks available?
If I'm doing it with a blueprint and it's quick anyway, I might as well make a double-decker train track situation. So let's do it.
This was taking inspiration once again from other Satisfactory nerds who have made insane train networks around the entire world. But the idea is, with 2 sets of tracks, obviously you can spread the trains out to reduce traffic, since trains on the top rails will obviously never get in the way of trains on the bottom and vice versa. I even added a hypertube in there, because I felt like I'd neglected the wonders of hypertubes.
The train will come in on the right side and then break off here if it wants to go to this station. But if in the future it wants to break off that way, it can just continue along the line and join up to glory. Anyway, right hand in and then just back out again to connect back into this. So that I can get rid of this silly sink situation here, I should set up a sink for the extra plastic here. Got a big fat buffer of 2 containers and then a double feed in to fill this bad boy up. Cool, cool, cool. This is exciting. This is great. Smelly Pond 2 station, my favorite. Wait, what the heck is this? Oh, my awesome sink is sticking up. How did I not notice that? It's so good that my hover pack uses the train tracks because I'm going to be able to hover this entire way. This would be quite annoying if I couldn't hover.
The electrified rails do indeed feed juice to the hover pack, which made the job ahead of me way easier.
Yeah, the problem when you go sideways is it doesn't want to connect properly. It's like a bit confused, you know what I mean?
I soon learned the quirks of chaining these double-decker rail blueprints together, but for now I had a realization. My blueprint hadn't left space for the lower track's rail signals. I made some quick adjustments, shuffling the pillar over and squeezing the frame walls together.
It even adds like a certain asymmetry that's not the worst.
I used my single rail support blueprint to connect the train station back onto the main line, and I expressed my desire to be consumed by the Satisfactory vortex.
I feel like I have a decent grasp on blueprints now and a decent grasp on trains now. It's like the whole world is opening up. I kind of want to just spend thousands of hours playing this game, making it a ridiculous world. Also, I can't believe the mess I made down here. Look at this nonsense, bro.
I fixed up the double-deck rail blueprint to accommodate those rail signals and continued laying track. The plan was to try and stick to fairly level terrain, but a bit of lift was necessary to get the tracks out of the crater. And I also wanted to try and let the tracks have nice long straight stretches, but obviously some corners were necessary. I skirted around the big rock next to where I was mining sulfur.
This is cool, man.
This support pillar almost got lost in the abyss, but I came up with a little extra support for it. I had to get quite a few trees out of the way in the purple leaf biome, but before long I'd plowed through and reached the grass fields. I dragged the track over to meet up with my existing rails, and I upgraded the existing track to add on the upper rails. But my heavy modular frame factory bridge got in the way, so I had to lift it up.
I quite like that. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick, dude.
Even with the blueprints, this was a long process, involving countless support pillar sections being added, and many tracks being stretched to their limit.
Nice we figured out a way to get it to go straight through this factory, because then any train ride is like a tour. I remember doing this factory, I felt like it was such a massive mission.
I added rail signals to each section as I went, and as I pushed north up the coast, I was having to wait around for concrete to fill up the dimensional storage so that I could place each extension.
I need to do something about the concrete situation.
It wasn't that my concrete buffer container had run out, but each double-decker rail blueprint was using up 304 concrete, and the pillar sections used up heaps of concrete too. So 240 concrete uploaded per minute wasn't going to be able to keep up. So I made this.
This is making 100 concrete per minute, which honestly isn't that fast.
These were using up 300 limestone and fed into two-dimensional depots. So once concrete had piled up, my new upload speed would triple from 240 up to 720. I decided to sloop these constructors for now to accelerate the process.
How on earth is this not connected? Oh, dude, did I just break everything? I didn't reconnect some of the power lines or something?
I'd moved some power towers to accommodate the train track, and in the process, I disconnected different sections of my network.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna make this one higher. Okay.
Thankfully, nothing exploded, and it was fixed easily. Though I didn't particularly love the big stupid pile of foundations I used to lift up the power tower.
That's a pretty serious setup. Cool.
Anyway, back to work. Let's take it to the rocky desert.
This is like kind of perfect. Just going straight through this thing. Why not?
I snaked the tracks over, and then I had to figure out where I wanted to build the plastic offload station.
I'm beginning to rethink. Is there a world in which I just go straight that way with the main line and continue on to worlds unknown?
That prompted some dismantling.
The main track will continue this way. Somewhere, some way, it's going to go that way.
I didn't need to send anything by train that way yet, so I didn't bother building the main tracks any further. I now turned my attention to peeling off shorter sections of tracks to send trains into the rocky desert. I figured now was a good time to make a train station blueprint. I went a bit crazy, placing pillars within frame foundations with concrete and beams and all sorts thrown in there, plus a bit of an arch situation in the middle. I made a station foundation blueprint, and then support blueprints with which I could extend down the legs, and I gave it a test to see if it all fit together.
I don't know, does that work? There's some random palm trees in it. I don't know if that adds to the aesthetic or not, but maybe.
Maybe I'll place the plastic destination station right about here. This was just south of where I was mining the Caterium ore. I peeled some tracks off the main rails, but only from the lower tracks, and before long it was connected in. I called it Dusty Ridge Station, and I placed a train on there and gave it a timetable. Its job was of course to go grab plastic from the Stinky Pond 2 station, and bring it all the way up here.
Off it goes. So let's see if it survives the intersection. I think it's fine.
I was still trying to use path signals at the intersections, but it sometimes just didn't work for some reason, so I just played around with it until it magically worked. In this case, all seemed to be well.
My train's all the way here. Look at him go. He's making great progress. Stinky plastic to desert. What a legend.
I suspected that I would almost certainly need a second train to move over 300 plastic per minute all the way up here, so I made another and set it up to make the same trip.
He stopped just before the station. What's he doing? You idiot. Alright, let's go.
So apparently my rail signals weren't working properly after all. Thankfully, the hypertube cannon helped me get there quickly to troubleshoot.
The second train hasn't caught up yet. There he is. The second train's coming. He's also inevitably going to get stuck here. But why? Why are we getting stuck?
The signal was not happy, so I got rid of it and the train was free to go. But ideally, I'd have a signal at every block. So I tried putting a path signal to replace the block signal that had been there.
So this should have plastic in it now. No, I just wanted to check the plastic and it squashed me. Oh, now it's just sitting here. Why? What's your problem?
It had successfully picked up the plastic, but these rail signals still weren't happy. Again, I don't really know exactly what the problem was, but I tried to fix it with even more path signals. But apparently, train stations aren't allowed inside path signal sections, so that was illegal.
But then am I at risk of a crash? No, because this is all red.
A block signal was back on there, and it seemed happy now. I swear this is how it was set up in the first place, but whatever. I keep rambling about path signals, but let me try and explain what they do. They reserve a path for an incoming train, rather than just showing a red light when a train actually goes onto the block, which is what a block signal does. So for this block I'd created here, I think if two trains entered the block at the exact same time, they would crash. But with path signals, that would be impossible, because the path is reserved before any train actually enters. I could be absolutely wrong about all of that, because really, as I said, I had no idea what I was doing. You just keep trying stuff until it magically works.
Let's go for a giant trip. I don't actually know where this tube ends, but we're gonna find out.
This is the intended use of hypertubes. Although, as you saw, I placed a cannon at the start to drastically increase my speed.
There's the train. Go, fella.
As I zoomed along, I began to slow quite dramatically.
Alright, I definitely can't use this as a method of transport unless I go AFK when I do it.
Pretty cool though, and it pooped me out at the unfinished end of the track. Time to check the plastic.
657 items per minute? Yeah, okay, we're fine.
I made my basic aluminium factory less greedy for ingots by removing the power shards.
Yeah, so this factory is demanding 120 aluminium ingots, but this belt actually has more on it, and I've got it set to prioritize this way and the overflow is going that way.
It was now time to send that overflow and the other belt too deeper into the desert. I ran it north beside the plastic station tracks.
Managed to finagle the belts through there. I kind of like that.
Now the aluminium ingots and the plastic from the station had come together, and I was able to add them on with the Caterium ore heading to the factory. I went back along the line completing the foundation pillars, and then I realized adding extra belts to the belt supports wasn't going to be so simple, because I had to extend every section of belt a little in order for it to reach. I made a blueprint to help with this process, but it was still a bit of a mission.
Boom. Okay, well, it's good when you can use blueprints to make things much quicker.
I connected the plastic and one of the aluminium ingot belts into the radio control unit and supercomputer factory. With that, every required material had arrived and it was time to finish the build. This was a methodical and honestly quite relaxing process, as I clocked the machines to what was required and I carefully connected belts with no clipping, because I was now well and truly back to my anti-clipping ways, even in the underfloors. And the belt work was pretty flamin' busy down here, but it's amazing how you can make it all fit together, weaving them over and under.
Actually, I can run these two on the ground. Should be fine. Can't get out. I'm stuck. Let me out of here. We got the silica coming in from below. Quartz crystal, copper plate, whatever, iron plate, iron sheet, I don't know. Wire, cables, quick wire, aluminium ingots, plastic, boom. 9 materials.
This was a great opportunity to make these conveyor lifts an external design feature of the factory, because I reckon building them like so looks pretty cool.
Alright, so I've got an underfloor ready. It's kind of neat, isn't it? Kind of neat. Moving in the right direction. I don't actually need that many machines, honestly.
That tends to be the way it goes. As you go further along the production line, the number of outputs, and therefore machines, compresses a little. I even built a 1 constructor blueprint to help out. I also designed a 4 assembler blueprint and a 2 assembler blueprint in the new style. And I considered making a blueprint for just 1 assembler.
I think if I need 1 assembler, I'm just gonna make 2 at this point. I can't be bothered.
At least I had my cute little 1 constructor blueprint, which helped make the aluminium casings required for this factory. And I hope you understand the flow of this by now, because I was indeed in a good flow. The catalog of blueprints I had was doing heavy lifting, my new approach to underfloors felt comfortable, and it was simply time to execute. One new thing I implemented for this floor was a 3 foundation wide lane for logistics down the center, to ensure I had plenty of room where all the materials arrived, in order to get them where they needed to go.
1.65 of these machines, using the copper sheets and the silicon. I actually only need 0.75 of a assembler for this, so these are underclocked to 37.5%. Look at this lone constructor, so stupid. Alright, so that's the next tier done. The style is well established now. So I need 6.5 manufacturer. That's how big they are though. They're so flamin' big.
Yeah, this factory barely needed any assemblers. At this point, I somehow failed to record sound for an entire day's worth of recording, so you sadly won't be able to hear my wonderful words of insight as I build this thing. But you know that 3 foundation wide lane I mentioned? I made it a little fancy, with some frame foundations so that the underfloor was visible from above. To finish off this floor, I added 8 manufacturers, 6 to make crystal oscillators and 2 to make high-speed connectors. And the belt work only got more and more busy down here, but I eventually ended up with 6 products to send upstairs. Crystal oscillators, AI limiters, aluminium casing, plastic, high-speed connectors, and circuit boards. They all went up with the same kind of conveyor lift wall featured on the outside of the factory. I did bother to make single manufacturer blueprints, one with 3 inputs and one with 4, and I used both of those to build the final machines of this factory. And a few more assemblers did go up on the top level as well. These were set to make crystal computers using the alternate recipe requiring crystal oscillators and circuit boards. A bit of belt work later and the factory was done. And I'm kind of glossing over it, but this factory once again used manifold machine setups, and lots of overflowing of materials was going on. I summer slooped the supercomputers, turning 1.875 per minute into 3.75, and I summer slooped the radio control units, turning 2.5 per minute into 5 per minute. And I of course set them to go into the dimensional storage, and to stockpile. And once stockpiled, they'd overflow into an awesome sink, and I expected them to get me a butt ton of coupon points. Now considering I'd cobbled together the various machine blueprints of this factory fairly organically, without worrying too much, the shape of it was kinda wacky, but I gotta say, I absolutely loved that. I held off actually finishing the design, it remained floating without proper walls, but I already liked how it looked. Photo mode also gave me a nice good look at my hover pack in action. Very cool. And I guess I should reiterate that as well. The hover pack was another key factor in making this factory build so smooth. It's very convenient to be able to float in the air as you puzzle together the build, and that was incredible progress. 2 new complex parts had been automated. I set up yet another hypertube cannon and returned to the hub to use my first 50 radio control units, unlocking aeronautical engineering, which gave me access to the drone port and drone drones. Drones move a much smaller number of items than trains do, but they can of course fly, so they can be quite convenient as terrain is no obstacle and obviously tracks don't have to be laid. The main challenge using them is that they require a fuel input to keep the drones in the air. A quick power update. I still had over 40,000 megawatts of margin between my max consumption and power production. I picked up a lot of wood and leaves while out and about, so I took the opportunity to dump those in the liquid biofuel factory, and when the pod next returned, I knocked over the advanced aluminium production milestone. This gave me access to the resource well extractor and resource well pressurizer, so I was now able to collect things like nitrogen gas, and the pressure well resources now appeared on the map too. I was gonna need nitrogen fairly soon, and there appeared to be quite a lot available north of the Rocky Desert, so that was good news. New parts were also unlocked. Fused modular frames and cooling systems can be made in the blender, and heat sinks in an assembler. It's a real shame I didn't record audio for any of this because it would have been nice to hear some of my planning thoughts, but I know one of the key things I was pondering was the fact that rubber was required for the cooling systems. As you know, rubber is made from crude oil, so I needed to figure out the best way to inject some rubber into the Rocky Desert. The Tier 7 parts had demanded plastic, but these Tier 8 parts wanted some of that rubber. When the pod returned, I used some supercomputers, plus a bunch of other stuff to unlock nuclear power, and suddenly I had 3 out of 5 Tier 8 milestones knocked over already, and I was able to build this big honkin' nuclear powered generator. These are fueled by fuel rods, and fully overclocked, just one of these big things produces a crazy 6,250 megawatts. This also unlocked the electromagnetic control rod part, and I wasn't ready to dive into the crazy world of nuclear power just yet, but I knew it was in my future. And my first reaction was, the uranium fuel rod recipe didn't actually look that complicated. Some more assembly project parts were on my radar now too, but more on those later. For this next factory, I did a little bit more planning ahead, as I tried to work out how many cooling systems and fused modular frames I'd need to assemble future parts. I know I said earlier one step at a time, but apparently I was trying to make multiple steps now. Long story short, I concluded that it would be nice to have 7.5 heat sinks, 15 cooling systems, and 3 fused modular frames per minute produced. I discovered the alclad casing alternate recipe, which saves aluminium ingots by mixing copper in, and I discovered the heat exchanger alternate recipe for heat sinks, which uses less aluminium overall as well, but it requires rubber. Usually I would avoid the complexities of rubber, but since I knew I needed rubber for the cooling systems, I decided I should just go big on the rubber. While I waited for all the recipes I needed to actually show up out of hard drives, I headed to the Gold Coast, because right near my fuel power plant there was a crude oil well. To tap these, you put the massive well pressurizer on the center bit, and fully overclocking it meant this well would produce 900 cubic meters of oil per minute. And to actually get the oil, you put the well extractors on these cracks that kind of starfish out around the pressurizer. Some of these cracks are pure, shooting out 300 per minute, and the normal ones provide 150 and the impure 75. But then I worked out that if I squeezed every last drop of crude oil from the normal oil nodes here by overclocking them, I could get 620 crude oil, which would result in 413 rubber per minute. So I ended up doing that instead. Since I'd chosen not to overclock the crude oil for my first fuel power plant, this oil was just sitting here, and it would be silly not to use it. That left the 900 crude oil from the pressurized well to use later for some other project. I dragged a couple of crude oil pipes north up the coast, and down went a bunch of refineries. Heavy oil residue was produced as a byproduct, which I converted into fuel. So of course some fuel generators went down as well, to make sure all that fuel got used up. There was a time when this build would have overwhelmed me, but now it actually felt relatively simple. 20 rubber refineries, 8 more refineries turning the heavy oil residue into fuel, and about 6 fuel power generators to use up the fuel. I then built a train station at exactly the height of the rails nearby, so that I could get rubber flowing up a lift, into some buffer containers of course, because I was smart enough to use these at every station now, and then I had to muck around with the tracks for a bit. I decided the rubber train would go on the top set of rails, so that it wouldn't interfere with its plastic sister trains on the lower tracks. It was quite finicky getting it connected in due to the angles, and I somehow ended up using walkway pieces as a guideline on which to build the rail support at the right place, but eventually it was neatly connected in. And then I had a nightmare with the signals. I could not for the life of me figure out why they were flashing angrily. I spent about an hour fiddling, and it's probably just as well the audio still wasn't recording because I was raging. I called this Blue Sea Station. I belatedly remembered that I'd better plonk down an awesome sink to eat any overflowing rubber, and I couldn't tell you what I did to fix the signals, but I'd somehow made them happy. I returned to check on my radio control unit and supercomputer factory, and wonder of wonders, it was actually working just fine. Oh, the glory of blueprints, resulting in minimal mistakes.
I managed to record like 6 hours yesterday without any audio. recording. And I know I said so many wonderful things as I was trying to balance out the crystal oscillators.
Thank the Lord, the smooth tones of my in-game voice are here to balance out the high tempo of narrator Floydson.
I know when I did this, I was absolutely popping off. So excited. There's no clipping in all this mess. From above, it actually looks kind of sick. I was definitely saying all sorts of proud things about this nonsense. Look at this beautiful train line. Look at this glorious rubber factory yesterday as well. Like rubber, 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 rubber. And then I spent ages working out what to do about these three, and I concluded that rubber was the way to go. I was going rubber, 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 rubber galore. Dude, that rubber factory is not even that far away. I can see it. It's right there.
Nitrogen gas was a factor in this next build too, as it's used in the fused modular frame recipe.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pure nodes. The pure nodes have 300 each, so that's just over 1800.
6 pure nodes and 1 normal node meant there was a juicy 1950 nitrogen gas available here, and the plan was to transport it on fluid trains.
There's 2 input pipes and 2 output pipes. That means I can shoot 1200 into each actually.
But I didn't have any power here yet.
So I think I'm gonna run this train track so that I can connect it to power.
I first decided I wanted the station facing the opposite way, and then it was time to lay some more tracks.
Okay, working without power nearby is actually a pain in the butt now that I'm used to my hover thing now.
I was stuck using my less smooth jetpack, but it would have to do. At least there was no topographical up nor down, as I was laying this track above water.
It's not gonna hit my train, is it? Oh, I guess it is. Big beautiful mushroom. Alright, the copper that I'm gonna use is just there. So I think if I make the nitrogen station somewhere here, that makes sense. I think I want to do my previous strategy right from the bottom floor, which is have the guts of the factory be a line of 3.
In this video, I am cutting out a lot of my planning rambles, literally hours of it. But now that my factory planning was somewhat sophisticated, let me show you this.
All the orange ones are the machines. I think this stuff is not relevant because this is stuff that I'm training in, so don't worry about any of that. But this clump here can be the bottom floor, bunch of smelting for copper and iron plates, iron rods, iron pipes, concrete as well from the limestone. Then send that up to more of like an assembler level. And then up again, a few blenders, a manufacturer and 4 assemblers. The top floor is almost going to be more busy than the bottom floor. So maybe this goes, yeah, maybe this goes here.
The iron ore, copper ore and limestone were all available just nearby on the coast here. But I needed to bring aluminium ingots over, along with the trains of rubber and nitrogen. I decided to delete the entire second belt of ingots that I'd sent north for no reason. But then I thought to myself, I don't actually even know how many ingots are on these belts, so I paid a visit to the waterfall factory to remind myself.
Bro, why did I not make these straight, man? They're so wobbly. This is when I was in my loose logistics phase. I was just getting all wobbly with it.
The belt was moving at 180 per minute, which was exactly what was being consumed down in the rocky desert. But obviously the other belt was stalled because it wasn't being used. So I had to look at the smelters to figure out what was actually going on here.
What? This is not even plugged into anything. What the heck did I do? Oh, that's why it's sloppy. Because I was still in my mode where I didn't give a crap if it was clipping. I think I've evolved since this period. I don't want to be like this anymore.
Anyway, long story short, I confirmed there were 864 ingots being produced, and I labeled at both ends of the belts, which held 480 and which held 364. It's also worth noting there was also limestone on there for no reason, and I also put some little signs on the splitter to remind myself what was going where.
And then right, we've got 300 left over. Yeah.
So that was the 480 line, which meant I was pulling the 364 belt with me west towards the coast.
Goes straight under the train.
I decided to get the rubber destination station sorted first.
What is that? That's a chicken wing. This is clearly chicken wing station.
Before long, the train was on the move.
Picking up that rubber.
Now that I knew exactly where the train tracks were going, I ran the aluminium ingot belt right next to and below it to keep things neat.
That's where the power outlet comes from. So I've done a little sneaky power cord. You can see it zooming through, connecting to this, which is just stuck on randomly.
I joined the train's rubber output with the ingots, and those were now pretty much ready to go.
Oh, it lags so much when I destroy one of those blueprints. Holy crap. Butt slide! Butt slide! I think this is gonna have to go. This station's also near the chicken wing, but this one's a bit more like a chicken nugget, so we'll call it chicken nugget station. Is that a chicken wing or a drumstick? No, that's more of a drumstick. There's been a very crucial naming error. It should definitely be called chicken drumstick station, because that is a drumstick. We're gonna drumstick it up. That is definitely the Rocky Fist. So this is a Rocky Fist. Nitrogen unload.
Now that all that important business was sorted, I needed to place down some liquid buffers. And I'd never really used these before, so this was a bit of a learning experience.
Alright, so now this is ready to have a whole butt ton of nitrogen backup ready for me to use I don't know, somewhere.
My limestone node of choice was here too, so I got the miner down for that.
It's coming together where I should be able to just put the copper, the limestone, the nitrogen all into a belt and just shove it straight in there.
The plan was in place, and the execution thus far was smooth. I soon had the limestone and copper ore belts meeting up, and then I had to get the nitrogen pipe over there too. I needed 450 nitrogen gas, so one pipe was plenty. And that was only about a quarter of what was going to be delivered here. And another iron ore miner had to go down because this factory was going to demand 486 iron ore total.
I could send more than I need, by the way. It really doesn't matter, but look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, majestic. What do I need in terms of copper? Talk to me, talk to me, copper. Talk to me, copper.
I only needed 175 copper ore and 216 limestone, if you're wondering.
Alright, cool. Now everything's in. It doesn't reach now. What? Also, that goes under. Pipes are not supposed to go on the same thing as conveyors. Why, bro?
When pipes and belts curve, they curve differently, apparently. So curving them side by side had dodgy results. I fixed it by adjusting where things connected slightly.
That's why you don't mix, like it's not quite lined up. We're just gonna pretend that it's fine. There's our 6 input materials ready to go. I mean, that does look like it would cause a lot of pressure. And then I shove in all that. Yeah, I can get the full 1950.
I'd connected power all the way at the other station near the factory, which meant the rails were now powered and the station was too, so I was able to chain electricity down to the well, and it was time for more buffers.
Hey, I could have stacked the other ones as well.
Let me explain why there were 4 buffers. It's simply because the max throughput of the Mark II pipes I had available was 600. The 1950 nitrogen had to be split into 4 pipes at minimum, and therefore I wanted a buffer at the end of each train line to accommodate 1 pipe each.
So the back carriage has 1200 going into it. The front carriage has 750.
A job well done, and I wrote what was in each carriage to remind myself later.
It's nitrogen that dips into the sea, so we're going to call it the nitrogen dip.
Nitrogen dip sounds like a new Fandangle spa treatment or something. Sign me up.
Ooh, look at those big gas things. Big old fluid tanks. I mean, they're full. Wait, so they can fit 1600 max. That can fit 3200 max, and I'm producing 1950 a minute. That thing has to get back here in like a minute and a half. If I want full throughput of all of this nitrogen, I probably need at least 2 trains. Okay, so he's only just gonna unload now, and this is full. This one's not full because it gets less into it, but this one is full.
This is when I learned the throughput on fluid trains is not stellar. But fortunately, this train network was used exclusively for the nitrogen, so there was no traffic. And the fluid buffers could hold 2400 cubic meters each, so at least they weren't a limiting factor.
Yes, he's coming back now. I think I'd have to do 3 trains to be safe, man.
I slowly made my way back down the coast, adding block signals as I went. And once back, I added a second train to see how 2 trains would do. For now, I was only using the back carriage's output, and it said 311 per minute was coming through with just 1 train. So surely 2 would get above 450 per minute, which is what I needed now. And I could always further optimize the trains later as necessary.
The logistics are finally ready. Rubber business over there and a couple of train stations. Nitrogen business over there. And a big old train track. Finally ready to actually make this. Building the factory itself is going to be way quicker than getting all the materials here.
This is especially true thanks to aluminium ingots and rubber arriving here ready to go. Doing all their production off-site was definitely a good choice. Recently, I'd gotten a bit lazy with placing the signs, but I was bringing the practice back with a vengeance because it was always super helpful for future me. An added bonus is that it gives you, as a viewer, a nice visual indicator of what the heck is going on in this factory. I incorrectly wrote there were 360 aluminium ingots. There were actually 364 on this belt, but I was only going to use 350 at this factory. I say only, but when you think back to how much of a mission producing those were, that's actually quite a lot of ingots.
I mean, I've certainly never been anywhere near this organized at the start of a factory build, so
it's time to build this thing, you know? It's time to build.
As I mentioned earlier, a 3 foundation lane down the guts, with machines spread out either side in discrete sections, a 1 foundation gap between each section of machines, and go. Sadly, my smelter blueprint had the old Mark IV belts, and I was going to need Mark Vs on there to accommodate the throughput. I helpfully only realized this after they were all placed, so I had to do a bunch of fiddly belt upgrading, and then I upgraded the blueprint after.
Okay, I just gotta hope I didn't miss anything, dude, because if I haven't upgraded 1 single belt, it could really be annoying later on, but I think we're good.
This was 18 iron smelters, underclocked to effectively be 16.2 smelters. I actually could have overclocked these and compressed all that I needed into 7 smelters. But as I already mentioned, I was choosing to avoid overclocking in order to minimize power consumption where possible. I built all the iron constructors right next to the iron smelters.
4 of them at 45% will be 1.8 constructors worth. 4 of them at 80% will be 3.2. All of these to be at 96%. for the iron pipes.
As you can see, the world famous iron pipes alternate recipe was still showing up in almost every factory.
I mean, already you can see it's overflowing because these guys just aren't using anywhere near as many ingots. The belts are moving at 780 a minute. It means it gets there fast at least.
I set up a considerably shorter smelting line to take care of the copper ore.
I was thinking I would only have constructors and smelters here, but I think I squeeze in a couple of assemblers for my juicy alternate recipe here. 150 aluminium casing and then another 112.5.
In this case, I overclocked a little, so I wasn't completely opposed to some minor overclocking. Sometimes it's just too convenient.
Now that I've changed plans halfway, I've kind of built things in stupid positions, but whatever, who cares? Adhered iron plate.
I found this alternate recipe that makes reinforced iron plates out of rubber, and I thought, you know what? I've got lots of rubber. This is the rubber heavy factory, so let's do it.
Yeah, let's do 4 instead of 2, and I need 3.2, so let's do the 80% thing again. 80% on each.
I powered up this factory as I went, and I also connected all the inputs as I went, so it came alive behind me.
Rubber needs to go this way, so I think I'll do some of these ones.
And so it went. Loosely speaking, there was an iron heavy side and a copper side.
Got our clad casing right here, and then the last thing is the reinforced plate. Where the heck does it... Dude, my 4 assembler... Why are there plates here? I'm so confused by my own setup. Where the heck did the flaming things come out? Oh, here they are. Alright, there we go. No, that's in. Here we go. This is where they come out.
My 4 assembler blueprint kept confusing me every time. It was a bit of a wacky design. But anyway, that was the bottom floor sorted.
7 outputs going upstairs. Wait, did I not center this properly again? Hang on, that's only 6 outputs. Oh, the rubber needs to go up again. Oh no.
Nothing a cheeky splitter can't solve. Along with belt and pipe gymnastics to create space for the belt.
And this is another one of those glorious underfloors that's absolute chaos. But there's no clipping. Somehow I ended up with the nitrogen in the middle, which is kind of nice symmetry.
I made another line of signs to keep myself informed. The assemblers were plonked down, and it looks like I didn't do the 3 foundation wide lane thingo for this level.
23.75%, please. And then we make our heat sinks. I've got to make 39 heat sinks. That's a lot of heat sinks. It's so nice how streamlined all my production kind of plans are now. It's very relief. I need exactly 4 modular frames. That's convenient. Yep, 4, so that'll be 8 modular frames total. 6.25. No, sorry. I always do that. 62.5. And then what's this big boy doing? This big boy is making heavy encased frames. Yeah, 106.7%. And it makes 3 per min, which is what we need, okay?
A little bit of belt work and a new part was automated.
Heat sinks being produced, baby. It's happening. I've successfully split the pipes. Modular frames going in. I remember when it took me like 15 hours to make, I think maybe like 5 of these a minute. And I just made 3 a minute, along with a whole bunch of other crap. It still took me like 5 hours, but that's a lot quicker. Blender blueprint, please. Blender blueprint. Are they so massive I won't even be able to fit 2? No, I can fit 2 easy, bro.
Both cooling systems and fused modular frames are made in blenders, so it was time to whip out a blueprint.
For these blender recipes, I've got one that requires... Wait a minute. I forgot about the water? My whole thing was getting all the materials in and then across and then up and then across and then up. Now I'm gonna have to get some random water and just shove it in the side somewhere.
I focused on smashing out some blueprints first.
Yeah, I'm gonna call that acceptable clipping. Yeah, that's fine. It's just resting on it. That's acceptable.
For some reason, I was trying to squeeze this blueprint onto 4 foundations, even though I had room for another row. And though that clipping may have been judged acceptable, ultimately this was impossible.
Blender. And so instead,
let's try again, with more room for the pipes and belts.
Alright, that's a couple of blueprints. This has got 3 inputs and just the conveyor coming out, and then the other blueprint I made has all 4 inputs. So that's all I need for this factory. I can update the blueprint later if I need it for different factories.
I needed a 3-input blender setup for the fused modular frames, inputting heavy modular frames, nitrogen, and aluminium casings, and a 4-input blender setup for the cooling systems, also using nitrogen, along with 30 of the heat sinks from downstairs, some rubber, and water.
The problem is I need to bring water in. I need 2.5 blenders for the cooling systems. I'm going to do it all in here and then summer sloop the crap out of it so that I get 30 per minute. Literally turn that one off. If I do it across 2 different manufacturers and summer sloop them both, I still get 6 per minute, but I have to use double the summer sloops. So turn one of them off, overclock, save a bunch of summer sloops.
I connected in everything that was ready to go, and soon the fused modular frames were automated.
Look at it blend. Look at it blend. Oh, this is also powered up. I need to plug the heat sinks in. Okay, let's bring the heat sinks. Where the hell are the heat sinks? This is not really a convenient spot for the heat sinks to be.
Nothing a giant belt across the entire factory can't fix.
I built the heat sinks right there, but then I absolutely locked them in with all sorts of crap in the way. It's alright, we'll send him the long way.
The long way is acceptable. By the way, this is what heat sinks look like on a belt. I set up the storage containers, 3 for the parts being produced here, and I connected the fused modular frames and the heat sinks in. I was making 37.5 heat sinks total, 30 of which, as I said, were needed for the cooling systems, but 7.5 were left over to shoot into storage.
Oh, I've done the classic problem though. I've done the classic mistake. Every time I build one of these, I'm just gonna end up building frame floor so that the pole can stick up somewhere. I gotta bring some flame and water up here, man. I'm gonna make it like a decorative feature. Just pretend I've got so much water going up there, but I'm actually just gonna connect one little bit of water right there.
I seemed to build stuff backwards a lot these days. In this instance, I laid all the necessary pipes before extracting a drop of water. And then I was ready to jam the extractor into this little river and some more pipe work commenced.
It's made the logistics a little bit more messy, but it all comes together. Get some water in there. There we go. Now we're moving. Finally making some cooling systems. We should be getting some cooling devices. There they are. Go cooling devices. 30 minute is like 2 every 4 seconds, right? Whereas 6 a minute is 2 every 20 seconds.
Another successful build. Absolutely glorious.
Another factory ready for me to decorate later. Is it smaller than the factory over there? It's making more complex materials, but bringing all that rubber in really simplified a lot of the recipes.
I should mention, I did use the default cooling system and fused modular frame recipes. It was mainly the rubber heavy heatsink alternate recipe that came in clutch.
I got through tier 8 way faster than I did tier 7 or tier 6 for that matter.
Tier 6 took forever because I spent 23 years making electronics, 43 years making a turbo fuel factory, and 97 years making heavy modular frames. But tier 8 was way quicker than tier 7, mainly because I already had aluminium ingots ready to go. But on the other hand, I wasn't actually done with tier 8, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Desert is looking busy. Look at that. It's so ugly. I'm gonna delete all of that.
Honestly, this wasn't even busy yet. Busy came later. You won't believe how flamin' busy this desert got. But for now, another tier 8 milestone.
Boom. Here we go. Here we go.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly.
The leading edge production milestone really was leading edge. These Mark III miners are nuts. Everything was doubled again. So normal nodes were now like the Mark II pure nodes. They could be mined for 240 or 600 when overclocked. And that means pure nodes could now be overclocked to 1200.
My max consumption is getting up there, but it's still half my production.
I'd call that comfortably less than half.
Alright, and then I just gotta do particle enrichment to make... Wait, what does this do? Just makes uranium stuff more complicated?
Before I could unlock that, I needed to automate yet another new part. Turbo motors.
I already made extra cooling systems for this purpose. So I've got the cooling systems. I've got the rubber. I didn't even think about it. Did I think about that? I must have planned that, right? I took this into account. A bunch of iron for motors is super easy. And then the radio control units. How many of those am I making? I think I'm making 5 of these, so I could steal 3.75.
The extremely complicated to make turbo motors were shaping up to be not that complicated at all, thanks to the legwork that I'd already done.
No. That's not what I want to see. Why is this not working? Aluminium casing? Oh. I think that's from the mistake I made ages ago.
I believe when I went to inspect the aluminium ingot factory, I accidentally put some aluminium scrap onto the wrong belt. And now the consequence of that had revealed itself downstream. After unclogging that blockage, I paid a visit to the power facility connected to the rubber factory, because it wasn't performing steadily. The heavy oil residue was struggling to get down the line, so I just shoved a pump on there and hoped that would help.
There we go, simple as that. I got my iron in onto a new factory, boom.
The only new part I needed to produce for the turbo motor factory was some motors. I was planning to make just one turbo motor manufacturer, producing 1.875 per minute using the default recipe. I made 10 motors per minute as a part of my earlier steel factory, and the only difference here was that I used my go-to iron pipe recipe, of course, so these motors required no steel. Just 416.667 iron per minute, which I was able to get from just one overclocked normal node Mark III miner. I also used the alternate rotor recipe once again, so both the rotors and stators were made of pipes and wire. So this was basically just a bunch of pipes and wire becoming motors.
We're already making some motors. Alright, so now I've got my cooling systems and rubber going. It's going to be taking 7.5 cooling systems. It's going to be taking 45 rubber for this factory. I mean, 3 items are here, 1 item is there. It makes a lot more sense to send the 1 item over here. You could think about it differently. If I send these over that way, then it spreads my rubber out further so that I can get the rubber to the next factory. Yeah, that settles it. I think I send my rubber further out.
And so I sent the cooling systems, rubber, and motors across the desert to join up with the radio control units. But I once again wanted to avoid running it straight through the nice empty flat areas. So these belts went through the trees. They turned some corners, they went up a cliff, and they were soon just across from the radio control unit factory. All I needed was 1 manufacturer. I placed 2 just to be safe, because maybe Maybe for some reason later I want to scale up my turbo motors, but this was a quick job.
Alright, well that's 3/4 of what we need. Dragged from halfway across the desert. And then the rest is just there.
I split off some radio control units, but I was only producing 5 of these, and the turbo motors were going to use up 3.75. That left a mere 1.25 per minute going into storage, but I wasn't too worried. As I mentioned earlier, you don't need a crazy amount of these late game items for buildables. Radio control units, for example, are only used in small quantities for blenders, drones, and particle accelerators. 1.875 turbo motors seems piddly as well, but it's only needed to build Mark III miners and particle accelerators. I was definitely going to need hundreds of them. Eventually, I'd likely use well over 1,000, but even at just 1.25 per minute, in 10 hours time I'd have over 750 piled up. And as I've said before, hours disappear while playing this wonderful game. Anyway, long story short, I was confident producing only small amounts of these late game parts wouldn't come back to hurt me.
That's crazy, man. I'm making turbo motors already. Sloop it up. 3.75, not bad.
And I summer slooped the turbo motors, so 3.75 per minute was the official number for now. Although I was trying to keep these sloops flexible so that I could remove them later if I needed them. I wasn't going to be able to remove the radio control unit sloop though, because I needed all 5 of those per minute.
Supercomputers are already getting sunk.
See what I mean? They pile up before you know it. The supercomputers were only being made at a rate of 3.75 per minute, and between that container and dimensional storage, I already had about 2,650 of them.
I'm gonna need about 1,600 tickets. I have 150 here, 287.
As more and more complex parts overflowed and were shoved into the sinks, I hoped I'd get to that 1,600 goal without having to stress.
Got a good kind of spread of nonsense going on. Go turbo motors. Go. Go. Yes. Oh, nitric acid. Okay. Copper powder. Interesting. Particle accelerator. Holy moly.
With the particle enrichment milestone, I used up my first 50 turbo motors to complete tier 8.
Boom. 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 Huge! Tier 8 done, baby!
Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory.
This thing is huge! Plutonium pellet. This uses up the waste and then you can make plutonium and pressure conversion cubes. Oh, I've got the fuse. Dude, I can make these like straight away. I need more radio control units though. I think I gotta overclock that entire factory so I can get more radio control units.
I decided to withdraw the 288 coupons that had piled up, and I bought myself some lovely statues. The Adequate Pioneering, Pretty Good Pioneering, and Satisfactory Pioneering trophies, which were weirdly hard to place down in the way that I wanted to, but whatever. But why? Why didn't I put the gold one in the middle? Am I a buffoon? I still had almost 40,000 megawatts of power to spare at this point, but I decided I wanted to upgrade my turbo fuel power plant to really stay ahead of the curve. I now had the Mark V belts, which move 780 items per minute, 300 more than the Mark IV belts I'd used to build this. And I of course also had the Mark III miners. So between those two new tools, I could get 780 out of the pures and 600 out of the normal nodes. Upgrading the throughput of the train was simple, but what about this absolute mess? Well, it was time to build a logistics tower.
So this would send the exact amount needed, which is 616.5. And then it's a 780 belt, so it'd send like 163.5. And then the other belts could just all come up in the middle. How many have I got? I got 3 over there, and then I get the 2 train belts, which I can have come in here.
Before even starting this, I did a bunch of maths, figuring out how I'd increase the compacted coal output on each level in order to effectively use up the increased resources. And it seems like mistakes like this are mandatory. I initially built the bottom floor too high, so I had to redo the whole thing. But as I worked away, I puzzled out how the resources would all split, and I did some labeling of what each belt would be carrying. As I planned to overflow resources upstairs, I labeled what was expected to arrive up the lift. And this was one of the most satisfying builds of the entire playthrough.
Okay. I mean, that's the logistics ready for it. I forgot. I was operating on the wrong assumption this whole time.
Yeah, I had my maths slightly off because I couldn't quite actually collect enough sulfur to use up all of the crude oil. I was short by literally 6 sulfur. No big deal, but that caused some number shuffling. And thankfully the belt work didn't need any changing. I should mention I had intended to do this upgrade once I got the Mark V belts, but I ended up waiting till I had the Mark III miners as well. So this upgrade was actually bigger than I planned for. But thankfully I had enough assemblers and refineries anyway, so it didn't really matter. One key problem with this upgrade was that I couldn't just unplug everything and then redo it. That would cause my power to crash. So I had to set up absolutely everything first and then unplug my dodgy setup very quickly, and also staggered, one compacted coal floor at a time to ensure that not too many fuel power generators turned off at once. I first set up less ugly belts from the sulfur and got those connected. I got the train lines ready to switch over, and I prepared to accept some coal.
I feel like I can begin disconnecting and reconnecting one thing at a time and it shouldn't make the power crash. I overclocked them all to 600 and we're now flooding it with coal. I've officially plugged my first thing in. It's beautiful. I might need to go through here and upgrade all this.
Yeah, I was going to be sending 615 coal and sulfur per minute into each level, so I needed Mark 5 belts to accommodate that.
Dude, why did I do this? I don't know what's going on. What the hell's going on in here? This is disgusting.
This was a rather compact blueprint featuring shameless belt clipping, so it was absolutely ridiculous upgrading all of these belts. I couldn't see what the heck was going on, and I had to do all 4 of the underfloors and the production floors too. It took ages. Once that was done, I began switching resources over to my new belts, and so coal and sulfur began finding its way up the logistics tower. The mess down on the ground began to disappear, and I got rid of the ridiculous conveyor lifts and connected the new belts in from straight across.
My new sulfur's coming in, and even still, my old sulfur is all backed up, so it's not even going to come down. The power's not even going to come down, and I'm going to have it all plugged in. These logistics look slightly better, especially once I finish the tower.
Yeah, slightly better, just slightly.
Alright, this is so much nicer, dude. I love this. This is beautiful. This is a glorious thing to behold. Look how much nicer it is, bro.
I had some more cleanup to do, and I had to overclock all 64 assemblers in the compacted coal tower.
Everything's now overclocked. Wait, it didn't work? Oh, what? Wait, I don't have enough power shards, maybe? I ran out of power shards, that's why it didn't work.
I got rid of the output lifts and had the compacted coal shoot straight back over into the logistics tower, where it was neatly transported down to be taken over to the turbo fuel refineries.
Look at that. Nature is healing. Look at that, that's so good. Well, that's finished. This is effectively done.
That was only a small piece of the puzzle though. Now I had to get the rest of the factory to catch up to the compacted coal. The crude oil miners all had to go full blast. There was going to be more polymer resin byproduct, so belts had to be rearranged and plastic refineries had to be overclocked, as the plastic being produced was set to increase to about 512 per minute. I realized I somehow disconnected a massive chunk of my power plant, so I reconnected that in, probably important, and I of course had to turn on a bunch of extra heavy oil residue refineries, and some pipes had to be connected down below. But before I could increase the turbo fuel output, I needed to rejig the compacted coal input. I managed to almost load balance the belts, reducing the reliance on manifold overflow.
Just over 400, just over 400, just over 400, just over 400, and I need exactly 400 to go in. So we're gonna have to do some overflow shenanigans.
I was now producing 2,460 compacted coal, and I decided to send 400 to the first 5 lines of 15 refineries, meaning I should have 460 left over for the last line. Let's just say I did a lot of splitting and merging down here.
This final line is about 407, and then it's merging with any overflow. There should be roughly 60 left over, but to be safe, we're gonna say there's only 40 left over, I think. I'll make this last line demand 2440.
Basically, I decided the refineries should only demand 2440 compacted coal, even though I was theoretically producing 2460. I did this because I was worried the overflow efficiency of the compacted coal wouldn't be reliable enough to maintain 100% output. Since you may recall earlier, I had that exact issue, and the only way I'd been able to fix it was with some cheeky summer sloop. I was just trying to be careful. The turbo fuel refineries were soon all turned on and appropriately clocked, and then came some more pipe work. And then I turned on a bunch of fuel power generators. The pipe work for that somehow became a nightmare as I tried to figure out how much turbo fuel to send where. But at this point, I'm just going to spare you the details. Perhaps the key piece of information you need is that this power plant upgrade took about 8 hours.
But this one is doing 480, so there's definitely a bottleneck of a tier 4 belt or a Mark 4 belt. I need to follow this middle belt and figure out... Oh. Was that it? Yeah, that was it. The bottleneck was right there. That helps.
I actually didn't need all of the power generators I'd placed, but a lot of the ones that I was trying to make work didn't seem to want to turn on either. I was really struggling getting the turbo fuel to go where it needed to go.
Clearly something I've done is causing a ruckus. Like these pumps are just doing nothing.
Honestly, this was somehow worse than my comprehension of rail signals. I had no idea what was going on, but I was willing to try anything. And the situation did slowly improve.
It gets over 100k. Woohoo! Over 100,000 megawatts, baby.
I spent some time decorating the logistics tower a little more.
I think that's what the design will end up being like. I'll fill it in later.
And it seemed my heavy oil residue was now struggling to get where it needed to go. I was filling each heavy oil residue pipe to the max 600 throughput, and I think that was a bad idea. I have a feeling it would have been better to leave some margin in the pipe, just to give the fluid a bit of breathing room for throughput's sake. That's my theory anyway. Also, the polymer resin wasn't flowing freely, so I had to muck around with this nonsense. More pumps, more consternation, more staring at pipe, snaps. And no exaggeration, I spent over 3 hours just poking this power plant trying to make it work properly.
I think it might actually be working, dude. I don't even know what I did. I got rid of a random pump and maybe a random valve.
So it was just about working.
I need to move on with my life. I've been looking at this crap for too long. Definitely still has a few issues. I can probably trust up to about 102,000 megawatts.
Finally, I made my return to the rocky desert with almost 40,000 extra megawatts available.
You know what? I might just double my supercomputers as well. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to overclock this entire factory to be precisely double.
I needed 2 radio control units per minute to make pressure conversion cubes, but I only had 1.75 per minute left after the turbo motors stole some. I figured I might as well overclock the entire factory. Why not double the supercomputers while I was at it?
This is the doubled amount. So I need to go make sure the doubled amount is coming in.
But that meant I needed to ensure I could feed in exactly double the minor inputs, which was actually no worries. I had enough resources. And I also had plenty of spare aluminium ingots and plastic, so that was more no worries. I took the opportunity to add signs to my quartz and SAM belts, and then I needed to precisely double the output of every single machine. I hadn't overclocked very much in the initial build, so this was mostly no worries as well.
I don't have enough smelters. No, I thought I built this so that I could double stuff.
But apparently I'd chosen to overclock the iron smelters, which meant I didn't have enough extra overclocking available to double it. However, I worked out that I had enough margin with the copper smelters. I was able to steal 2 of those, so some shifty belt work ensued.
Alright, a little bit of a hiccup getting the iron ingots doubled there, but stole some smelters from the copper.
And thankfully, the rest of the first level was blessedly simple. But upstairs, I had another problem. I couldn't quite double the reinforced iron plates output.
If I fully overclock both of these, I'm still going to be 5.4% short on reinforced iron plates. Do you know how annoying that is?
I was actually about 45% of an assembler short, but whatever. Fortunately, these assemblers were on the edge of the factory, so I simply deleted them and 2 became 4. Other than that, everything went smoothly, and I was able to hit the double.
Now I'm getting 7.5 supercomputers, which is nice. And there's the 10 radio control units.
Overclocking that factory consumed roughly 2,500 extra megawatts. But now I had 5 more radio control units to work with.
I just need fused modular frames. I should have brought some over.
I made a blueprint to add a stacked belt onto the existing belts, and I had a fairly tedious task before me. But eventually, another belt was connected all the way along.
Alright, I just need to bring a fused modular frame down. How many of those do I have kicking around? I have no idea.
I was making 6 per minute, and I only needed 1, so this was no problem at all.
The fused modular frames are officially coming in. Look at them go. I think I moved the exact same speed as a 780 per minute belt. I do.
I placed 2 assemblers down at the other end, connected to where the turbo motors were being built, and I connected in the extra radio control units, along with the freshly arrived fused modular frames.
Alright. Simple as that, I guess.
I only used 1 of the assemblers, and once it was powered up and summer slooped, it began producing 2 pressure conversion cubes per minute. I set up the storage for it, and yet another complex part was automated.
Still got 4 and a bit spare radio control units, and 5 spare fused modular frames. So I might do this, so I make 3 instead.
I could afford to do it, so why not make these a little faster?
Imagine building these, like this is for power, right? Imagine building these at scale. You need pressure conversion cubes. It's just insane.
Soon enough, I wouldn't have to imagine, but I had now officially automated all the complex parts for Tier 8.
For all the previous phases, I've just hand-fed machines straight into the space elevator, like wherever, whatever. This time, I think I actually make them.
It was time to automate some project assembly parts at long last.
To make these high-tier assembly parts, I need the previous tiers. So this needs modular engines, and then I need to make advanced control units for this, and then this thing needs the versatile frameworks. It looks like the one thing I don't need is smart plates. No, because the modular engine needs smart plates.
Basically, I was going to have to make every project assembly part I'd unlocked so far in order to make the Phase 4 stuff.
I'll make 1 machine worth for each of these, I think. It's still pretty complicated.
But not really that complicated, because once again, I'd already done a lot of the legwork.
I'm going to steal from my existing turbo motor, cooling system, fused modular frame, pressure conversion cube, and supercomputer. I'm going to steal all of those.
Even still, this is what the flowchart for what I needed to make looked like.
A lot of the stuff I need for this is... Copper's the one that's going to be the most annoying to get.
I had to grab copper ore from all the way over near the motor factory.
Alright, we bring the copper. Come with me, copper. Good thing I got this blueprint.
Yeah, I was back at it again, adding a 5th belt to this beautiful thing.
I think I just bring the copper straight in here. We'll figure it out.
Then came some of the most tricky belt work of the entire playthrough, as I managed to weave 7 belts through this hugely overfull underfloor.
It's an absolute mess. It's beautiful. Fused modular frames, turbo motors, some rubber, some supercomputers, some pressure conversion cubes, some cooling systems, a bunch of copper ore can all come out from here and combine with the iron ore. And then that's everything I need, I think, except for the plastic, aluminium ingots, and deuterium ore, which I can pull off here somewhere. This is the first time I'm going to use my 3x3 blueprint. This is momentous.
For the sake of future me, I placed some helpful signs.
Yeah, most of this stuff I don't really care how much I have left over, except for the rubber, because I might use the rubber somewhere else.
In light of that fact, I went back and stared at my other factory's rubber signs to try and figure out how much I had left.
187.833 left available.
Still plenty of rubber.
Alright, well that's the juiciest conveyor I've ever had. 9 belts. That's a lot of belts. This is where the factory will be, going out that way. And because I have so many things, I think I'm gonna have an underfloor on the bottom level, just to get everything where it needs to go.
I then used some lifts and splitters to somewhat neatly direct some plastic, deuterium ore, and aluminium ingots off from here. And I dutifully added yet more signs to keep myself aware of what was going where.
Alright, sweet. So now I gotta figure out how the hell I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna shove it all in and then hope. Alright, now this is gonna be a puzzle, dude. This is gonna be a flaming puzzle. I think this stuff can go under. They're just gonna get in the way too much otherwise, so I'll send them underneath.
Those 5 belts had the complex parts that I'd made elsewhere, so I got them out of the way down below the floor, and I'd send them all the way to the end of the factory later. The other 8 belts had the resources I needed to use up making new stuff on this site, and I decided this big factory deserved a 5 foundation wide lane in the center. And then it was time to slap down some of them juicy blueprints.
So just gonna overclock 3 of these double, which a line of 12 is equivalent of 15 in that case. So this is effectively 30 smelters worth. I need 28.534. So I'll have a little bit extra, which can't hurt anyone. I've got extra ore coming in for the copper as well. So I'm just gonna do 24. That's the iron ingots and the copper ingots sorted.
I had just the one cute deuterium smelter to produce the enormous 12 deuterium ingots I needed.
This is just 1.25 iron plates worth of constructors, so steel pipes gets its own dedicated line of ingots. Got some pipes coming in, baby. Should I just make this a massive one that just keeps going until I hit that rock? Why not? Okay, we got the steel beams and the concrete going in to these assemblers. Here comes the rubber, some rubber, a fancy adhered iron plate, reinforced iron plate recipe. Because I was like, I got lots of rubber, man. Let's just use some rubber. I need to bring the pipes. Where the hell are the pipes? Stators, rotors being made. Alright, here come the iron plates. Go iron plates. Go to glory. Maybe I should make the whole thing one floor. Is that fun or is that stupid? Alternate recipe for steeled frames. This is what we're doing for the modular frames. Steel pipes and reinforced iron plates. You got some motors coming in. We should have some smart plating coming in. Why don't you have any reinforced iron plates? And we got some modular frames coming in. Bet there's random rubber on there. Yeah, there's random rubber in the way because from that time I accidentally put rubber on there. Where the heck are the steel beams? I got a second line of steel beams right here.
That's the most notable alternate recipe of this entire factory, actually. I made those steel beams out of aluminium ingots using the aluminium beam alternate recipe because I already had the ingots and I couldn't be bothered making steel ingots.
We are producing versatile frameworks. Alright, let's send some stators and some cable across. These stators are so far away. Look how far away these flaming stators are.
I hope you're enjoying the fast-paced factory build montage. I've made most of this stuff before, and you know the drill by now, so I figured I'd just zoom through this without laboring the details too much. But yes, the iron side of the factory had far outgrown the copper side, so the stators had a long way to go.
Okay, we got the cable. We got the stators. Boom. Automated wiring. Happy days. Oh, there's little bits of deuterium still in here. Did I not fix this? That explains why the iron pipes weren't coming in quick. That should fix it. But I also need to plug the AI limiters into here. These are crafting so slow. So we will now get some electromagnetic control rods. These are the first I've ever crafted these, actually. I wonder if I need these for machines.
No, electromagnetic control rods aren't used to build any build gun structures, so there's no real reason to automate them as a final product into storage, so I didn't bother. This made me realize that I might have automated some reasonably pointless items earlier.
The battery factory I made is so useless, like it's literally not used in anything except for a random alternate recipe.
I was getting down to the business end of the factory. Before long, I had all 4 manufacturers powered up in a line.
This is definitely not a compact way of building though, but that's a nice big one. There's the motors, smart plating, and rubber, and that's the modular engines done. Here come the cables, the circuit boards, and the plastikios. This is how it's looking under here, by the way. The middle is actually really neat. It's kind of crazy. This side was iron heavy. this side was copper heavy. We have computers in play now.
Since I had so much plastic coming off the train, I opted to use the plastic hungry default computer recipe in this factory. I really liked the crystal computer alternate recipe, but in this case I didn't need quartz for anything else, so I preferred not to bring any quartz into the chaos at all. In this vast underfloor, I certainly did completely lose track of where stuff was.
What's the other thing I need? This is looking beautiful. This is looking beautiful. We got the encased industrial beams. We've got some steel pipes. That doesn't quite reach. We got some concrete, I think, and some modular frames. I don't even know. Whatever. You just drag it across, you find a path for conveyor, and you make it work. It doesn't really matter. Computers and heavy modular frames coming in. Automated wiring, anyone? Here we go. Alright, automated wiring in. Some circuit boards in. The adaptive control units. Beautiful. Now, that's the 5 new things that I needed to build. Modular engines, versatile frameworks, the rods, the copper powder, and the adaptive control units. I need to combine those 5 new things with these 5 old things. And you can go here. Boom. It got a little hairy on the iron side. Got it threading the needle with some of these resources going through. No clipping though. No clipping, I promise. I gotta bring these guys all the way over there. I'm glad I did these underneath, because if they were going through the logistics floor, it would have made things annoying. 5 belts getting in the way. I've now got 10 belts ready to make my 4 final materials. Beautiful. 5 above ground. 5 below.
2 of the final machines I needed were assemblers, but I didn't have a 1 assembler blueprint, so I just did these the old-fashioned way, which makes no sense. I should have just made the blueprint once and then used it twice to save myself building the same thing twice, because that also would have secured me a handy blueprint for posterity, but I am a goose, so what do you want from me? These assemblers were joined by 1 manufacturer, and my first ever proper use of a particle accelerator.
I think what if when I decorate, I kind of have this crap sticking out of the factory somehow? I think that'd be a cool feature. I'm also thinking these belts will be a feature. Showcased kind of going around the corner and then back in. So this little crossbar here is completely irrelevant. Yeah, I think it kind of looks a bit too stupid.
The particle accelerator has a totally different machine shape, as you may have noticed. It's quite a departure to what I was used to, and yes, it definitely did not want a silly beam arch giving it power. Speaking of power, this thing fluctuates in its power usage between 500 and 1500 megawatts. That is a lot.
This particle accelerator is a crazy machine, dude.
It's got 2 conveyor inputs and 1 pipe input. In this case, I just needed the 2 conveyor inputs, and it's got a single conveyor output.
Alright, so this is making nuclear pasta. I think do I sloop all these? I sloop all these for now. I need 250 of these, so if there's 2 a minute, that'll only be 125 minutes, a couple of hours. Assembly director system, chuck a couple of sloops in there. This will be 1.5 of these a minute. Oh, that's slow. It's gonna take 6.5 hours before I have enough of these to fill up the space elevator, so I'm gonna be waiting a while. Fortunately, I have a lot to do. These are slightly quicker.
I pulled the 10 input items around the corner, 5 brought in from all around the rocky desert, and 5 made brand new at this factory. And these machines were ready to go, so in went all of the goodies.
We're in business. We're producing some nuclear pasta. Oh, oh, oh. Is that me? Ah, oh. Sick. Does the big one crack on? It does. Sick. Look at it go. And the big one. Particle acceleration. Very cool, man. It's going crazy. Alright, well that's got a dramatic process. We're making some thermal propulsion rockets. Very nice. Why is it doing this crap, man? It does this little bendy bull crap. So annoying. We're in business, baby. Okay, the magnetic field generators are in. They're coming. And the assembly director systems. This is the first time I've actually automated project assembly stuff instead of just using a janky hand-fed thing. I think I have it come out here, and I think I need to make a permanent spot for my space elevator. Maybe like right there. Alright, we're plugged in. We got the assembly parts moving. Beautiful. Looks pretty busy in the desert now. Kind of a good vibe, you know. It's crazy there's so many materials I didn't even claim. I got all this down here that I didn't use. I barely even use. I probably use like 40% of the area's resources.
There's still time to exploit the desert further. But for now, it was finally time to create a permanent home for the space elevator.
I don't know what I'm going to do design-wise, so I think for now I just plug the stuff in and don't think about it too much.
I didn't exactly make it beautiful just yet, but it was a proper home. An improvement over placing it on a random patch of grass like earlier. After a bit of belt work, I'd managed to send the 4 project assembly parts up there.
I will possibly change the way the inputs are fed, just to fit with the way the structure looks, but I have no idea what the plan is for that. I'm officially plugging some of these bad boys in. Nuclear pasta. Whatever the hell those things are. Some of those things. Don't know what they're called. Okay, the last one goes in. Alright, we're on the move. Beautiful. I've actually got a lot in my bags. Boom, 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 boom. Just because I was destroying the belts a lot when I was figuring out what I was doing. Oh, I just realized something though. I should put a sink. So that means when we've got extra, they'll just go into the sink.
Which was good news, because these project parts get a buttload of coupon points.
The space elevator filling up is automated. First time I've done that.
Feel free to keep an eye on the top right to keep track of my phase 4 progress. Okay, what next?
Maybe if I try to process 1 node worth of uranium. So I guess I try and make some plutonium fuel rods. 1 fuel rod? I need a bunch of heat sinks for it. Okay, this is definitely complicated. Particle accelerator does massive power fluctuations, so this is all over the place. But I'm still sitting at over 60,000 spare power. I think that'll be enough to get me up and running with the uranium power plant. You know what I haven't done? I haven't checked if this thing is all working. Everything looks pretty good on the copper side. What's your problem? You're just too full? Yeah. Some of the AI limiters were randomly not plugged in. Yep, factory works fine.
I did find a random problem at the supercomputer factory though. Some belts needed upgrading to fix a bottleneck, and I was keen to get cracking on the enormous task of obtaining nuclear power, but I decided to tie off some loose ends first.
I'm gonna get this machine to produce a ridiculous amount of empty canisters for me. I sneakily steal a little bit of fuel into here.
And I allowed a few hundred packaged fuel to pile up.
Alright, sweet. So that gets me the turbo fuel recipe, which is a funny one because I've literally made a giant turbo fuel factory. Rocket fuel almost has twice the energy value. Turbo fuel's got 2,000. Rocket fuel's got 3,600. Maybe I should have made a rocket fuel factory.
So it turns out you can get even more power out of fuel by going rocket mode.
I think we'll skip the rocket fuel. I've done a big fuel factory. Let's go straight to nuclear. This might be the most fun factory to decorate. It's probably going to be one of the coolest looking ones above the waterfall there.
I then yoinked some aluminium ingots from here and allowed a few hundred empty fluid tanks to pile up.
How's this coming along? 162. 162, not bad.
Did I ever confirm that the turbo fuel power plant was working fine after the upgrade? Well, yes it was. I guess staring at it for about 4 hours made it behave. I stole some turbo fuel and claimed a few hundred packaged turbo fuel, with another dodgy packager setup. This allowed me to unlock turbo fuel rifle ammo.
Bro, I could upgrade my turbo fuel factory into rocket fuel just with some nitric acid.
This made me think it wouldn't be that hard, and in some ways it wouldn't, but it would still be a ridiculous amount of work.
This would be more than double the power from my current amount of turbo fuel if I did this.
The factory must grow gremlin inside of me was deeply tempted, but I resisted. Nuclear power next. I grabbed some nitrogen gas from nearby and connected into another dodgy setup, where I did make a little bit of rocket fuel, once I pulled a ridiculous turbo fuel pipe down. The rocket fuel was packaged into those empty fluid tanks I'd crafted, and having some packaged rocket fuel led to unlocking ionized fuel. Because yes, there is yet another more efficient way to use crude oil for power.
You mix the rocket fuel with power shards.
This is possible because power shards can be manufactured once you hit tier 9. But again, I will resist optimizing the fuel any further.
This is the jankiest hypertube setup you've ever seen, but let's try it. Whee! Okay. Up and away, huh? Can I see my beautiful factories over in the desert?
Please remember to stay within your designated zone as stated in your contract. Violation of this contract will result in serious consequences should you survive.
Oh dear, the world looks so small from up here. Yeah, see that's the red desert. I think I want to build over there. Or maybe over there, which is called the Spire Coast. That's the northern forest, I think. There's so many resources to get from over there. Yeah, well I died, dude. But I got the achievement. A good achievement. Nice ragdoll. Let's do the starfish.
That was the achievement for reaching the max world height. And here I go, realizing I'd placed these trophies like a silly baboon.
That's better.
After picking up my dropped loot and cleaning up the mess I'd made, I shot myself over to the rocky desert, because there was a certain green substance I wanted to investigate. I climbed to the top of the highest spire and felt the sweet kiss of radiation.
This is... Oh, it's impure?
There is 2,100 uranium on the map maximum, and I would be able to get 300 of that from up here. I had a long session looking into my options, and eventually concluded just using this 300 as the starting point for my nuclear power would be plenty complicated, and it would make plenty of power, especially with alternate recipes.
So if I use the infused uranium cell and uranium fuel unit alternate recipes, which basically gets more cells out of the uranium, and then it gets more fuel rods out of the cells, so it's a more efficient version of the default recipes. If I do that with just 300 from one impure node on top of this giant rock, I'm gonna make 7.2 uranium fuel rods. That'll still be 90,000 megawatts. I'll be producing 360 uranium waste per minute.
You cannot sink nuclear waste in an awesome sink. You can't even delete it manually. So committing to nuclear power means committing to flooding your world with toxic waste. But that's where plutonium comes in. You can use uranium waste, along with a bunch of other complicated nonsense, to turn that waste into plutonium fuel rods. And fuel rods can be sunk into awesome sinks. They can also be used to make more nuclear power. But then they create plutonium waste, which is even trickier to get rid of. I decided that I would make everything required for uranium fuel rods and plutonium fuel rods at the same time. And I wrote down everything that I would need, with the basis being that I would use 300 uranium as the starting point to make the uranium fuel rods.
That is where I'm going to be building some factories. I think that's the play. I think I probably should automate these, because I'm going to be working around a lot of uranium.
But it wasn't uranium time just yet. I decided that I would first make an iron-heavy factory to produce every single iron product that both the uranium and plutonium fuel rods would require.
So we've got a same amount of iron there and there.
But my first official task, after spending ages planning, was to claim some copper ore from down south on the coast. Sadly, there wasn't any closer, because I needed quite a bit. I needed about 1,700 copper ingots and about 2,300 iron ingots, along with heaps of other stuff.
Stealing our first 600 copper. This is probably the furthest away node I have to collect, all the way down here. My uranium's up here.
I got busy sending it north to meet up with where I was planning to make concrete and iron products.
Let's begin by making a butt ton of concrete. That is definitely the play. I'll use an even 600 and I'll just overproduce the concrete a little bit. I'll produce 200 concrete instead of 192. All right, so there's 200 concrete being produced just like that. Got the floating factory happening. Berry. Berry. Oh, berry. You found anything, lizard? Doggo with long name. Big dog. So they find random stuff? What a hero. Well, that was an achievement. Tame a lizard, doggo. Beautiful. You gonna follow me around now, or come on, big dog? Let's go. Each of these nodes needs 26 smelters. So I'm gonna need 78 smelters total. So I think I'll just do my 12 smelter blueprint.
I first upgraded the belts on it.
Plugging in some iron ore. Hello, friend. Did you find something? You found 2 nobelisks. Thanks, guy.
I also added an extra beam to support the power, but it was in the way. Also, I realized this would work way more smoothly if I swapped the direction of some of the splitters and mergers, so the blueprint got another revamp.
So now I can send the splitter up to join in to the top line, and then I can bring the merger out to send the ingots out this way.
Previously, I had to send extra lifts up from the underfloor to serve the top level, which was a mess. This was way better.
In this circumstance, I want to leave this tree intact. Sometimes you just gotta respect nature, you know? No! Alright, never mind. That tree didn't survive. I didn't think that would reach.
I only wanted to destroy the cactus. Alas, the big tree went to heaven. Oh well, at least I don't have to go around it anymore.
Iron plates and iron rods and iron wire and iron pipe are all the basic things I need to make.
I connected 3 iron ingot conveyors over to a new build. Meanwhile, in the top right, it appeared I was done with phase 4.
I need over 1,000 wire, and I can't be bothered transporting that on 2 different belts. So I think I want to get into phase 4 and unlock the Mark 5 belts before I do this. Make things as easy as possible.
I said 2 incorrect things in that sentence. I wanted to complete phase 4 and get into phase 5. And I wanted to unlock Mark 6 belts, not Mark 5. A little birdie had told me that Mark 6 belts move at a ridiculous rate of 1,200 items per minute. More than enough to fit all that wire on just 1 belt. How's the awesome sink doing?
I'm sinking stuff, obviously, periodically. The graph reflects that.
Now that these project assembly parts had filled up the space elevator, the overflow was earning a juicy amount of points.
It's all backed up. Not bad. Got everything we need for phase 4.
A massive goal achieved. And by the look of it, all of this stuff is going to be used to make propulsion systems for the thing floating up there.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke.
Actually, I don't really have any power problems, Ada. I did have some problems trying to make my turbo fuel power plant though, if that's what you mean.
Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix it policy and everything will go as planned. We've come this far together after all, haven't we?
Very helpful words. Let's send that bad boy up. Oh no! My camera went under. Adding some of those dibwackies. Are we building a ship? What are we building? It's looking more impressive than ever up there. And I did all of it. This little bumblebee did it all. Oh, no way. I need nuclear pasta again. Well, that's easy.
Saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish project assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
I would be surprised if I finish all of this before 17 hours, so I suspect the nuclear pasta will fill up. But that suits me, and then I just gotta make this crap. That is momentous. Phase 4 is done. I'm gonna need to upgrade this thing and see how much aluminium I can get out of it.
Tier 9 milestones were now available to unlock.
Okay, matter conversion, fixite ingot, fixite trigon, diamonds, time crystal, quantum encoding, excited photonic matter, dark matter residue, dark matter crystal, superposition oscillator. Oh, a new blueprint designer, even bigger. Portals. Main portal, satellite portal, singularity cell, peak efficiency. This is what I want. Conveyor belt Mark 6, conveyor lift Mark 6.
A whole bunch of alien tech looking fancy nonsense. Holy moly. But to begin, matter conversion, requiring 100 fused modular frames, 250 radio control units, and 500 cooling systems.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction.
So this can get you extra resources. So if I'm lazy, oh, I can even get uranium out of it. Then I can just pull resources out of my butt using this thing.
The converter can indeed convert matter, using SAM to, as I said, pull resources out of my butt. More importantly, it can make fixite ingots out of SAM and either iron ingots, deuterium ingots, or aluminium ingots. And fixite ingots can be made into fixite trigon. The converter can also make time crystals out of diamonds.
The fixite trigon and the time crystals go into the belts and the lifts. So I'm gonna want to produce them at least a rate of 50 per minute so they stack up really fast.
There are quite a few alternate recipes for diamonds, so I began scanning some hard drives.
Oh, we got pink diamonds? We got turbo diamonds?
The default diamond recipe just uses coal, but you need a crazy amount of coal to get not that many diamonds. Nonetheless, I came to look at the coal available here, and while here, I randomly upgraded a coal miner and the belts to the coal power plant. The cloudy diamonds alternate recipe mixes coal with limestone, so I strongly considered that as an option. The peak efficiency milestone requires a ridiculous 10,000 iron plates, by the way. So this was a rare circumstance where I actually took items directly out of a storage container, rather than dimensional storage. It also required 5,000 alclad sheets, so I began getting those in too.
Oil-based diamonds. Oh, this is pretty efficient actually. Oh, straight out of crude oil as well? This is 900 oil. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. 900 oil.
900 oil can make 180 diamonds, which can make 90 time crystals a minute. And using oil would be way easier to execute, compared to having to mine and transport thousands of coal and limestone. And so it worked out perfectly, because this oil well that I'd left untouched earlier turned out to be just what I needed. I tried to make a particle accelerator blueprint, because those big loopy machines are what make diamonds. But I gave up because it didn't really fit in the blueprint designer. I was able to make a 2 converter blueprint, but I made its power beam black, because for this alien looking machine, too much orange just seemed wrong. Converters have 2 conveyor inputs, and 1 conveyor and 1 pipe output. I made a couple of different blueprint variations, with different input and output set up. And then I got busy tapping the oil well.
Look at this noodly mess. That is exactly what you want to see. That is actually beautiful. Wait, why did I put them all on separate pipes?
Yeah, 900 crude oil could have just fit in 2 pipes, but why would I change the funky orange octopus pipes? What would you call a 6-tentacled octopus? Hexapus? I had to use a little pipe trickery to get these to slot into the building neatly. I added a pump to each pipe, and in the underfloor I merged the pipes into 1 pipe of 600 and 1 of 300.
Oil-based diamonds, so 200 per needs to go in.
That meant I needed 5 particle accelerators, and I'd underclock the 5th one down to 50%. By the way, each particle accelerator costs 10 turbo motors, 10 supercomputers, 25 fused modular frames, 50 cooling systems, and 500 quickwire. That is expensive. Fortunately, I had entire storage containers of all that stuff. And one thing became obvious rather quickly. Particle accelerators are big, so when you need 5, your factory is immediately very big. For these, I ran power through the floor. You can't put a wall socket on top of a foundation, but you can put them on beams. So I just ran a beam on the floor, and this was a pretty neat way to deliver power up from below.
It's not exactly safe, but it's very neat.
I did that power setup for all 5, and I began running pipes along. The 300 oil pipe served 1.5 machines, and the 600 pipe served 3.
4.5 big bad particle accelerators making oil-based diamonds. So each of my converter blueprints is costing me 100 radio control units, 50 cooling devices or cooling systems, 20 fused cubes.
Yeah, these funky late game machines are pretty expensive to build. In fact, I had to wait around for SAM fluctuators to fill up dimensional storage before I could place a 4th blueprint. The power draw of converters fluctuates, much like particle accelerators, but they don't draw as much power. They draw between 100 and 400 megawatts.
I could have overclocked them to save space, but I don't want to use power. I want to minimize power use so I don't get myself in a pickle.
I wasn't really lacking for space, but overclocking would have meant I didn't have to wait around for SAM fluctuators. However, conserving megawatts was definitely the play. Now that I was seeing how much power these things use, I was grateful I'd gone to the effort of upgrading the turbo fuel power plant.
I kind of wish I just did the power like this, underfloor, and then link it in same as this.
I was beginning to wonder why I hadn't been doing underfloor power like this the entire playthrough.
So the diamonds themselves aren't used for anything. Like there's no buildables, there's no other crafts. It's all diamonds into time crystals, that's it.
They're also used as a component in dark matter crystals, but I had no plans to put any diamonds into storage.
The diamonds are going. They just look nice and purple now. Ooh. Ooh. They're bending space and time. Look at that. They're doing like supernatural farts. I love that.
This was 16 converters, 2 of them underclocked to 50%, so effectively 15 converters of output, turning 180 diamonds into 90 time crystals.
That should be plenty. There's the time crystals.
90 time crystals per minute going into storage was probably overkill, so I could have saved maybe half of the diamonds for use later, but I guess I was all in.
And the time crystals are going into the cloud. Just like a light show up here. Hang on. Hey, look at this. Do the light show. Ooh, purple.
Now it was time to make some fixite trigons. But first, an obligatory mistake. I forgot to connect the belts of these converter blueprints.
So, SAM fluctuators are used in converters 100 at a time. So when I start building a lot of converters, I might actually run out of this stuff.
It's possible, I guess, since I was only making 10 per minute once I stole the sloops back. But in reality, I didn't need to worry. I headed down to the SAM below the grass fields, and I upgraded this miner to Mark III, meaning it was now pumping out an extra 300 SAM per minute. I split that extra 300 over this way, up a little cliff, and over towards the early game copper factory. This miner here was sending just 150 iron ore over to the SAM fluctuator factory. So I rearranged a little, and between the 2 impure nodes, I claimed 450 iron ore, and I made sure to send the 150 back towards the fluctuators. When you make fixite ingots with caterium, you get 50% more out of the SAM compared to making them with iron. And when you make them out of aluminium, you get double the efficiency out of the SAM compared to making them with iron. So I was using the lazy and inefficient recipe, but I actually didn't realize there were efficiency differences at this time because I'm a goose.
Quite like the bars across for like the more just typical human mechanical machines. Maybe that's the reason. Like these machines are a lot more boxy, right? But these have a crazy, I don't even know what shape that is. And then it's true for the particle accelerators as well, because they have the lovely circular stuff going on. It feels wrong to kind of box that in. Does that make sense? So I think I'm going to redo this blueprint, redo the blueprint. Another reason is the power input is so low on it, right? It just seems dumb to have a giant cord going up when I could have one sneakily going down.
And so I fixed up the converter blueprints.
Yeah, it's way better. I mean, the design on it needs to be respected, and I think that box causing a ruckus was just disrespectful.
Serving power underneath like this wasn't something I was used to, although I had done it a few times. But I soon discovered it was very convenient. Just add an extra double-sided wall socket down low and connect a power line straight from above the belts.
So I just need to change this to iron fix it. Boom, boom. Wait, how many converters do I need? 1.875. So we'll put the second one on 87.5.
Reanimated SAM was being made in the constructors out of the 300 SAM, and those plus the iron ingots were making 18.75 fixite ingots. Those ingots plugged into a few constructors, where 56.25 fixite trigon per minute was made. I got rid of a random power tower that was in the way, and moved it elsewhere to reconnect power to the black powder business over there. And with that, I was done with the 2 basic parts of Tier 9. The time crystals and fixite trigons weren't crazy complicated to make, but they did suck up a lot of resources.
Here we go, the trigons are going in. They're going into the cloud, baby. I built the most basic copper and iron factories here, and now I'm building some complicated alien stuff. And it's nice to get another building that's not on the same parallel grid.
I was now very close to the peak efficiency milestone. The time crystals and trigon were in, and I just needed to wait around for some more alclad sheets.
There it is. Peak efficiency. Boom. Dude, look at these things. So this moves 1,200 items per minute, 420 more than my Mark V belts. Fully overclocked pure nodes can output 1,200 per minute. With this, I can now get everything. I can completely juice a pure node.
These use alien force fields rather than any mechanical nonsense. A bit of a style change, but very cool. They're made using the trigons and time crystals I just automated, so I was good to use these freely from now on.
400 supercomputers. We got 200 turbo motors. We got 100 trigons and 50 crystals. Boom. Quantum encoding.
This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority.
Ada the AI is telling me that AI expansion is top priority.
This is enormous.
Quantum encoders are indeed enormous. They have 3 conveyor inputs and 1 pipe input, and 1 conveyor and 1 pipe output.
I can just make excited photonic matter out of nothing with a converter. My consumption is fluctuating. My max consumption is now almost 50,000. It's gone up very fast, very quickly, even though I didn't make factories are that crazy.
The question was, should I prioritize getting nuclear power up in order to expand my power further, or did I have enough power margin to crack on, making some more complicated tier 9 parts? I decided to crack on for now, upgrading my Rocky Desert Caterium ore belt so that it had a full load of 1200 per minute, and splitting half of it off this way to join up next to the limestone I'd collected for the phase 4 assembly part factory. I don't know if I showed you that I grabbed this limestone earlier, but yeah, here it is. And remember this SAM that I dragged up from the massive cave along with the quartz? I ran it all the way through the radio control unit factory until it popped out the other side, where I connected it over along with the Caterium ore into the beginning of a brand new factory.
Okay, there we go. I've managed to connect the SAM and the Caterium ingots, ore. I need 13.33 smelters. I think I'm gonna do 6 again and just overclock. I'm getting a bit lazier with my smelters because I can't be bothered.
Overclocking smelters really isn't a big deal.
222.222.
This was another fixite trigon factory, by the way, except this time I was using 600 SAM and Caterium instead of iron, so the trigon output was going to be a bit juicier than the factory down south.
Is this making my desert too crowded with little buildings?
I chose to overclock the converters to make the 50 fixite ingots, so that added on a couple hundred extra megawatts of consumption.
I've only increased production by 66%, and yet the power consumption almost completely doubled.
I had a massive turbo fuel power plant though. What could go wrong?
So now I have a butt ton of fixite trigon coming through.
The 50 fixite ingots made 150 trigon.
Now I can do this. I can steal the assembly director systems from here, and I can make biochemical sculptors, but I just need water. So I need to pull some water out of my butt somehow, and then I've got over here, the fixite can go towards the neural quantum processor. I've also got supercomputers in here. Well, they're coming from there, but they're going through here already. And I have more than 3, so I can easily make 3 of these, summer sloop it, get 6.
It sounds like I had a plan to make multiple parts at another new factory. Though I did realize I wouldn't actually need 150 trigon, so I decided to underclock these machines and leave some reanimated SAM here as spare, which I figured I might find a use for later. The only other things I needed were diamonds for time crystals and excited photonic matter. The photonic matter was going to be easy because it's made out of nothing. And for the diamonds, I plan to use 1800 coal mixed with 3600 limestone over here on the coast.
Wait, is this invisible limestone? Where's this limestone? It is invisible limestone. Does it work though? What the heck? I'll take some invisible limestone. I need the invisible limestone. I hope it works.
The mystery of the invisible limestone. How weird. I had a session upgrading a bunch of belt blueprints, and I began using those blueprints to prepare for moving all the resources I needed to a central location by the sea. I also got a little more creative making a particle accelerator blueprint. There wasn't enough space to put in a proper underfloor, but the smart thing to do was make one without any floor whatsoever.
Ready to be plonked onto some concrete. With the power ready to go, this will connect into the underfloor. Nice.
Many weird plants were sacrificed to get this factory up and running, and thanks to the new blueprint, before long 8 particle accelerators were down. I then connected all the resources over, 1800 coal from 2 impure and 2 normal nodes, and 3600 limestone from 3 pure nodes.
I have limestone coming in. That means the invisible limestone thing only works.
I just had to make sure I overclocked the invisible limestone. I did a little more resource logistics, connecting in the stuff at the south end of the factory, and I did a bunch of belt work, because as I explained, there wasn't room for all this in the blueprint, but soon it was done.
1 belt of each perfectly fills 2.5 of them, but for the ones that are fully clocked, so it's 3 particle accelerators, 1 belt is not quite enough. So I've got 2 fully served, that one and that one, but then this one, there's not going to be quite enough coming in. So I've got this belt randomly splitting off and punching in there to add to it, and then it'll naturally overflow another half of it through to here, and then I'll do likewise with the coal.
And here come a bunch more diamonds.
My max consumption is suddenly up to 57,000. Holy dooly.
Belts and splitters and mergers and all that. Crazy stuff, am I right? And you may recall I said I needed water for this build, but it turns out I couldn't find any water in the desert, which was very strange. So I was gonna have to send some from the sea.
I need like 20, but I'm sending a full 600. I don't know, it'll do. Kind of looks like the water is contributing to this giant operation. In fact, it's got nothing to do with it.
I cooked up a new blueprint with just one conveyor and one pipe on it, and soon both the water and the diamonds were headed east, back towards the desert. The coal and limestone were going into 8 particle accelerators, one of them underclocked to 50%, making a clean 150 diamonds. That's actually 30 less than I got from the 900 crude oil earlier. I was right near the cave mouth from which the quartz and sand were spewing, so I simply added my water and diamonds onto the same conveyor bus. This of course involved some vertical silly willies, and while I was here, I figured I might as well upgrade the belts for the quartz, because 2 of the quartz nodes in the cave were pure, so they needed the full 1200 throughput of the force field belts. I upgraded the other belts too, even though it wasn't necessary as they only had 600 on them. I didn't want them to feel left out. These upgrades would have used up a crazy amount of fixite trigons and time crystals, but I thankfully did not run out. It had been a few hours, and I'd actually put 2 storage containers at each of those factories, so I probably had way more than I thought. And just as well, because I also upgraded the above ground belts, while also adding on the diamonds and the water. This was a long and arduous process.
All the conveyors in the time crystal mode look quite glorious. There's so much less clunky. I plugged the diamonds and the water into this building, and we're just gonna shoot it around, I guess.
I did this with the SAM earlier too, because jamming the belts and pipes through this factory was the only clean solution I could think of. My alternative was awkwardly crossing even more random belts through this already extremely busy section of the desert. My preference was to get these added alongside the already existing belts.
This is the most finicky crap I've done, man. I'm gonna lift up this plastic and these ingots so that the
water and diamonds can go underneath, and then they'll make their way through that factory. Yeah, this was indeed the most finicky crap I'd ever done. Upgrading belts and adding belts and reworking existing belts, which then had kick-on complications because I had to rework the belts in this funky belt room as well. Oh, and don't forget the fixite trigons. They need to come along for the ride too.
Okay, added the fixite trigon in from this little factory too. That'll be fine. I can shoot it in there. And I think this comes together alright. Like, it's quite crazy for how much of a headache this was and how messy it could potentially be. I feel like this is pretty neat. Not as good as a ridiculously neat line there.
There we go, I need to steal these. I also needed to steal some supercomputers, 3 per minute, which was easily done, except not so easy because it resulted in some rather funky splitter work.
Alright, this is one of the jankiest little splits I've ever done. Look at this nonsense. It's a funny shape, but now we have supercomputers pooping out of here.
I managed to get the diamonds, water, and trigon out of the funky belts room, and I ran that underneath. I made a spot for the assembly director systems and supercomputers to pop out, and I made another bespoke blueprint to move this stuff all together. What a glorious achievement.
We got everything we need for 2 more things to get automated.
I sent it not too far away and shot it all up in the sky, because I decided to elevate this factory a little.
And we have our goodies. Our goodies exist.
I needed 4 converters, 1 to make excited photonic matter, and 3 to make time crystals out of the diamonds. I decided to get a little creative with these ones.
Even though this is using absolutely nothing, I'm still gonna plug a conveyor in because I think it looks better with it connected.
Lovely, lovely, tiered, and all that. I placed down a quantum encoder to prepare for the next step in the build.
I'm gonna have a bunch of dark matter residue actually. Oh crap. Yeah, so I'm gonna have 75 dark matter residue, so I should automate dark matter crystals while I'm here.
I soon realized dark matter crystals aren't used for any buildables, though they are used in a number of part recipes. But I didn't really need to stockpile any in storage, though I had to get rid of the dark matter residue somehow, so perhaps I could just sink them in an awesome sink. Or perhaps I could use them to automate power shards.
That would be a good factory to set up actually. I just need to bring quartz in. Alright, how hard is it to bring quartz through as well?
So just like that, this project expanded to automate a 3rd item. Some synthetic power shards, no slugs necessary.
So I could send it over here, from over here send it onto here, and then neatly get it over there.
With that, I had a plan to bring the quartz in, so I turned my attention to placing down the buildings. Now that I needed 2 quantum encoders, I had a feeling I'd be able to make it symmetrical. I actually managed to pull that off, with the biochemical sculptor blender in the middle, but the storage section at the back kinda ruined it.
We'll store power shards and neural quantum processors, and obviously once these fill up they'll sync too.
Since I'd belatedly decided to add an entire extra item to this build's output, I had to change the output of the converters, and so some power hungry overclocking came into play. But thankfully it all worked out without having to ruin my beautiful design. I didn't use any blueprints for this, except maybe for the particle accelerator, and I gave every machine underfloor power, even the 2 random quartz crystal constructors.
Alright, everything's powered up. I got 337 coupons, by the way. This is the thing I'm not happy about because it's very close together, but it's fine. This is all fine. The only thing that's really changed is the diamonds. That is not a diamond logo. I'm using up way more diamonds than I thought. 60 and then 33 more. I'm using up 93 diamonds.
Back on the coast with the coal and the invisible limestone, I decided to just make as many diamonds as I possibly could, which really worked out for me because I initially thought I was only going to need 30 per minute. I got busy connecting in what I could.
Okay, connecting in some excited photonic matter is exciting. for some reason. I'm excited by that. There's something cathartic about doing this. Because I've left myself heaps of space and things are pretty organized and I know what I'm doing, like I got a plan. It's quite relaxing just getting all the logistics. It's like a relaxing little puzzle. Just some of these ones. There goes the trigon. Okay, but then I also need the trigon to go this way. Make sure I pump the water up or else it's gonna struggle to get up there. I mean, that should be that, right? I should be producing some of these bad boys now. 3 per minute. Not bad. Wait, I gotta send these over there. I just realized.
Those biochemical sculptors are a project assembly part. I'd already automated something for Phase 5. In fact, it was the second something for Phase 5, because by this point, I'd already sent almost 700 nuclear pasta to the space elevator too.
Alright, we got the neural quantum processors coming in, but it's gonna make dark matter residue, and dark matter residue is going to fill up and then it's just going to stop.
I should mention, these quantum encoders also use fluctuating amounts of power, from 0 up to an outrageous 2000 megawatts. I should also reiterate, 2 of the most complex parts for this factory were the supercomputers and assembly director systems. Both of those I automated back in the Phase 4 times. Simply having those ready to go was the main reason this factory got up and running so quickly. By quickly, I mean it took several hours, but relatively quickly. And yes, I needed to use up that dark matter residue, or that quantum encoder would indeed grind to a halt. But that's what the particle accelerator was for.
Alright, I'm even making some dark matter crystals.
I connected those into the power shard quantum encoder, so now all it needed was some quartz.
I've already plugged the dark matter residue that'll come out of this. It'll come out from there. It's gonna plug back in here, into this thing, to make more dark matter crystals, which I'll have to sink.
I figured I might as well set up the belts for that immediately.
This is where the dark matter crystals will come to go up and be sunk, because I am going to be making extras.
The power shards were only going to use 15, and then they'd produce even more dark matter residue, resulting in more dark matter crystals. I was learning that quantum encoders tend to poop out lots of random dark matter residue.
I was going to bring the quartz over last night, but I was just dreading doing it. Dude, what the heck? The quantum encoder is shining a beam into this guy. Look at that beam. Look at it go. Look at it in code on a quantum level of encoding is going on. Actually, you know what? I should start syncing these.
It would indeed be wise to get some neural quantum processors flowing into storage.
I want to see a neural quantum processor. Hurry up. Here we go. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's just a old school computer monitor plug. I now officially have some neural quantum whatevers going into storage.
I decided to chuck some summer sloops in there, but I forgot that would also double the amount of dark matter residue produced.
Actually, I don't think it will get blocked up, will it?
This particle accelerator was very hungry for dark matter residue, and it still had plenty of room to be overclocked even further. So yes, it wasn't gonna get clogged anyway. The residue would become dark matter crystals and go straight into the awesome sink to keep things clear.
So once I add quartz crystals to the mix, it's gonna be even more glorious. Look at these dark matter crystals, dude. Sick.
The dark crystals are indeed pretty cool. At this point, I decided I'd better send the biochemical sculptors somewhere before the machine got backed up.
Alright, here go the biochemical sculptors. I would like it to somehow get connected in over here.
I ended up sending them down where all the input materials had come up, back along these belt supports, and back into the Phase 4 assembly project part factory. And I simply put them on the belt that the assembly director systems used to be on.
Some quick magic and maybe one of those ones shooting beams into the sky over there. Although the beam's actually not relevant, but anyway. Suddenly, they're biochemical sculptors, and they're going all the way using the same path that their younger brothers used to take. They're just gonna plug in now. In fact, I've got 57 to plug in straight away. Oh, actually, they might get sunk. They might get sunk. No, I think they got sunk. They came up here and they were blocked off. Dang it. Look how many points they got me.
I cleared that blockage, and soon the biochemical sculptors were actually plugged directly into the space elevators.
Got any of them biochemical sculptors? Oh, there's some. Beautiful.
I should mention, I'd slightly overclocked the biochemical sculptor blender because I had 0.75 assembly director systems per minute automated and enough trigon to go around, so I figured I might as well. I also gave it a summer sloop at this point because I wanted them to fill up the elevator ASAP because then they'd start getting sunk, earning me juicy coupon points.
My max consumption is now at 61. It varies like crazy.
If I hadn't upgraded my turbo fuel power plant, I would almost be out of power. Also, my power production seemed to be fluctuating, more than you'd expect from just the geothermal generators, so maybe the turbo fuel was struggling. Oh well, I'll just pretend it's fine, because I've got some quartz to yoink.
Thankfully I can just do this little business, split off like that when it's on the lower track. I've now officially got quartz coming to here, It's a miracle.
I think adding extra belts onto these things is probably one of the most tedious jobs I kept giving myself, but at least it was satisfyingly neat. While I was at it, I ended up upgrading a bunch of belts.
So now I know where this quartz is going. I've still got so much quartz left over. I've got like 2,000 quartz left over here.
And the way I connected the raw quartz over to the new factory was a work of art.
These logistics paths I set up to go this way, bringing stuff from all the way over there, it's now been used to send stuff this way and into there. You know what I mean? This has come together lovely, in a lovely, lovely way. Okay, the quartz is going up. I can't believe how this has come together. The raw quartz has become quartz crystal. Just like that, we're producing power shards. Heck yes. 7.5 per minute. Because we're now producing power shards, we're now also producing extra dark matter residue. We'll go into here and increase the output of dark matter crystal. I've already accounted for it, 165. I've never really had a shortage of power shards ever since I did that giant exploration mission where I collected 47 billion slugs. But now I definitely am not going to run out of power shards. Like, if you look at this factory from this direction, it looks kind of glorious, right? Wait, where'd my beam go? Where'd my beam over here go? Oh crap. Oh, wait a minute, that could be really good.
I forgot that I summer slooped this, and I needed to account for the extra 75 dark matter residue. But I was actually happy about that, because I wanted more dark matter crystals for later projects anyway. Now I had 33 extra. This meant I also needed to use up yet more diamonds, but thankfully I still had some to spare.
What the hell's this? Oh yeah, my fake conveyor. I thought I'd stuff something up majorly. Something's not plugged in. Excited photonic matter just coming out of my butt. Alright, anyway, back to what I was doing before I realized my mistake. It looks pretty cool from this direction. I think I need to get my nuclear going now. This area is starting to look empty compared to a massive desert base. I need to buy this coffee cup, man. How have I not bought it yet? Time to have a drink though. That's an achievement. Are you sure that's coffee? Wait, what? What is it? Is it diarrhea? Alright, cool. Anyway, we got coffee now. I can do this.
My first 100 neural quantum processors went towards another milestone.
Blueprints Mark III. Yeah, it's 6x6 instead of 5x5. Not bad, not bad.
I now had just one more milestone to go, and I would be done with the final tier. But I needed superposition oscillators for that, and I decided that had to come later. Because after seeing how much power I was using up recently, nuclear power was now the priority, so that I could stay well ahead of my power demand. And now that I had Mark VI belts, I felt confident dealing with the large quantities of crap that I needed in this project.
Okay, that's the wire.
I was using a dodgy notepad to plan this out, so hopefully I didn't make any massive errors.
Wait, I need 412 steel pipes?
As a wise man once said, that is a lot of steel pipes, especially if they're made out of iron. And while I wasn't actively using Satisfactory tools during this build, I had used it in the planning phase to figure out how much of each item I needed, and I had made a mistake.
Yeah, so my numbers were off because I only had 300 uranium waste being used because I limited this stupidly. Oh gosh.
I accidentally told the website that I would have 300 uranium waste to go towards plutonium, but I was actually going to have 360 uranium waste. Therefore, all of my numbers were now wrong. Let me explain the plan a little more. I was going to use the fertile uranium alternate recipe to make non-fissile uranium out of the uranium waste by combining it with nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and more uranium. Now that I had realized I was going to have 360 uranium waste and not just 300, it meant I was going to have to source extra uranium and sulfur from somewhere. I'd also have to make more of these iron products and all sorts of other crap. But anyway, I decided this was too much of a headache.
The plan that I made was only going to use up 300 waste, so then I'd have 60 per minute left over that would just pile up and overtake my world, and everyone would die in nuclear death. So what I'll do is I still make the 7.2, but I won't use 1.2 of them per minute, and I'll use 6 of them in uranium power plants, and that will produce the 300 uranium waste that I've planned for. This way I don't have to change my plan at all.
In other words, I was going to use less uranium fuel rods than I was actually going to make, just so I didn't produce that extra 60 waste. That sounds environmentally friendly to me. Also, I now realize that all non-alien machines barely use any power in the scheme of things, so I was overclocking willy-nilly now, to save time and effort.
I think I had some wrong... Dude, I had the wrong recipes in.
Another hiccup. I accidentally failed to input all the alternate iron recipes I wanted to use, so the number of iron ingots required was incorrect. I needed a bunch more. Luckily, there was space to add another 12 smelters and a spare iron node here too. I just used the default iron smelting recipe, by the way, with the classic 1-to-1 ratio of ore into ingots. If I used alternate recipes, I could have more than doubled the ingot output, but it simply wasn't necessary, so I kept things as simple as possible.
Now I've created 3 lines of 1200.
That's about 1,100 more than I thought I needed, and it was more than enough than I actually needed, so problem solved.
So this is only using up like 400 of my wires? 432 to be exact. So clearly some more wire is going to be used. Oh yeah, of course. I'm going to make a bunch of cable.
Using my dodgy notepad made this project a little more chaotic than usual. Also, these blueprints did not have upgraded belts. Wonderful. This prompted a long session, upgrading most of my production machine blueprints to have Mark 6 belts. At some point, I brought over the concrete from the neighboring factory so that I could make stuff like encased industrial beams, and when I realized some rubber was on a belt just nearby, I decided I would use some of it for the reinforced iron plates. I used some lift and splitter magic to peel some off, and it didn't have to go far to connect in.
I'm just going to add that. We're peeling off 90 there. I have no idea how much is going that way, but enough, theoretically.
I think I must have lost track of how much rubber I was using up.
And I built my factory such that this is literally where I need it. Can you believe that? That might be one of the most organized things I've ever done in my life. There it goes. We got reinforced iron plates being made.
I'm absolutely blasting through the explanation of this factory's birth, but these are all parts you've seen me make before, so I hope you get the idea.
This factory's already pretty big, especially when you consider the smelting that's going on. And this is only a fraction of the nuclear project. So nuclear is a big deal, I guess. Well, here's the concrete and the pipes that I need. They happen to be right here, so that's convenient.
As I went, I noted on the pad whether I was done producing an item, and whether I was done using up that item in the production of other items. Once something was done and used up, it was a thing of the past, and it got a strike through to signify this.
Feels like we're making progress when I get to strike through one of these. I've already made and used up 7 things. I was going to say that's a lot of quartz, but most of that's for silica. Okay.
Some of the numbers on my list here were wrong. For example, a lot of the quartz I theoretically needed was to make aluminium, but I was doing that differently elsewhere. You know what? Don't worry about it. Just know that there was method to my madness. After extensive bumbling, I worked out I needed 804 raw quartz to make a little bit of silica for later, and a lot of quartz crystal for crystal oscillators.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what that means? That there is a unupgraded Mark 5 belt somewhere.
I wasn't getting the full load of quartz I was expecting, so I had to zoom back along this entire line trying to figure out where the heck the bottleneck was. I went all the way back in the cave and eventually realized it was a sneaky section of the conveyor lifts. Oh, and it was bottlenecked at the top as well. Whoops. Fixing that made the quartz come in strong, and my factory was now overhanging a cliff, so I decided to make the crystal oscillator manufacturers at the bottom.
I got space down here, I might as well use it. A little bit empty over there, to be honest, but over there, the desert is full. Even got cheeky particle accelerators over there. Successfully plugged the cable, the quartz crystal, the reinforced iron plates. Crystal oscillators are coming in now.
23.2 crystal oscillators per minute, to be precise.
Why do I have 60 iron plates left? This is an interesting one. Oh, I need 60 iron plates for the nitric acid? Holy dooly. Okay. Completely taken these off the list.
It was now time to gather all the items that I needed to send north, deeper into the nuclear power production line.
These are the 6 products that I made at this factory, from the lowly iron plate through to the juicy heavy modular frames and crystal oscillators, but that's a good start. Alright, just to make sure I don't confuse myself later.
Time to lay some more cross-country belt work.
Successfully connected this on with the copper ore I brought from down there, and now we just gotta shoot north. Holy crap, dude, I'm using up the power so fast.
I'd been pretty liberal with my overclocking, and that was just a buttload of machines, so yes, the power was getting munched. This got me a little worried, so I built a blueprint with a bunch of power storage thingos in it. It was half of half a cube of giant batteries. I then combined 2 of the half cubes into 1 half cube type situation in the ocean for some reason, but each quarter cube used a ridiculous 3,204 wire, and my dimensional storage only held 2,500 wire. I really couldn't be bothered going to pick up the wire from the container like a peasant.
So now once it charges, I have 6,400 megawatt hours.
Yeah, so that's the story of how I added a meaningless amount of backup power to my factory before just giving up.
If you had a bigger item underneath, it probably would clip, but for this is perfect.
That added another node onto the copper belt. Whenever I had to lower the belts for terrain, by default the blueprint connection thingo made them curved belts. I preferred the straight belts, so I always changed them manually. I sent it underneath the other belts here. Those are the belts with quartz and SAM and diamonds and all that. And I sent it down a big cliff where it met up with some geothermal cracks.
Sulfur plus sulfuric acid, that'll make it 9. Nitrogen plus nitric acid, that'll make it 11.
This was a bit of a pit stop to add 4 more products onto the giant belt abomination. I started with a sulfuric acid factory.
Threading the needle between the big old geothermal thingos, I like that. And then we'll just send the iron plates off this way a little bit. We'll bring the nitrogen from over there, make the nitric acid with the plates plus some water.
Sulfuric acid is just sulfur plus water, so this was a simple refinery job.
75 sulfuric acid per, 300 total.
And so 300 sulfur and 300 water made something rather acidic, I guess. Nitric acid would not be quite so simple, and it required me to make a new variant of the 2-blender blueprint. One with 2 pipe inputs, 1 conveyor input, and 1 pipe output. I soon had 4 blenders lined up to make 180 nitric acid. I got the 60 iron plates connected over and connected in, which allowed me to cross iron plates off the list, how satisfying, and I got some water in there too.
Okay, last thing to do is run the nitrogen down.
This meant I had to try and remember what the heck I'd done at this nitrogen train station. I soon worked out which carriage I could unplug, and there was plenty of free nitrogen gas for me to yoink. I ran 1 pipe back down this way to meet up with the factory, and it didn't take too long to get it connected in.
1200 nitrogen coming from over there. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. As I said it, I just realized my mistake. Pipes can only fit 600 per minute, so I'm gonna need another pipe. No, dude.
I guess I was working off the belt numbers, but pipes are not belts, so I had to slap a second one on there. I actually only needed 720 for this nitric acid factory, and then a further 200 for some fused modular frames later, so 1200 was plenty. Soon 3 pipes and 1 more belt were added to the beast. A belt of 300 sulfur and pipes of 300 sulfuric acid, 180 nitric acid, and 480 nitrogen gas.
I don't mind that. What do you think, you big dingus? You like that? Not bad.
And you gotta leave some signs for posterity.
You gotta go this way because I don't want you to clip through the copper.
I made a new blueprint to accommodate this strange mixture of belts and pipes. By force of will combined with otherworldly intellect, I managed to get it all up a cliff, and I did not know how to neatly get the power up the cliff, so I did something that's probably illegal. I shoved a power pole on a pipe.
That is probably an illegal pipe pole.
See, I told you, probably illegal.
When I go to photo mode like this, it looks like I moved all this stuff like 5 meters and it took me 2.5 hours. But I did also pull some nitrogen from over there. Everywhere you look, there's some kind of nonsense going on in the desert. More copper and quick wire, or caterium rather, is over there. I do need to mix the copper from here with the copper from there in order to be able to make everything I need. So probably the best thing to do now though is figure out how to bring aluminium ingots. So I need 1088 aluminium ingots, and I have precisely 214 spare. It was time to max out the aluminium ingot factory, beginning with upgrading the miners and belts. When I made this thing, I only had the Mark IV belts, so I was only able to get 480 from each of the pure bauxite nodes. Now I could get a whopping 1200 from each node, so I was going to be able to more than double my aluminium ingot output. I even upgraded the limestone belts for absolutely no reason. Who knows why I ever collected this limestone? That is one of the mysteries.
The coal was juiced up too, of course. I'd built this factory thinking that I would upgrade it once I had belts that could move 780. But obviously I was beyond that now, which meant some of the groundwork I'd laid wasn't up to par. For example, I had to add another water extractor. And you may recall I'd been a bit lazy with the underfloor here. There was some clipping and some unruly pipe work. I decided to just rip it all out for a redo.
Do I do hilarious noodle? I kind of like that hilarious noodle.
You may also recall that water recycling was a necessary part of this build, shooting the water byproduct from the alumina scrap refineries back into the alumina solution refineries. This time I made the pipe work much neater.
Give me the silly noodle. This is the best part of the whole build. Look at this silly noodle. I believe this will make sure the right amount of water gets everywhere. It wasn't that hard to do this in a neat way. I don't know what happened. That's the alumina solution coming from there. Going in over there. Ah!
You get the idea. I already had all the necessary resources here, I just had to rejig the numbers. When I deleted the smelter blueprints, my computer lagged and almost exploded. I replaced them with the smelter blueprint improvement I'd made while working on the nuclear iron factory, and I added 2 extra, because I had a lot of smelting to do. This was 72 smelters total.
Oh, this blueprint's not upgraded? Oh no. Wait, what?
Apparently, I didn't put Mark VI belts on the improved smelter blueprint, which makes no sense. Oh well, I guess it's time to upgrade yet another blueprint. These conveyor lifts insisted on having a silly gap at the point where it's supposed to connect to the floor hole. I tried to cover it up.
Anyway, I'll worry about this later. I'm getting distracted.
I placed all 6 smelter blueprints again, this time with Mark VI belts in attendance.
Basically splitting the 1080 into 3. And then combining 360, 360, 360, 360. At the end of the day, we got 6 lines of 720.
Each refinery was making 540 aluminium scrap. I combined 2 refineries onto each belt coming into the underfloor, and then those 4 belts of 1080 were split as I just explained. And yes, 6 belts of 720. 1 belt per smelter blueprint. Easy maths, am I right?
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, chugga, boom, 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 boom. This is beautiful now. These are now 2 lines of 1080.
Theoretically, I should have had 2160 aluminium ingots available now, but one of the bauxite belts wasn't coming in full.
This one's got a bottleneck. Oh, this is only 600 bauxite per minute. I thought it was pure as well.
Yeah, so this was a massive goose moment. That bauxite node was in fact pure. I just needed to upgrade the miner to Mark III.
This will send 120 to here. That is what I'm going to be working with. 1200 on this top one. and 960 on here.
But the funky loose and curvy way I'd done these belts annoyed me, so I rebuilt this entire thing all the way down to the rocks, just so it would look a tiny bit more orderly. Probably an unnecessary thing to do.
Wait a second. I knew it. I accidentally put aluminium scrap on these lines. It's always the flaming aluminium scrap.
Once again, random scrap was clogging up and pausing aluminium production in the rocky desert because of some little mistake I made way back at the smelters up the hill. And now, clearly, I needed more bauxite. I had to fight about 300 aliens off this node here, which actually was a normal node, from which I claimed 600 more bauxite. The terrain was pretty wacky, so this took quite a while, but I soon added it on next to the coal, and I combined it with the 600 from the pure node that I thought was a normal node. What a waste of time. But now I had all the aluminium I needed.
Alright, that's the new situation with the aluminium ingots.
According to my incorrect calculations, 864 was being used around the rocky desert so far. It was definitely less than that, but whatever. I was going to send the full 1200 line to the nuclear build, which needed 1088 ingots. But I really couldn't be bothered running it all the way to the sea, where I needed it.
I need to use drones somewhere, and I might not find an excuse. Dude, these things just look sick, full stop.
For better or worse, I was going to try using drones to transport the aluminium ingots, and some plastic too. I began by coming up with a complete design for the drone ports.
I think this will do. It's a very simple freestanding drone blueprint. Underneath in the middle, there's fuel input. So you shove fuel into there and it can go into here. And then there's whatever the item is input, which goes into here.
So that was a blueprint for a loading drone port. I also made a blueprint for unloading and variations of loading and unloading drone ports without the fuel input.
I made batteries over here somewhere for no real reason. I don't need them for any buildables. I'm not using them up for anything. So I figure I might as well use them to power my drones. So I'll send the batteries to here using a drone, and then I'll send the batteries out of here and into here and into here, power up 2 more drones. And for these drones, I will load up plastic and aluminium. The trick is going to be, can a drone port move 1088 aluminium fast enough? I don't know. They don't have to go that far.
Let's just say drones are not great at moving large quantities of items per minute, so I may or may not have given myself a rather complicated task. I connected the ingots and plastic into a drone port each, and I made a custom power pole with which I distributed power to each port. And now it was time to go get some batteries. On the way, I was surprised to find there was some loot that I'd missed, and this hard drive earned an achievement.
Gather 100 hard drives. There it is. I have no idea how I didn't get that one earlier. Now here's my random battery factory. Look how much effort I put into the logistics for this factory, man. I got flaming roller coasters going on, and it makes, what does it even make? It makes 20 batteries per minute.
Those batteries were about to become the backbone of a glorious drone network, as I plugged them both into the fuel container and loading container of this port. I called this drone port Port Batty, and I'd named the port back in the desert Port Batty Destination, so I set it up to send the batteries there. The drone wasted no time as it got on the move.
Look at him go. What a beast.
According to the stats here, this was going to move 3.74 stacks a minute. That is over 600 batteries a minute. And this one drone was going to use up 2.76 batteries of fuel per minute.
Oh, the batteries are pretty efficient. Not as efficient as plutonium, but pretty efficient. Go, son. Oh, the drones move fast, dude. They move pretty flaming fast. They don't carry much stuff, but they move. What the heck? This guy's a crazy pilot.
By the look of it, drones only take 9 stacks of items per trip. Since it was taking this fella 2 minutes and 24 seconds per round trip, it was therefore moving the 3.74 stacks per minute.
I don't need this one to move that many batteries that quickly, so that'll be fine. I'm probably gonna have a similar distance to my factory north, but I'm gonna need to move basically 11 stacks per minute. I'll probably need 3 drones moving aluminium.
I already had evidence that moving that many ingots by drone was a bad plan, but I was committed now. The batteries were already being belted into the fuel containers of my other 2 drone ports, so the battery distribution was working just fine.
Alright, so now these ones have fuel available. It'd be alright if the ingots stacked to 200. They only stack to 100, so I'm gonna need 11 stacks. If they stack to 200, I only need like 5.5, 6 stacks.
Why oh why did the ingots only stack up to 100? By the way, I called the plastic one Port Plasty and the aluminium ingot one Port Allo. Inspired nomenclature.
That's more fun and interesting than doing another flaming boring line of aluminium through the wilderness again. What's the problem? No trigon? How the hell did the SAM... What did I do to the SAM? When did I even have a chance to break this? When did I do that? Oh, when I added this crap on?
So I fixed the SAM, which would fix the trigon, and so on. But guess what? Another issue. More random aluminium scrap clogging things up. After that brief stint putting out fires, it was time to claim some Caterium ore from this lovely oasis. I brought the Caterium belt outside, and I had to perform surgery on my belt pipe monstrosity to get the copper ore out of it.
Because I need the copper ore to go over there join the other copper ore so we can do a little copper kind of business, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I shot the copper off east, up a cliff, because there's always got to be a flaming cliff to contend with, and I soon had it joining up with the Caterium ore.
115 divided by 12, 9.58 from each. Let's just do 9.6 from each. I got more Caterium than I need. I used to worry about not using up every resource being a waste, but now I realize, considering I've only used mostly this part of the map, there's plenty of resources. That one has 600, this build has 900. I guess I just gotta split.
Right next to where I built was another 600 copper ore to go with the 900 I brought from down south, and I was working with 600 Caterium ore from the normal node in that cave. I soon had it all smelting. This is where I wanted the aluminium ingots to come, so I placed a drone port on this rock, which became Port Allo destination.
We have a problem though, it's only 3.89 stacks per minute. I need 11 stacks per minute. Should only use drones for low throughput. Over 1,000 throughput? Bad idea. Very bad idea.
But I was committed, so I added 2 more aluminium ingot drone ports.
3 port allos instead of 1. And I'm splitting them evenly, so it's a perfect splitter. Oh, except I need to do this. I mean, it says in theory that the max transfer rate is 3.85 stacks, 3.87 stacks, 3.89 stacks for these, but then it's actually only doing 339 per minute. And 337 per minute. I guess this may be a problem. It's trying to leave, but these guys are blocking it? Is that the problem? Oh, maybe, hang on, it's probably because it's full.
Initially, I tried sending all 3 drones to the one port, and I sunk the output to let the system run, which would let me know if this was actually capable of moving 1088 per minute or more, which is what I needed. Long story short, no, because the drones take a while to unload, so they kept having to wait around for each other, and that slowed things down too much.
So this is actually doing alright. It's doing alright.
It managed to move 888 per minute, but alright isn't good enough, so I added 2 more drone ports here. Maybe this would do the job. It was then time for a different problem to manifest itself.
This isn't working again? Why? Why is it not syncing? Can you not... Wait, can you not sync power shards? Is that why? Okay, you can't sync the power shards. Or what the hell am I supposed to do with them then?
The whole factory had been clogged with dark crystals because the power shards were blocking the sync. You can't sync power shards. I guess because losing shards made out of slugs in the early game would be devastating. So I had to leave the power shard production dormant for now. I figured out a good use for them later though. And I don't know what the heck I was doing, but it looks like I had 2 drones going to Port Allo destination, 1 going to Port Allo destination 2, and 0 drones going to Port Allo 3.
Why did I try and do the flaming drones with 1,088 throughput required? The numbers have changed now. This says 3.84 stacks now. Last night it was saying like 3. I'm so confused. We gotta check why this aluminium line is not firing, dude. Why are these backed up? For some reason I overclocked all of these when they didn't need to be overclocked. So let's just un-overclock them.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was the lack of a priority merger.
It was accepting an equal amount of ingots from here and here, but I actually wanted to prioritize taking them from there.
Too many ingots were being taken from the left line to fill up the right line, so the right line was overloaded. And when it backed up, the smelters stopped, so some of the aluminium scrap wasn't being used up, so the refineries making the aluminium scrap got backed up, so then the water byproduct wasn't being made, which meant there wasn't enough water recycling back to the alumina solution refineries, and therefore there was a shortage of solution from the aluminium scrap refineries that weren't backed up, and production was reduced even more. Does that make sense? Anyway, I fixed it.
But no, I had to test the drones. I haven't done drones yet. I should do drones with the massive giant pile of aluminium. It'll be genius. It'll work so well. All the Americans love it when I say aluminium because they think they have an authority on the way words should be said because they think they're the center of the universe. So this is a great excuse for me to say aluminium a lot over and over again and annoy the crap out of them. Why wouldn't I have 47 drones hovering around like an idiot trying to get the aluminium in? Flaming drones, flaming Americans. Aluminium, aluminium, aluminium.
Shout out to my friends from the US. The only reason this wasn't working is because I somehow unplugged power.
I'll leave these 4 drones doing their thing. So I've got 2 drones coming to deliver here. Hopefully we can actually live up to 7.2 stacks per minute. And I got 1 drone coming here. 1 drone coming here.
I left that to test and got back to work. I was a little bit tight on space up atop this seaside cliff, but I made it all work. I didn't quite have enough Caterium available, so I used the alternate fused quickwire recipe, which mixes some copper in, and that helped to produce the 1380 quickwire I needed. Meanwhile, I kept an eye on the aluminium drone throughput, and it appeared to be working. All that aluminium was to make 816 aluminium casings, using the Alclad casing alternate recipe.
The rate of production of these is crazy fast. Look at that, that's crazy. So it's definitely throughputting more than 1200 at the moment. Alright, I think I've proven it. I can get rid of this.
Eventually it would even out, but yes, it was currently moving more than 1200 per minute because it was chewing through all that had piled up in the containers back at the other end.
The beautiful drone transported aluminium. My quick wire, my aluminium casing, and then what else am I doing? The copper sheets, or the copper plates. What are they called? Copper sheets, yeah.
168 copper sheets per minute, to be exact. I soon had all 4 items shooting out that way, onto the next factory.
I just realized I can make the AI limiters, they just need copper sheets and quick wire.
Well, there's no point doing that any further away. Right here will do just fine.
So this is 24 AI limiters using up some of the copper and some of the quick wire, not all of it. We merge the leftover quick wire in with that line of quick wire, and so this should be just about 1,000-ish. Should be a line of 960 quick wire left over to go through there, and then the overflow of the copper sheets.
I then realized I could use up the remaining 48 copper sheets right here as well, if I just brought the 96 plastic I needed in on a drone to make circuit boards. So I set up another destination drone port and a few more assemblers.
Port Plasti, bring your goods to Port Plasti destination. Thank you. In you go, fella. There it is. There's me plastic. Beautiful.
Maybe I love drones after all. Maybe drones are the best. Because I only needed 96 plastic per minute, this one drone was more than enough. And I shot the copper sheets up from below.
What I should have considered is I need to send these circuit boards back out, don't I? Alright. Circuit boards come out of there, down here, blah, 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 and then boom.
That was both the copper sheets and plastic done and used up, so they got a strike through on the notepad. The next build was going to be a big one, and I figured on top of this massive rock would do just fine. So I paved it and began placing machines.
Alright, well that's all the machines I'll need in this section of the factory. Just got these power poles purely for my floating needs. I've given myself plenty of room, 3 lanes down the middle, 9 things coming in from there, 4 things coming in from here. Not all of it is actually going to be used here, and some stuff's going to funnel through here, and this is where I'll output towards the sea.
Down there is where I would at long last bring the uranium into the production line. Since I'd taken the copper ore off this beast, it now had 6 belts and 3 pipes, which I managed to send up yet another cliff. I connected power lines to everything, and I had to lift the roof up to accommodate the big blenders in the middle. I then brought down the other 4 parts that I just built up on the cliffs, and those plugged in at the opposite end.
Good. Where are my AI limiters? Alright, circuit boards are going into the computers. Alright, AI limiters are plugged in as well. I think that's 2 more things just used.
Yeah, I began striking through a lot of items at this point in the build.
Got aluminium casing going into the radio control units and the fused modular frames. Alright, so we got leftover casing, 160 exactly, for the next phase down there somewhere. Not that far in the ocean, actually. All 900 quick wire that I have left over from that factory is also going down there. Now, this is going to be a bit more of a mess, right?
I really should have connected these into the factory side by side, because getting them distributed out of this stack was a bit of a nightmare.
Crystal oscillators plugged in to the computers. 8 are being used up here, and then 8 more here. So 16 of the crystal oscillators are being used up there. I think like 7.2 are going to be sent down there. Heavy modular frames go in to the blender.
The rotors were just passing through, so they lined up beautifully here.
There we go. We got the stators plugged in to the electromagnetic control rods. Alright, and there goes... No, not the nitric acid. How did I put the wrong thing? Full pipe network. Flush. Get out. Get out. No more. Does that like not reset it? Oh, it did reset it. Thank goodness for that. There we go. There goes the nitrogen in. We'll get some fused modular frames now.
I next pulled the sulfur, silica, sulfuric acid, and electromagnetic control rods over to head further down the production line as well.
So the fused modular frames need to go straight back this way. Oh crap, I need to send them over there. I made half of the pressure conversion cubes over here and then half over here, which is... It's not a great idea in theory, look at the symmetry of it, but then I gotta cross all the products across this giant mess. Bit silly, because I have to bring the radio control units from here and then shove them in these 4, but then split it and shove it over the top of here and then blah, 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 and then into this one. It's a bit of a mess, but now we are making 8 pressure conversion cubes.
To give you some perspective on the massive scope of this build, back in the heart of the rocky desert, I automated just 1 pressure conversion cube per minute. For the nuclear project, I had 8 per minute automated. I next dragged the nitric acid pipe over to join the party.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things that I need to send down, plus the hardest thing to make, the pressure conversion cubes. That's the 10th item that needs to go down.
Unfortunately, I'd lined it up slightly off, but I couldn't be bothered redoing it all, so there was a bit of wonk.
So this gets into the wall kind of messy, but it is what it is. So this is all the stuff that needs to combine with the uranium to make the various nuclear crap and ultimately the fuel rods. It all comes down to this. Despite the chaos of it, like at the end of the day, You gotta admire it.
I then built a marvelous glass cage to house the belts and pipes as they turned a corner. It was also worth admiring. I brought it all down closer to sea level, and the silly gap of doom had showed up once more, but I came up with a way to hide it.
Kinda works, but now it's doing this flickering crap.
So I hid the gap, but then I had to hide the flickering crap. It's good stuff.
Yeah, that looks reasonable.
Soon all 10 were ready to go, and thankfully they were all side by side this time. Here's a photo mode wide shot of the action. Wonderful stuff. At this point I had a concern. All of my drones were reporting that they were using up roughly 2.5 batteries per minute each as fuel. I had 6 drones in the air total already, so let's say they were using up just over 15 batteries per minute to stay in the air. I was only producing 20 batteries per minute, and I was beginning to love drones, so I was thinking I'd make more before long. There was only one thing to do: expand battery production. Some machines were added, other machines were overclocked, a bit of belt work and pipe work, and happy days.
Didn't have to increase the footprint of this factory that much. 2 more blenders, 2 more refineries, 2 more smelters, 1 more of those water sucker. With that, we've successfully increased the amount of batteries we're making from 20 up to 120. The reason I did 120 is because my limiting factor was the sulfur coming from over there. It's a impure node, so I can max out at 300. So I've used up exactly 300 sulfuric acid. There's 1200 bauxite coming in, so I've got almost 800 spare bauxite here as well. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. I didn't upgrade the miner, that's why it was only doing 600. Is that what happened? Complete waste of time. Complete waste of time.
With the battery production rate increased 6 times over, I was confident no drones would fall out of the sky anytime soon, and it was time for a new drone port.
Alright, cool. So we got port battery uranium 1, and this is going to send batteries up there so that I can do a drone port from there down to the nuclear factory. Because I can't be bothered doing conveyor belts up and down the hill.
I was going to have a drone bring down the uranium from the peak of the world, but I had a change of heart. I decided an extremely tall conveyor lift would be pretty cool, so I made a blueprint.
You just stack it up and then connect them. And also connect power on the other side so that it can float all the way up and down. I'm worried this is going to hit a rock, but it'll get us pretty far. Does it just skim past by the... No, it doesn't quite. It doesn't look like it's the strongest tower you've ever seen, but who cares? Alright, well, the uranium's down here.
I decided this beast needed something to make it look vaguely structurally sound, so I jammed some beams on there.
It makes it look like it won't fall over, or at least has a chance of not falling over. So I think that's an improvement. Yeah, that's kind of cool actually. I don't mind that. It's a nice feature on the landscape now, I guess. Does this give me issues when I get close to it? It does, but I gotta get real close.
I only had about 50 iodine-infused filters left to protect from radiation, so I was worried now that uranium was a part of the production chaos, I might run out and die a nuclear death.
300 uranium there, that'll get me the uranium fuel rods, but I need another 300 uranium to make like non-fissile uranium, mixing with the uranium waste. And then that can be used to make plutonium. So I need to bring another 300 uranium here before I can actually get things finished.
Luckily, I knew of an impure node over near the Dune Desert.
There's my uranium, 3,000 meters, okay.
It was time to daisy chain quite a few power towers, perched on the spires of the northern coast.
Just lighting, you can see so many slugs everywhere. Look how many slugs there are. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 19, 20, 21. This zone is incredible, by the way. This is crazy. It'd be so awkward to build here, but... See you later, nerd.
Eventually, power was brought to the Red Cliffs far in the east, and here's that prized uranium I spoke of, guarded by multiple large stinky dinosaurs. This was one of the weirdest builds I'd ever done, because I didn't really want to be close to the uranium. It required 2 drone ports, one to accept batteries so it could fuel up the uranium drone, and one to send the uranium west. And now it's time for quite a jump forward in time.
Oh no, I did it again where I wasn't recording. No! But as you can see, I have progress. I did a little bit of design stuff here, kind of just coming up with a bit of an idea, nothing revolutionary, just a glass floor. I think that'll be pretty cool. I did a little bit of housekeeping in here, just labeling how much of everything is going through for future me's benefit. As you can see, I've stacked 6 manufacturers and then 6 more on top. This will be the uranium fuel unit alternative recipe, plugging in all the stuff I've sent here, plus the encased uranium cells made below. And speaking of the encased uranium cells, these are using the alternate infused recipe, which allows me to chuck silica, sulfur, quick wire in with the uranium, and we get the cells. These are the most uranium efficient alternate recipes I could find, so I'm getting the most bang for my buck out of the uranium that I have available. And speaking of uranium, that's the other thing I did. If I come close, I start taking a lot of radiation damage, but I've got 2 drones on it, and it says it's doing 420 items per minute, which is plenty. There's only 300 that needs to come through, so 420 suits me. I've been going big on the hypertube cannon tube cannon things. This one doesn't really get me there very fast. The batteries are coming into here from the new port batty that I made. The reason it's empty is because all the batteries are getting just shoved straight into here. Plenty of batteries. Because it's only a throughput of 300 as opposed to 1088 aluminium ingots, this has proved reasonably manageable, for which I'm very grateful, because a train would have been a long mission. As it was, it's just a bunch of power poles. But this is just the uranium. I gotta do the plutonium next, which is, I don't know, it's just more. Alright, now that I've got the uranium infused cell, or whatever they're called, is that what they're called? I can get the nuclear deterrent something rather, because I need AI limiters. This is the last sulfur research, I believe.
Yes, indeed. I completed the MAM sulfur tree by researching how to make a nuke, I think.
So upstairs, we're going to be doing the actual fuel rods using the alternate uranium fuel unit recipe, and I need to double the production of these because I actually need 12 manufacturers, and for the sake of space I've made 6. Double them all up, that's effectively 12.
Back to the business of shoving belts all over the place. I promptly connected the rotors, crystal oscillators, and electromagnetic control rods up to the other end, ready to shoot into the fuel rod manufacturers.
And then I've got the acid left over, plus the fancy cubes and the casings, and those are going to go to the next little factory, I don't know where, somewhere, I guess out over the ocean, to make the plutonium stuff. But I need to get the uranium waste happening before I can even do that,
So it was finally all coming together, and I'd better get those uranium fuel rods finished. I connected the 3 parts brought here from earlier in the production line, plus the encased uranium cells made just downstairs, and something momentous was about to happen after hours upon hours of preparation.
The electromagnetic crap, the crystal oscillators that I have left over, 7.2 of them, a bunch of rotors. Somehow the rotors made it this far. I made them so long ago in that iron factory. And of course the encased uranium cells are plugging in, and boom, uranium fuel rods. This is what I can use to actually get power now out of some big old nuclear power plants. Holy crap, 7.2 per minute will be crafted between these 6 manufacturers. I only want to actually use 6 of them for power because I'm only prepared for 300 uranium waste. That's fine, I'll just have 1.2 uranium fuel rods extra to either sink, or I was wondering, maybe I can use those for drones. Yeah, I can use the fuel rods for drone powering and have radioactive drones flying around everywhere.
But I wasn't done yet. I wanted to get everything perfectly ready for the uranium waste, which meant some blenders had to go down. By the way, this is what the nuclear stuff looks like on the belts. Check out those glowing uranium fuel rods.
Uranium, here we go. Here's our alternate recipe. So it'll be more uranium goes in to mix with the waste, and then the acid, nitric and sulfuric acid. Give me that. There's a byproduct of water. What do I do with the water?
The preparation of this section of the factory became a little more complicated thanks to that water. But before drumming up a solution for that, I brought the acid pipes over and connected them into the line of blenders. I connected the 300 uranium from the drone over too.
We've got the uranium plugged in. We've got both acid, nitric, and sulfuric plugged in. Oh, this is the wrong recipe. What the hell? What have I done? Fertile uranium, please. There we go. That's better.
I then went and attacked some limestone, and I sent a pipe to take the water byproduct away to ensure the non-fissile uranium blenders didn't get clogged up. A short while later, wet concrete.
So when it comes to actually making the non-fissile uranium, the excess water will shoot over here, mix with the limestone, become concrete, get sunk, and therefore the water will not block up my beautiful factory.
At long last, I was ready to turn my attention towards the nuclear power plant itself.
If I fully overclock one of these, it uses up 0.5, so I actually only need 12. After all that, I'm only going to need 12 nuclear power plants to use up those fuel rods. That seems wrong.
Those 12 plants would generate 82,500 megawatts though, so not too bad. How about one of them photo mode wide shots to show the glory of the rocky desert, as seen from a curious bird's perspective looking south above the Northern Sea.
I think I bite the bullet and I go figure out how to automate these iodine things, because otherwise I'm just gonna die.
I only had about 15 iodine infused filters left, but I didn't actually set up infinite automation. I made a ridiculous abomination factory and used summer sloops to multiply it all.
I think I'm gonna end up with about 2,000. Do you think that'll be enough to keep me going forever? So it's the fact that I summer slooped the fabric so that I got twice as much fabric, which means I could do twice as many crafts of this, and then I summer slooped it again, so that's another ×2 multiplier. Now we're getting 4 times the value out of the fabric. And then I summer slip it again, so we're getting 8 times the value out of the fabric.
And that is why you should practice your 2 times tables. Now that I was ready to magically repel almost infinite radiation with a bunch of iodine filters, it was time to build the nuclear power plant. Each fully overclocked nuclear power plant requires 600 cubic meters of water per minute, which can be supplied by 2 fully overclocked water extractors. So building this on the sea was quite helpful. I spent quite a while figuring out how to perfectly position the water extractors centered in front of the plant. Foundations placed under the water helped me snap them into position, and I got there eventually.
If I want the pipes to line up perfectly, I can't actually build them right next to each other. Yeah, like that.
The plan was to have a straight line of water extractors feeding water into a straight line of power plants. I next played around figuring out how to handle the conveyors, because the uranium fuel rods needed to go in and uranium waste was going to have to be taken out. This seemed like it might be a prime opportunity for a blueprint in order to design the foundations nicely, so I began playing around with some angles. Once I felt like I had a shape that worked, I moved over to the blueprint designer.
So that's the back nuclear platform, I think.
I tried to spruce it up a little, and then I thought it would be cool to have some walkways, so I played around figuring out how that would work. This led to some rather funky railings, but soon I knew what I wanted to add to the blueprint. The key here was that it needed to be tileable, so the edge of one blueprint met up perfectly with the next. As I carefully nudged it into position under the second power plant, I discovered I'd pulled it off, but that was only the back half of the foundation. I had to make a blueprint for the front too.
I can just whack it on there. It does need a little bit of nudge, but pretty straightforward, really. Alright, we're in business now, I think. How many am I doing on this side? 6. You know, 6 still feels like a lot because they're so flaming big. But this is pretty convenient. It takes so long to like plan it out and figure out how it's all going to fit together. But when you have the blueprints, just bang, 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 and just like that. Got a bunch of crap down.
Because it was planned out perfectly spaced, the water extractors could simply be snapped one next to the other, and they were down in no time.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. They're probably not touching the bottom. No, not even close.
But from above water, it looked fine. Maybe I should have tried to add some of the splitter and merger nonsense onto the blueprint. Alas, I had not. So that was a bit of busy work, and I of course had to do the pipe work as well. And then it was time for 6 more. As you can see, my favorite new custom power pole design had showed up again. It was a part of the blueprint at the back of the power plants to get everything powered up. Eventually, I collected the uranium fuel rods from the shore, and this probably wasn't my finest belt work ever, but I managed to connect belts going into each line of 6, and out as well, so that the uranium waste could be sent back to shore. The final little job was to place yet more power poles, because this row of water extractors needed power.
Alright. Here we go. Here we go. It's a pretty big moment. There go the fuel rods. There they go. We have nuclear power. Whoa! Whoa! That's what I was expecting. About 83,000 more megawatts. Some sneaky barrels of waste are shooting off. There's a lot of waste, actually. That is crazy. I mean, it's... How much waste was it? 300 per minute, isn't it?
A triumphant moment, but there was a problem. I knew that you can't sink uranium waste into the awesome sink, but you also cannot sink non-fissile uranium. I guess because it's also technically a form of uranium waste.
I guess you can't sink non-fissile uranium, huh? Is that what I'm learning? Okay, I mean that's a spanner in the works, no doubt. I can't sink the encased plutonium cells either, but I can sink the fuel rods. So I just need to keep building, and then I'll get the fuel rods and I can start sinking those, and that will unclog everything. It still hasn't clogged yet somehow.
I was going to pause my nuclear project here, but since the non-fissile uranium wasn't sinking, my world was about to overflow with uranium waste. That meant I had to press on and actually make the plutonium fuel rods.
The nuclear power plants look pretty glorious.
It was time for some particle accelerators to turn the non-fissile uranium plus aluminium casings into encased plutonium cells, using the instant plutonium cell alternate recipe. I probably should have turned the power plants off behind me to stop the waste piling up, but I guess I was keen for a nuclear disaster.
Somehow the waste hasn't backed up yet? Oh yeah, it pretty much has. The waste is beginning to fill.
Soon it was time to collect the aluminium casings from over here.
Oozing waste. It was not the play.
The casings and the non-fissile uranium were coming right down to sea level and around the corner to plug into the underfloor of the particle accelerators. Before long, everything was connected in.
We're beginning to use up the non-fissile uranium to make some encased plutonium cells.
Meanwhile, I think I had a minor uranium waste issue.
Luckily, I'm not relying on the nuclear power at the moment, so it doesn't really matter. if it's on or off.
This was 12 particle accelerators, by the way. I was making 1,200 non-fissile uranium, and each of these big ring machines was using up 75, so I had made a mistake. I actually needed a few more particle accelerators, but more on that later. For now, a bunch more belt work underneath. I finally decided to turn some of the nuclear power plants off to allow the waste to drain away, and the final thing left to do involved weaving the pressure conversion cubes down a rather convoluted path through the chaos. This included totally redoing the belts above the water here. I really should have brought these over before because this turned into a bit of a saga, but anyway, eventually I was ready to place 12 assemblers, connected at the far end of the particle accelerators.
Pressure conversion cubes are in. Okay, the encased uranium cells are officially going into both sides now.
This was a massive moment, but I think I was exhausted by this point because I didn't really display much enthusiasm. But I was finally producing plutonium fuel rods.
There we go. They're piling up. Let's just prove that they can be sunk. Yep, they disappeared. And I think they got me lots of points. That's official. I can get rid of these things now.
So the uranium waste would combine with a bunch of acid to make non-fissile uranium, and the non-fissile uranium was getting particle accelerated into plutonium fuel cells, and the fuel cells were combining with pressure conversion cubes to make 8 plutonium fuel rods per minute. And with that little production chain, I was able to officially solve my uranium waste problem. And this is how you get rid of plutonium waste, by the way. You can use it to make fixonium, and then fixonium can be further refined into fixonium fuel rods, which produce no waste, and that officially gets rid of all nuclear waste while also producing a butt-ton more power. It's like an alien nuclear power, I guess. At this point, I definitely was wanting to make fixonium as a way to get rid of plutonium waste, and I was thinking that I might try to go all the way and make fixonium fuel rods, just for the glory of it. But I didn't really need to do any of that, because just this uranium power plant was enough power to help me finish project assembly. I waited around until all the waste had disappeared off the belts, and I turned all the nuclear power plants back on. With the waste consumption issue resolved, it was time to see what other issues had presented themselves.
Around 187,000 megawatts. We're back to having about 90,000 margin. That's so profoundly satisfying. Unbelievably satisfying. When you zoom out this far, it doesn't look very big. I will add 32 more nuclear power plants before long. Well, actually, it'll probably take me a while.
Yeah, that 8 plutonium fuel rods I was making was enough to fuel 32 fully overclocked nuclear power plants. The aluminium drone situation was flowing perfectly. That was good news.
I leave it to run its course. If problems are going to present themselves, they're going to need some time.
Nuclear was behind me. For now. And it was time for a new project, beginning with a lengthy planning session. I had a few more items to automate, and I was also planning ahead towards fixonium. And fixonium is a nuclear thing, so I take back what I said. I guess nuclear wasn't really behind me. Maybe nuclear is always on the brain. But anyway, I first worked out that I wanted 285 dark matter crystals automated, since I needed to make over 100 singularity cells, and a bunch of superposition oscillators too. I'll try to explain the insane complexity of all that as I go, but for now, another nuclear surprise.
Wait, it's not getting used up? Oh, I got a waste problem again.
I wasn't getting enough pressure conversion cubes over at the plutonium fuel rod assemblers, and the reason why was simple.
Oh, these are not connected.
4 out of the 8 pressure conversion cube assemblers weren't connected to the belt, so that was an easy fix. But during my extensive planning session, a heck of a lot of waste had piled up, so I turned a few power plants off again to allow the waste to once again drain away. I then wandered to a cliff just north of the grass fields to shoot at some irradiated elephants. I then cleared a bunch of crap off that rock because this was to be the site of a neat little factory. Over on a nearby spire was a pure SAM node, offering up its bounty of 1200 SAM. I built a power tower up here, connected it in, and got to work. I sent the SAM over to my favored rock. I built the constructors that would turn 1200 SAM into 300 reanimated SAM, and I built the drone port from which the reanimated SAM would be sent north to the crater lake,
where they will join with the rest of the reanimated SAM I need, made from this SAM, and a bunch of diamonds from the crude oil, which I'll turn into time crystals, combine the time crystals with the reanimated SAM, and make about 300 dark matter crystals.
I decided to decorate this little factory, and I had a lot of fun with it. It featured some pillars at funky angles.
I think that's a cool little factory, isn't it? I think that's a respectable design. Obviously, I chose to leave the actual machines open air. I got this little thing as a feature for a power pole. Putting on a roof would kind of defeat the purpose.
I don't know if I impress myself too easily, but I reckon this factory looks great. I cleaned up the iodine-infused filter mess.
So I've just left the iodine-infused filters here, so hopefully that's enough to keep me going the rest of the game, because I can't really be bothered automating them.
Yeah, this was absolutely way more than enough for the rest of this playthrough. Back on the nuclear coast, I couldn't help but notice not all of my 1200 non-fissile uranium was being used up.
For goodness sake, dude. How did I stuff that up? I need to make 4 more.
Yeah, this is when I realized I needed 16 particle accelerators, not just 12. It's all good, just add 4 more.
So now I should actually use up all the non-fissile uranium. That is what we want to see. This is freely moving. So the full 1200 is actually being used.
Maybe, just maybe, the waste will actually go away now. I also discovered the copper ingots weren't quite getting where they needed to go. I added a smart splitter to more intelligently direct the copper ore, and that seemed to fix the problem. The quickwire that had been suffering from the copper shortage began to flow at capacity. I stared at the power plant for a bit, and it seemed to be happy. In fact, I stared for so long that the waste clog disappeared, and I was able to turn all the power plants back on.
Yeah, cool. I think we're good. I think we found equilibrium. I think equilibrium has been restored.
I was now at a stage of the game where I wanted to yoink back any less than perfect summer sloops because I was running low. I also noticed my original aluminium casing factory could be more efficient if I used the Alclad casing alternate recipe plus some copper that was already here. So I did a quick switcheroo to save a decent chunk of aluminium ingots. I also underclocked a fair bit to save even more. Every spare ingot was going to come in handy soon enough. I then returned to the Crater Lake biome and claimed this oil well and its 1350 crude oil. And I really should have done this earlier, but with the Mark III blueprint designer, I had enough room to make a particle accelerator blueprint complete with all the underfloor stuff baked in. And I guess we're just at that point in the video where making several of these ridiculous machines is totally commonplace, because I don't have much to say except voila. Here are 7 particle accelerators. Actually, I lied. Look at me getting creative doing a podium type design, lifting the central ones in the line of 5. From far away, you can barely tell they're at different heights. Still kind of cool. 270 diamonds were produced out of that 1350 crude oil using the oil-based diamonds recipe. I sent those diamonds down here to join up with a line of batteries that I'd shot out of the battery factory.
Bibbly boobly boobly, jibbity jabbity jobjo, ble ble blue blue ble 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 ble, blah blah glue 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 glue.
270 diamonds wasn't quite enough. I needed 30 more. Thankfully, there was some coal on the other side of the lake, so I used it to make up the shortfall. And here is the epicenter of the build before me, the 300 SAM at the center of the lake. I brought the batteries and diamonds down and plugged the battery straight into a drone port, and I sent a drone off down south to pick up the reanimated SAM I'd made on a rock near the grass fields.
So we've brought in the first 300 reanimated SAM. I need to make 75 more using this.
I love this custom power pole design. I built it behind every drone port. 4 constructors was all it took to make the remaining 75 reanimated SAM out of the purple stuff in the center of the lake.
Plug the 300 reanimated SAM straight into the merges of these extra 75 that we made. So this line is now 375 reanimated SAM. Now I need a butt ton of converters.
I first needed 7.5 converters to turn the reanimated SAM into dark matter residue. So I placed 8 and underclocked one of them to 50%.
Been over an hour since I've theoretically fixed the nuclear plant. It appears to be stable. That's a really good sign.
These converters produce 750 dark matter residue total.
Unfortunately, I used the wrong blueprint, so I have to do all the pipes, but in fact, I didn't use the wrong blueprint. I just didn't have a blueprint.
Oh well, time for some pipe work. Always a good time.
Look at that stuff, man. That looks like it's gonna eat you whole somehow, but that's good. Why are there invincible beans here? Go away, you big fat noodle.
And this is what I really meant when I said I needed a butt ton of converters. I needed 25 to make time crystals out of the diamonds. This is when I put into practice my idea for a tiered factory. You may recall from earlier, my converter blueprints caused me to run out of SAM fluctuators, so I had to wait around a lot for the dimensional storage to refill.
What? Wait.
Well, this is gonna be a bit of a jump scare. I didn't realize I wasn't recording. This happens so many times in this playthrough, man. The Satisfactory's just taken over. I'm trying to make a particle accelerator tower. Look at these noodly connections. Just noodling on up. Kind of
stupid. At least the tiered converters look cool. The diamonds were going into them along the line and then being lifted up to the next tier, all the way through the splitters and up again. The diamonds made out of coal joined in right at the top, and the mergers likewise made their way back down the tiers on the opposite side. I was a big fan of the belt work on this one. Then the dark matter residue and time crystals needed to join together in particle accelerators to make 300 dark crystals. So I figured I'd make the stupidest tower you have ever seen, I guess.
I went to all the trouble of making a blueprint where these foundations perfectly match the bottom.
That is a pretty cool blueprint though, but ultimately it was clear this monstrosity had to be torn down. I didn't want that blueprint to go to waste though, so I modified it, adding some pillars on. And since the converters were tiered, I figured I should stick to that theme. I needed 5 particle accelerators here total, so I had some work to do. The belt and pipe work when dealing with tiered stuff is particularly tricky, so this took a lot of fiddly business. One of the best things about this was the way the pipes shot up through the rings of the machine to connect the residue up to the next tier.
That's very cool. How am I going to get the output though?
With even more finicky belt work, that's how. Also, a bean got stuck and it was in my way, so I tried to shoo it off, but apparently I murdered it.
Most humans have more productive hobbies.
Did I kill it? So you can do dark matter crystals with diamonds. Every 60 diamonds makes 30 time crystals. So this isn't any more diamond deficient. Technically still 60 diamonds to 60 crystals. However, because of that change, we're getting way more crystals out of the dark matter residue. So literally double. I had to make 25 converters to make the time crystals, but that saved me 1500 SAM. Basically.
In other words, I exchanged heaps of power for 1500 SAM, which is a pretty good deal. Also, you may be able to see how I sneakily connected power up the side of this particle accelerator stack. Very slick. But the output mergers were not so slick. I couldn't seem to get them lined up properly, and it was an absolute headache that took me 25 minutes, but I got there eventually.
It's all level, and it brings me happiness.
For now, I sent the dark crystals into a container and set it up so the overflow would go into a sink. I'd come back later and set up a train or a drone port once I was ready to use these.
Up to 801 tickets now, coupons. The drone network seems to be perfectly fine. The 120 batteries per minute seems to be way more than enough, so I feel like I can use a bunch more drones if I want to.
I then began planning another monster of a factory.
I definitely do all the crystal oscillators that I need for the superposition oscillators and the singularity cell factory at the same time.
The many crystal oscillators were just the tip of the iceberg. I spent a long time planning. I should also mention, the dark crystal build I just done was massively power hungry between the 12 particle accelerators and 32 converters. But my power margin was still looking healthy. And my next task was to go have a look at some quartz in the desert.
So it needs to be turned into 738 quartz crystal. What I would do is I'd definitely just make a quartz crystal factory like right here.
I pulled off just over 1200 raw quartz and slapped down a bunch of constructors.
Alright.
I think I was finally getting a bit more cluey with how to split and merge, because I quickly slapped down this mess to make sure 615 raw quartz got to each line of 16 constructors.
This factory needs more than 300 quartz, so this is definitely a short-term shortage of quartz over here. But this factory will be overflowing very, very shortly, and the belt will stack up over there.
738 quartz crystal was automated and ready to go.
Train would be massive overkill. I've already got a conveyor set up right there. I think I'm just going to shove it on the conveyor. I haven't used this. The fact that you can do this and use the middle, like the middle layer. You know what I'm talking about? But it's actually pretty insanely good. Look at that. Why, I mean, it's not good when it does that crap. Why are you not perfectly straight, you stupid dingus? It fits through the middle. The top is occupied, the bottom's occupied, the middle is free.
Somehow this was the first time I'd lifted a conveyor belt to occupy the middle, and as you can tell, I was absolutely loving it. And as you can see, I once again threaded a random belt through a random factory in order to keep things neat.
This factory has so many random things just shoved through the middle of it.
No one can deny that the subtly nudged position of lifts, the delicate curve of the belts, and the compounding complexity that comes with adding more and more stuff. It is beautiful.
This junction of conveyors and splitters and what the heck is going on has just got even more ridiculous. I love it. Look at this stuff. Look at all this. It's actually beautiful.
Neither in-game me or narrator me is joking, by the way. It is genuinely beautiful. Anyway, you get the idea. I shot the 700 odd quartz crystal down south.
The iron I'm going to use is over there and the concrete. This is the water I need to use. So I guess the factory's going somewhere here. Although that's in the way of where my train tracks would go.
It had been a while since I last laid tracks, but I figured I'd better extend this out in order to claim a path for the rails before I began building this factory.
Ever since I figured out blueprints and gained some confidence, and they added the really useful connect features, like the auto connect blueprint crap in 1.1, this game feels so like smooth to play. But yeah, the first step is to turn the iron into ingots mixed with water. So I think right there is perfect for that. So the train track was just stopped here for the longest time. Finally, it gets a second wind, but not very far. It stopped there.
This factory needed almost 6,000 iron ingots. So I decided to whip out the pure iron ingot recipe to get those out of the 3 pure iron nodes down here.
89 refineries? What the heck?
If I'd stuck to the default iron ingot recipe, I would have had to bring in 2,500 more ore from somewhere, and that would have been a headache.
I swear recently there's always a bean just in the way. Go away.
And I think seeing the 89 refineries required gave me a bit of a traumatic flashback to the turbo fuel days. But I overclocked this time, so I just made 36 refineries. And I guess I should explain why I needed so much iron. This factory was going to make 41 crystal oscillators, 25 SAM fluctuators, 10.5 heavy modular frames, and 120 stators. And of course, I was going to use the iron wire and iron pipe recipes, so the iron demand was out of control. I was making all of this crap, much like the dark crystal and quartz crystal I just made, as a part of the grind towards making the final few items in the game. Superposition oscillators, which is a tier 9 part. Singularity cells, another tier 9 part that also contributes to powering up portals and making Fixonium. Alien power matrices, which is unlocked in the MAM as a way to make alien power augmenters more effective. And I was also working on the Fixonium itself. And the 120 stators I was making were actually for the Fixonium fuel rods. I was thinking very far ahead.
There go the iron ingots. Now, where the heck is the factory gonna be?
The 8 plutonium fuel rods I'd automated would produce 80 plutonium waste when used in nuclear power plants, which meant I needed 80 singularity cells just to make Fixonium. So I wanted 105 singularity cells total, which would require about 14,000 copper ingots just to make the copper powder. So I wasn't even up to the hard part yet. But the hard part of this specific factory was probably splitting up all the iron ingot belts.
Oh, maybe I didn't overclock them. I bet you I didn't overclock them. So these are sending 240 up to each pipe instead of 600. That'll be the problem.
Anyway, this factory also required a heck of a lot of constructors.
The iron is plugged in. A whole bunch of wire is being produced. So much iron wire. A few iron rods. Fair bit of iron plate. 771 iron pipe. Steel pipes made out of iron, however that works. These 24 are actually using by far the most ingots, because these pipes are expensive, bro.
I don't know how many constructors that was, about 100 I guess, and those were all heavily overclocked. But I wasn't done with constructors yet. Give me a few more of those. Remember when it took me forever to make about 20 constructors at the electronics factory on the Gold Coast? I discovered the water was struggling, and I believe it was because Fluid finds it hard to efficiently get all 600 cubic meters down the pipe to so many refineries. I added one water extractor to supplement each pipe to make up for that inefficiency, and I got the ingots flowing properly.
But that means this 21, so that's 20 to the right of these pillars, 10 and then 10, 20. And then if I add 2 more in, one of them underclocked, then this adds up to exactly what's required for the wire. Then to make up for that, so that this line still uses up the exact same amount of ingots, I've overdone these to add up for the 23 that I took off this one. I've added about just less than 3 onto 8 of these.
That's a little bit of an insight into the over and underclocking shenanigans I used to get the right amount of wire onto each belt.
75.6 times 10, I need 756 limestone to make this 252 concrete. This is normal, unfortunately, but fortunately, we have another normal one right there.
I joined that limestone together to get the concrete going.
So I think on the top level, I want to do my big middle lane strategy. This is the last iron wire line, thank goodness for that. In go the 574 cable, there goes the concrete.
I then had to fetch the quartz crystal from outside.
I like that, it kind of just pokes out. The quartz crystal from the north is here. And now I need to go get some reanimated SAM from the south, and we can go upstairs.
Making SAM fluctuators at this factory might seem kinda random, but they're made of pipes and wire, so they're actually insanely iron heavy if you're addicted to using iron wire and iron pipes like me.
This factory's so small. So small and cute.
They're also made of reanimated SAM, and I was here on the cliffs overlooking the Gold Coast to make what I needed. This normal node provided 600 SAM, which soon became 150 reanimated SAM. Getting these transported would have been a nightmare without drones, so thank all that is good for the glory of drones.
Port Coastal SAM 600, Port Coastal Batty. So I've got to send batteries here just so I can get this powered up.
I prepared a drone port at the other end.
Funny legs. You reckon?
And I had a change of plans regarding how to get the new drone some batteries.
So I'm already pulling batteries into here. Like, look at all these batteries coming from the drone over there somewhere. I think I just shoot these batteries off that way.
And then I began thinking about future logistical concerns, and I decided some more drone ports were in order.
Because otherwise it's going to be so awkward getting stuff around. I think the drones are my new crutch.
I claimed space for a new line of drone ports. I wasn't exactly sure how many I'd need, but this provided a clear laneway for the battery belt to go as it found its way over to the reanimated SAM destination drone port. This meant the drone could fuel up here, rather than back at the SAM node, so I no longer needed to send any batteries down there. As such, I returned to the cliffs and got rid of one of the drone ports.
The reanimated SAM is here via drone.
After a few lifts shot their way up, all 9 basic parts were ready to go on the second level of the factory. It was now time for many assemblers and many manufacturers.
This factory's getting a little bit out of hand because it's like overhanging all this now. How the heck am I even going to support it? I don't know.
And of course, many belts had to be connected in all over the place.
This middle layer is coming in clutch for the crystal quartz, or refined quartz, or what the heck it's called. Quartz crystal, that's the one. It's going to take a while for the reinforced plates to overflow to fill these up properly, but we'll get there. So we've got 120 stators, 10.5 heavy modular frames, 25 SAM fluctuators, and the only one I actually want to use immediately, the crystal oscillators. I need 20 of those for my superposition oscillators, which is my next job. This factory is a huge step forward in the overall goals that I have in mind.
By the way, it was now November 12th, 2025, and I was 276 hours into my playthrough. I then wandered the rocky desert, trying to figure out how many aluminium ingots I was actually using, because I felt like my science must be wrong.
If you look at how little these belts are moving, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm using 500 at those factories and 70 here, 570. I don't know why it says 814. Why the hell does it say 814?
Well, I hope my count was correct, because here I go using up a bunch more.
Yeah, these belts aren't even getting sucked dry, so I think we're totally fine.
That was 180 ingots used up to make 180 alclad sheets. I should clarify something. Before each of these big builds, I was spending at least half an hour planning, figuring out what I should make, where to make it, which resources to use, and how to get them around the map. And also figuring out if I could consolidate any builds in order to be efficient. For example, by building all the iron products in one place like I'd just done.
The aluminium sheets I've pulled from over there. Up here are the final 4 products of this giant, massive thing. I need the aluminium sheets, the SAM fluctuators, and the crystal oscillators I need for the factory over there. I only want half of these crystal oscillators. I want slightly less than half. So I'll split this off, and I can use the other half later. I can use the heavy modular frames later, and I can use the stators later. I'm going to send the power shards for the alien power matrix to this one. I'll send the dark crystals for the super oscillators to this one.
I'd found a use for a couple of the drone ports here, so I connected the batteries in to fuel them up, and I zoomed over to the glorious factory in the sky, because it was time to use up those unsinkable power shards.
Yeah, I need 15 to make the 5 alien power matrices that I would like to make. I'm only making 7.5. What I would like to do is a simple matter of sloopage. Boom. 15 suddenly. The only problem is I now have 90 more dark matter residue. It might not be a problem. Let's look at this. Boom. 330. So we're now using another 90 dark matter residue, but 66 diamonds. That's 18 more diamonds. Do I have 18 diamonds spare here?
I did indeed, and I think this was the 3rd or 4th time that overproducing diamonds saved me a headache. Hero diamonds from the Coal Coast.
So we just changed this. I now am producing 51 spare dark matter crystals.
So many spare dark matter crystals that I never used. I quickly threw up a drone port with very long legs.
There we go. This thing's in full swing again. The thing is, I no longer have power shards being constructed into a chest. I'm hoping 4,800 power shards will be enough for the rest of my playthrough.
I have a feeling that will be enough.
It's always convenient when you have a random logistics line that has power on top of it right here, just to go boom, and suddenly the drone thingo is powered up. And the good thing about this is the drone is 3 blocks wide, so it doesn't break the symmetry. Now that the power shards aren't clogged up, we've got both beams in the sky, which is probably the most important thing. Okay, so the power shards are going to begin to flow. You're going to go over there.
I then returned to the glorious dark matter crystal factory because they needed to go into a drone too, and this was my chance to discover a mistake. I had tried to put 750 dark matter residue into a single pipe, but it's well understood that you can only have 600 max in a pipe. So I added another pipe, and at least it was easier to fix. I added the drone port, and the 300 dark matter crystal per minute was on its way down to the rocky desert. I also grabbed a beautiful shot of this amphitheater style build. The dark matter crystal drone arrived at the desert at the same time as me, and I now had every item I needed, and it was time to build.
These 3 can make 500 excited photonic matter for the superposition oscillators, and then there's 120 here for the alien power matrix.
I needed 4 quantum encoders for the superposition oscillators, which was a new record.
5 per for exactly 20, which means I'm going to have 500 dark matter residue that I need to use up. I'm going to need 2.5 particle accelerators for this. I could just do 1 fully overclocked.
I went for the lazy option and placed down just the 1.
Shove this fancy stuff in, some shards and some crystals.
Did I mention earlier quantum encoders don't fit in the blueprint designer? This meant I had to do all the belt and pipe work underneath here.
In go the dark matter crystals, and now I believe we are in business. Superposition oscillators. This is one of my most significant production rates for one of these really high tier materials. 20 of these is crazy. Oh, they kind of zip around. Ooh, that's cool. It's crazy I've already got so many because I'm making 20 per minute.
These required 20 crystal oscillators, 180 alclad sheets, 120 dark matter crystals, and 500 excited photonic matter. I made sure the particle accelerator was using up the dark matter residue byproduct to make the 50 dark matter crystals, and I brought those over to feed back into the superposition oscillators, because it was time for some dark matter recycling shenanigans.
Plug them into the left of the priority merger, make that high priority. So we'll always use the stuff coming from the left first. And then we keep the right on lower priority. The stuff coming from the right will be used second. This priority merger makes sure that the priority becomes using up this dark matter residue so no clogging of this factory can happen.
This also meant I was only actually using 70 of the dark matter crystals from the lake factory, not 120, so I had more of those spare than I was expecting. I next began preparing for another factory up on the rock above. I sent some of the superposition oscillators up there, where 15 of them were going to be used, and I sent some interdimensional storage.
Alright. We got the SAM fluctuators, the power shards, the superposition oscillators newly made in the brand new factory. And of course, some excited photonic zippy stuff.
Up top, I placed 2 more quantum encoders.
I don't even have the recipe for the alien matrix power thingo yet. What the hell? Oh, dude, I need some of the singularity cells. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't need them to make them. I just need them to unlock them. Oh, it does create... Wait, what? It does create dark matter residue? Oh crap.
So I didn't even have the recipe yet, but that didn't stop me plugging everything in anticipation of turning it on the moment I did unlock the recipe.
Even at max consumption, I've still got a margin of 50,000 megawatts.
And somehow, I hadn't realized until now that these quantum encoders would also produce dark matter residue, which meant I needed another particle accelerator to use it up, so I had to make another one of those too.
So this one will be the dark matter crystals just using up the byproduct, and I'll just sink it. There's only going to be 12. I can't bother trying to use it anywhere. I don't think I need it anywhere. And then this will be the alien power matrices coming down, and I'll send them off to go augment my power, which is exciting. I haven't been back to the grass fields for a while. Spatial energy regulation, the final milestone. Holy crap. The superposition oscillators get us over the line. Let's press the button one more time. Launch pod. Woohoo!
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know.
Rude.
You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door.
I can make portals, dude. It needs... I don't know how many singularity cells per minute. Some? I think this is the only buildable that uses the superposition oscillators, so I'm not going to need that many just piled up, which is probably good.
You have finally built a portal. Perhaps now your progress won't be as slow. A functional portal is two-way and requires one main and one satellite portal, each only connecting to the other. Establishing a portal connection will require input of singularity cells, vast amounts of power, and some patience. Before you continue, you could still change the placement of that one, it seems, suboptimal.
That's all the milestones done, dude. And that was a huge achievement. Efficiency first, unlock all milestones.
I could now automate ballistic warp drives, the most complicated project assembly part, and I could also now make the singularity cells that I was going on about earlier. These are rather costly to make, and it was going to be a lot of work to get them automated, so I didn't automate them yet. Instead, I set up a manufacturer where I was producing a little bit of nuclear pasta. I went and grabbed a bunch of dark matter crystals, and I hand-fed everything into this manufacturer to get a few of these funky cells cooking. They didn't take long at all to craft, and 50 was all I needed.
Alright, this is the final research. Alien power matrix. Let's go.
Alien power matrix recipe unlocked. These disposable synthetic mimic artifacts increase power augmenter output by further stabilizing the summer sloop's connection to its energy harvesting location.
You grow shrines and engrave silent organs incompatible with the tapestry.
It is a beginning, far from an ending, a step in between.
Harmony.
Okay, they reckon there's a little bit of harmony between AI and a weird alien tapestry happening. Maybe? Is that the happy ending we want? I don't know. Kind of sounds terrifying on the other hand.
I told these quantum encoders to make alien power matrices, only to immediately realize I hadn't connected a bunch of belts below. But then I remembered something about my plan.
This is what I want to do. This is not necessary. Dang it. I don't know why I didn't think of that. The whole time I knew I was going to have to summer sloop this, so there's no way I want to do it across 2 factories. I'm going to have to use 8 summer sloops instead of 4.
I needed 10 alien power matrices for my purposes, but to automate those normally, I would have had to make 15 more superposition oscillators, and 15 more power shards, and 25 more SAM fluctuators. In this case, just 4 summer sloops saved me an absolutely ridiculous amount of work.
Well, with the summer sloop, it uses up to 20,000 megawatts? Oh my gosh. Oh.
This is when I first realized that overclocking and summer slooping the same machine caused a multiplicative power consumption increase, and my mind was blown.
I want to see the alien power matrix. There it is. Look at those things.
I overclocked the particle accelerator to keep up with the summer-slooped dark matter residue production, and I sent the alien power matrices into a drone port.
Batteries are plugged in. This thing is now powered up. This is clearly port alien power matrix. Is that what they're called? I think this is where I put my power augmenters.
This sparked a bit of a rework at the space elevator platform, and the reason I'd rushed to get the alien power matrices done was because I wanted to once again increase my power production to provide some more margin to work with. And they were going to provide, big time. Once I'd elevated the elevator a little, I placed down an alien power augmenter to one side. Except I think the base of it may have been MIA. Once I plugged it in, it reappeared.
That just got me like 18,000 megawatts. Just like that. And this is where I can shove in the alien power matrices at 5 per minute. That's why I made 10, so I can do 2 of these.
I didn't anticipate needing any more alternate recipes, so I accepted a bunch and began scanning hard drives so that I could get every recipe, just because.
For the first time in a long time, I have no hard drives in the library. I've still got 20 more hard drives, so I'll just keep knocking these over and hopefully I get every single research.
I set up a drone port with very long legs as the destination for the incoming alien power matrices.
If I just put these in, suddenly we're burning the fuel and we're getting 30% instead of 10%. So 51,000 instead of 17,000. Holy moly. Now we got some margin. So it just burns up 5 of those per minute.
I connected them in to automate that process. A massive boost in power, just like that.
I just realized I want to make my portal hub like at the front here. Not down there. Here. For portals to work, you need singularity cells, so we'll have to bring those in as well. Is it doing all that extra work because of the alien power matrix? I think it is. It's going rambunctious.
I'd centered this port, and that wouldn't do, because I needed another port next to it. So I dismantled and built 2 drone ports, nicely centered.
So I'll finish that off later. I'll finish putting legs on this later as well. Looks like I still got 5 beams over here. That means they're all working properly.
Yeah, no issues with my recent factory build. Great news.
I don't need that many superposition oscillators in storage, so this is what we'll do.
Basically, I dedicated exactly 15 to go up the lift to the alien power matrix quantum encoders, and I claimed 4 to go into a drone port. The remaining 1 per minute would stack up in storage.
So now this big fella can get broken down. Come with me, please. Oh yeah, I was gonna test out the portals. What did I do with my singularity cells? Oh, here they are. Oh, it's working? It's charging up. It's charging up. Wait, so how many does it need per minute? This one only wants 2 per minute. Because they're right next to each other? That still seems like a lot. Hey! Dude, how cool do these portals look? Sick. Alright, quick, bring this with me. Bring the satellite with me.
I was wondering if the portals would consume more singularity cells based on how far apart they were. So I placed the satellite portal far north in the desert to test.
Ready? Oh, okay, the wormhole is a bit longer when you're not next door. Sweet. Oh, it's still only using 2 per minute. Is it just always 2 per minute?
It's always 2 singularity cells per minute to keep a main portal powered up. I put the portals away for now, and I placed a second alien power augmenter on the other side of the space elevator.
In you go. And there you go. Suddenly I've got 2 of these bad boys. Imagine they were multiplicative. It would be ridiculous.
I now had a 60% multiplier on my power production, adding about 102,000 megawatts total.
Considering all the expensive machines, the quantum encoders, the converters, the particle accelerators, I needed a bit of margin, and now I've got plenty of margin, and I can crack on with my next objective, which is the AI expansion servers. I'm only making 2 magnetic field generators per minute in this factory, so I think I'll just make 2 of these per minute. That's fine. I'll just underclock one of these machines.
I had automated everything I needed for these AI expansion servers. I just had to figure out where to build the factory. And then I realized something that completely changed my plans for the end of the game.
Basically, what I'll end up doing is I'll summer sloop this, which means I need half as much nuclear pasta. So suddenly that's already halved the amount of copper powder I need. But then if I summer sloop this as well, that halves it again. So this number divided by 4, I'd only need 525 copper powder per minute, which means instead of 12,600 copper ingots, it's more like 3,000 and a bit copper ingots, which is so much more manageable.
I hadn't even thought of using summer sloops for the singularity cells, because I thought I wouldn't have enough. But if I store back some of the sloops I had in random machines that didn't really need them, I did in fact have just enough.
With those changes, that means I've already made like way too many heavy modular frames, way too many dark matter crystals. I've made way too many crystal oscillators. Part of me would love to do a massive mega project where I don't rely on summer sloops. I'm just like, how much stuff can I mine? How many resources can I suck off the map to make an insanely big factory? But it's November 17th and I want to release this video in about 30 days and I have to also write the script and edit it. I'm very pleased to quarter the size of my final project with Summer Sloop. I'm more than happy, dude.
Long live Summer Sloop. For now though, I just needed to bring some neural quantum processors down from the Majestic factory and some magnetic field generators over from the Phase 4 Project Assembly factory.
I was so indecisive and kind of confused as to how I wanted to approach the most simple iron factories right at the start of the game. So it feels good to be feeling a degree of mastery and like understanding of how I want to do things. All right, the neural quantum processors are plugged into this little factory. Here come the magnetic field generators. Only one per minute, so it's very slow, but that's all I need.
So it turned out I was only making one of these per minute. I remembered wrong. So I was going to be making the AI expansion servers even slower than I thought. But I only needed 256, so that wasn't a problem. I connected those parts in, along with some excited photonic matter, which I made in a converter on site.
Sweet. I haven't actually plugged in the oscillators yet. I just shoved some in there by hand. I need to bring that over on a drone. You know something cool I saw Total Eclipse doing the other day? He blocks off machines he's not using like this. Like we're not using the pipe output, so block it off. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's clever. Oh crap. Why do I always forget about the dark matter residue, dude?
It was deja vu, another tacked on particle accelerator to deal with the residue.
Now it's even more embarrassing that I covered this thing up with the pipe thing. I was like, look at my cool trick, I'm covering up the pipe because I don't need it. I do need it.
I placed down yet another drone port. Drones were providing so much value. And I placed another port next to the Alien Power Matrix port and did a little switcheroony.
Now this one is going to send the Alien Power Matrixes instead, and then this one will send the super oscillators, which I just need to bring over. Now the super oscillators are going to go from here over to there.
Soon they arrived and the AI expansion servers were officially automated. I gave them Summer Sloops for now, but I'd steal those back later, and I let them pile up in a container because I decided I'd just hand feed the space elevator instead of mucking around setting up a way to transport them over. And it was time to move on to making singularity cells, because I now needed those before I could do anything else. This involved a very long planning session, during which I faced reality and adjusted my plan. I was definitely still going to make 100 singularity cells so that I could power up some portals and make fixonium out of plutonium waste, which would allow me to actually use my plutonium fuel rods in nuclear power plants. Even with my recent Summer Sloop revelations, this was going to be a massive project. But I had been thinking that I'd go beyond that, making the project even more outrageous so that I could turn that fixonium into fixonium fuel rods. Not because I needed any more power, I had way more than enough power, but just for the flex and the glory. But now I was down to a choice. Save enough time to properly decorate my factories, or generate 200,000 extra megawatts for no real reason. The reality was, I was running out of time to finish this video, and I decided decorating my unfinished factories was the priority. This really paid off in the long run, as my factories ended up looking pretty spiffy. But this had a few major implications. Firstly, I'd made those 120 stators for no reason. Oh well. Secondly, I now wouldn't have to scour the map for pretty much every bit of SAM left over. Just some of it. This was going to save a lot of time. And thirdly, I didn't need to produce any more aluminium ingots, which was also going to save a lot of time, because I had just enough to meet my adjusted needs once I combined what was left over on both belts. This meant I was free to upgrade my very first aluminium parts factory yet again.
So that should get me the casings I need.
205 aluminium casings to be precise. I also needed some circuit boards, so I ran some plastic out of the supercomputer factory. I still had heaps of plastic spare from the train, and I combined it with some spare copper from the node right here. Before long, I had 7.5 circuit boards per minute automated.
Now I just gotta get 3,000 limestone, 750 iron ore, 1,600 SAM, which is harder than it looks because SAM's quite spread out, 3,000 copper ingots, and that's it.
These last 4 factories required a rather large volume of resources, so it was finally time to move out of the rocky desert, and it was time to make use of trains again.
Alright, well here comes the train line. Looks pretty cool.
The northern forest over here was rather rich in resources, with multiple pure copper, iron, and limestone nodes in close proximity. So this is where I decided I'd make the copper powder, iron plates, and concrete I needed. But then I realized I also needed to finish off some other bits and pieces, which involved nitrogen gas.
This pipe has nitrogen in it. It's got 450 being used. There's an extra 150 spare in it from the train station.
I needed 125, so that did the job. I began laying some pipes, because I figured I might as well knock over this task while I was on the brain. And that's the story of how I stole some nitrogen from the fused modular frame factory. I brought it all over to meet up with the outclad casing I'd made earlier. I connected both the belt and pipe into the next factory over, the giant iron factory. I began running them all the way through, and then I realized 2 of my iron ore miners were disconnected from power, which wasn't ideal. Better fix that. But eventually the aluminium casings and nitrogen met up with the heavy modular frames and crystal oscillators I'd made earlier. area. I had 4 times the amount of crystal oscillators and heavy modular frames I needed, because my new summer slooping plan had drastically reduced what I needed. Anyway, I soon regretted making these circuit boards in such a random spot, because I felt like a goose transporting just 7.5 per minute with a drone, but drones are the best.
Alright, you, go get me circuit boards, big fella.
This drone port was just sitting here as a spare, so why not? Time to add them boards of the circuit variety into the mix.
Thanks to the help of some lovely drones, or one lovely drone. Now I can make the pressure conversion cubes.
I don't think I actually mentioned, I was of course making pressure conversion cubes, which I needed to combine with all the copper powder to make nuclear pasta.
I don't know how this area got so crowded. Look at this.
My daughter then jumped on to do a much better job than me at the in-game commentary.
Dad is putting a blender down for the things he needs to make. Putting a floor down so he could stand on it when he needs to. He's cutting down a tree so he can have room to put the floor down. Dad's putting assembler down to help the things he needs to make.
She knows what she's talking about. Also, this video took about a quarter of her entire life to make. Do you ever think about things like that?
Alright, there come the radio control units. Everything's nicely plugged in. There we go. Fuse modular frames are coming in.
Anyway, this is the 3rd time I had made pressure conversion cubes. I made a tiny amount the first go round, I think just 1 per minute. I made 8 per minute for the plutonium fuel rods, and now I was making 2.5 per minute. To reiterate again, I would have had to make 10 of these per minute if not for my summer sloop plan. Long live summer sloops.
We're making the pressure conversion cubes. This area is where I last made factories in this giant desert, and it's by far the most crowded. I crammed too much in, I guess. The train line going through the middle of it didn't really help.
I really liked the busy look though, and it looked even better once decorated later on. I sent the pressure conversion cubes back towards the drone ports, because I had yet another one spare.
The pressure conversion cubes are already piling up, ready to be sent to the nuclear pasta factory.
Now that that was out of the way, I returned to the northern forest to build some exquisite factories. There are 2 pure copper nodes up here, that is 2400 ore, but I needed more than 2400 ingots.
I have this recipe at my disposal. Combines the copper ore with iron ore, and then effectively doubles the value I get out of the copper ore. How much iron do I have here? Pure, 1200. These are all pure. This is 4800 iron ore. This must be one of the most insane spots ever. So I can easily steal 1500 iron ore from here, mix it with 1500 of this copper ore, and get the 3000 ingots to make the 500 powder. I'd literally only need 12 foundries. 12 overclocked foundries will get me what I need.
I hadn't used a single foundry since my very first steel factory, but now it was time to quickly whip up a blueprint. After that, I turned my attention to building some train stations to take my end products away. This is yet another goose-tastic moment in this playthrough. I could have made a train with 3 carriages, one for the iron plates, one for the concrete, one for the copper powder. But I guess I forgot you can have more than one carriage attached to a train, because I instead made 3 separate train stations. 2 on one side of the tracks, built at the level of the upper rails, and 1 on the other side, built lower. At least my stupidity gave me an excuse to use both levels of the tracks again. When I was extending the station supports down to the ground, I kept running out of steel beams in the dimensional storage, so that slowed things down.
That'll be the train setup. I'll have to make equivalent train stations.
I'm not sure where, somewhere back that way.
The key benefit of doing some train stations here is I can bring the power like this. I can bring the power off the train track, and I'll be able to get rid of these ugly power towers. This is ready to receive some goods, but ultimately this is just a giant power pole. Looks pretty good. The iron plates are the easiest, 500 iron plates. Let's just do them here.
Since there was a bonkers 4,800 iron ore here, there was no reason to do anything fancy. These smelters used the default recipe, smelting 750 ore to get 750 ingots, and they were neighbored by 10 constructors to turn those ingots into 500 iron plates.
My new favorite power pole design comes in clutch.
You really just gotta love that power pole design. So delicious.
Yeah, I think I just have it come straight down here and plug into this train station. That'll do. Just like that, we're already doing 500 iron plates per minute.
I was in the mood to decorate these northern forest factories immediately, so I did. For this one, I used roof sections underneath to give this angled foundation. I shoved some beams in there for detail, and a lovely row of warm lights. Meanwhile, the underfloor was sealed off with heavy glass use. Big fat pillars plus some beams supported the smelters. Nothing too fancy, a clean design. The shape of this angular building reminds me of those little Star Wars fighter spaceships. You know what I mean? I also found out you can make your character do poses, so I began pondering which ones I would use in my thumbnail. And I guess items pile up pretty quickly when you make 500 per minute. I then shot 1,500 iron ore off to join up with 1,500 copper ore, and when I grabbed this pure limestone off the rock, I realized the belt work was gonna get a little busy around here. So I lowered the iron ore belts to allow some crisscrossy business.
One of the belts is going that way, and then one of the belts is going that way, and they're so offended by each other that they've got a gap in the middle or something, I don't know.
The reverse belt was to send the concrete back on, and honestly, the way I remembered this was that I did the copper powder factory first, but not so, because here I go placing down a bunch of concrete constructors.
One set of 12 machines needs to use up 600 limestone, and then the other two need to use up 1,200 each.
That's because I was bringing in 2 pure nodes and 1 normal node, and I wanted each section of constructors to look after exactly 1 belt each. The normal node wasn't too far, just up the hill, and the second pure node was also pretty close, just around the corner behind the rock that I built my iron plate factory on. I should mention, I chopped down many trees during these builds. It was good stuff.
We're in business. We officially have 1,000 concrete coming onto this belt.
And I was still in the mood to decorate, so watch me go. I did some pokey angular stuff on the roof and painted it with a carbon steel finish. I did these big glass walls for the underfloor again, and I decided to make this one walkable, so I added an elevator too. You could theoretically go nuts coming up with intricate designs for interiors, but I kept this one pretty simple. Just grid metal for the walkway and these wire construction fence thingos around the machines.
I don't think my specialty is going to be interiors.
I also used these big honkin' billboards to add some lighting.
They're so bright. Why are they so aggressively bright? You wander over, you hop in the lift, you go, take me there please. You come out, you wander in. Oh yeah? It's kind of nice.
That was the first time that I'd run on the ground inside of a factory for so long. I was so used to hovering, it was genuinely weird, but kind of cool because it made the factory seem massive. Anyway, time for the exterior. I did some fairly finicky beam and pillar work for this. It took quite a while because it wasn't just the walls. I had to give the building a foundation of some kind, of course.
Decorating factories takes a long time.
Check out these cinematic shots. It's like a real estate video. They're trying to sell a factory that has a weird haircut. One great selling point is that it produces 1,000 concrete every minute.
The concrete is plugged in. Look at it go. Look at it go. The concrete is making its way to the far station there. I feel like between these two factories, this area looks pretty cool now. Primo delicioso.
And then it was copper powder time.
We have all the raw materials for the copper powder plant. And I guess I just build it here. Get rid of this big fat tree and just do it. Okie dokie. I need 3,000 ingots. I'm doing 200 ingots from 18 machines. So I'm going to have 3,200 ingots. But I got extra ore. So who cares? Let's just do a little bit extra.
I meant to say there was 16 foundries. My maths isn't that bad. And by the look of it, I was keen on having a rather high angled roof.
Okay, this is what we'll do. This should overproduce copper powder. It's kind of a little bit silly to have the roof just keep going up, but we're doing it. I don't care. I don't mind if it's a little bit silly.
Down below, ingots and powder were on the move, and I soon had them connected into the 3rd train station.
How am I still making mistakes like this? 8 foundries are producing 1,600 copper ingots. That's too much to fit on one belt. Surely I should have worked that out by now. So now I've got 4 foundries, these 4, going into 2 constructors, and then the other 4 going into 2 constructors. I need to do the same on the other side. Can't believe I overfilled a belt after all these millennium.
After fixing that bottleneck, it was time to finish the big silly roof. I think this was the first time I used this metal roof style.
As I've done this design, some of my logistics have gotten squished, so I've just adjusted.
I hung lights along the runway in the middle and used these braided cables to hide the power line and make the hanging look believable. This was another walkable factory, which I think came together quite nicely with the shiny floors. And I painted all the machines a dark color for this one.
There we go. Looking pretty good.
Not bad, not bad.
There are a lot of really juicy resource nodes here. These are definitely going to be the juicy train stations. Juicy iron plates. This is the juicy copper powder. And this is the juicy concrete train station. I think this area here is fine. I can bring the trains over from there. Put some train stations here somewhere.
It wasn't even going to be that long of a train trip, but I was glad to be using trains again nonetheless. I set up the destination station staggered so that there was room to shoot all the belts out, and before long I had all the train timetables set. However, the signals were not happy at the junction, and as usual I had no idea why. I spent a very long time very confused.
Basically, I'm not allowed to have a block signal here apparently. Or the juicy concrete gets angry. It's saying it loops into itself. Shut up, man. So with this signal loops into itself crap, it's just getting annoyed if I have block signals kind of close to the station or something. I don't feel like there's consistency being displayed in how this crap works. See, now it's fine. What the hell? These were all angry 2 seconds ago. The juicy iron plates is not happy though. What's wrong with the juicy iron plates? Yeah, I think the train station was facing the wrong way. You idiot, bro. Copper powder, concreta, and delicious iron plates. all getting buffered into these chests. Up to 1,036 coupons. Cracked 4 digits, huh? And I've shoved a cheeky little drone thingo here. And we got the pressure conversion cubes too. Nuclear pasta is ready to go.
Getting over 1,000 coupons snuck up on me, but with lots of high tier stuff overflowing into sinks, I guess the points were really piling up. After blowing up some fart rocks, I got to work on yet another factory build. To begin, I marveled at big numbers.
Well, let's watch this number go up. 5,000. 20,000.
I needed 5 nuclear pasta per minute, which required 2 fully overclocked and summer slooped particle accelerators. So that was over 40,000 megawatts chewed up in an instant. With those numbers, you can understand why I wanted to get the alien power matrices online before doing this. I was officially out of sloops now, so I wandered around stealing some back from machines that didn't really need them. I'd had these sloops placed as a luxury, to crank out more high tier parts in order to earn extra coupons.
I can't steal back these from the radio control unit because these radio control units are going towards different builds. If I reduce this back down to 5, my other factories will get broken.
So I'd baked in some of the earlier sloops, so to speak. But in general, I'd tried to avoid doing that in order to keep the summer sloops flexible.
Oh, I got a lot of these now. I'm syncing the rest of these AI expansion servers. Let's see how crazy the line goes. The points are going nuts. That's a lot of coupon points. There's like millions of points a second.
Once the graph caught up, it displayed a pretty impressive spike in points per minute. I soon returned to fully sloop the second particle accelerator. I built a glass tunnel to send all the belts down, and I set up yet more drone ports.
I gotta bring some batteries over here as well, because I'm gonna have 3 singularity cell drones, sending them to various places. Some of the singularity cells need to go to my main base to do the portals. Most of the singularity cells need to go somewhere out that way to do the fixonium. And then some of them need to go probably over here somewhere to make the final project part, the ballistic warp drives.
I set up a second drone port over at Dark Crystal Lake, ready to send over.
Beautiful factories over there. Look at this theme park. Beautiful theme park over here.
I had a drone bring some batteries over to fuel up this line of drone ports, and I soon extended the line. Before long, those dark crystals began arriving.
Now I just need 2 manufacturers. As simple as that. It's kind of crazy, actually. Look at that, look at that, look at that. I can't believe how close this is to happening. It's been quite a mission. Without the summer sloops, I would have only got 1.25 nuclear pasta per machine, and I would have needed 2.5 per of these machines, and I would have needed double the machines. So I would have needed 10 nuclear pasta. It's crazy how much effort the summer sloop saved me.
I know I've banged on about this, but once again, I would have had to make 2,000 copper powder instead of just 500, 1,000 iron plates instead of 500, and 2,000 concrete instead of 1,000, if not for the sloopage.
Oh my gosh, it's actually happening. This thing is so hungry for concrete and iron plates. 1,000 concrete and 500 iron plates just for 2 manufacturers. I'm now making 100 singularity cells per minute, which seems ridiculous. Look at these. Look at these beautiful things. Got this set up so that the overflow goes into the sink. And the priority is splitting out this way to fill up the drone ports. The singularity cells are finished. 100 per minute. I think I make the ballistic warp drives here. I've already got the super oscillators droned in here. I can get the thermal propulsion rocket from over there and drag it underneath. And I just need to drone the dark matter crystals and singularity cells over here. I have a special delivery for you, Mr. Giant Thing. Boom. AI expansion servers completed. Just need 200 ballistic warp drives.
I had a plan for the ballistic warp drives, and it was time to execute. First, I dragged the thermal propulsion rockets all the way under the Phase 4 factory. I dragged quite a few items under here by this point, and here comes another one. And I set up a couple more drone ports to accept the singularity cells and dark crystals required.
And I guess I'll shove Summer Sloop in this just to get it up and running.
At the other end, a singularity cell port was all ready to go, but I didn't have a dedicated drone port for the dark crystals ready. However, I did have dark crystals already coming over here to the singularity cell build, so I attempted to kind of daisy chain the drones.
Dark crystals come from here to here, and then some of them come out here to be used right there, and then another drone takes them over there to be used with the warp drives. That's where you should be going. Yeah, there he goes. He's going off to take it to the warp drives.
I wasn't sure if this would actually work, but I was able to add another drone in to at least attempt it. Before I could find out if that was successful, a different problem appeared.
I have no iron plates? Oh, that'd explain why. When I rebuilt this train station, I forgot to reconnect in this entire network of factories. Don't worry, I plugged it back in. Look how quickly they start flowing, man. They get to work quick, bro. I'm just gonna sloop these iron plates for a little bit to kind of give this an overcharge boost so it can really fill up.
After completely tanking the flow of plates, I figured this would be a nice jump start. And there was more bad news. My funky drone chain plan did not appear to be working.
So I've done essentially the same thing. Now this drone is bringing the dark crystals here, which are being sent into the Singularity Cell factory, but they're also being sent into the neighboring drone port, which is then going to send with this drone over to the Warp Ballistic Drive factory over there. Nice. And to accommodate that fitting there, I moved the battery one over here.
Except I think I screwed up, because dark matter crystals started appearing at the Singularity Cell destination port.
Totally stuffed up my drones. I'm kind of confused about it.
I had totally broken the dark matter crystal drone system, so I had to dismantle and rebuild a couple of drones before it all behaved properly. Another consequence was that my ballistic warp drive factory got clogged with dark matter crystals. But it's all good, I got there eventually.
Okay, now we're in business making 2 of these per minute. 35 piled up before it got clogged. Now this drone is off taking the Singularity Cells over to where the portals will be at the space elevator.
I experimented with a design for this, but I didn't really know exactly what I was going for. I was thinking some kind of majestic portal room, and that I'd bring my hub up from the grass fields to go here too, which I guess would have officially made this my main base. But as the build came together, I decided it wouldn't be a room at all. All of the portals would be out in the open air, stacked on majestic pillars. I also decided that everything should be gold.
So I think this would be fine to get the Singularity Cells in to fuel these up. I need to power them up too, and the power is at the back. It's kind of awkward. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Connect power like that, and then hide it inside, and then shoot it straight up.
I'd made a blueprint for the portal stands, complete with the signs providing the warm vertical lines, but I wasn't happy with my original power line plan. I wanted the power cables to be as discreet as possible, otherwise they'd ruin the look. I managed to get them running along the lower platform, somewhat hidden by the belts, and that was the best I could come up with. I had 15 Singularity Cells per minute dedicated for these portals, and since each portal uses 2 per minute, 7 portals was my max.
The power is still running underneath there, and then into the middle of the pillar, and then I just hide it. Cool. Now all of these are powered up and plenty of Singularity Cells connected. So now I can just set up 7 portals around the world. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy. You're not golden, mate. Get out of here. Be replaced by a golden superior. This is the glorious H-beam railing strategy. Can't go wrong. So I'm just glad I only have to do this for like 4 meters. Because otherwise it would be quite a slow process. I was thinking I'd have my hub here. Since I've just made a ridiculous golden monument to alien portal technology, there isn't really a place to put the hub without detracting from this. I think I'll just keep my hub, my actual hub in its original location. The humble beginnings. A nice simple portal for the hub, and the hub can retain these beautiful things.
I kept this portal design simple, in keeping with the vibe of my early builds, and that was my first link up. From the hub in the grass fields to the portal monument in the rocky desert. The glory of instantaneous travel. And I had been intending to bring these trophies to the new base, but since the hub was now staying here, they were gonna stay too. But I figured they deserved a little more fanfare. I had no idea you could place moving backgrounds on these billboards, but look at this. I decided I'd finish the giant portal pillars later, because now it was time to place down 32 more nuclear power plants.
The power's like a little bit tricky here, but I'm finding thanks to my introduction of these funky power towers, it's actually not too bad.
The frame pillars worked nicely if you connected a bunch as a guide to figure out the perfect spacing and height between these custom power poles. Except I immediately decided I should move these particular poles over just a little, so that I could connect the walkway from the first 12 power plants over to the new ones.
I believe I'll send the plutonium waste that way to be turned into fixonium over here. So now everything's lined up. That's the hard part. Now I can just zoop.
Thanks to the nuclear platform blueprints I'd made earlier, it was indeed simply a matter of zooping. But there was a lot of zooping to be done. 2 lines of 16 nuclear power plants really adds up.
16 here and then another 16 there. This is getting out of control already. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so that's the 16. I ran out of concrete placing the platforms. This line in the middle goes straight between. Yeah, that looks good to me. I have 720 concrete per minute going into dimensional storage. It's too slow to keep up with this. It's kind of cool because it's so walkable, the way I designed this. 163 concrete for this front platform part. I think it's 212 for the back. Using 12,000 concrete for all these platforms. That's all 32 platforms down. That's all 64 water extractors. Got power to half of them. I need to get power to the rest. How do I do that?
I had to use finicky pillar and nudging shenanigans to get these properly spaced. So it was a bit of busy work, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
These ones aren't overclocked. No, dude, why? Oh, because I ran out of power shards. That'd be why. Gosh, dang it, I have to fully overclock all these manually now.
Eventually, it was time to actually place the nuclear power plants.
I ran out of cables. Oh my gosh. I'm probably only making like 30 cables a minute. I hope I don't just straight up run out. I ran out of concrete when I was setting up the train lines, but since then I've never really run out of anything in dimensional storage. Actually, I ran out of steel beams making the train stations. That's not true.
The point is, dimensional storage does have a limit. If you make resource-hungry blueprints that you have to place over and over, it'll struggle to keep up. While I waited for the cables to refill, I had a lot of pipe work to do to kill time. And then, eventually...
all 32 nuclear reactors are placed, along with 64 water extractors. Everything's plugged into power, so that's a massive logistical hurdle. All the pipes are plugged in, that's another big deal. But I gotta do the belts. Got the Aurora Borealis, whatever the equivalent of that is called on the planet of Massage, as a celebration for placing down this many machines. Look how long it takes me to run it.
And look how long it takes me to connect all the belts.
All the belts, the splitters and mergers are connected for all 32 of these silly sausages. They are ready. Alright, I'm gonna let these plutonium fuel rods pile up so that when I plug them in, it'll just flood the factory immediately and it'll all be active. Probably not really necessary, but whatever.
Sending those plutonium fuel rods into a dead end was a bad idea. You might be able to guess why. I next got the belts into and out of the line of nuclear power plants ready.
Alright, so now the waste will also come this way to here, and then also from over there. So both sides waste will come here. Both sides will get their plutonium rods from here. Boom, boom. Sweet. This waste needs to shoot off towards the Fixonium factory.
I got myself as ready for the waste as I possibly could, as I placed a few particle accelerators and headed underneath to sort out the belts and pipes.
I just need to overclock these to 200%, so 20 at each machine, total of 80 to use up all of the singularity cells and plutonium waste. 2.5 plutonium waste per minute from each of the overclocked machines there. 32 times 2.5 is 80. And I just need to make dark matter residue.
Yeah, I still wasn't ready for the plutonium waste to come, because that dark matter residue was no small matter. Placing down the converters to make the residue was the easy part.
The reason I'm slooping this is because it means I only have to collect 1600 SAM instead of 3200 SAM. And that's going to save a butt ton of time, so I might as well sloop it.
Thankfully, converters only require 2 summer sloops, so this wasn't even that expensive.
Still 2 more sloops from some other factory that doesn't really need them, and then we'll be good to go.
There are other more SAM efficient ways to make dark matter residue. For example, if you make heaps of superposition oscillators, it's actually quite effective at saving SAM because of the dark matter residue byproduct that comes out. But in exchange for that, you need about 1 billion quantum encoders. My plan here was going to keep things far simpler. I got distracted doing a little design work, I got a drone port ready to accept singularity cells, and I decided the Nuclear Sea was deserving of its own satellite portal.
The portal network grows, man. Maybe I'd decorate it a little bit more later, but that's kind of cool.
Normally, I would argue that it's a bit rough giving the player these right at the end of the game, but this is Satisfactory. This isn't really the end of the game. A true Satisfactory diehard would now use this portal network to help them exploit every single natural resource on the entire map.
Come at me, bro. Huh? Let's try a different vehicle. No, I just stopped it. Get me!
I was trying to get run over by a vehicle for an achievement, but I was not successful.
This is the Port Nuclear Singularity. It's already set to go deliver to the destination over on the coast. Just needs a drone.
With the addition of a drone, everything I needed for Fixonium was ready, except I needed 1600 SAM to become 400 reanimated SAM. And I know I claimed this plan was simple, but maybe it wasn't so simple, because I decided I wanted to finish my train track loop around the entire map in order to get this done.
Not enough concrete now? Oh dear. I'm only getting 660 items per minute from the concrete? What the heck? That could be the problem. That doesn't look like a full belt to me. This should be doing significantly more. Okay, that explains it. I was missing 720 limestone because this was not overclocked.
With that problem solved, it was time to build some train tracks. I shot them east along the border of the northern forest and the Spire coast until the landscape transitioned to red. The tracks veered south on the outskirts of the Dune Desert and gradually inclined upwards towards the Titan Forest.
Incrementally going up kind of looks a bit silly, but that's fine. Forget about it.
The double-decker tracks cut a quick path through the gargantuan trees, and suddenly I was looking upon the stinky swamp far below. This is where things got out of hand, because I wanted the tracks to maintain their height. But with the ground so far below, the support pillars were forced to stretch rather long. So long that I went out of range of the rail's electricity and fell into the mire. These were not convenient track building circumstances.
High above the swamp. You know, high above the swamp is probably smart, because the swamp is very stinky, and it's got those oil slick testicles. You don't want to be near any of that.
Wise words, but they didn't make my task any easier. I took a break to place block signals along the entire length I'd placed so far, and I scouted over here to figure out how I could connect these tracks into my existing network in order to finish the loop.
So this is where the second track at the top will end. The top track would still be usable. Say if I wanted to get resources from around here or whatever, I could still put stuff on the top track to go that way, but not this way. If I wanted to do that, I'd have to figure out a new way to get the top track connected in, or maybe just redo this entire thing with the top track. I'm not going to bother with that because I literally don't need that.
Getting this final bit to meet up was a bit of a headache, but eventually...
Okay, it's officially connected. Unbelievable. I had to cheat a little bit to make the tracks longer than they would usually go, but we're good. We're in business. It is officially a loop around the entire world. I'm just waiting for my crappy little quartz crystal factory to refill it. It's crazy. I've used an entire industrial storage container worth of quartz crystal.
This was the project that did it. I completely ran out of something. It wasn't just a matter of waiting around for the dimensional upload. There literally wasn't any more quartz crystal left in the buffer container. Oh, and I did actually have one use for sending the track all the way around this loop.
I do actually want to use most of this track because I want to get the SAM ore from over there somewhere and plug it in. I forgot to record. What a dingus. This node, now that it has a Mark III miner on it, you can get a lot more out of it. I had about 25 quartz crystal per minute automated. Now I have about 155. That'll refill my quartz supply a lot quicker.
The crystal quartz is used to make all the lights on the side of my train support pillars, which is how they'd gotten used up, and I figured upgrading their production was worth the detour.
And I also worked out that the SAM is actually down there. I thought it was somewhere up high, but it's down in a cheeky cave, but that's okay. I'm just gonna bring over the bottom line of tracks. Successfully stolen some SAM from the swamps without any of the swamp dwellers getting me. Swampy butthole shall give me its SAM. Good job.
A successful mission, but I didn't have a destination for the SAM just yet. I made a train for it anyway, before placing yet more block signals. When I got up to where I'd already done the block signals, I figured I should just make another train and hop in.
I made this giant railroad just to get 600 SAM. I might as well also have a joyride on it. It's a shame it's nighttime and foggy, but you know. Setting up a train network really does kind of shrink the giant world down, doesn't it? I think that's where I want to turn off to go get the SAM.
I'd secured 600 SAM, but I still needed 1,000 more. There was a pure node just north up here, so that would do nicely. So down went more tracks.
This train station has a floating purple slug. It's a good omen, I would say.
I called this Purple Slug Station.
Looking pretty cool, man. I like it. The stinky butthole. SAM 600 train to go from the swampy butthole station to the Purple Slug Station. Oh yeah, it's on the move. Okay, that's positive.
That brought the 600 SAM here. But as I was trying to build the train station supports, I discovered I'd also completely run out of iron plates and steel beams. So after adding a second train to help get the 600 SAM to ensure max throughput, I wandered back west to make use of some iron ore and coal nodes right next to my singularity cell factory. I used the default steel recipe, so some more foundries made it onto the scene.
I now have like 112 or something beams and 240 more plates going into dimensional storage. Doing double container shenanigans here, so that it's gonna stock up a butt ton. That will definitely be restocking my iron plates and beams a lot quicker.
Very nice, good job. I used the most inefficient recipes by the way, but I wasn't bothered. I didn't need that coal and iron for anything else. And with that, I no longer had any issues running out of iron plates or steel beams.
This side's gonna make 150. This side will be fully overclocked and use the full 1200 from the belt coming from over there, making another 300.
So that's 450 total. I only needed 400, but I had 200 extra SAM here, so I overproduced because why not?
I think I made a greenhouse. It's kind of like a greenhouse. Check out that belt threading the needle through all the weird bushes. Look at that. How does that not clip with any of the weird bushes?
I brought the 1200 SAM down from the cliff, which got production chugging, and I spent some more time on the design.
It's a very strange factory, I would say. 14 different things going on. I'm proud of it. I love it.
It was then time to build another train station.
The reanimated SAM is now on here. What a miracle. This is Northern Spires Station. I should need to go create a train station destination for it, and then I'm finally done.
And I'm really glad I got to build something in this beautiful biome.
So I tried to peel off the tracks there, because that kind of is a bit more of a logical turn away towards the gap over there, which is where I want to send the track. But I was having the block signal and path signal issues earlier, and it just wasn't going to work. So I've peeled it off before all of these junctions. Unfortunately, there's a nice space here, and I believe this should just work perfectly fine. Now I just gotta get it out there. I can see my destination just out there.
Shoot forth, O train track, to meet your end on the nuclear coast. Before long, I had another train station down, and the reanimated SAM began arriving.
The dark matter residue. I need still 2 sloops from somewhere still.
I grabbed some from the cooling systems blender, and check out this amazing shortcut to the nuclear sea. With that, finally, I was making the 1600 dark matter residue I needed.
So everything should be working. All I need is the plutonium waste, so
all I needed to do was fuel up the 32 nuclear power plants. The plutonium fuel rod container was completely full, so I had plenty ready to go.
they're going in. They're going in. The steam begins to billow. I had quite a few stockpiled. Oh, you know what that would have done, actually? I feel like that should have backed up my waste. Yeah, it did. They're all almost full. Holy crap. Oh crap, it's still blocked though. I need to be quick. The plutonium waste is beginning to come out. I need you to flow. I turned my plutonium power on just as the waste filled up on these. That's actually quite lucky.
By the look of it, if I'd been about 10 minutes slower, the uranium waste would have clogged up the power plants and my entire power network would have collapsed. Lucky timing indeed. I turned a few of the uranium power plants off to allow the waste to filter away.
Plutonium waste is flowing. It's quite small, quite squat little barrels, but there's leakages I see. But they are flowing into here, and we have fixonium. I'm not getting enough dark matter residue. Oh, I need 2 pipes. I'm so dumb.
I was still trying to shove too much gas into one pipe, even after all this time. Some things never change. In this case, 1 converter worth of residue was perfect for 1 particle accelerator, so it was a 1 pipe for each kind of situation. Not complicated at all. But I guess my brain was fried after laying so many tracks.
But now I need to actually use the fixonium.
See, it just wouldn't be smart to go to all this effort using up the plutonium waste to make fixonium if then there was no way in turn to use up the fixonium, because then the problem would persist. At the end of the day, the waste would still pile up and cause a mess, just with extra steps.
And here is the blessed fixonium. Quite majestic. Ooh, the fixonium is beautiful.
But don't worry, dear friend, I had a plan. I was not prepared to go to the extra effort of turning the fixonium into fuel rods, but it's all good. I was just gonna send the fixonium into an awesome sink. Just let me get that big boy powered up and they'll flow in freely. I'm sure of it.
Don't tell me. Are you serious? Are you serious? You can't sink the fixonium? Are you serious? I can delete it. Why can't I sink it? Why can't I sink it? No, bro. Are you kidding me? I swear I googled this and it said you can sink it.
I mustn't have done a very thorough Google. So yes, welcome to the greatest and most glorious blunder of my playthrough. Here's a band-aid though. If you send the fixonium into a pile of storage containers, it'll be hours before it gets clogged up.
I don't even know where it is. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? This is the end point apparently.
You can't delete nuclear waste, but you can delete fixonium for some reason. Yet you can't sink it. I do not understand, and I will be speaking to the manager about this. You can of course turn it into fixonium fuel rods. And looking at the fixonium fuel rod recipe here, the electromagnetic control rods wouldn't be too bad. In fact, I'd made the stators for those already. The excited photonic matter would be easy too, because it doesn't even need any input materials. But the fixite trigon would have been deadly, as it would require tons more SAM and heaps of aluminium ingots or caterium ingots too. At this point, I did consider going for it after all, but once again concluded moving on to decorating was more important. Also, I can always just delete the fixonium manually every now and then like an idiot. Anyway, all that chaos overshadowed the achievement of firing up a pretty big plutonium power plant, which had shot my power production up to 474,000 megawatts. And that would go up even higher once I turned all the uranium plants back on. Now, you might argue, if you don't produce fixonium fuel rods, you haven't 100%ed the game. And I would counter that if I haven't used up every single resource node on the map, I haven't 100%ed the game. Maybe when I retire or something, I'll actually do that. But the 100% metric I'm using for this video is simply quote-unquote beating the game and getting all the Steam achievements, like these silly ones.
One fix-it coupon, chuck it in there.
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative.
Let's try it with a Mark 1 belt. Can I actually see the coupon going in? Yeah, there it is. Wait, what? I didn't mean to put that many. So that's what I did, but I did it at 1200 items per minute and it moved really, really fast. So this lets you get the Cyber Wagon. 20 coupons.
I was able to achieve great capability within the same dimensions and same weight as a normal wagon. Part of this is the fundamental design change. I moved the mast to the outside of the truck.
There's the achievement to drive the Cyber Wagon. Beautiful.
I have no idea why, but the Cyber Wagon was incapable of turning left.
I swear, even when I'm pushing left, it's going right. Am I getting trolled? What is going on?
I then set up an automatic path for a truck, because apparently this is the way to get run over if you're not in multiplayer. Except for some reason I had trouble reliably setting up the autopilot, but I got there eventually.
Yay, finally! Finally, the impossible achievement.
Now there were just 2 achievements remaining. But before knocking those over, I wanted to finish off my space elevator building. I began by making a blueprint for the portal pillars, but each of these cost 576 quartz crystal and 672 iron plates. Dimensional storage only holds 1,000 of those items, so there was going to be a lot of waiting around for uploads, unless I went and grabbed some the old-fashioned way. So for the first time since forever, that is what I did. I shoved them in a chest and concrete too. This let me build more freely, and extending these all the way down to the ground used up almost everything I'd gone and grabbed.
That's pretty cool.
I then turned my attention to the rest of the build, and all I really knew is that I wanted to use a lot of the golden finish. To contrast the gold, give me some of that shiny carbon steel paint.
It's the beam and the wall competing to be visible, so it just flickers like an absolute poo. So I considered just covering it up with this. Doesn't really work, obviously, but this works. Like a 1 meter wall with an H-beam to kind of create the railing.
I diligently went the whole way around before moving on to building a foundation for this floating masterpiece, beginning with some upside down ramps underneath, mirroring the ramps up top. I then checked on the Floydson, where quite a few had piled up, but luckily the world hadn't exploded.
All the waste is well and truly cleared, so I'm turning these back on. What is my power gun up to? That is my official max power now. 593,000 megawatts, roughly. I got 480,000 megawatts spare.
That's a lot of power, but I decided I needed a more permanent solution for the Floydson. And by more permanent, I mean I needed way more containers.
So this can fit 776,000 Floydson. Divide that by 80 per minute. It'll take 9,700 minutes to fill up. Divide that by 60. It'll take 161 hours for these to fill up. I think I can probably finish decorating before 161 hours passes. I think this tower's fine. This is a good size. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks reasonable. This is probably the superior way to deal with the Floydson over making Floydson fuel rods. I don't think my Floydson tower is loaded in properly.
I then made a big fat pillar blueprint, and I placed 2 pillars, one underneath each of the alien power augmenters. I then made an even fatter pillar blueprint, which went directly under the space elevator to finish off the supports of this structure. In the end, it was pretty simple in terms of color and detail. Black and gold with yellow orangey light on the pillars.
One oversight is that there's no way to get in unless you fly up.
It's just as well that I can fly.
Kind of a dark and scary base, to be honest. Time to withdraw 1,224 coupons. I can only do 500 at a time. Okay, combined with 190, I've got 1,414 coupons. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I don't know why there's those weird triangles on the pillars.
I guess the billboards weren't loading in properly from a distance, hence those weird triangles.
Let's whack down an awesome shop. And let's buy what we need to buy. Give me the silver hog. Give me the lizard doggo. Give me the confusing creature. And give me the golden nut. Buy.
Who knows how many items were sent into Awesome Sinks in order to afford this? Probably well over 1 million. And so, with over 1,000 coupons, I was able to purchase the ultimate prize.
Buy the golden nut statue from the awesome shop. There it is. Now, how do I array these so it looks glorious? Yeah, I think that's it. The golden nut in its glory, flanked by the hog and the lizard doggo. Standing watch over it all hovers the golden bean.
Absolutely majestic. A marvel to behold. A wonderful achievement. A monument to satisfactory glory. And now it was time to collect some ballistic warp drives. By this point, I had a whole container full, so I grabbed the 200 I needed and shot the remainder into an awesome sink.
Let's see how many points we can get with the ballistic warp drives. It's getting me so many coupons. The ballistic warp drives, I think, give the most points. Got up to 2 billion points per minute for a second there. That's not bad.
Just one more achievement to go. Phase 5 Project Assembly.
I got the 200 ballistic warp drives, but I feel like I need to do this with some kind of ceremony and understand that I am a Satisfactory pioneer. It is time. I have the 200 ballistic warp drives. Everything. Over 315 hours, I don't know how long. Everything comes to this moment where I can complete the 5th and final phase. Into the elevator. My drives of warp. Oh my gosh. Cargo loaded. Seal. Seal, 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 seal. Zip that in. Zip. Securing container. Don't forget to screw that in.
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it.
Okay.
This last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements.
Oh, it's been huge. Huge. Gravity. So much
Alright,
gravity.
that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
Okay. Delivering to project assembly.
I admired the space elevator shooting its cargo up to break the sound barrier one last time.
So it's a ship, right? It's gotta be a ship.
Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to project assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there.
Wait, what? What? What the hell is this? Check oil. Wait, what am I doing?
I fiddled around with a bunch of knobs, sliders, and switches. This was definitely my hardest job of the playthrough so far.
Let's launch it, I guess.
Some spinning happened up there, some sliding around as bits and pieces moved into position.
Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path.
Where are you going?
Locking in cargo.
Where are you off to?
Launch in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
Okay. I guess it's off and away. Hyperspeed? Okay. That's pretty sick. What the heck is it dropping? Huh? What is that? Oh, is it a wormhole? Sick! Where are you off to? That is nuts, dude. That is nuts. See ya! See ya! Little glint of a star. Ada! Ada, are you still here?
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1.
Huh?
Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately.
Local production
Your duties
manager.
to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to fix it remain. With your help, Fix-It continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fix-It.
Well done, team. Probably my favorite game ever. Project assembly launched. Pioneer purpose concluded. So what the hell did I just do? Like, what did I just contribute to? Something about a nucleus, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. The cycle continues is what I'm getting. Basically, Fix-It's going to use what I just made so they can go exploit other planets, and then from there they'll exploit even more planets, and then the exploitation will just expand forevermore.
Yeah, the story is really not the point of this game. It's just a cheeky one. It seems pretty clear that Ada the AI was using me to make herself stronger and smarter. But again, the story is really not the point. The point is the factory must grow. Complete Phase 5 of the space elevator and finish the game. You have unlocked all achievements, 44 out of 44, 100% complete. Absolutely glorious. Shout out to everyone who worked on this game, man. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Let's do this, by the way. Ow? Let's do that again. Ow? I learned so much on this playthrough about how to approach things and what's possible. Another playthrough would be worthwhile. Calm down, mate. We gotta decorate the factories in this playthrough before anything else. I began by setting up a satellite portal on the Gold Coast. I then went down to the turbo fuel power plant and got to work. This was the beginning of 30 hours of decorating and designing, so strap in for some glorious builds, and a few stinkers too, to be honest. I had a lot of work to do. Dozens of factories, one factory after the other, and my creative energy thrived at some points and struggled at others. But I won't go into crazy detail for each build. I'll mainly just show the before and after. I finished off the compacted coal logistics tower, and here's the before of the turbo fuel factory, and here's the after.
I think that's the best I can do. I don't know, I just don't have the creativity for this one.
Yeah, it was flamin' huge. It took about 2 years just to put a big flat black wall on for the foundation. I even made yet another concrete factory to keep up with the concrete demand. Probably the best thing I did here was make a tunnel for the train to go in. But yes, that is a black box. And here's my next victim. I'd already half designed this one, so I had a head start. And 20 minutes later,
I feel a lot more comfortable decorating a factory that's not that flamin' big. Well, I think this is pretty cool. The crystal oscillator factory. Not too bad.
feast your eyes upon this delightful creation. Frame and concrete walls, some orange in there for the accent color, a vast improvement over the black box next door. Speaking of the black box, it deserves a satellite portal.
I'm pretty sure that's this region done, right?
Yes, the Stinky Crater Lake biome was complete. Remember the pointless floating train station in the grass fields? That was my next target.
It's staying, but it's no longer floating. I've updated it to match the standard train station design. Now I'm going to do some work designing this little factory.
And there it is.
I don't know about this one. I had a vision, I went for it, and I'm not sure I'm not sure it's panned out very well.
The Fixite Trigon factory is heavy on metal roofing, steel walls, and I even used some Fixit foundations and painted them chrome. This might just be the most funny looking build in the whole Floydson catalog, so you're welcome. And with that, the grass fields was complete, as I designed most of this area back in the early game.
The Gold Coast has got some work to do though.
At this point, I recruited the help of my wife, because it was already the 9th of December, and I was running out of time to get everything completed. I needed to bring in the big guns.
Wow.
Welcome.
This is amazing. Holy
Now do
doodle.
this. Nice one. Nice ragdoll.
It's beautiful.
So welcome to the Rocky Desert.
I asked her to finish off the tiny circuit board factory.
Why'd you give me the smallest, piddliest factory?
No, I said there's two. So this is one. Come over here.
Yeah.
So this is the other one.
I will do 110% of my very best noodling
Noodling.
and glorious
No.
behavior.
No noodling.
Alright, get out of here. It's gonna be a surprise.
We both worked at different factories for a while, and then I was summoned back to behold the glory.
It may be levitating,
Yes.
but I don't think that's important. I think you should focus on the top aspect of it. Tic-tac-toe.
Oh, they're automated
Yeah.
gates. That's sick. I was like, what is this wall?
Noughts and crosses on the roof of a levitating box.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Why didn't you block me?
I don't know.
You suck. The raindrops win.
As you can tell, she was going for a more whimsical, creative approach. And as you can see, the next build was even more whimsical. She made me close my eyes and moved my character into place before letting me open them.
That is sick. How did you do that? How the heck did you do that?
She drew a goose. Absolutely glorious. She did nothing else here. The rest of the factory was still floating randomly, but she drew a goose. Best factory in the entire playthrough, hands down. I also added a portal at the Singularity Cell factory so that I could quickly visit the goose whenever I wanted.
While she was working on that, I turned the rubber factory into a hexagon. Yes. Behold the glory. The outside of it is all a bunch of billboards showing the ugly Christmas sweater pattern.
It took so flamin' long to place all those billboards. I next worked on the Time Crystal factory just nearby, also above the waters of the Gold Coast. This was a more normal design.
The Gold Coast down at sea level is now complete. Oh dude, you can zoom in like crazy with this thing. What the heck, I didn't know that. We need to figure out the design for this beautiful beast. Dude, I can see my base. I can see my portals are invisible from this far away.
This is how the aluminium ingot factory above the waterfall ended up. I couldn't quite figure out how to make it look how I had envisioned, but it turned out okay. The Gold Coast was now complete, and I had about 300 factories in the Rocky Desert to work on.
I think I'm going to start with this factory here.
There's your before shot, and here's the after. Now this is a build that I was very happy with. A central pillar, some angular pointy edges, a lovely platform upon which the majestic late game buildings were able to shine.
I was thinking I had about 10 factories to go, but looking around, there are so many random factories. There's a bunch of crap over there. There's so much crap over there. There's this one, this one, this one. Okay, well, I'll start with this one.
Another design featuring a dark paint job. A wonderful backdrop for the orange accent color. As you can see, I put the awesome sink in a cage, and the manufacturer had a little roof situation going on.
So that's the AI expansion server and ballistic warp drive factory, now officially finished. Let's crack on and do this. What's this? It's like turbo motors and pressure conversion cubes, I believe.
I tried to be creative with this one, using frame pillars to make a funky support underneath, and I gave it a rather unusual roof. And it's very clear that I simply love being able to see into the underfloor. Also, the orange walls creating a bit of a border around the foundations really makes the look pop.
Guess I'll do this one now. The radio control units and supercomputers.
Now this was a flamin' big one. But before I was done, my wife was back, and she designed the crystal quartz factory just next door.
What has she cooked up tonight? What the heck is that over there? Look at this. That's so sick. You get the pixel art on every one. It's so cool. You got like contemporary art pieces. And then I'm working on, I don't know what I'm working on over here.
So she whipped out the surprised Pikachu meme, and also whatever the heck this is.
I like how you just refuse to put any supports on all your factories. It's a bunch of vents and poles. How long did it take you to cook that one up?
I couldn't imagine a better way to finish off the little wet cement factory.
Oh, those factories are done. Those factories are done.
And here's the finished product of what I'd been working on. Here's the before shot again, and here's the after. This was a massive project with a lot going on. Plenty of detailing from the foundation to the various roof shapes to the pillars. And as you can see, it's pretty glass heavy.
I guess this is what happens when someone goes offline. Just having a coffee. Get back to work. Let's knock over this one quickly now.
After spending ages on the big factory next door, it was nice to quickly knock over the design of this fixite trigon factory. Good progress so far in the rocky desert.
I believe this will be another quick one. I'm just gonna do something here.
I kept it simple for the coal diamonds factory. Nothing too fancy, just a platform for the big old particle accelerators. So I did try to do something somewhat unique for the underfloor walls.
I think let's do this area now. The concrete, the iron, and the iron smelting for the nuclear.
This was another massive one, a real time sink.
Got some roof shenanigans going on. Got some pillars. Got some... yeah.
I was making blueprints as I needed them, by the way. For example, I made a roof support pillar blueprint and foundation pillar blueprint for this build. And overall, I found this type of open design much easier for some reason. Pillar heavy, with heaps of visibility through the factory, rather than using complete walls or massive bulky supports.
Next up, this is the before of the motor factory, and this is like the fused modular frames and something else. Whatever, I'm gonna do these two factories now.
These ended up being two quite different designs. The fused modular frame and cooling system build was more cement heavy, while I used grid foundation pillars for the motor factory. I'm sure you can detect common design elements from build to build, but I tried to keep things fresh.
I'm done with the coast. These guys are done, that's done. I need to move inland now, and there's a lot more to do. So I believe the next target is this little factory, the Singularity Cell Factory. Nothing can beat the goose, but this is pretty cool. I haven't been using many signs with the light kind of effect. They work pretty well on the pillars here.
During this build, I also worked out you can change the color of the frame around the window wall pieces, so I made these ones orange. Once again, quite a dark build, with bold orange accents and some funky pillars to tie it all together.
I believe it's time to tackle another beast. I'm gonna do the Phase 4 factory now.
This was indeed a beast. I tried to do an angled ramp support down below, but I don't love how it turned out. This conveyor feature turned out great though. And for this one, I went to the effort of making the power come from under the floor, and I replaced all of the foundations under the machines with glass frames. It was a mission and a half. After that massive effort, I needed a palette cleanser, so I targeted the little acid factory down here. Nothing too fancy, I kept it quite clean, and I even reused the simple cement pillar design that I made over at the nuclear iron factory. I then made my way towards the nuclear coast, where I got to work on the factory atop the big rock. I once again reused pillar designs, the roof support pillar from the nuclear iron, and the grid foundation pillars from the motor factory, but they contributed to a distinct build, complete with a rather wild roof, and another cool conveyor belt feature. The next target was the build down below, where the uranium fuel rods were being produced. For this one, I used some honeycomb windows, very fancy. There were a few unique details, but I kept the foundation pillars consistent with the build up on the rock, for a sense of continuity down the production line. Once again, the conveyors as a feature really shined here. Another clean build. Thankfully, these nuclear reactors were already done. I'd baked the walkways and the funky shaped platforms into the blueprint, so I felt these were complete and they didn't need any more work. But the plutonium fuel rod factory did need a little work. But before that, guess who's back?
I've got the low angle so far. Wrapped this one in frames. Oh, there's a little walkway. Got some symbols.
Under construction.
Oh, I see. Wait, what the heck is this? This is Christmas. What is going on?
What do you mean Christmas?
What do you mean, what do I mean Christmas? There's literally a Christmas tree.
No. So it's under construction because something's broken the road. And that's why there's all these signs saying don't drive this way.
Oh, what
the
the
tree
heck?
sign is because I couldn't figure out how to do circles. It's just a lovely tree in a garden.
It's a beautiful
Not a
tree.
Christmas tree.
Wow.
Got my sports cars over here.
You turn the drone port into a house.
Yeah.
Heck yes. The house is very cool.
She's honestly a storytelling genius.
The road is under construction, therefore be careful. The person that lives here is stuck, but at least they have a really good tree.
I must say, I do feel very bad for laughing at my wife's incredible tree. Anyway, here's the finished plutonium platform, with black and white going on, featuring a line of light along the walkways. This was a rare factory where I painted the machines a different color. I also finished off the Fixonium build, but this one was a little uninspired.
I was going to try and add more detail to this thing, but then I realized, I don't know what happened, but clearly that is not centered. So once I noticed it wasn't centered, I just rage quit.
Yeah, it is what it is. And this was a good opportunity to see how much Fixonium had piled up.
6.5 containers times 3, so it's about 20 containers. I'll just leave that, that's fine. I think that's the nuclear coast complete. Next up, I'm gonna knock over this area.
I did this whole lake biome in one big go. So here's the finished version of the diamond factory, battery factory, and the whole dark crystal nonsense.
Made these pillars black. I gave them luminescent measle dots as well. Yeah, made everything darker basically. The back of the tiered nonsense, some measle dots as well.
A glorious amphitheater, but maybe too dark. It probably could have used more light accent colors. Here's the battery factory, just a clean build in what was now a familiar style. But for this oil diamond build, I made some big light up pillars.
The pillars for this build completely used up all my reinforced iron plates. I had like 15 left.
Yeah, the sign variety I used costs reinforced iron plates, and it was quite brutal, but thankfully I just avoided running out completely. But that was a whole biome completed, just like that.
And this is the final frontier.
I'd left this until last. All these factories jammed into a southern corner of the rocky desert. There were tons of iron products being produced here, along with some aluminium stuff, superposition oscillators, and the alien power matrices, with the train tracks running through, of course.
I think this one deserves a progress report because it's a massive project. That little part of the factory is complete, and this part of the factory is complete. I got a style established for how I'll do this entire area. Steel walls, the frames, replacing all the foundations underneath the machines with the glass frame floors, which is a bit of a mission. For the grip floors, you can just go zoom, which is what I'll do for the entire kind of lanes or pathways of the factories. There is no frame floor foundation option for the customizer, so you have to delete it and then actually place it. So that is going to be a time-consuming part of the process. The pillar I came up with is a little bit extravagant. It's kind of like the upgraded version of these foundations. These are quite expensive, so I'm constantly stealing steel beams and iron plates like to get ahead, let this refill fully and keep a bunch of my bags so I can actually make these. Oh, and one other thing, I had to go through and finish off all of these drone ports. None of these had legs before. Quite like the glass frame foundation. It's working well. It's all much neater now. You know what I'm regretting? I'm regretting doing an angled floor for this. It just looks poopy. I couldn't help myself. I came back to this factory and added some orange borders because it just makes it pop so much more. Look how much better that looks from far away. I think this is like the improved version of that. Holy moly. Okay, little update. It's pretty flaming laggy, but progress is good. However, this is taking forever. I'm doing all this crap manually, pulling that out. And it's lagging the whole time. I believe it is complete. And it's so laggy.
This has got to be my favorite build because it's just so busy and industrial, and it's chaos, yet it's ordered chaos, with stuff to look at everywhere. It was a mammoth undertaking, but I'm glad that my final build was one that I am very happy with.
Unbelievable. This has got to be the coolest part of my build. Like the entire world. I think this has got to be the coolest part. It's just so busy. Not bad over that way as well. That's a pretty good view. Look at that. That looks so busy.
The rocky desert, by far the most full biome of my world, was finally done.
Pikachu is shocked at the glory of this world.
And to wrap this massive video up, I figured I'd edit together a world tour to show you everything one last time to tie it all together as a cohesive world. I'll stop yapping and turn up the Satisfactory soundtrack. Enjoy.
Found a factory I didn't decorate yet. Alright, this build's done. Looks good, looks good, looks good. The reason I came up here is because we can't forget the time I spent 200 years working on this crap for some reason. It's crazy that it all came to this. Crazy. Well, I'm satisfied. Satisfactory indeed. Pioneer purpose concluded. 100%. Unbelievable. What a massive, gargantuan effort. What a fantastic game.